Chapter 1. Clarissa. A deafening roar echoed through the air. A horde of towering, muscular humanoid creatures. Their skin tinged with a sickly hue and their mouths filled with sharp fangs, rampaged through a village. Clad in crude leather armor and wielding heavy weapons such as spiked clubs and bone staffs. They wreaked havoc. Help! Please! Don't! Fight back! Damn orcs! Kill them! The villagers, desperate and defiant, armed themselves to retaliate. Yet, the sheer strength of these creatures, known as orcs, was overwhelming. The untrained villagers were no match for the relentless slaughter that ensued. The orcs breached the defenses set by the male villagers, invading the heart of the village. Even as the women took up arms, they were powerless against the might of the orcs. The villagers faced a gruesome fate, with the elderly, the weak, and children unable to escape the merciless onslaught. This massacre did not last long. In roughly 20 minutes, the village lay strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing across the ground. Hundreds met a tragic end, and the orcs reveled in their bloodlust, howling with excitement. For them, conquest was merely a means to acquire sustenance. All the village's livestock, cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese fell victim to their insatiable hunger alongside the slain enemies. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous battle cry erupted from outside the village. Retreat! A commanding orc shouted, and the marauders hastily grabbed whatever provisions they could carry. Their immense strength allowed them to hoist a cow with one hand while sprinting away, burdened with their spoils. Within moments, a troop of soldiers clad in standardized armor from the nearby city of Mance surged into the village. Damn orcs! The commander surveyed the devastation, his eyes filled with rage. As part of the Gloucester Empire in the north, they frequently clashed with the orcs that dwelled in the North Wilderness mountain range. In contrast to the more centrally and southerly located Dara and Ilris empires, the Gloucester Empire was renowned for its valor and fierce spirit, having been forged in the crucible of constant conflict with the brutal orcs. Captain, there are survivors. A soldier suddenly shouted. What? Quickly, bring the medic, the commander barked, fearing for the life of the survivor. My name is Clarissa, and I am 15 years old. 3 days ago, my village, Cocoa West, was assaulted by orcs, resulting in a horrific massacre of its inhabitants. I survived only because my parents hid me in a cellar beneath our home. But orcs are thorough in their search for survivors. Others who had attempted the same concealment did not escape their grim fate. I was fortunate. Just as the orcs had secured their victory, the army arrived. The orcs, content with their spoils, had not anticipated any confrontation. I managed to escape with my life. The soldiers brought me back to the city of Mance, where I found temporary refuge in a shelter. This shelter, a unique establishment within the Gloucester Empire, was a necessity due to the frequent orc incursions that plagued villages and even small towns. Those who managed to hold out were fortunate. Those who could not, like Cocoa West, faced annihilation. In times of abundance, with scarce food supplies, women might be spared to be taken by the orcs, reduced to mere vessels for reproduction, often succumbing within a couple of years. However, my stay in the shelter would not last long. A maximum of 7 days was permitted. The provisions were meager and hardly appetizing, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. After 7 days, I would be compelled to leave the shelter. I still had 4 days left, but I did not wish to remain idle. Each day, I ventured into the streets in search of work. Yet, as a malnourished 15-year-old, my frail appearance, coupled with my height of 1.7 meters due to genetic factors, rendered me undesirable to potential employers. My once golden hair had lost its luster, now appearing dull and lifeless. My features, which might have been striking under different circumstances, were marred by days without proper hygiene, leaving me in a disheveled state. Dressed in a simple linen garment, I felt utterly unpresentable. After 3 days of fruitless searching, I had been dismissed as a beggar and sent away. At night, I curled up on a makeshift bed constructed from wooden planks, covered with a thin layer of cloth. This was not a private room. Rather, it was a communal dormitory housing 24 individuals. Considering my current plight, the atmosphere was far from pleasant. While bathing was permitted, hot water was only available once every 7 days. The next opportunity would come in 2 days, leaving me to wait in discomfort. Cold water? It was autumn in the northern Gloucester Empire, and while snow had yet to fall, the chill was palpable. Moreover, we were near the imposing North Wilderness mountain range, the very territory of the orcs, a desolate land marked by snow-capped peaks. The scarcity of food and the orcs' brutality perpetually fueled their invasions of the Gloucester Empire. What am I to do? I murmured, huddled beneath a flimsy blanket, shivering in the cold night air. Fortunately, the shelter was not overly drafty, and the presence of others provided some warmth, despite the thin covering. Young girl, do you yearn for strength? Suddenly, a youthful male voice resonated within my mind. Who? I gasped, bolting upright and scanning my surroundings. Everyone else lay asleep, shadows cast by the dim moonlight obscuring the room. Who is it? I whispered urgently. Fear not. I am communicating directly within your consciousness. Simply think your questions, and I shall respond. Who are you? I struggled to contain my panic, following the mysterious voice's instructions to project my thoughts. Well, how should I put this? I am merely a system creator. What is a system? You need not concern yourself with that. For now, you're the protagonist. Do not inquire further about what that entails. In other words, you are the chosen one. Are you a deity? The thought of a divine being suddenly crossed my mind. Could only a god possess the capability to communicate within the consciousness of a human? In a realm of nothingness, a young man observed Clarissa with a perplexed expression. His name was Tang Ziheng, the very deity Clarissa referred to. In truth, he was a traveler. No, he was something else entirely. He had died and inexplicably awakened in this void. Having acquired a system, it was a creation mechanism that would randomly select a world and a chosen one from the infinite void, deploying the system to accumulate source points. Once a sufficient number of source points were gathered, he could resurrect and attain a true physical form. Chapter 2. The System Awakens. I am no merchant as for how to acquire source points. It involves not only altering the world or the destinies of others, but also various resources, such as the elemental crystals of practitioners in this realm. The continent of Normania is a world of swords and sorcery, and perhaps due to Tang Ziheng's nascent system, it is not yet an advanced realm, leaning towards Western fantasy. Normania is inhabited by three main races: humans, orcs, and elves, alongside a myriad of magical beasts in the wild. Of course, dragons exist, albeit rarely, and they are merely magical creatures rather than a distinct race. The system crafted by Tang Ziheng is tailored to this world, and its power framework is derived from it as well. Naturally, features like lotteries and shops are of exceptional quality, a hallmark of the system's design. It aligns with this world while possessing the potential to transcend it. After all, being in harmony with the existing realm fosters camaraderie, allowing for the accumulation of more source points and greater acceptance. This realization paves the way for mutually beneficial collaboration and even the elevation of this world. Fundamentally, it far surpasses any divine realm. However, this does not preclude the possibility of creating a system that transcends the world. That is a venture for the future. For now, to facilitate a smoother and more manageable beginning, Tang Ziheng naturally opts for a harmonious approach. Clarissa is the fortunate soul chosen for this endeavor. O great deity, I beseech you, please reveal your name. I long to be your follower. My sole desire is to survive, Clarissa implored. As the chosen one, you shall receive my blessings and trials. You may call me the god of systems. I shall bestow upon you a system that will assist you and possess intelligence to answer your inquiries. Tang Ziheng responded to Clarissa. From this moment forth, I shall be your most devoted disciple, O god of systems. Clarissa thought, her fists clenched, her eyes brimming with hope for survival. Tang Ziheng cast forth the preordained system. The system is at your service. A mechanical voice resonated in Clarissa's mind. Is this the system the deity spoke of? Is this voice the servant of the divine? Clarissa pondered, recognizing that though it was a servant, it was nonetheless the servant of a deity. As Clarissa sought to inquire about various matters, a surge of memories flooded her consciousness. Instantly, she comprehended the system's functions and realized that as long as she possessed source points, she could obtain anything from the system. Following her newfound recollection, she accessed the system panel, revealing her information. Clarissa physical quality, 06 source points. 108, that was her panel. 108 source points. She mused as she opened the shop. The categories were meticulously organized. At the very top, there was a special section, Beginner's Gift Pack, 100 source points, highly recommended. Clarissa contemplated this, and with the divine's strong endorsement, she decided to purchase it. Clarissa acquired the beginner's gift pack, and in that moment, Tang Ziheng received 100 source points. How delightful! Tang Ziheng gazed at his account, where an additional 100 source points had mysteriously appeared. To him, source points were invaluable. They could be utilized to upgrade the system, unlock more worlds, and secure additional slots for the chosen ones. Furthermore, crafting systems and exchanging items also required these precious points. Naturally, the chosen ones would purchase them at an exorbitant markup, as is customary in business, much like how Tang Ziheng would sell a starter pack for 100 source points. This was for their own good. He wanted them to understand that there are no free lunches in this world. Everything must be earned through effort. Nonetheless, Tang Ziheng was inclined to assist them, not out of altruism, but because the workers could generate more source points for him, and their strength would be amplified tenfold in his favor. Although he currently existed in the void, uncertain of the utility of his power, no one ever despises being strong. Right? Clarissa opened her starter pack. Inside, she found 10 gold coins, the night breathing technique, celestial ode, non-attribute, unable to be upgraded, talent enhancement I, enhances all talents. Upgrade requires 1000 source points, sword mastery I, enhances swordsmanship talent. Upgrade requires 1000 source points, and basic sword mastery, mastery of foundational sword techniques. Upgrade requires 1000 source points. It is essential to address the power system in this world. Practitioners are classified into several ranks: apprentice, official, elite, celestial star, moonlight, sunfire, and legendary. Practitioners can be broadly divided into two types: knights, who primarily focus on physical prowess, and mages, who emphasize mental strength. Knights train in breathing techniques and combat skills, while mages practice meditation and spells. Breathing techniques can be non-attribute or elemental, with some advanced techniques incorporating combat skills. Mages' meditation methods are typically non-attribute, but their spells are distinguished by elemental classification. Unlike mages, knights can only wield combat skills that correspond to the same element as their breathing techniques. Thus, using the same element offers significant bonuses, although non-attribute knights can learn these techniques with minimal enhancement. Conversely, mages can utilize all spells regardless of their meditation methods, with the potency depending on the spell's tier and the mage's mental capacity. Both knights and mages categorize their combat skills and spells into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and supreme, without distinctions like beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Therefore, even among low-tier skills, there can be considerable disparities in power and performance. Knight's mastery of combat skills is classified as novice, proficient, mastered, accomplished, and perfected. The higher the mastery level, the greater the power and effectiveness of the combat skills. Mages, however, do not have such classifications for their spells, but they do possess various casting techniques: rapid chanting, secret chanting, multiple chanting, and chanting abandonment. As Clarissa received such a wealth of gifts, she could distinctly sense the transformation within her body, particularly with the breathing technique. Under the system's influence, her body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. There were no tedious detoxification processes. Impurities that once needed expulsion vanished entirely under the system's power. Clarissa's physical attributes transformed from 06 to 28, and she ascended to the status of a knight apprentice. Is this the power of the divine? As Clarissa sensed the changes within her body, the more she comprehended, the more she felt the terrifying might of the divine. Moreover, she felt as though she had trained in swordsmanship for a decade, mastering the fundamentals with remarkable proficiency. However, she could not perceive any enhancements from her innate talents. With 8 source points remaining, Clarissa conducted a quick search for an affordable knight's sword and discovered a commendable iron-forged knight's sword priced at 8 source points. She swiftly made the purchase, placing it within her system space, as the current circumstances did not allow her to summon it directly. She planned to venture out the following day, especially since she still possessed 10 gold coins. In this world, a family of 5 typically required around 10 gold coins for a year's expenses. The currency here is standardized. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which in turn equals 100 copper coins. This is the case for ordinary individuals. However, for practitioners, elemental crystals serve as the ultimate currency, extremely useful for both transactions and personal cultivation. Chapter 3. I am the protagonist. But not entirely so. Tang Ziheng observed his balance swell to 108 source points. Currently, Clarissa was his sole worker, and he anticipated her generating more source point income. With nothing else to occupy his time, Tang Ziheng found himself akin to a spectator, existing in the void without a physical form, merely a consciousness. He mused that if he could transform into a glowing sphere, he could easily play the role of the supreme deity in this realm. Tang Ziheng felt a peculiar sensation. He was the protagonist, yet not entirely so. After all, he was the grandfather, the system, of the current protagonist, Clarissa. The following day, Clarissa departed from the refuge, having confirmed her status with the staff and severed her ties to the place. She became a true free spirit, albeit forfeiting the remaining benefits of her stay. Clarissa spent 2 gold coins to secure a room at a hotel in Man City for 10 days, requesting them to prepare bathing water, a change of clothes, and a grand meal. Clad in exquisite, comfortable attire suitable for a knight, which was quite popular in the Gloucester Empire due to its martial spirit, she transformed her appearance. After bathing and donning her new outfit, Clarissa, with her system-enhanced physique, showcased her dazzling waist-length golden hair tied into a ponytail with strands cascading elegantly to her collarbone. She bore the knight sword she had exchanged for at her waist. Her refined and striking features exuded an aura of gallantry. Standing at 1.75 meters, she appeared exceptionally tall, her once frail figure now more robust, with long legs accentuating her stature. Anyone who beheld her would surely exclaim, "What a splendid knightess!" Indeed, when Clarissa emerged from her room, the patrons of the inn were left utterly astonished. However, none dared to gaze directly. They stole glances, not out of lack of desire, but from sheer intimidation. After all, Clarissa was adorned with a knight's sword at her waist, clearly signifying her status as a noble knight. The thought of being struck down for an offense would likely go unnoticed. "My lord, this way please. Your meal is prepared." The demeanor of the server had undergone a complete transformation. Initially condescending, it shifted to obsequiousness upon the display of gold coins. And now it was imbued with respect and flattery. Clarissa could not help but sigh inwardly, such is human nature. And all of this was bestowed upon her by the divine. Thus, Clarissa nodded lightly and followed the server to a table laden with exquisite dishes. "My lord, please indulge. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call," the server said, bowing and scraping with exaggerated politeness. Clarissa nodded, and the server, understanding the cue, withdrew. Suppressing her hunger, Clarissa felt her throat constrict, continuously swallowing the saliva that pooled within. With an air of nobility, she gracefully picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Delicious. Oh, truly exquisite. As she savored the delectable feast, tears of gratitude threatened to spill forth, yet to maintain her composure, she restrained herself from devouring the meat ravenously and instead ate slowly. While it is often said that gluttony during hunger is unwise, Clarissa's body had been fortified, and as a practitioner of the arts, the food she consumed was being diligently digested by her stomach, transforming into streams of energy coursing throughout her being. The exquisite breathing technique produced by the system was also in operation, continuously drawing in nutrients to replenish her depleted physique. Another table. Clarissa calmly reached for a napkin to dab her mouth, then raised her hand to summon the server, uttering her request. "My lord, do you mean another table?" The server blinked, unsure if he had misheard. "Indeed, another table. Payment will be settled upon completion," Clarissa replied. "Certainly." The server complied eagerly, marveling inwardly, truly. The knight commands a fearsome appetite. In truth, Clarissa did not possess such an insatiable hunger. Rather, the system was compensating for her previously diminished condition. Once her body reached a certain threshold, it would revert to normal. Clarissa was aware of this, but relished the sensation of her strength augmenting with each bite. Another table. Another table. After consuming 4 tables of food, under the astonished gazes of all present, Clarissa calmly wiped her mouth and rose to settle the bill. At this moment, the server and even the proprietor exhaled in relief. The amount consumed was bordering on alarming. Clarissa tossed 2 gold coins onto the counter. "Change, please," she requested. The server handed her 3 silver coins. "No need, consider it a gift." Clarissa waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, my lord." The server's eyes sparkled as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Truly, a knight of such grace and stature. Indeed, her aura had elevated. Clarissa, with an expression of serene indifference, waved again and exited the inn. After walking a short distance, she released a deep sigh. Phew. Clarissa nearly faltered in her composure. This is merely a reflection of her superficial insights and her imagined demeanor of an adult. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Ziheng is backstage, laughing heartily. akin to watching a panoramic 3D livestream without any blind spots. Tang Ziheng is fully aware that Clarissa is merely putting on an act. He comprehends her thoughts entirely. This particular aspect is within his active control, and with nothing else to occupy his time, it is naturally activated. While he does not typically indulge in eavesdropping on others' hearts, he finds it necessary to gain a deeper understanding, especially since she is one of his subordinates, warranting his care. The actions Clarissa undertakes are indeed generated from a source point, albeit a meager 2 points. The system alerts Clarissa. The deity has rewarded you with 2 source points. Upon hearing this notification, Clarissa rejoices, exclaiming how generous the deity is. It is worth noting that 1 source point can be exchanged for 100 gold coins in the marketplace. In reality, even if Tang Ziheng were to produce 100 tons of gold, it would not equate to a single source point. Source points are akin to the essence of existence itself. This is tantamount to the deity bestowing upon her 200 gold coins. Clarissa promptly offers her heartfelt praises to the god of the system, which only serves to amuse Tang Ziheng further. Alas, he is quite bored and finds solace in observing the livestream. In this realm, there is nothing but emptiness. With her radiant golden hair and exquisite attire adorned with black trimmings, Clarissa strides through the streets like a luminous full moon in the night sky. At that moment, 2 men and a woman emerge from the opposite street corner. In their jovial banter, one of the men spots Clarissa and immediately nudges his companion. "Hey, what do you think of her? Should we invite her to be our teammate?" The girl inquires. "Wow, she's stunning. Ailey, she is 10 times more beautiful than you. Aren't you worried she'll overshadow you?" The boy chuckles. "Oh, come on. Are you going or not? Look at her aura. She seems quite formidable. Plus, she's so beautiful, quite the sight for sore eyes." Ailey, the girl, responds with a smile. "I'm indifferent, but recruiting someone so beautiful might invite trouble," remarks another blonde boy, who is reasonably handsome. "Let us go. We haven't found anyone suitable yet. Let us give it a shot," says the brown-haired boy. Chapter 4. The adventure concludes, preparing to invest as Clarissa continues her walk, pondering what she might do or what is possible. She suddenly senses something before her and looks up. Before her stand 2 men and a woman, all donned in matching white uniforms with golden trim, emblazoned with an ice blue avian emblem. Although Clarissa lacks extensive experience, she recognizes the significance of this emblem, as it is the insignia of the Gloucester Empire. The brown-haired boy gasps softly at the sight of her. In that fleeting moment when Clarissa raises her head, he exclaims, "Mother, I think I'm in love." "Excuse me." "Hello, may we introduce ourselves? We are students of the Gloucester Empire Knight Academy. Could we have a word with you?" Ailey courteously addresses Clarissa. "Ah, certainly." Clarissa contemplates briefly and nods in agreement. "Let us find a quieter place. How about that nearby square?" suggested Ellie. "That sounds agreeable," Clarissa replied, following them to a nearby square, pausing before a garden fountain. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ellie," she stated, gesturing towards the blonde young man. "This is Koss." Koss smiled and nodded at Clarissa, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Ellie then pointed to the brown-haired young man, saying, "And this is Jack." Jack grinned broadly at Clarissa, his demeanor somewhat goofy, evoking a sense of endearment. "I am Clarissa," she responded with a nod. Ellie and the others chuckled as they observed Clarissa, momentarily blinking in confusion. "Which Knight Academy do you belong to?" Ellie inquired with curiosity. Considering someone of Clarissa's nature, it would be unlikely for them to be unaware if she were from the same academy. Thus, she must belong to another institution, as there are numerous Knight Academies, some official, some private, and some international. Given Clarissa's youthful appearance, her ability to become a practitioner would typically indicate either attendance at a Knight Academy or a familial legacy. "I am not affiliated with any Knight Academy." Clarissa shook her head. Realization dawned on Ellie and her companions. She must belong to a prominent family, though that was of little consequence to them, as their aim was to invite Clarissa to form a team. We have a small request. We hope you can join us in forming a team," Ellie stated to Clarissa. What do you mean?" Clarissa asked, slightly furrowing her brow in confusion upon hearing Ellie's words. Ellie proceeded to explain. "The Knight Academy operates with a degree of freedom, aside from scheduled assessments. Students largely pursue their own efforts. Naturally, there are designated instructors for the fixed times, but private practices in breathing techniques, physical conditioning, swordsmanship, and combat skills are primarily the responsibility of the students. The adage goes, a master leads you to the door, but you must enter by yourself." Having passed their assessments, They were merely one graduation trial away from completing their studies, set to occur in a month. They intended to utilize this month to gain practical experience in combat, including encounters with magical beasts. Thus, they arrived at this neutral organization of international standing, the Adventurers Guild, intending to register a mercenary group to undertake tasks for experience. However, establishing a mercenary group requires at least 4 members. Yet, Ellie and her friends were not genuinely interested in forming a mercenary group. They sought companionship for training, ideally finding someone to join them, as they held little regard for typical mercenaries. Even if it were for appearances, they felt it unnecessary. And others were likely aware of this, thus disinterested in joining. After 2 days of deliberation on whether to relent, Clarissa appeared. Hence, they approached her. "I see. That sounds fine to me." Clarissa nodded, relieved to find a productive engagement, as this opportunity seemed fortuitously presented. Moreover, one should be able to acquire some elemental crystals or perhaps discover rare treasures of nature, all of which could be exchanged for source points. Everything for the sake of source points, Clarissa mused. Subsequently, Tang Ziheng observed as Clarissa ventured forth with the 3 companions into the realm of adventure, engaging in combat with magical beasts, gathering medicinal herbs, and fulfilling guild quests. The source points gradually accumulated. Clarissa, having undergone the baptism of blood, began to see her combat prowess steadily ascend. Meanwhile, Ailey and her companions recognized the formidable and solid swordsmanship that Clarissa displayed during battles. Although Clarissa refrained from utilizing any combat techniques, Ailey and the others harbored no doubts about her concealing her true capabilities. The absence of combat techniques was simply due to their redundancy. They watched in awe as Clarissa, relying solely on her robust sword skills and without employing any combat techniques, effortlessly vanquished magical beasts. Furthermore, the quality of the knight's sword in her hand was exceptionally high, albeit not an elemental weapon. Nevertheless, its sharpness surpassed that of the knights' swords they wielded by several tiers, inciting their envy. They yearned to inquire about its source, but hesitated to voice their curiosity. In a mere span of 7 days, Clarissa amassed 582 source points. Yet, her gains extended beyond mere points. She also acquired invaluable combat experience and fully adapted to the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Coupled with her diet of magical beast meat and the cultivation of breathing techniques, Clarissa's physical aptitude surged dramatically, now reaching a score of 47. Today, they returned to Man City. The week spent in the wild had imposed considerable pressure on these novices, particularly on Ailey, as opportunities for bathing were scarce, limited to finding a water source to wipe down. Moreover, their sustenance and accommodations could not compare to those in the city. However, the benefits reaped from their battles were immense, and witnessing the results of Clarissa's solid foundational swordsmanship was truly eye-opening for them. In this world, individuals seldom invest deeply in the cultivation of basic swordsmanship, as their focus is primarily on combat techniques. Regardless of how strong basic swordsmanship may be, it lacks any elemental enhancement. In contrast, combat techniques are different. Even the most rudimentary of combat techniques, once mastered, can amplify power by at least 150. What of basic swordsmanship? It offers no power enhancement, is easy to grasp yet difficult to master, and even more challenging to reach higher realms, another endeavor requiring painstaking diligence. Thus, it is only natural that everyone opts to study combat techniques. With such limited time to practice, who could afford to devote effort to basic swordsmanship? That shall suffice for now. Clarissa bid them farewell. Having reaped such bountiful rewards, she intended to rest for 2 days and indulge in some premium enhancements. "Do come and visit us when you have the chance," Ailey said as she parted ways with Clarissa. "Certainly," Clarissa replied with a smile and a nod. Upon returning to her room, Clarissa promptly accessed the system to enhance her strength through premium purchases. Chapter 5. A New World. Tang Ziheng had long awaited Clarissa's decision to make premium purchases. He had already prepared an array of goods for her, as the system's offerings were established and ready. Nevertheless, Tang Ziheng took the initiative to offer several recommendations. Although he possessed a cunning nature, his intentions were ultimately directed towards benefiting his fellow workers. After all, the stronger the workers became, the greater the advantages for both them and himself. In terms of acquiring source points, Clarissa's gains would be duplicated on Tang Ziheng's account. Consequently, he currently possessed 582 points, with a remaining balance of 690 points. Tang Ziheng intended to extract the 582 points from Clarissa. After rummaging through her belongings, Clarissa exchanged her points for low-tier combat techniques, spinning sword, earth splitter, and a low-tier elemental armor, whisper of white and blue. In total, she expended 550 source points. The combat techniques obtained through the system were immediately mastered. Entering the second stage, which filled Clarissa with immense delight, she marveled once more, exclaiming, "Truly, the creations of the divine are unparalleled in strength." The value of her expenditures seemed to her not merely worthwhile, but rather a divine gift, an outright boon. The low-tier elemental armor, whisper of white and blue, was a stunning silver-white armor adorned with blue patterns, not only aesthetically pleasing but also capable of enhancing strength and speed, while providing a tenfold enhancement to all elemental attributes. If sold in the market, it would command a price of at least 100 elemental crystals. With a joyous heart, Clarissa went to take a bath, preparing to rest. Her achievements over the past 7 days were not limited to these. Through conversations with Ellie and others, she had gleaned much information inaccessible to her before. Knowledge that belonged to the realm of cultivators. This was immensely significant for Clarissa. She had begun to appreciate the benefits of source points. The power derived from her investments was tangible, and Clarissa resolved to become an adventurer, a mercenary. She would earn source points by any means necessary. She yearned for strength. She sought vengeance. She vowed to eradicate all the brutish orcs. Tang Ziheng, gazing at his balance of 1240 source points, was astonished at how swiftly he had accumulated such wealth. This amount was sufficient to explore a second world. This world search requires 1,000 source points. Do you wish to proceed? Tang Ziheng confirmed. For him, source points served not only as resources, but also as a means to explore new worlds and create systems. Workers were not merely capable of acquiring source points. Their strength amplified his own tenfold. Although Tang Ziheng was uncertain of the purpose behind his burgeoning power, the prospect of new worlds promised fresh adventures. Otherwise, the monotony of daily life alongside Clarissa would become tiresome. A month had passed since the apocalypse began. In this desolate reality, extreme weather conditions were ever-changing. Perhaps today brought acid rain, tomorrow a blizzard, and the day after a sandstorm. Various monstrous creatures emerged, ranging from the zombies of cinematic lore to bizarre beasts of every kind. Their origins were unknown, as was their number, and the possibility of exterminating them seemed uncertain. Furthermore, they might even respawn. Every 7 days, this world would endure an event referred to by survivors as Nightmare Day. When the Day of Nightmares descends, the sky is cloaked in darkness, with the only illumination emanating from 9 colossal moons, if, indeed, they can be called moons. The world becomes a stage for bizarre occurrences. Yes, the very specters that humanity has long feared. This renders an already terrifying existence even more harrowing. Fortunately, these anomalies still clash with the local zombies and monsters. As soon as the Day of Nightmares concludes, these strange entities vanish in an instant. No one knows how they manifest or how they dissipate. Humanity finds itself in a dire predicament, with a precipitous decline in population as lives are lost daily. The threats do not end there. Humanity's basest instincts are unleashed in this apocalyptic scenario. Under such conditions, one would expect humanity to face gradual extinction. However, it seems as though the world has been transformed into a game by divine forces, with resources respawning across the globe. This provides humanity with a compelling reason to venture out. Perhaps one might awaken to find an abundance of food surrounding them, offering a glimmer of hope to the despairing. After a month of apocalypse, humanity has begun to adapt to this new reality. Some have even slain those monsters, discovering special crystals within their remains. It turns out these crystals can enhance physical prowess, instilling a renewed hope for survival. Yet, humanity remains on the brink of annihilation at any moment. My name is Lindsay, and I am 21 years old. The past is of little consequence now. I have survived for a month in this dystopian world. I have witnessed cannibalism and the darkest facets of human nature, acts of betrayal for mere morsels of sustenance, including the selling of one's own spouse or child. I cling to a shred of humanity, refusing to succumb to the moral decay that surrounds me. Yet, in this apocalypse, no one can remain entirely untainted. I have taken lives and seized others' resources, even knowing that such actions could lead to death for those deprived of even the slightest necessities. Standing atop a 3-story building, I have just arrived here, having made a beeline for the rooftop upon entering the structure, while heavy rain pours outside. The rooftop has been transformed by its previous owner into a makeshift shelter, an open-air space that offers protection from the elements. It is easily defensible with only one access point, ensuring both safety and convenience. Even if breached, one could leap to another building. Congratulations! You have activated the Apocalypse survival system. Suddenly, a voice resonates within my mind. Who is it? My half-closed eyes snap wide open, and I sit upright, grasping the machete that is always by my side. In this apocalypse, human civilization has regressed by millennia. All forms of equipment have succumbed to the extreme weather and the devastation wrought by various monsters. The military has attempted to retaliate, yet the overwhelming sounds herald only an endless horde of creatures. Enormous monstrosities, towering over 100 meters, have emerged. RPGs strike their flesh, sending blood and gore flying, yet fail to vanquish them. I have encountered such beguiling monsters, particularly during the Day of Nightmares. Lindsay, feeling a sudden alertness, settled his mind and discovered a new memory seemingly embedded within his consciousness. Upon deep reflection, he realized he had acquired a quintessential element often found in apocalyptic novels, a system. As the creator of this system, Tang Ziheng undoubtedly understood the nature of this world. In the void, he clicked his tongue in contemplation. This realm was known as Kalu, distinctly different from Cthulhu by a mere letter. Nevertheless, it remained a landscape of despair. Learning from Clarissa's misfortunes, this time he directly implanted a system tailored to this world and Lindsay himself, devoid of any intelligence, leaving it to him to wield it as he saw fit. Upon accessing the system, Lindsay discovered a comprehensive exchange platform filled with an array of items, cold weapons, firearms, ammunition, and even bodily enhancements. However, all transactions required a currency known as source points. A glance at his balance revealed he possessed 370 points. He examined the body enhancement option, which required 100 points. Without hesitation, he made the purchase, fervently hoping for genuine results. Lindsay, unlike protagonists of many novels who ponder over conspiracies and view themselves as mere pawns, simply wished to survive. As his name suggested, he would choose to live by any means necessary. Chapter 6. A visitor. The moment Lindsay acquired body enhancement I, he felt a sudden surge of warmth enveloping his body, instantly filling him with newfound strength. As he swung the machete in his hand, he noticed its weight had significantly diminished. After executing several strikes, he felt a slight ache in his arms. Not only had his strength increased, but his endurance had also remarkably improved. This body enhancement I was indeed comprehensive. He was elated. This system was extraordinarily powerful. He noticed that body enhancement I required 1,000 source points for an upgrade. With only 270 points remaining, he had quite a distance to cover. In this apocalyptic world, the importance of physical prowess was evident to Lindsay from personal experience. Continuing his exploration of the various offerings, he meticulously selected items, ultimately spending his remaining 270 points on a Type 54 pistol, system upgraded version, magazine capacity of 15 rounds, which came with 150 rounds of ammunition, 10 magazines, 450 source points. Next, he acquired a pair of ultra-comfortable, durable shoes designed for high-intensity activities, costing him 20 source points. He invested 100 source points into acquiring the ability Agile Reflexes I. In contrast to the all-encompassing nature of Body Enhancement I, this ability specifically enhanced his reflexes. Finally, he spent the last 100 source points on Stamina Enhancement I, which would grant him greater stamina and a swifter recovery rate. Lindsay glanced at his current situation. Items: 54 Style 7. 62mm handgun, upgraded version, with 150 rounds remaining, specialized sports shoes, and a machete. The system bestowed upon him by Tang Ziheng was undoubtedly distinct. In contrast to Clarissa's system, Lindsay's was rather straightforward and uncomplicated. He secured the handgun at his waist. Gripping the machete firmly, he had no intention of firing unless absolutely necessary, as gunfire could easily attract monsters. Nevertheless, the intimidating presence of a firearm was far more formidable against humans. Though monsters lurked outside, as long as one understood their patterns and avoided unnecessary risks, survival was not an insurmountable challenge. For humanity, the most daunting trials were the extreme weather, scarcity of resources, and encounters with other individuals. Of course, the nightmare days were an exception. Typically, nightmare days merely entailed harsh weather. If one could remain sheltered and endure these days, most of the time, barring unforeseen events. One could pass through unscathed. Lindsay surveyed his current supplies: a third of a bottle of mineral water, a palm-sized piece of bread, and a bottle of yogurt. These were the provisions he had scavenged from the rooftop. He glanced out at the torrential rain, a gray haze enveloping the landscape, a testament to the deluge's intensity. The rain pounded against the makeshift roof of the terrace with a resounding thud. Lindsay approached the rooftop door to inspect the situation of the boxes. He wedged a box against the door. It weighed no less than 100 pounds, filled with various heavy items he had collected to bolster his defenses. If all went well, he should be able to weather the day safely. With his enhanced abilities, Lindsay's senses had also sharpened significantly. He detected a faint disturbance from below. Clutching his machete with one hand and his gun with the other, he approached the rooftop door, peering through a small gap to scrutinize the corridor. The recent noise was exceedingly subtle amidst the cacophony of rain, and without his enhancements, he would have likely overlooked it entirely. Moreover, it had only manifested once, a fleeting moment. Lindsay dismissed the possibility of it being a mere figment of his imagination. In this apocalyptic setting, one could never be too cautious. He held his breath, focusing intently, awaiting further developments. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of water splashing. Someone was in the corridor. Admittedly, it might not be a human, but it was certainly a living creature. The rooftop was not entirely enclosed. Part of it remained exposed to the elements, allowing rainwater to cascade down. Some of the water drained into the downspouts, while other portions flowed from the rooftop door into the corridor below. Consequently, the corridor was wet. If an outsider were to come in this torrential downpour, they would undoubtedly be soaked. Ascending the stairs would create a distinct sound of water squelching beneath their feet. The intruder was cautious, yet perhaps not entirely so. They likely believed that the thunderous rain would mask any sounds, unaware of the potential peril they faced. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed true. However, Lindsay's enhanced physique allows him to perceive subtle sounds. Although not entirely clear, he chooses to trust his instincts. He gently disengages the safety on his firearm. At the corner, a figure suddenly emerges. In the dimly lit stairwell, Lindsay squints slightly. It's a person. A slight sigh of relief washes over him. A human presence is far easier to handle than a monster. After all, humans can communicate, whereas monsters cannot. The individual slowly ascends the stairs. Turning to glance at the rooftop door, cautiously feeling her way upward, she appears to be a woman. In the next moment, two more figures materialize behind her, one male and one female. However, it seems that the woman in front and the duo behind are not allies. As Lindsay observes the latter pair wielding blades approximately 30 to 40 centimeters long, aimed at the woman's back. Instantaneously, Lindsay comprehends the situation. The woman is merely bait, a scout, undoubtedly coerced into this role. Silently, Lindsay retreats, weighing his options, and secures his firearm at his waist. When he purchased the gun, it came with a holster, a half-belt that he now attaches to his waist. He stealthily moves to the side, testing his ability to draw the weapon swiftly while gripping the machete, awaiting the impending confrontation. A tremulous female voice emanates from the door, accompanied by gentle pushes against the rooftop entrance, producing a rustling sound as the door interacts with the box bracing it. "Stay put," a male voice hisses menacingly, then leans closer to the door's crack for a glimpse. He exerts considerable force against the door. The box propping it open cannot withstand the pressure indefinitely, sliding back with a soft scraping sound against the floor. After partially pushing the door ajar, the man halts. He steps back, gesturing for the frightened woman to enter. Trembling slightly, she glances fearfully at her captors, her lips quivering. She understands that to avoid death, she must comply. Uncertain of what awaits her on the rooftop, whether a human or a monster, she fears the possibility of an ambush that could deliver a fatal blow as soon as she steps out. The man's gaze grows increasingly menacing as the female accomplice presses her blade against the woman's waist. Instinctively, the woman takes a step forward, biting her lip and suppressing her terror as she approaches the rooftop door, angling her body to slip outside. Chapter 7. Control concealed in the shadows. Lindsay relies on his acute hearing to piece together the situation. He estimates that there are two armed individuals, clearly not benevolent, making them relatively easy to deal with. Yet, the question remains, how to handle the coerced woman. Lindsay is not devoid of humanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he does not kill indiscriminately. However, this does not imply that he will altruistically rush to save her. In the face of danger, his instinct would undoubtedly be to flee. Basic survival must take precedence in this apocalyptic world. Selfishness is not only expected but essential. However, Lindsay exuded a greater sense of confidence, especially after acquiring the system, which allowed him to exhibit a touch of humanity. He concealed himself not out of fear, but rather to seize the initiative, remaining shrouded in shadows. Additionally, he harbored concerns about potential third-party stalkers, such as the lurking figure known as He, or even monstrous entities. Certain creatures could silently trail you, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Similarly, He, although merely human, embodied a comparable menace, akin to the sixth member of their group. Open the door. The man instructed the woman beside him. The woman, slipping through, cast a glance at him. Leaning out, she surveyed the rooftop enclosure, her gaze sweeping the area. And upon looking up, she spotted a figure behind the water tank above. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes. She remained silent, choosing instead to assist the man in opening the rooftop door and shifting the box aside. Lindsay concealed himself once more, having intentionally allowed his presence to be detected as a means of testing the waters. Initially, it appeared that they were not part of the same faction, for some individuals would feign coercion to deceive and ambush others. This place is rather appealing. The couple ventured inside. The man, seemingly unafraid of danger, stepped out. Yet his positioning suggested he could easily use the woman as a shield. Engaging in casual conversation, he discreetly scanned his surroundings. Once all three had entered, the man shut the rooftop door again, propping it with the box. "Friend, care to show yourself?" The man called out loudly. They were certainly not naive. The box blocking the door indicated human intervention. Moreover, the setting appeared quite favorable, with food laid out on the table. Although the man was tempted, he refrained from acting impulsively, well aware that someone lurked in the shadows. To disturb the food would undoubtedly provoke a violent confrontation. Uncertain of the adversary's numbers, weapons, or whereabouts, the man dared not act recklessly. They were merely two individuals, each armed with a knife. Suddenly, Lindsay leaped down from above. With a swift motion, he tackled the woman at the back, twisting her arm and disarming her. He pinned her to the ground while brandishing a machete toward the man. Hey, brother, don't be alarmed." The man's pupils constricted slightly as he tightened his grip on his knife, hastily exclaiming, "Drop your weapon," Lindsay commanded coldly. "Brother, after surviving in this apocalypse for so long, you must realize that such a demand is quite unreasonable." The man did not relinquish his weapon, but instead regarded Lindsay with a serious demeanor, secretly astonished by his strength. Standing over 6 feet tall, Lindsay, enhanced by the system, possessed an impressive physique. Though somewhat disheveled, with dirt smudging his face, it only accentuated his piercing eyes, coupled with the man's precise movements. It was evident that Lindsay thrived as a solitary survivor in this desolate world, his prowess unquestionable. The man, unwilling to engage in conflict, recognized that being unarmed would mean placing his life in the hands of his adversary, an utterly untenable situation. Lindsay stood up without hesitation, then switched from using his hands to his feet to pin down the woman beneath him. With a swift motion, he drew a handgun aimed at the man. The sound echoed. The man immediately released his grip, the knife falling to the ground as he raised his hands in surrender. The woman, who had been coerced, felt a surge of excitement. She was saved. Ecstatic, she began to run towards Lindsay. However, Lindsay shifted the gun's aim. The woman came to an abrupt halt, awkwardly pausing. "Get up," Lindsay commanded, kicking the woman he had pinned down. He stepped back a few paces. The woman, her head bowed and hair disheveled, stood up quietly, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. "All of you squat over there. Hands on your heads," Lindsay ordered them. "I don't believe your gun is loaded," the woman suddenly exclaimed, picking up the knife from the ground and pointing it at Lindsay. Lindsay was taken aback by her unexpected defiance, keeping the gun trained on her. With a disdainful smile, he replied, "Let's see if your guess is correct. Do you dare to move?" The woman bit her lip, clearly too intimidated to act. "Do you dare to shoot?" she challenged Lindsay. Firing a gun means making noise, and even under heavy rain, it would surely attract monsters. Lindsay laughed in disbelief. "What are you doing?" The man tugged at the woman, whispering. She paused, shook him off, and squatted to the side. The man followed suit. "I'm not with them," the woman quickly explained to Lindsay. "I'm the one being coerced." "Move. Squat down," Lindsay interrupted coldly. The woman fell silent, then complied, distancing herself from the pair of coercers. "Excellent. This makes communication much easier." Lindsay remarked with satisfaction, holstering his firearm and brandishing the machete, standing a few paces away from them. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Lindsay directed his inquiry at the coerced woman. What is your name? My name is Lin Ji. I'm 23 years old, and my height. Lin Ji instinctively began to respond. Enough. Silence. Lindsay interrupted, shifting his gaze to the other two. The man spoke up without prompting. I'm Chen Kun. And this is my companion, Li Sha. Look, brother, we truly mean no harm. We merely seek shelter from the rain and a place to evade danger. We want to interfere with you. Once the storm passes, we'll be on our way. How does that sound? Not at all. Lindsay retorted, skeptical of their words. Having witnessed Lin Ji's predicament firsthand. Moreover, Lin Ji bore numerous injuries and appeared weak, likely having gone without sufficient nourishment. Nevertheless, her wounds seemed treated, otherwise. The scent of blood would have drawn the monster's attention more readily. Brother, we're all just struggling to survive in this apocalypse. You know the dire circumstances. Chen Kun recognized that by coercing Lin Ji, he had branded himself as a villain. First impressions matter, and Lin Zai's distrust and wariness were understandable. We genuinely just want to avoid the rain. We can offer this woman to you. Chen Kun continued to persuade Lin Zai. Once the rain stops, we'll leave. And besides, you have a gun. You're the ones coercing me, treating me like I'm one of your own. Lin Ji snapped at Chen Kun, her frustration palpable. Quiet. Lin Zai furrowed his brow, about to speak when he suddenly heard a noise. There was commotion downstairs. Damn, why is today so unfortunate? Lin Zai frowned. Is this place truly so enticing? Why does everyone come here? Chapter 8. The corpse dog Chen Kun noticed Lin Zai's sudden frown as he looked back. Realizing this was an opportunity, he exchanged glances with Li Sha. They both sprang up and lunged towards Lin Zai. Hearing the commotion, Lin Zai did not turn around, but immediately executed a sideways roll. Splash. Li Sha aimed for Lin Zai's legs but missed, crashing to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Chen Kun attempted to seize Lin Zai, but, after missing, picked up the knife he had dropped and quickly turned to pursue Lin Zai. Lin Zai swiftly got to his feet, watching Chen Kun approach. He stepped back, and Chen Kun's knife grazed his side as he swung it. So swift. Chen Kun had barely any time to react before he felt a chill at his neck, followed by intense pain. Blood gushed from Chen Kun's throat as Lin Zai kicked him away. Thud. Chen Kun fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding neck. Gasping as it seemed he would not survive. As Li Sha got back up and witnessed this scene, she immediately knelt down. Spare me. I am willing to do anything for you, Li Sha said, lifting her dress in a bold and straightforward manner. Lin Zai raised an eyebrow and approached her. Li Sha was quite attractive, and her figure was appealing, especially in the rain-soaked allure. He tilted her chin up. Lin Ji, observing from the side, suddenly felt anxious. Anything? Lin Zai inquired. Yes, anything. Li Sha believed her seduction had succeeded, alluringly addressing Lin Zai. Of course, Li Sha had no intention of killing Lin Zai. With Chen Kun dead, she sought a new partner and support. Feelings? Non-existent. Li Sha viewed her relationship with Chen Kun as purely physical, mutually beneficial. Moreover, the man before her was tall, handsome, and skilled, with superior equipment. Then die for me, Lin Zai declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Sha felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lin Zai pressed down on her mouth and nose, bringing her to the ground, and withdrew the knife he had plunged into her heart. Your position makes it convenient for me to strike, Lin Zai remarked, glancing at her exposed form and slightly shaking his head. No, please don't kill me. I can do anything for you, Li Sha stammered. Lin Ji, observing Lin Zai's gaze, felt a rush of panic. She had intended to say she could do anything for him and was prepared to offer herself. In terms of figure and appearance, she surpassed Li Sha by several measures, looking even more innocent. Had it not been for Li Sha, Chen Kun would have been with her long ago. In this apocalypse, survival came first. However, seeing Li Sha, who had just claimed she would do anything, now facing death made Lin Ji hesitate to speak. Silence. Lin Zai had no intention of killing her. He acted decisively only because she attacked him. Eradicate the root. Since Li Sha chose to strike, she must face the consequences. Li Sha could never have anticipated that the usual change in partners would not follow the expected course. Unity among the survivors is the ultimate truth. The victor becomes king, while the vanquished become the outcasts. Lin Zai emerged victorious, naturally entitled to claim all that belonged to the vanquished. Everyone experienced this. There was no room for sentimentality. Survival was the sole objective. Li Sha had already replaced several companions. Lin Ji, overwhelmed by anxiety, crouched silently in her place. Lin Zhe, upon realizing he had gained 54 source points, understood that taking lives could yield such rewards. A flicker of murderous intent danced in his eyes. No, this couldn't be right. Lin Zhe pondered. In this apocalyptic world, the system he acquired should not merely focus on killing. Alternatively, one might consider that slaughter could indeed be a means to acquire source points. He resolved to test this theory when the opportunity arose. As he contemplated the prospect of slaying monsters, he would soon find out. As for Lin Ji, he dismissed the weakling, his attention drawn to the commotion echoing from the corridor. The approaching entity seemed utterly unconcerned about exposure, brazenly ascending the stairs. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe dashed to the rooftop door, peering through the crack. Thud, thud, thud. The rapid sounds reverberated in the hallway, accompanied by splashes of water. Soon, Lin Zhe beheld the creature's form. A corpse dog. Upon sighting the corpse dog, his expression shifted dramatically. While the corpse dog was not inherently terrifying, these zombies were unlike those depicted in films, lacking infectious qualities. Their speed, strength, aggression, and relentless nature rendered them formidable. Even without the threat of infection, they were undeniably horrifying. A single corpse dog did not instill fear in Lin Zhe. Even unenhanced, he remained unafraid. Let alone now that he had undergone enhancement. His true concern lay with a pack of corpse dogs, as they typically traveled in groups of 3 to 5. The corpse dog quickly approached the rooftop door, having caught the scent of its prey, charging forward. Bang! The door shuddered violently. The hefty box could barely withstand the force, yielding a gap of several inches. Lin Zhe immediately exerted his strength to push the door back into place. Bang! Bang! The corpse dog relentlessly battered the rooftop door. Lin Ji, witnessing the unfolding chaos, visibly paled, suddenly realizing that monsters were indeed at the door. Her gaze flickered towards the 2 corpses nearby, blood pooling and washing away with the rain, seeping through the gap at the base of the door. Such a scene would certainly attract the creatures. Lin Ji rushed over to assist Lin Zhe, bracing the door with all her might. What to do? The looming threat of monsters filled her with dread. Her only reliance was on the formidable ally by her side. On the rooftop, escape was virtually impossible. The adjacent buildings were at least 2 meters apart. While her agility might suffice for running, leaping would be precarious, especially with the burden she carried. Be quiet, Lin Zhe said calmly. Instantly, Lin Ji fell silent. Though she possessed little in the way of skills, she took pride in her obedience, particularly when under someone else's roof. Lin Zhe waited, ensuring no second corpse dog appeared. This moment was fleeting, merely 3 to 5 seconds. The intervals between corpse dogs rarely exceeded this span. If none arrived, it would indicate a lone wolf. Move aside. Lin Zhe turned to Lin Ji, expressing his satisfaction as she rushed over to help secure the door. All right, Lin Ji nodded. Less talk, more action. Just be obedient. Silently, she darted to the back. Lin Zhe first kicked the box aside and used his body to brace against the door. Bang! The corpse hound slammed against it once more. Feeling the creature's formidable strength, Lin Zhe, enhanced by his recent upgrades, found it manageable. At the moment of the next impact, Lin Zhe swiftly pulled the door open and sidestepped. As the corpse hound crashed to the ground, he brought his blade down upon its head with precision. Thud! A swift and decisive strike severed the creature's head from its body. Gained 28 source points. In that instant of vanquishing the corpse hound, a notification reached Lin Zhe's awareness. The revelation shifted his gaze momentarily. A single handgun was worth 50 source points, meaning 2 corpse hounds would yield a gun and 150 bullets. Furthermore, he noticed a variety of food and daily necessities available for exchange. Although the wilderness presented opportunities for renewal, in dire circumstances, such provisions could indeed be life-saving. Kill. Slay monsters. Both could earn him source points. Lin Zhe immediately confirmed that taking lives would augment his source points, whether they belonged to humans or beasts. He exhaled slightly, realizing that this system did not strip away his humanity. After all, it served as his unwavering support and foundation for growth. Naturally, he would not limit his source point acquisition solely to slaying monsters. He intended to explore other avenues. Unless the ultimate conclusion dictated that killing monsters was the only means to earn them. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Power. Remarkably impressive, Lin Ji exclaimed, observing Lin Zhe's decisive actions. After dismantling the corpse hound, he found no crystals or similar substances, causing him to furrow his brow. The likelihood of a corpse hound possessing crystals was exceedingly slim. Moreover, any creature bearing crystals would likely possess considerable strength. With a resigned shake of his head, Lindsay gripped his blade and descended the stairs. "Where are you going?" Linji hurriedly followed, whispering her inquiry. "This place is no longer safe," Lindsay replied without turning back. The presence of the corpse hound indicated that the lower levels were surely accessible. He could not afford to linger here. He must descend. Either confront the open threat or vacate in search of a safer location. However, if necessary, he preferred not to leave. A torrential downpour outside rendered visibility low, increasing the dangers of venturing out. Nervously, Linji clenched her fists, watching Lin Zhe's unwavering demeanor. She quickly followed, softly saying, "Can I come with you? I won't specifically protect you. If danger arises, I will not save you. If you wish to accompany me, then do so." Lin Zhe continued on without pausing. Lin Ji's face brightened at his words, eagerly nodding, "Yes. All right. If that time comes, I will accept it." Lin Zhe's statement, in her interpretation, conveyed that she could follow him. Should he be able, he would certainly look after her, but if not, there would be no recourse. As Lin Ji followed Lin Zhe downstairs, she retrieved 2 knives from her waist. "These are the weapons of those 2 individuals. Do you want one?" Lin Zhe glanced at her. "You should keep them for your own protection. At least you can take your own life if necessary." Lin Ji fell silent for a moment before nodding. Clearly, she was aware of her own combat capabilities. Even wielding a knife, she was not particularly formidable, her physical prowess being average at best. Moreover, she had never experienced true combat. She was not a warrior, merely a fortunate survivor clinging to life. Furthermore, the 2 knives she possessed were rather short compared to the hefty machete in Lin Zhe's hands. Her blades were akin to mere fruit knives. They were hardly effective against humans, let alone monsters. Gazing at Lin Zhe, who walked ahead, Lin Ji felt a subtle reassurance. For some inexplicable reason, having Lin Zhe by her side instilled a sense of security within her. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found the front door ajar, with traces of dried blood on the floor. The sky outside was overcast, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the gloom, followed by the rumble of thunder. The torrential rain continued to pour, and perhaps due to the downpour, Lin Zhe observed that there seemed to be no monsters lurking outside. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he shut the double doors and locked them securely. For the time being, this area appeared safe. The rain would wash away any lingering scents. They could barricade the door with whatever they could find and thoroughly search this building, hoping for a stroke of luck in discovering some much-needed supplies. Lin Zhe turned to Lin Ji and said, "Let us get to it." "All right." Lin Ji nodded, promptly beginning to gather items to block the door. After a flurry of activity, they managed to amass about 400 to 500 pounds of debris to seal the entrance. The nearby windows were fitted with anti-peeping glass, and the exterior was reinforced with steel bars, which seemed to provide a reasonable degree of safety. "Let us proceed with the search," Lin Zhe instructed Lin Ji. "Although I am new here as well, and have tentatively assessed it to be safe, one can never be too cautious. So, please exercise utmost care." Lin Zhe's warning stemmed not from concern for her well-being, but rather the fear that her potential danger could lead to greater peril for them both. "Can I stay with you?" Lin Ji asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Lin Zhe paused for a moment before nodding. He did not expect much from her. It was fine to act together. If any monsters appeared, he could either fend them off and earn some source points, of which he recognized the paramount importance, or, if they were too formidable, Lin Ji would serve as a solid rearguard. After searching the first and second floors, fortune favored them. There were no monsters in sight, and they discovered 3 bags of bread, 2 bottles of water, and a bottle of milk, along with the remaining food Lin Zhe had on hand. They had sufficient provisions to satisfy their hunger and thirst. "You should go lock the rooftop door to prevent any monsters from descending," Lin Zhe instructed Lin Ji. "Ah, okay," she replied, and since the rooftop door could be locked from the inside, she quickly dashed off to secure it. Lin Zhe was now convinced that slaying monsters was currently the fastest way for him to grow stronger. As for danger, high risks often yielded high rewards. If he wished to become powerful, it could hardly be an easy endeavor. After all, this was the apocalypse. With such a means to enhance his strength at his disposal, how could he not exploit it to the fullest? While he might not be saving the world, he certainly aimed to ensure his own survival. However, with the torrential rain falling outside, Lin Zhe had no desire to brave the downpour and search for monsters in such dismal visibility. "Now, I can only remain here," awaiting the cessation of the torrential rain. Before long, Linji hurried down from the rooftop, exclaiming, "I have locked it up. What shall we do next?" "Rest and wait for the rain to cease." Lindsay gently shook his head, suggesting, "Let us find some sheets and blankets. We shall sleep in the living room." "Why not in the bedroom?" Linji began, but upon meeting Lindsay's gaze, she swallowed her words and replied, "All right, I understand. I must be obedient." Immediately, Linji dashed back upstairs, making several trips before bringing down several sheets and blankets to the living room. Without needing Lindsay's prompting, she began to spread the sheets on the floor, arranging the pillows and blankets, ready for rest at any moment. Linji dismissed any thoughts of the complexities of sharing a space together, even a bed. She preferred to be close to Lindsay, unwilling to distance herself. Should danger arise, he might be her savior. In fact, Linji wished fervently that Lindsay would notice her. After all, he was exceptionally handsome and possessed remarkable strength. If he were to take an interest in her, she would willingly support him through the apocalypse. However, observing Lindsay's demeanor, Linji felt a longing without the courage to act. "Linji, persevere. There is still time ahead. Love often blooms over time. As long as I can demonstrate my worth and not be a burden, the longer I stay with him, the more likely he will not abandon me." Linji silently encouraged herself, her gaze resting on Lindsay, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed. In the Normania continent, Clarissa wielded her knight's sword, gracefully soaring past a towering 3-meter-tall ice-blue, furred giant bear. The creature stood there, and with a series of punctures, it fell, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Clarissa performed an elegant flourish with her sword before sheathing it. Having slain the bear, she noted she had gained 105 source points. Over the past few days, she had ventured into the mountains, relentlessly hunting magical beasts and collecting materials to sell. The system backpack had resolved her storage issues. At last, she had enough. Clarissa beamed at her panel, which displayed 1,019 source points, and chose to upgrade her swordsmanship proficiency. Swordsmanship Mastery I, Swordsmanship Mastery II. Upon upgrading, Clarissa felt a profound comprehension of her sword skills and a deeper understanding of her basic sword techniques and low-tier combat skills, such as Spinning Sword and Earth Shatter. She recognized that skills could improve through personal training, but talent could not. Thus, the most cost-effective aspect was talent, and for her, swordsmanship talent ranked first. Her innate abilities were commendable, and combined with the enhancement from Talent Boost I, her training in breathing techniques could be deemed exceptional. Prioritizing her combat prowess, she focused first on enhancing her swordsmanship talent. After a day filled with consuming magical beast meat and practicing breathing techniques, her physical attributes had risen to 77 points. There was still much work ahead. Clarissa noted that upgrading Swordsmanship Mastery II required 5,000 source points, a daunting task indeed. In the void, Tang Ziheng observed Clarissa's impressive progress and rapid momentum with great satisfaction. With each back and forth, another 2,000 source points were accrued. Moreover, Tang Ziheng noticed a discrepancy in the flow rate between the two worlds. However, he felt no sense of distortion. It was undoubtedly the formidable power of the system at play. This, in fact, was advantageous for him, as it would expedite his development. Of course, Tang Ziheng realized that although the temporal flow between worlds varied, there was a certain equivalence in a specific sense. Furthermore, there existed a threshold. It was unlikely that one world would experience a day while another endured a year. Nevertheless, that was not a concern for Tang Ziheng at the moment. "Keep up the good work, everyone. Strive diligently, and I shall be able to open more worlds, allowing you to experience the joy of multiplayer connectivity." Tang Ziheng observed as Chapter 10 unfolded, a chance encounter with orcs. Clarissa had dealt with the frost giant bear and subsequently stored it in the System S backpack. The storage space provided by the divine being is truly remarkable. Clarissa couldn't help but exclaim each time she utilized it. She had never felt the limits of the system's backpack. Her recent experiences had granted her considerable insight into the cultivation realm, revealing that even a cubic meter of storage treasure outside required over 1,000 elemental crystals. Yet, she possessed an unlimited storage space. However, Clarissa understood the adage of having a treasure brings guilt, and thus she primarily used this storage feature when alone. Naturally, if discovered, it would not be a significant issue, as those who owned storage treasures were either wealthy or possessed strong lineage or capabilities. Generally, ordinary individuals would not dare to provoke them. Still, Clarissa remained cautious. as there were always greedy souls lurking about. Suddenly, amidst the snowstorm, Clarissa perceived shadows flickering in the distance. Is there someone there? She wondered if it might be adventurers or mercenaries honing their skills or exploring within the snowy mountain range. Clarissa had no intention of approaching to greet them. After all, in the wilderness, one could never ascertain another's intentions, and it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. She decided to seek another path. However, upon closer inspection, she sensed something amiss with those shadows. After contemplating, she resolved to investigate further. Thus, she made her way toward a nearby cliff. To her astonishment, it was an orc. As she drew nearer, standing on the cliff and gazing downward, Clarissa discerned the true nature of the figures. Below, 3 orcs wielding hefty wolf-toothed clubs sat, gnawing on what appeared to be the flesh of a freshly slain, unidentified magical beast. Blood splattered across their mouths and chests. They were consuming it raw. Indeed, they were a band of savage orcs. Observing their bloodthirsty and primal lifestyle, Clarissa couldn't help but silently mock them. She scanned the 3 orcs, their skin a pale green, clad in nothing but a hide around their loins, towering over 2 meters in height, with muscles rippling beneath their skin. Their attire and weaponry suggested they were no ordinary orcs. The hierarchy among orcs is exceedingly rigid. The mightier the orc, the finer the equipment, although this quality is relative to the orc itself. Moreover, orcs of different ranks exhibit distinct appearances, making them easily distinguishable. The 3 orcs before her were merely ordinary ones. A flicker of hatred ignited in Clarissa's eyes as her hand rested upon the knight's sword at her waist. With a sudden burst, the snow beneath her feet erupted, and she leapt into the air. With a resounding clang, the knight's sword was drawn from its sheath as Clarissa spun gracefully in midair, delivering a powerful strike. Earth-shatter slash. With a swift thrust, she cleaved 1 orc cleanly in half. The remaining 2 orcs, reacting with remarkable speed, seized their nearby spiked clubs and rose to their feet. In a flash, Clarissa darted past one of the orcs. Spinning blade. Blood gushed forth as 19 deep wounds erupted on the orc's body, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The last remaining orc, witnessing the demise of its companion, felt no fear. Instead, it howled with bloodlust. Raising its spiked club to strike at Clarissa, she executed a nimble sidestep, narrowly evading the orc's attack as the club crashed down with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Clarissa thrust her knight's sword towards the orc's neck. Undeterred, the orc swung its club in retaliation, its shoulder raised to block the incoming blade. This was a classic tactic of trading blows, a hallmark of the orcs' brutish combat style. Relying on their robust physiques, muscular builds, and rapid recovery, orcs typically confront humans with sheer brute strength, often opting to exchange injuries rather than evade them. While a typical human might falter after a single blow, orcs, accustomed to pain, regard non-fatal wounds as inconsequential. Clarissa, however, was not one to be struck. With a powerful push from her legs, she soared into the air, her body nearly parallel to the ground, lower half elevated above her upper. The club swiped beneath her. Thrust. Clarissa's sword found its mark, but at the last moment, the orc managed to evade a fatal blow, resulting in a spray of blood from its trapezius muscle. Striking true, Clarissa immediately retreated. The orc swung its arm in a wild arc, missing its target. Clarissa planted her feet firmly on the ground, halting her momentum before propelling herself forward once more. Spinning blade. She zipped past the orc with astonishing speed, leaving it unable to react. Blood splattered as she struck. The orc's body crashed heavily to the earth. Exhaling deeply, Clarissa released a breath that billowed like a white plume in the cold air. She focused on her breathing technique to recuperate the energy she had expended. Her heart raced. This was her first encounter facing 3 orcs simultaneously. Yet, she had triumphed. Orcs were not invincible. They could be slain and would succumb to death. Clarissa gazed upon the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. The haunting experiences of her childhood had instilled in her not only a profound fear of the orcs, but also left her with enduring shadows. The trio of orcs had bestowed upon her a significant bounty of 176 source points, a considerable sum indeed, particularly given that they were merely ordinary orcs. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Clarissa's eyes. Perhaps it was time to embark on a quest to hunt orcs. Her gaze intensified with determination. At the borders of the Gloucester Empire, countless orc squads roamed, engaging in incessant invasions and assaults. The orcs exploited this chaos to procure sustenance while simultaneously indulging their bloodlust and depleting their own population. Indeed, it was a matter of population control. The orcs reproduced at an alarming rate, overwhelming their own resources, thus perpetuating cycles of slaughter, invasion, and attack, not solely for food, but to manage their burgeoning numbers. Clarissa resolved to seek vengeance upon the orcs. This pursuit would not only serve as retribution, but also yield source points and contribute to her empire. Who knows? She might even attain a military rank or noble title. Perhaps she could even consider joining the border defense forces? As she pondered this prospect, she recalled hearing about the border defense forces from a nearby town. She decided to inquire further. Clarissa was currently situated at the fringes of the Gloucester Empire, near the northern expanse of the Northern Wilds Mountains. Although the area was rife with orcs, it was equally abundant in magical beasts, for the entire mountain range teemed with both. The dangers were substantial, yet this also implied a wealth of resources, whether in the form of magical creatures or precious materials. The richness of the land far surpassed that of the outside world. Even in the absence of rare treasures, the spoils from hunting magical beasts were plentiful. The nearest town, which Clarissa recalled, was named Snowwind Town. This settlement earned its name due to its geographical position, constantly besieged by fierce snow winds. Chapter 11. Joining the Border Defense Auxiliary Forces, Clarissa swiftly arrived at Snowwind Town. Despite its remoteness, the town thrived due to its geographical circumstances, hosting a steady influx of adventurers and mercenaries, which in turn attracted numerous merchants. Though small, it was replete with essential provisions. Moreover, border towns invariably boasted a contingent of border defense forces and militias, and even if absent, nearby reinforcements were assured. Given the presence of orcs and the sporadic beast tides, the Gloucester Empire had allocated the most considerable military resources to the northern frontiers. This extensive commitment elucidated why the Gloucester Empire, recognized as the most formidable military power, had refrained from outward expansion. It is precisely due to the circumstances of the north. Yet, this also presents a remarkable opportunity. An abundance of potential avenues awaits. By enlisting in the auxiliary forces of the Gloucester Empire's border army, one gains the substantial backing of the empire, along with access to vital intelligence regarding the border troops. This ensures that one can swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the orcs, a far more advantageous situation than aimlessly wandering and relying on chance. Who goes there? What is your purpose? As Clarissa approached the encampment of the border army, two soldiers, armed with long spears and clad in full armor, halted her advance. Greetings. I am a knight seeking to join the auxiliary forces, Clarissa declared to the soldiers. Exchanging glances, the soldiers nodded. The Empire requires individuals of your ambition. Follow us to meet the general. One of the soldiers instructed, leading Clarissa further into the camp. They arrived at the largest tent, where the soldier instructed, please wait here. Clarissa nodded, standing quietly outside as the soldier entered. She soon caught the faint sounds of conversation within. General, someone wishes to join the auxiliary forces. Before long, the soldier re-emerged and beckoned her inside. Clarissa nodded and slightly bowed as she passed beneath the soldier's lifted curtain. The soldier then stepped back to stand guard outside. Upon entering, Clarissa beheld a figure seated within, a robust man clad in heavy armor, towering at least 2 meters in height. Greetings. You wish to join the auxiliary forces, I presume? The formidable figure rose to his feet. Clarissa gazed upward, taken aback by his stature, estimating him to be around 1 meters tall. Standing at 1.75 meters herself, she couldn't help but notice the muscular definition visible between the gaps of his armor, a sight that made her feel dwarfed. Before her stood an imposing general, radiating an aura of authority. Clarissa swallowed hard, overwhelmed by an unsettling sense of fear. Despite the general's calm demeanor, she sensed that his formidable physique and vitality were akin to that of a full moon's radiance. Yes, I wish to join the auxiliary forces, Clarissa managed to assert, suppressing her trepidation. Now a formal knight with commendable talent, solid foundations, and mastery of 2 low-level combat techniques. She was aware that she might not yet rival those born into families of martial tradition. However, Clarissa had the advantage of rapid growth. After all, she had reached her current level in less than a month, while others toiled for years to achieve such progress. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ross, the general said, contemplating briefly. Greetings, General Ross. I am Clarissa, she replied promptly. Well met, Clarissa. I warmly welcome your desire to join the auxiliary forces, but you will need to register some information. Please step outside, and someone will escort you to the registrar. After that, you shall officially be a member of the auxiliary forces. Loth addressed Clarissa, standing at attention and striking his chest, proclaiming, "The Gloucester Empire expresses its gratitude for your contributions." Clarissa promptly straightened her posture, placing her right hand over her heart, and replied, "Thank you, General Loth. This is our duty as citizens of the Gloucester Empire." With a nod, Loth gently waved his hand, signaling her departure. Clarissa acknowledged him and exited the tent. Outside, a soldier awaited her, saying, "Come, follow me." It was evident that this soldier had overheard their conversation, or perhaps was simply well-versed in the procedure, as he guided Clarissa directly to the recorder. The recorder presented her with a form to complete. Clarissa glanced at it. It contained basic information such as name and gender, followed by sections for strength and combat skills. While the combat skills could be left blank, the strength was mandatory. Clarissa swiftly filled it out, marking her strength as a formal knight and omitting any details regarding combat skills, only completing the required fields. Once finished, she handed the form back to the recorder. The recorder nodded and then provided her with a token, stating, "This is the insignia of the auxiliary military. Keep it safe." "Understood," Clarissa responded, receiving the token. The auxiliary military differed from the border defense forces. As auxiliary personnel, they were exempt from daily drills but were required to be present during missions and battles. The recorder further explained, "Of course, participation in conflicts is not compulsory, as there are your regular duties as well. You may explore that at your leisure." He gestured toward a direction, adding, "The affairs office is over there. You can take a look." "Thank you." Clarissa expressed her gratitude with a nod and proceeded toward the affairs office. The office resembled an adventurer's guild, serving as a hub for task assignments. However, the affairs office dealt exclusively with immediate tasks tailored for the auxiliary military. The border defense forces operated under a unified command, executing orders without the need for such a facility. Upon arriving at the affairs office, Clarissa noticed a row of clerks dedicated to record keeping, beside which was a bulletin board displaying various tasks. From time to time, individuals would come to post new assignments or remove completed ones. Naturally, not every task was publicly announced. Many specifics required inquiries with the clerks. Clarissa approached the bulletin board to peruse the postings. Tasks included station duties for 14 days at XX Town due to traces of orc activity and patrolling for several days to eliminate magical beasts near XX Town. The majority of tasks revolved around these themes, either station defense against potential attacks or patrolling to clear nearby areas of magical creatures, essentially routine assignments. Clarissa surveyed the options, her true aim being the extermination of orcs. Many of these tasks seemed merely a means to accumulate merits and earn a living, as those joining the auxiliary military often did so for monetary gain. However, Clarissa's purpose was singular, to hunt orcs. Well, perhaps with a side benefit of earning some resources. Chapter 12. The Vanguard's Departure. Hello. Are there any other tasks available? Preferably something that takes me to the front lines, where I can slay orcs. Clarissa inquired at the counter, her enthusiasm evident. The clerk, intrigued by her fervor, cast a curious glance her way but refrained from further comment. Such individuals were not uncommon. They were either battle-hungry or seeking vengeance. Recently the clerk began, but was interrupted as a nearby crystal shimmered. "Ah, just in time, there is a task available. The Vanguard is in need of personnel. Would you like to join? It involves heading to the front lines, and you will likely encounter orc squads," the clerk informed Clarissa. "That's perfect," Clarissa responded promptly. "I haven't mentioned the reward yet," the clerk attempted to continue. "There's no need. You can settle it with me later," Clarissa interjected confidently. "Very well." The clerk nodded. As for any notions of withholding payment, that was out of the question. Such transactions were meticulously documented. Moreover, all payments required registration and could be verified. Any attempt at embezzlement would undoubtedly result in swift military justice. "Here, take this proof. Someone will escort you there," the clerk said, handing Clarissa a document. "Thank you," Clarissa replied, accepting the proof and departing from the affairs office. After asking for directions, she successfully located the Vanguard's camp. "Hello." Clarissa presented her proof, and the soldier on duty, unfazed, promptly led her to meet their captain. "All right, you can accompany us. We'll take a brief rest before departing in an hour," the captain said, permitting Clarissa to move freely rather than confining her to the ranks, as long as she stayed close. Meanwhile, Tang Ziheng, engrossed in his behind-the-scenes observation, noted his current point total had already reached several hundred. The activities of Clarissa and Lin Zhe would also yield points. It had been previously mentioned that altering or influencing the world would accumulate points. Albeit Tang Ziheng had consumed all points related to this aspect. Thus, through the endeavors of his two laborers, he had amassed quite a few points. However, he was still far from the threshold required to unlock the next world. The rate of earning points remained somewhat sluggish, Tang Ziheng mused, stroking his chin. He felt somewhat helpless, as the two laborers had yet to embark on their growth journey. Once they did, the pace of point accumulation would undoubtedly accelerate. He wondered what the next world would entail, but felt no urgency regarding his current two laborers, especially since he lacked a physical form and spent his days simply indulging in dramas. Lin Zhe awoke, rolling over to find a face before him, nearly causing him to leap up and grab a weapon in self-defense. However, he quickly recognized it was Lin Zhe, taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger. He straightened himself and regarded the curled-up figure of Lin Zhe beside him without uttering a word, rising to his feet. Perhaps it was the movement that startled Lin Zhe awake. "What's wrong?" she exclaimed, scrambling up to look at the now-standing Lin Zhe, glancing around to ensure all was calm before exhaling a sigh of relief. Lin Zhe gently shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I've just had enough rest. Let us get up and eat something. The sound of the rain outside seems to have lessened. I wonder if it is about to stop." All right." Lin Zhe quickly nodded, obediently following Lin Zhe's words. They finished the remaining food, leaving them entirely devoid of supplies. However, Lin Zhe was not troubled, as they were soon to venture out in search of resources. If they truly embarked on a quest for supplies, there was no doubt they would find enough. And at the very least, a single meal would not pose a challenge. Moreover, Lin Zhe had an unspoken system as his support, alleviating his concerns regarding sustenance. "Are we preparing to go out?" Lin Zhe glanced around, contemplating if there was anything they could take along that might be useful on the road. "Well, if we don't venture out to gather supplies, what will we eat?" Lin Zhe retorted. "Besides, this place is not secure. It isn't a suitable safe house. This location is relatively exposed, with a wide field of vision allowing access from various directions, making it exceedingly difficult to defend. It is utterly unfit to serve as a safe haven. Leaving here is inevitable, especially since I still need to hunt monsters." Observing Lin Zhe's desire to take everything with her, Lin Zhe gently shook his head and said, "Let us go. There's no need to carry anything." Lin Zhe felt a twinge of reluctance, but understood that they could not take these items. For instance, bedding, pots, and pans might not be readily available in another location. Lin Zhe approached the window and peered outside. Indeed, the rain had diminished significantly, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. It should cease entirely shortly. "Come." Lend a hand. Lin Zhe began to move aside the debris blocking the entrance, addressing Lin Zhe. "All right." Lin Zhe quickly ran over to assist. In no time, the obstruction was cleared. Lin Zhe boldly pushed open the door and stepped outside, with Lin Zhe cautiously following him, glancing around apprehensively, fearing that a monster might leap out from some hidden corner. The street was desolate, with damaged buildings and various broken items scattered about, glass, wooden planks, chairs, and more. Numerous cars were also significantly damaged. Yet, at first glance, there seemed to be no signs of monsters. "Stay close to me, and keep an eye on what's behind you," Lin Zhe whispered to Lin Zhe, then pressed against the wall as he moved forward. Lin Zhe nodded, understood, and closely followed Lin Zhe. "Rustle." Lin Zhe's ears perked up at the sound of something dragging along the ground. "There's something," Lin Zhe whispered. Lin Zhe immediately tensed, nervously scanning the surroundings. Lin Zhe gripped his knife tightly, crouching low as he cautiously advanced. Seeing Lin Zhe approach the source of the disturbance rather than hiding, Lin Zhe felt a surge of urgency but dared not speak aloud, trailing behind Lin Zhe in a flurry of anxiety. Upon reaching an intersection, Lin Zhe glanced around the corner at the adjacent street. There, 5 wandering zombies appeared to have emerged after the rain had subsided. Lin Zhe glanced to the other side and noticed several zombie dogs, which had already caught sight of him. With a swift movement, the zombie dogs charged towards Lin Zhe. Their gaping, drooling maws emitted a cacophony as they ran, startling the nearby zombies, who also began to approach. Lin Zhe quickly assessed the situation in his mind. 3 zombie dogs could be dealt with swiftly, and the 5 zombies on the other side should pose no significant threat. It seemed that no other monsters had spawned in the vicinity. "They're coming," Lin Zhe whispered, suppressing her voice, her hands gripping the two fruit knives tightly, her knuckles turning white. "You must protect yourself. In this apocalypse, you must learn to fight," Lin Zhe urged Lin Ji. Then, with a decisive motion, he lunged towards the zombie dogs. "Wait." Lin Ji instinctively wanted to call out as she saw Lin Zhe charge forward, but she swallowed her words, gritted her teeth, and followed him with her knives drawn. "Live or die, I, Lin Ji, will rise up. I can no longer let life dictate my actions. Let us fight," she thought to herself as she ran. Chapter 13. A clean kill. Lin Zhe strode forward confidently as the first zombie dog lunged at him. He ducked low, his body shifting to the side, and with a swift and precise motion of his machete, he severed the creature in midair. The dog's body fell apart, and Lin Zhe continued his advance without breaking stride. To Lin Ji, it appeared as though Lin Zhe and the zombie dog merely brushed past each other, the latter's body splitting apart effortlessly. The remaining two zombie dogs attacked simultaneously. One attempted to bite his calf, while the other leaped towards his neck. In an instant, Lin Zhe reacted, propelling himself into the air with a powerful push from his legs. As he twisted midair, he delivered a fierce kick to the airborne dog's face, while simultaneously sweeping his machete down towards the head of the dog that was targeting his leg. With a sickening sound, the machete decapitated the creature, and the one struck by Lin Zhe's kick had its face mangled beyond recognition. Upon landing, Lin Zhe charged towards the fallen zombie dog, which was struggling to rise, and with one swift stroke, he severed its head. Immediately after, Lin Zhe sprinted towards Lin Ji. She stood frozen in disbelief. Was it really that easy to kill a zombie dog? She realized that it could be done with just a few simple moves. Her mind registered the revelation, understood, but her body felt frozen. As Lin Ji saw Lin Zhe running towards her, a sweet smile spread across her face. Just as she was about to praise him, she suddenly shouted, "Get away! Don't be reckless!" Lin Zhe reached out and grabbed the collar of Lin Ji's shirt, pulling her back as the 5 approaching zombies drew nearer. The lead zombie was less than 3 meters away from her original position. As Lin Ji tugged at her, Lin Ji nearly stumbled and turned to see the ghastly visage of a zombie, her expression shifting in alarm. Unbeknownst to her, another zombie had approached. She had assumed only the zombie dogs were afoot. Immersed in the charisma of Lin Ji, she had been oblivious to the movements behind her. Though nearly toppled, Lin Ji felt no anger. Instead, she was filled with gratitude towards Lin Ji, realizing that he cared for her, at least enough not to allow her demise to unfold so carelessly. Zombies surged towards Lin Ji in relentless waves, each one following the last. While these creatures were indeed monstrous, they still bore a semblance of humanity. Lin Ji, however, was more adept at dealing with humans than with other forms of monsters. With swift precision, he dispatched the zombies as if performing a choreographed dance, effortlessly eliminating them with his gleaming blade. Remarkable. Lin Ji watched in awe as he dashed through. Hardly pausing, 5 zombies fell before him, their bodies severed with stunning efficiency. Lin Ji noted an increase of over 300 in his source points. He casually wiped the blackened blood from his blade with a scrap of cloth he found along the way. "Let us proceed," he said to Lin Ji. "Ah, right away," she replied, snapping back to reality and hurriedly keeping pace with him, her eyes gleaming with an unspoken admiration. Lin Ji, meanwhile, surveyed their surroundings. Numerous small shops dotted the area, indicative of a bustling commercial street, with several mini-marts in sight. A grand mall loomed ahead, though Lin Ji had no intention of venturing there. "Let us search the nearby buildings and see if we can uncover some supplies," he suggested. "Absolutely. I'm in full agreement," Lin Ji declared, eager to follow his lead. The two scoured half a street and stumbled upon an outdoor backpack that, while coated in dust, bore no noticeable wear. Lin Ji had unearthed it from a nook. "This is a fine find. We can use it to store food." Lin Ji praised her. "Well done. Can you carry this backpack?" Upon hearing Lin Ji's request for her to bear the pack, Lin Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. Rather than perceiving it as a menial task or a burden, she interpreted it as a sign of Lin Ji's trust in her. While she may not contribute in battle, aiding Lin Ji with logistics and safeguarding supplies was a clear affirmation of his confidence in her. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, what is most vital? Supplies. Without them, one cannot even fill their belly. Correspondingly, strength is paramount. Without it, one cannot secure supplies or protect them. Indeed, Lin Ji nodded, unfazed by the thought. Even if Lin Ji were to betray him, he felt confident with the system backing him. Discerning a person's true nature through their handling of supplies was a fair trade in his eyes. Lin Zhi was also testing Lin Ji, assessing her sincerity in wanting to accompany him. As long as she focused on her tasks, he would ensure she was not underappreciated. In this desolate world, the lone wolf has its advantages and disadvantages, but if possible, Lin Zhi was inclined to form a small team. The number of individuals is modest. 3 to 5 is sufficient. Their mobility is remarkable, and their strength formidable, without any fixed points akin to survivor bases, thereby significantly reducing danger. More importantly, humans are inherently social beings. Lin Zhi believes that even in the apocalypse, living in solitude would inevitably lead to psychological deterioration. The most tormenting aspect is not pain, but loneliness. Lin Zhi and Lin Ji have managed to gather a considerable amount of supplies, including chocolate bars, bottled water, compressed biscuits, and some beef patties, high-energy provisions that are compact in size. All of these were packed into a backpack, which Lin Ji carried. She is not one to be coddled, especially after having endured a month of survival in this harsh reality. Her physical condition is quite commendable, with the backpack slung over her shoulders. She followed closely behind Lin Zhi. Observing the gathered supplies, they planned to ration their consumption, which would sustain them for at least 3 to 5 days. Suddenly, Lin Zhi furrowed his brow, pressing down on Lin Ji's head as he crouched by the window of their small shelter to peer outside. "What's wrong?" Lin Ji inquired softly, glancing over to see what he was observing. This area might be the territory of a certain organization. "No wonder there are so few monsters around here. They must have been cleared out," Lin Zhi quietly explained. Of course, the concept of territorial control is not so robust as to imply complete dominion over the area. It is merely a struggle for survival. The formidable creatures tend to prey on other strong beings, while the weaker ones do not even consider humans worthy of their attention. Thus, for humanity, the greatest threats, aside from extreme weather, are the various lesser monsters, such as zombies and zombie dogs. There exists a particular creature known as the demon-eye spider, which prefers to nest and weave webs in hidden buildings and secluded locations. Once you step inside, it stealthily ensnares your exit route with its silken threads, trapping you like a fish in a barrel. When confronted by a demon-eye spider, the outcome is typically fatal for one party or the other. If luck favors you and you possess fire or similar means, you might incinerate the web and escape its pursuit. Though the demon-eye spider will chase you, it does not follow very far. However, its speed is astonishing, covering 100 meters in under 8 seconds, with an acceleration far superior to that of a human. In a straight sprint, one would surely meet a grim fate, especially as it can shoot webs and launch silk projectiles. If struck, not only would you be instantly immobilized, but the force could also fracture your sternum. Chapter 14. The safe house and territorial control. Those who establish territories are undoubtedly organized, having found secure locations to create safe houses where they can band together for survival. Each day, they venture out to scavenge for supplies. And given the newly refreshed world rules, if they remain cautious and avoid unnecessary risks, they can indeed thrive. This explains the proliferation of numerous safe houses across the globe. How many people inhabit these safe houses? Lin Ji pondered, gazing outside but seeing no signs of life. "I'm not certain, but I did glimpse about 5 or 6 individuals passing by just moments ago. If there are only 5 or 6 individuals, then the number of occupants in this safe house should not exceed 10. Should these 5 or 6 individuals constitute a single group, it would indicate that the safe house is rather substantial." Lin Zhi provided Lin Ji with an explanation. There are no strict regulations regarding the number of individuals in a safe house. As long as there exists a secure location to establish a permanent dwelling, it qualifies as a safe house. The scale is also subjective. Regardless, Lin Zhi harbored no intention of instigating a conflict with the other party. There was no necessity for such. "Let us depart in another direction." They approached from the opposite side. "We shall leave in the reverse direction," Lin Zhi instructed Lin Ji, then crouched and made his way out. Lin Ji promptly followed in Lin Zhi's wake, vacating the area. After all, they had already gathered a considerable amount of supplies. Leaving was of no consequence. The world is vast, and resources are not exclusive to this vicinity. Just a short distance of 10 meters beyond their exit, they unexpectedly encountered 3 individuals. Both parties paused, exchanging bewildered glances, seemingly assessing whether the others were allies. "Are you outsiders?" inquired the foremost bald man among the trio, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin Zhi, his expression deepening upon noticing Lin Ji. A beauty. Of course, the bald man harbored no lustful intentions toward Lin Ji. Nor would he succumb to carnal desires. After a month of apocalypse, those driven solely by base instincts had long perished. Few would dare to roam with a beauty in such a manner. Let us act as if we have not crossed paths, Lindsay suggested to them. Are you not aware that this area is our territory? The bald man responded, discreetly signaling his companions to prepare. I am aware. Lindsay nodded, then nonchalantly remarked. Rest assured, I am merely passing through. We are about to depart. According to the rules, what you have gathered is a testament to your skill. However, as the territorial claimants, we have at least cleared the area of monsters to ensure your safety. Here's the deal. Hand over half of the contents from the woman's backpack beside you, and I will let you go, the bald man proposed. Lindsay instinctively tightened her grip on Lindsay's clothing. Lindsay cast a sidelong glance, then replied to the bald man, That is unacceptable. I acquired these through my own efforts. Why should I share with you? Rules? We are all just rats in the gutter. What talk of rules is there? The bald man scrutinized Lindsay closely. Lindsay appeared in excellent condition, his physique robust and imposing, with well-defined muscles and a spirited gaze, showing no sign of trepidation even in the face of 3 adversaries. Clearly, he was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, one of the bald man's less discerning companions, irritated by Lindsay's audacity, interjected, We are only asking for half. That is exceedingly generous. If you encounter other safe houses, you will find few as benevolent as us. While their words contained a kernel of truth, Lindsay remained unmoved. I'm sorry, but regardless of the circumstances, I will not relinquish my belongings. Either you take them by force, or I shall simply leave. I have no time to linger here. Lindsay surveyed the surroundings. The 2 groups stood there, making them conspicuous targets. Whether it be the bald accomplice or the monster, the likelihood of discovery was exceedingly high. Lindsay tugged at Lindsay, steering her aside in an effort to circumvent the bald man and make their exit. The bald man's companions, feeling utterly disregarded, were instantly incensed. Brandishing a fire axe and a machete, poised to strike at Lindsay. Don't move. Let him pass, the bald man commanded, halting his allies. Out of trust, the 2 companions waited until Lindsay and Lindsay had distanced themselves before they could no longer contain their inquiries. It was evident that the bald man commanded deep respect among his team. Captain, wasn't it he who collected the supplies from this area? What shall we do? Upon hearing the captain's words, his companions were immediately alarmed. Although they all belonged to the same safe house, those venturing out for supplies were expected to contribute a fundamental portion of their findings. Anything beyond that was deemed personal gain. They had certainly noticed the considerable bulge of Lindsay's backpack, indicating it was filled with substantial resources. Moreover, Lindsay and Lindsay had scavenged from the region under their purview, implying a further depletion of their own resources, directly impacting their survival. This loss is unacceptable. They must not have been here long. Let us make an effort to search more diligently and avoid conflict, the bald man replied, shaking his head slightly. Moreover, have you not observed? That man is no ordinary individual. Setting aside his height and build, his physical prowess is unmistakably formidable. This intuition comes from the instincts of the strong. Furthermore, at this hour, he is evidently a lone wolf, and he has a beautiful woman with him, suggesting they are faring quite well, an indication of hard-earned strength. And did you notice? If I am not mistaken, he possesses a firearm at his waist. While it is unlikely he would resort to using it, as the noise would be too conspicuous, it nonetheless signifies that we must avoid any confrontation with him. The bald man's companions exchanged glances, astonished that in such a brief moment, their leader had discerned so much. They had been preoccupied solely with how to retain the supplies. Truly, he was deserving of his title as captain. Enough delay, let us hasten our search for resources, the bald man urged. We must move quickly, for when night falls, the creatures of the dark multiply and grow increasingly aggressive. As they resumed their search for supplies, Lindsay, now at a distance, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost thought a fight was imminent. Not at all. That man is a clever individual, Lindsay replied, shaking his head. That bald man undoubtedly possesses strength. He has likely held combat-related professions in the past. It was clear that the other had noticed the firearm concealed at his waist. Let us find a safer place to rest and continue our search for supplies along the way. Lindsay glanced at the sky. Although the extreme weather and torrential rain had passed, the atmosphere remained overcast, hindered by the dim light. The time must have been around 3 to 4 in the afternoon. By 6 o'clock, it would surely be completely dark. They needed to locate a secure refuge swiftly. Otherwise, the night would unveil a far more terrifying world. Moreover, the emergence of monsters will increase. This is a world steeped in despair. During the daylight hours, humanity is afforded a fleeting chance to catch its breath. Uncertain of what the next extreme weather event may be, Lindsay is somewhat anxious and feels compelled to gather supplies to last at least a week. Otherwise, venturing out to collect resources during the next bout of severe weather could prove perilous. Following the last extreme weather incident, the interval until the next remains unpredictable. Sometimes, these harsh conditions seamlessly transition into one another, while at other times, they may occur a day or two apart, or even a week, defying any sense of order. It is precisely this chaos that amplifies the associated dangers. One cannot anticipate when the next extreme phenomenon will strike. Should one be outside when a sudden sandstorm arises, lasting 3 to 5 days, survival becomes nearly impossible. The suffocation alone could lead to demise multiple times over. Each world bubble will be meticulously detailed, though some may perceive this as excessive or tedious. However, the aim is to showcase the distinct journeys of each protagonist across worlds, including their growth. I also wish to develop the characters. They cannot simply exist as numerical figures akin to idle games, devoid of narrative depth. I aspire for this book to maintain both length and quality, ensuring that each world leaves a lasting impression rather than fading from memory. If feasible, I hope to dedicate 1 to 2 years to this work. Due to inconsistent attendance this month, updates will be irregular. I will write as inspiration strikes. If I am inspired to create 10 chapters, then I shall do so. But if creativity eludes me, I will ensure at least a single update. I strive to reach 100,000 words promptly, aiming for a stable 3 updates post-August 1st to establish a consistent output. Should the performance be commendable, I may opt for additional updates. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 15. Clarissa's development in the Normania continent. Clarissa has joined the vanguard army, departing from Snowwind Town and venturing into the outskirts of the northern wilderness mountains. Along the journey, Clarissa overhears soldiers discussing the discovery of numerous signs of orc activity beyond the mountains, posing a significant threat, particularly to the nearby towns and villages. The mission of the vanguard army is to take the initiative, continuously seeking and eliminating these orcs. Additionally, they must provide support, as most towns and villages have stationed troops, albeit in small numbers, capable of fending off an assault. Should a magical distress signal be raised, the vanguard army will respond immediately. Clarissa is part of a battalion of 1,000 soldiers, specifically the Vanguard Team 7. The Vanguard Army consists of over 10 battalions, organizing a force exceeding 10,000 to eradicate the orcs. Should they discover an orc siege or a large gathering of orcs, they can promptly report and dispatch a significant force. Considering the timeline, it is likely that within the next 2 months, the orcs will launch a large-scale invasion. As soldiers note that each year, the orcs typically initiate at least 2 major incursions, involving over 100,000 of their kind. Even throughout history, the scale of this conflict has surpassed 1 million. It is noteworthy that even an ordinary orc can contend against 2 knight apprentices, let alone mere humans. Fortunately, the soldiers are all trained and have mastered the breathing techniques, with the weakest among them being of knight apprentice rank. The strength of the human army also lies in their formations and equipment. However, the orcs are not limited to mere common soldiers. There exists a multitude of formidable elite orcs and orc commanders, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary orcs by several folds, even dozens of times. Although Clara had not experienced a grand invasion, she had endured an orc incursion in her homeland, which left her with nothing. Thankfully, she encountered the great deity, the god of systems, who granted her a new lease on life. Ahead, a scouting party returned with reports of an orc troop. All units, pay attention. Prepare for battle. The commander ordered, prompting the soldiers to spring into action. Clara, as part of the auxiliary forces, maneuvered outside the main formation. The 1,000-strong army advanced with great resolve toward a singular direction. Clara positioned herself on a slope at the front flank of the formation and gazed forward, discovering a large throng of green-skinned creatures. The sight of so many orcs, towering over 2 meters, filled Clara with trepidation. However, this vast horde of orcs seemed to transform into individual points of origin in her mind. Although she knew it was impossible to confront the orc army head-on, Clara relied on her agility to engage in guerrilla tactics, continually seizing opportunities and even claiming kills from her teammates. who would praise her with exclamations of "Well done. Thank you for the assistance. Prepare." The commander instructed his soldiers to ready themselves for a charge. The group of orcs before them numbered just over 100. Despite their tenfold numerical superiority, caution was essential. One misstep could result in significant losses. "Charge!" With a commanding shout, the leader brandished his spear and led the charge into battle. "Kill!" The vanguard roared as they surged forward. Clara and her auxiliary forces also sprang into action. Though unlike the vanguard's coordinated assault, they spread out in a more dispersed manner. Clara dashed to the side, her hand resting on the hilt of her knight's sword at her waist. The orcs, although taken by surprise, displayed no signs of panic or fear, charging fiercely toward the vanguard. In an instant, a myriad of colorful elemental combat techniques erupted in the air. While orcs lack sophisticated combat skills, their physical prowess is formidable. The higher the orcs rank, the more robust their physique. Perhaps their innate breathing techniques serve to strengthen their bodies. It is no challenge for the powerful orcs to withstand attacks with sheer physical might. Clara stealthily honed her skills amidst the chaos. The battle raged on for half an hour, culminating in the annihilation of the orc horde that showed no inclination to flee. However, the vanguard suffered over 100 casualties in the process. Even with a well-structured military formation, even with coordinated efforts to outnumber the enemy, and even with commendable equipment, a significant price was still paid. The primary reason for this was the inherent disparity between orcs and humans. Furthermore, the strength of these organized orcs surpassed that of the more disorganized, roving orcs, akin to the distinction between a regular army and a militia. Clarissa stealthily developed her skills, managing to secure the defeat of 11 orcs, which yielded a substantial amount of source points, over 1,600 in total, averaging more than 100 source points per orc. Clarissa utilized 1,000 source points to upgrade her abilities, Talent Enhancement I and Talent Enhancement II. As for combat techniques, she refrained from upgrading them unless absolutely necessary. After all, enhancing her talents would naturally bolster her mastery of combat skills, which could be further refined through practice. With over 600 source points remaining, Clarissa pondered and exchanged 300 points for a low-tier elemental knight's sword, named Kiss of the Breeze, which came imbued with wind elements, slightly increasing her attack speed and sharpness. The original knight's sword was casually discarded into her backpack. Witnessing the substantial source points garnered from a small-scale conflict, Clarissa grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming battles. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, she accompanied the vanguard army, participating in 7 extermination campaigns. Throughout these skirmishes, she achieved a remarkable total of 106 orc kills, earning over 13,000 source points. Clarissa upgraded her skills to Swordsmanship Mastery 3, Talent Enhancement 2, and Talent Enhancement 3. The extensive practical experience over these 3 days enabled her to elevate her foundational swordsmanship from proficiency to mastery, while the low-tier combat techniques, Spinning Blade and Earth Splitter, advanced to proficiency. As Clarissa observed the requirement of 20,000 source points for her next talent upgrade, she felt an acute sense of poverty. With more than 3,000 source points still in reserve, she decided to continue saving. Her physical attributes had reached an impressive 127 points, surpassing 10 points marked her entry into the ranks of formal knights. Now, Clarissa had indeed become an official knight. Coupled with her distinguished military achievements, although not part of the regular army, she was rewarded with several thousand gold coins and bestowed the rank of centurion. However, lacking the authority typically associated with regular forces, she still enjoyed the privileges of her rank, including a stipend and certain rights. Ultimately, for Clarissa, the most significant gain remained the source points. Chapter 16. The World of Blade Spirits. The extermination operations were nearing completion. In various skirmishes, at least over 50,000 orcs had been slain. The actions of the Gloucester Empire had achieved monumental success this time. The orcs should be subdued for a considerable period. However, the Gloucester Empire would not let down its guard, for the time of the orc uprising was fast approaching. The purging operations aimed to minimize the scale of the impending eruption as much as possible. The outbreak was inevitable. It could only be suppressed by directly invading the northern wilderness mountains and slaughtering hundreds of thousands of orcs. This conflict had come to a temporary halt. Clarissa found herself unemployed. After experiencing the joys of being part of the military, the thought of scouring the lands for orcs and killing them one by one seemed laborious and uninspiring. Thus, She decided to leave the borders and journey towards the heart of the Gloucester Empire, heading towards the capital to explore the wonders of the grand cities. Tang Ziheng observed that his source points had exceeded 30,000, a bounty from Clarissa's endeavors. The third world was soon within his grasp. This search for a new world requires 10,000 source points. Would you like to proceed? Rubbing his hands together, Tang Ziheng opted to spend 10,000 source points to search for the third world. It was a realm where spiritual energy and blade spirits coexisted. Each individual possessed a moment in their life that could change their destiny. This moment arrived at the age of 15, when one awakens their blade spirit. While anyone could awaken one, the attributes, innate talents, and growth potential of the blade spirit would ultimately dictate their future fortunes. Spiritual energy was equally crucial, as it determined the extent to which one could harness the power and effects of their blade spirit. Even the mightiest blade spirit would falter against someone with superior spiritual energy. This was the essence of high-level suppression. Bimo was a 9th grade student in this world. Schools existed here, though the curriculum differed from the norm. At 15 years of age, today marked the day he would awaken his blade spirit. As an orphan, this final awakening symbolized his last chance to alter his fate, despite having benefited from 9 years of compulsory education. Bimo's academic performance was commendable, achieving near-perfect scores in all subjects, though his aptitude for spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, placing him in the average range. If he could awaken an exceptional blade spirit, he could gain admission to a prestigious university. Although his grades would suffice for entry, without a place in the martial arts program, he would likely end up in a lower-tier class. The moment of fate was at hand, and Bimo was filled with excitement. Next, Bimo called the teacher, announcing his name. Here, Bimo exclaimed, rising with a rush of enthusiasm, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he hurried to the front. On the platform lay a transparent, levitating crystal, the blade spirit awakening stone. Place your hand upon it and relax. Use your spiritual energy to probe. The teacher gently guided him from the side. Taking a deep breath, Bimo concentrated. Ding! Bimo felt his consciousness transported to an ethereal realm, where he beheld a blade. A faint, azure-hued katana manifested before him. Crystal Ice Talent. C Attribute. Ice Type Special Ability. None. The data regarding Bimo's blade spirit appeared beside him. Quite impressive. The Ice Elemental Instructor. Possessing a rather rare talent level of C, consoled Bimo with a hint of regret in his eyes. Under ordinary circumstances, talent levels range from ES, with attributes being quite diverse, including the standard elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the special elements of wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light, or even unique forms of pure physical prowess, such as slashing. The differences in attributes are not substantial. They merely manifest in varied forms and emphases. The talent of a blade spirit is as crucial as one's own spiritual power, as it directly influences the blade's ability to bestow benefits and foster personal growth. Moreover, there are special abilities that can be understood as innate rules. For instance, some blades may possess effects that alter the surrounding elemental environment upon appearance, enhance sharpness, or come equipped with additional skills. Bimo's blade, evidently, was rather conventional, being merely a slightly more striking ice type. Thank you, teacher. Bimo returned to his seat, somewhat disheartened. It's all right. With your academic performance, you can still gain admission to a prestigious university. A lower talent level does not define your potential, and you are far from being at the bottom. Success is still within your reach. His deskmate, known as the school belle, was named Wenyu. True to her name, she possessed an exceptionally innocent and charming appearance, speaking in gentle tones, yet exuding an air of confidence rather than shyness. Thank you. Bimo nodded, leaning on his desk. Despite his disappointment, it did not deter his spirit. The journey may be a tad more challenging. Congratulations. You have activated the blade spirit system. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Bimo's mind. Startled, he almost leapt from his seat as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. He quickly grasped the essence of this blade spirit system. In his heart, he mused, such a mysterious entity. What a magnificent creation. Bimo opened his panel. Bimo source points. 500 spiritual power. 135 blade spirit. Crystal Ice spiritual talent. C blade spirit talent. C blade spirit attribute. Ice special ability. None evaluation. You are truly worthless. However, fear not, for I am here. Bimo scowled at the disparaging evaluation. Would you like to spend 500 source points to open the novice gift package? Upon reading this message, Bimo was taken aback. What a surprise. I only have 500 source points. And you want me to use them all to open a novice gift package? He suspected that the system was deliberately designed to exploit his limited resources. Yet, despite his grievances, he understood that this was the key to altering his fate. Open the novice gift package. Consuming 500 source points. Novice gift package opened successfully. Your talent has been upgraded to B. Your blade spirit talent has been upgraded to B. You may choose one from the following 3 blade spirits. Zampakuto, Ice Will Zampakuto, Divine Spear Zampakuto. Thousand Cherry Blossoms by Bimo was at a loss. What were these 3 blades? All referred to as Zampakuto, each accompanied by a name. He found himself uncertain of how to make a selection, judging solely by the names. The Ice Will would presumably be the ice type, right? Bimo scratched his head, convinced that the system would not deceive him. He promptly chose the Zampakuto, Ice Wheel Maru, which seemed to resonate with his current ice-type blade spirit. Acquired special ability. Initial release. Ice Wheel Maru. Immediately, a surge of information flooded into Bimo's mind. I am about to take off. Bimo stood in a daze, processing the influx of information. What's wrong? Feeling overwhelmed? The campus beauty, Wen Yu, approached him, mistaking his bewilderment for a reaction to her S-rank blade spirit talent and lightning attribute. Naturally, with her S-rank spiritual power and her esteemed status as the campus belle, Wen Yu was renowned not only in this school, but throughout the entirety of Huazhou. Supported by the Wen family, she now possessed an S-rank blade spirit and a special lightning attribute. Although the specifics of her special ability remained hidden from others at the time of awakening, its existence was evident. What? Bimo snapped back to reality, looking quizzically at Wen Yu. Their relationship was quite close, forged through a series of melodramatic events, as life often tends to be. Are you lost in thought? Wen Yu rolled her eyes theatrically and then shared the details of her own blade's spirit awakening. Congratulations. Bimo regarded Wen Yu with a complex gaze. He had to admit, she was truly flawless, a paragon of excellence in every aspect. Their homeroom teacher was ecstatic. News of Wen Yu's awakening as an S-rank blade spirit spread like wildfire. He was certain that a substantial bonus awaited him for nurturing such a high-caliber student. With a student like Wen Yu, an outstanding teacher was assured. You need to treat me well from now on. I might consider looking out for you. Wen Yu said playfully, her pride evident. Yes, your highness. Bimo replied, bowing theatrically in a sycophantic manner. Now that the awakening ceremony is over, do you have any universities in mind? Wen Yu inquired. Bimo shook his head. I don't know yet. I'll just apply to various universities when the time comes. Besides, there will be institutions coming to recruit on-site, so you needn't worry. They will come looking for you. And you can choose freely. Of course. Wen Yu declared with pride. As the homeroom teacher announced the end of class, classmates gathered around to congratulate Wen Yu. Bimo occasionally received a few words of consolation, perhaps as an afterthought. Among students, there were no intricate schemes. Even if there were, most would keep them hidden. After all, achievements would diverge in the future, and who knew if they would meet again after parting ways today. There was no need to foster enmity. More friends meant more opportunities. One could never tell when the help of a minor character might become invaluable. Chapter 17. University applications. After Wen Yu had indulged her classmates with pleasantries, she concocted an excuse and left the classroom with Bimo. Many watched Bimo leave with Wen Yu, whispering among themselves that he had struck a lucky fortune. Of course, most were merely enviously lamenting in private. There had been a few bold individuals who had attempted to approach her in the past, but they were swiftly quelled by Wen Yu's formidable presence. Setting aside the issue of Wen's influence, Wen Yu, endowed with an S-grade spiritual talent, currently boasts a spiritual index exceeding 1,000 points, making her 10 times more formidable than Bimo. In terms of her own strength, Wen Yu reigns as a dominant force within the school, with even the few newly awakened university students unlikely to rival her, let alone those who have yet to awaken their blade spirits. Wen Yu and Bimo reside in the same direction. In fact, they are neighbors. To be precise, Bimo has rented one of Wen Yu's properties, located directly across from her, at a remarkably low price. Bimo, not one to shy away from such a generous deal, seized the opportunity without hesitation. What do you think of Biling Academy? Wen Yu inquired of Bimo on their way home. Biling Academy. Bimo pondered. I'm uncertain if I would be able to gain admission. It is pertinent to provide some context regarding this world. It comprises 4 major continents: Huazhou, Xiazhou, Meizhou, and Yingzhou. The nations of Huazhou and Xiazhou are collectively known as the Dragon Kingdom, while Meizhou is referred to as the Eagle Kingdom, and Yingzhou is called the Sakura Kingdom. Bailing Academy stands as one of the 2 premier institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, the other being Nanhua Academy. Bailing Academy is located in Huazhou, where Bimo resides, while Nanhua Academy is situated in Xiazhou. As a top-tier academy, the entrance requirements are exceedingly stringent. When you, without a doubt, is eager to enroll, even willing to go to great lengths to secure her admission. Bimo, however, faces a different reality, with a dual C-grade talent. He does not even meet the minimum B-grade requirement. While he might consider applying for the liberal arts program, in this meritocratic world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Wen Yu's grandfather is one of the esteemed envoys of the Dragon Kingdom, a formidable figure with an A-grade spiritual power and an S-grade blade spirit, whose spiritual index is rumored to surpass 100 million. An intriguing aspect of this world is that, aside from specialized assessments, one's spiritual index remains unknown. However, others can vaguely sense and estimate it based on the energy one exudes. Thus, without engaging in combat, one might remain oblivious to another's true strength. This contributes to a relatively low crime rate in this world. After all, in a realm governed by martial prowess, law enforcement is notably more forceful, and one can never predict if an elder might suddenly intervene to subdue a criminal. Why not give it a try? Bailing Academy is nearby. After all, when you said, pursing her lips as she addressed Bimo, all right. Bimo nodded, thinking it worth a shot since it wouldn't cost him anything. He also hoped to gain admission to either Bailing or Nanhua Academy. Upon hearing Bimo's agreement, Wen Yu's face lit up with joy. She contemplated that if Bimo were unable to gain admission, she would propose a stipulation to the admissions committee. Her acceptance could be contingent upon granting Bimo a spot as well. Even considering Bimo's C-grade talent, he could likely be admitted with an E-grade talent. It would merely be an additional individual for the academy, which wouldn't concern a prestigious institution like Bailing. Moreover, if one were to force their way in despite lacking qualifications, they would bear the consequences themselves. Wen Yu firmly believed in Bimo's resilience and determination, qualities she had observed in him, possessing the ability to achieve what others cannot and enduring what others find intolerable. Wen Yu had witnessed Bimo surpass his limits on more than one occasion. Bimo's talent, while not exceptional, was classified as C-grade, placing him in the average range, not too high nor too low. However, with the right opportunities, he could potentially strive to catch up. The most crucial factor remained his determination. Wen Yu found solace in the fact that Bimo indeed possessed this quality. As evening approached, she followed her usual routine of visiting Bimo for dinner. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Wen Yu addressed him, "I'll be over for dinner." Bimo nodded in agreement, and they each entered their respective homes, exchanging a wave as they closed the doors behind them. Bimo, skilled in the culinary arts, prepared meals well, while Wen Yu, lacking such skills, routinely dined at his place. As for domestic help, she had long since become independent. At that moment, seated on the couch, Bimo finally had the opportunity to delve into the so-called knife spirit system. This silent system required him to conduct his own research. After much exploration, he discovered that aside from the interface, a storage space, and a marketplace feature, it offered no other functionalities. The sole currency was source points, the method of acquiring which he was aware of. Glancing at the marketplace, Bimo quickly closed it, feeling a pang of desire for items he could not afford, especially those that could enhance his talent. Currently at B grade, he needed 100,000 source points to elevate to A grade. He sighed at the large zero displayed next to his source points, recognizing the arduous journey ahead to accumulate them. With the system's thoughtful guidance, Bimo knew how to earn source points. First, I should prepare dinner, he decided, beginning his culinary tasks. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called out. The sound of the fingerprint scanner chimed as Wen Yu entered, donned in casual home attire that accentuated her neighborly charm. "Wow, it smells delightful," Wen Yu exclaimed cheerfully, drawn by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Curiously, she peeked through the kitchen doorway, asking, "What are we having today?" "Your favorites, garlic ribs, sweet and sour pineapple pork, and a tomato and scrambled egg dish, along with some garlic sautéed greens," Bimo replied without turning around. "Dinner's almost ready. You can go ahead and serve the rice." "All right." Wen Yu beamed at the sight of Bimo's focused demeanor, watching him for a while before heading to serve herself. Before long, she exclaimed, "It smells heavenly. I'm ready to dig in." Seated at the dining table, she licked her lips in anticipation, savoring the array of delicious dishes before her. After finishing her meal, Wenyu took the initiative to wash the dishes. The two then settled on the couch in the living room, casually watching television and chatting. Approximately half an hour later, she returned home, marking the beginning of their training for the day. This encapsulated the daily life of Bimo and Wenyu. The following day marked the commencement of university applications, coinciding with the day when universities actively began their recruitment processes. During the awakening ceremony the previous day, numerous universities had been present, gathering information on each participant. And the competition for students had already begun. Upon arriving at school, Wenyu was summoned by her homeroom teacher. Bimo could easily surmise that both Bailing and Nanhua were conducting special recruitment for her. Wenyu proceeded to negotiate with representatives from Bailing and Nanhua academies. Bimo shook his head, uncertain if any universities had reached out to him directly, so he decided to fill out the application forms on his own. He entered Bailing and Nanhua as his primary choices, then contemplated adding 2 second-tier universities in Hua Prefecture as safety options. After completing the forms, he refrained from submitting them immediately and chose to wait for a while. Soon after, Wenyu returned and sat beside Bimo, inquiring about his selections. Peering at the application forms on Bimo's desk, she encouraged him to submit them. "All right." Bimo nodded and handed in his application, then turned to Wenyu, asking, "Which school did you choose?" "Of course, I chose Bailing," Wenyu replied with a smile. "The conditions offered by Bailing and Nanhua are quite similar, so I opted for Bailing." "Sounds good." "They are indeed comparable," Bimo nodded in agreement, noting that both institutions had similar faculty and training resources. However, the schools did differ slightly in the quality of their secret realms. Speaking of secret realms, they are places where resources can be obtained. The materials harvested from these realms are supplied to the blade spirits, and naturally, the secret realms are categorized by attributes. Bailing's secret realms, besides the standard ones, notably possess a higher abundance of ice and thunder attributes, whereas Nanhua leans more towards wind and light attributes. This distinction provides applicants with a certain inclination in their choices. Chapter 18. Tang Ziheng. If you continue like this, I'll become a schemer. Here, we must delve into another worldview, the secret realms. Secret realms are products of the world's rules, perhaps, emerging at unpredictable times and locations, entirely at random. They offer not only resources but also embody inherent dangers. The higher the level of a secret realm, the greater the peril, albeit with better resources accompanying it. Moreover, secret realms can be classified into several types. The first type comprises conventional resource realms, which are guarded by protectors. Successful challenges grant access to the resources within. The second type is the invasion realms, which actively encroach upon the world, posing significant threats that necessitate destruction or sealing. The third type is the special realms, which, upon fulfilling certain conditions, can consistently yield specific resources. Secret realms are further divided into permanent, time-limited, and one-time-only categories. As the term implies, permanent realms exist indefinitely, while time-limited realms are available for a certain duration, and one-time realms cease to exist after closure. The competition between nations revolves around secret realms and their resources. Historically, resources have been the primary catalyst for warfare. In a sense, secret realms can be likened to game dungeons, making them easier to comprehend. Bailing is quite commendable. It possesses permanent resource realms rich in ice and thunder attributes, perfectly suiting us, one for thunder and one for ice. Wenyu remarked to Bimo, "Perhaps we could become the ice-thunder duo. I'd rather be a notorious bandit." Bimo retorted, rolling his eyes at the title of ice-thunder duo. "Ha ha," Wenyu chuckled. "We're not stealing anything, but the name ice-thunder duo does sound rather unappealing." "Oh, you know what I mean," Bimo replied. Bibi provocatively stuck out her tongue at Bimo. Bimo glanced at that lilac tongue, turned his head away, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Wenyu, Bimo, congratulations. You have both been accepted into Bailing Academy. At that moment, the homeroom teacher approached with 2 admission letters, beaming with pride. Having 2 students from his class admitted to such a prestigious institution filled him with immense pride. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding classmates, who looked at Bimo with envy. Wenyu and the others understood that it must have been a choice between Bailing and Nanhua. However, Bimo had also gained admission to Bailing. Could it be that he was placed in the liberal arts class? Even if that were the case, It was still Biling Academy. How could they not envy him? Everyone congratulated them, with the homeroom teacher leading the applause, and the classmates joined in to celebrate. Thank you, everyone. Wenyu smiled and nodded at her fellow students. The homeroom teacher handed the 2 admission letters to Wenyu and Bimo. Bimo received his letter and was taken aback. Class 1 of the martial arts department? He was somewhat stunned. How could he be accepted into the martial arts department? If he had received a beginner's gift package, he could understand being placed in the martial arts department, but his current credentials were only CC. Even if he could enter the martial arts department, he would expect to be in one of the lower classes. So how could he possibly be admitted to the prestigious Class 1, which was at least AA? The martial arts Class 1 at Biling truly represented a class of geniuses. Moreover, the allocation of resources was different. This meant that entering Class 1 at his level would undoubtedly provoke envy from others. How could he belong in Class 1? Bimo was filled with doubt, convinced that something was amiss. There were no such things as unearned benefits in this world. Wenyu, upon realizing that Bimo was also in Class 1, furrowed her brow. While she was delighted to share a class with him, it was evident that Biling Academy's decision might have been well-intentioned but ultimately misguided. Or perhaps it was a deliberate act to place pressure on Bimo, hoping he would withdraw or to influence their relationship. A multitude of conspiracy theories swirled in Wenyu's mind. Regardless, she resolved to protect Bimo fiercely. After all, who was she? The princess of the Wen family. A super genius with SS credentials. Who would dare to cause trouble? Was it you who orchestrated this? Bimo's thoughts turned, and he naturally considered Wenyu. Such an abrupt turn of events could only be attributed to her, as she alone would go to such lengths for him. Well, it seems my influence played a role. I didn't expect Biling Academy to place you directly in Class 1. But Bimo, don't worry about anything else. Seize the resources of Class 1 and work hard. I believe in you. Wenyu assured Bimo all right. Bimo nodded, accepting the situation with ease, showing no signs of wounded pride. Moreover, with the system as his support, he was confident he would not let Wenyu down. As for the opinions of others, what did that matter? Who would dare to speak against him? In private, Bimo was indifferent to their judgments. Out of sight, out of mind. He had no intention of concerning himself with others. That's good. Wenyu gazed at Bimo, who appeared indifferent to the matter, and instantly burst into laughter. She had been concerned that Bimo might harbor some objections, but fortunately, he remained unchanged, truly the man she had always admired. Wenyu and Bimo began to discuss their plans for university, while the class monitor suggested holding a graduation gathering. Both of them understood that they would be the focal point of this celebration, a role from which there was no escape, and thus they readily agreed. As they parted ways, everyone headed to their respective universities, likely to forge new friendships and establish their own teams, each embarking on their own adventures in the realms of mystique. Some may even enlist in the military. The trajectories of their lives would undergo significant transformations during the awakening ceremony of the Blade Spirits. Tang Ziheng observed Bimo from a distance, his expression difficult to articulate. By all accounts, even without a system, Bimo was a protagonist in his own right. Now, with a system at his disposal, he ascended to the pinnacle of protagonists, inciting a pang of jealousy in Tang Ziheng. It was resolved. He would play the role of a cunning merchant in Bimo's story, as recompense for his own wounded spirit. On Bimo's side, the world of Blade Spirits seemed to offer no immediate rewards. Thus, Tang Ziheng shifted his focus to Lin Zhe in the apocalyptic world, only to discover that Lin Zhe also appeared to be coupled. Well then, in the end, it was still the initial Clarissa who cherished him, much like himself, solitary and alone. It was decided he would bestow more benefits upon her. Tang Ziheng gave Clarissa a thumbs up. As for the present, there were merely 3 platforms to observe. He could leisurely alternate between them, finding great satisfaction in the variety. As the options expanded, his boredom diminished. Alas, he lacked a physical form. Otherwise, indulging in popcorn and chilled soda would have been sheer bliss. In the apocalyptic world, Lin Zhe and Lin Ji discovered a suitable temporary refuge, a suburban villa. Enclosed by a tall iron fence, it effectively deterred numerous monsters from entering. The villa boasted a front and backyard, spanning 3 stories, providing ample space. Its defensive advantages made it easy to protect while also facilitating movement. The downside was the open terrain surrounding the villa. Should it be breached, fleeing could become perilous if the enemies were swift on such flat ground. For now, we'll search here, Lin Zhe decided. He scaled the wall, as the main gate was securely locked. climbing effortlessly to the top of the 3-meter-high wall. He turned to Linji, bending down to assist her up. Linji couldn't help but smile, attempting to stifle her laughter, but ultimately failing. Fortunately, Lindsay did not notice. Wait here for a moment. I'll check the situation. Be cautious, Lindsay instructed Linji. Okay. Linji nodded obediently, watching as Lindsay leaped into the courtyard. With audacious skill, he approached the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows and peered inside. The hall appeared remarkably quiet, devoid of any visible creatures. The furniture was somewhat disheveled, indicating that someone had been there recently. Lindsay gestured to Linji to indicate it was safe to descend. She promptly jumped down from the wall, though the weight of her backpack proved to be a hindrance. As she landed, the weight was somewhat heavy, and with her body slightly unbalanced, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Linji, her face covered in dirt, lifted her head to meet the gaze of Lindsay, who wore an expression of exasperation. She offered a silly grin before hastily getting back on her feet, brushing off her clothes and crouching as she approached Lindsay. He pushed the large door, discovering it was ajar, and he was able to push it open effortlessly. Stepping into the villa's first floor, he exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Linji followed him inside, glancing around. Although it was a bit disheveled, it truly exuded an air of elegance. How could such a splendid place be unoccupied? We should thoroughly search the entire villa, Lindsay suggested to Linji. However, just in case there are hidden monsters, you should follow me, but not too closely. Understood. Linji nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. Settling in. It turns out to be a post-apocalyptic survival world. Lindsay and Linji scoured the villa. While they found no monsters, they did come across a wealth of supplies. Canned beef, energy bars, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and cola. With the provisions they had in their backpacks, they could sustain themselves for nearly a month. Linji's eyes sparkled at the sight of the accumulated supplies. When had she ever fought such a prosperous battle? Let's preserve these well. You decide what we eat each day. Lindsay instructed Linji. It seems we might be able to stay here for a while. Suddenly, a howling wind echoed from outside. Lindsay and Linji hurried to the door to investigate. A fierce wind had picked up, gradually intensifying and carrying with it a flurry of fine snow. Lindsay's expression shifted. A blizzard? Linji gasped slightly. Quick, let us find something to keep warm and block the openings, Lindsay urged. And the two sprang into action. The chilling temperatures brought by the blizzard were truly formidable. Extreme weather and a blizzard with sub-zero temperatures posed a threat. Those unprotected could very well succumb to the cold. However, he had no concern for others. His priority was to ensure their own safety. Before long, Lindsay and Linji managed to gather a substantial amount of winter blankets and several down jackets for warmth. Thankfully, the villa was spacious and well-stocked. Lindsay sighed in relief, grateful for their decision to come here. It was undeniable that they had an abundance of supplies, although the villa had seen visitors. It was evident that it had merely been utilized for its environment and some furnishings. It seemed they would have no trouble weathering this bout of extreme weather. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction. Their food supply was sufficient for a month, and the longest record for extreme weather was merely a week. Even if it broke records, it would last at most half a month. Their provisions were more than adequate. As for warmth, although they might not be able to start a fire, the blankets and clothing they had would suffice. Moreover, there was a stove, the purpose of which was unknown, whether the villa's original owner used it for warmth or roasting sweet potatoes. In any case, if they had firewood, they could keep warm. However, lighting a fire would produce smoke, which could attract attention, especially since some monsters might not be deterred by smoke. Humans certainly would be. This clearly indicated someone was present here. Linji nodded, feeling grateful in her heart for being in Lindsay's care. Otherwise, if she had been held captive by those two creatures, she might have met her demise at any moment. Even if she survived under the current extreme weather conditions, her chances of enduring would be slim. All right, we need to undertake some preparations. This place shall serve as our sanctuary for the time being, Lindsay informed Linji. Since they had resolved to establish this location as their refuge, it was only natural to commence its fortification. In this apocalyptic world crafted by Lindsay, although it bore the label of doomsday, the nature of calamity varied significantly. Tang Ziheng, upon observing the present circumstances, came to understand that this world resembled more of a survival scenario rather than one inundated with zombies and monsters, where individuals struggled amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. With this realization, Tang Ziheng adopted a fresh perspective towards the world around him. As for whether another type of apocalyptic existence might exist, he was uncertain if he would ever encounter it. Having settled in, Lin Zhe and Lin Ji began a meticulous exploration of the entire villa. They stumbled upon a storage room and discovered a basement. The basement was barren, seemingly intended for storage but devoid of any contents. Conversely, the storage room contained an array of tools and numerous wooden planks. Lin Zhe and Lin Ji utilized these planks to barricade certain areas, including some inconspicuous windows, thoroughly inspecting from the first to the third floor. They secured every vulnerable entry point so that, should they be breached, any disturbance would alert them instantly. After their labor, Lin Ji collapsed onto the sofa in the living room, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Despite the fatigue, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if she and Lin Zhe had successfully crafted their own little haven, a gratifying accomplishment. "Shall we take a bath?" Lin Zhe inquired. "What? Is it really possible to bathe?" Lin Ji exclaimed, leaping up in delight. Bathing in a post-apocalyptic world was indeed a luxury. Typically, if supplies were sufficient, one could merely rinse off or wipe down. Indeed, I discovered a gas line and a stove that are functional. We can boil water and then enjoy a bath. At the very least, we can wash ourselves thoroughly. Lin Zhe explained to Lin Ji, "There is a well outside from which we can draw water. Although a blizzard rages, the well has a shelter, so it should be manageable. We should be able to haul a few buckets despite the storm." "Then what are we waiting for?" Lin Ji joyfully bounced in excitement. Thanks to the surrounding walls and the shelter, the blizzard's impact was somewhat mitigated. Furthermore, the wind strength of the current blizzard did not reach severe levels. The most critical factors were the frigid temperatures and the difficulty of venturing outside, particularly for scavenging supplies. Lin Zhe and Lin Ji set their plan into motion, and before long, they were indulging in warm baths, rinsing and wiping down. However, they could only find a single clean towel. "Let us share it. You don't mind, do you?" Lin Ji asked Lin Zhe. "Of course not," he replied with a slight shake of his head. If the girl was unconcerned, what did he have to fret about? After all, those with obsessive cleanliness in such dire times likely did not survive. How many remained who were fastidious about cleanliness? Even those with obsessive cleanliness must eventually adapt. After Lin Ji finished bathing, Lin Zhe followed suit. Ultimately, both emerged refreshed and invigorated. The replenishment of living supplies extended beyond mere food, albeit food remained the paramount necessity. And there was an abundance of it. This villa was well equipped with shower gels, shampoos, and the like. After their cleansing rituals, the two sat down to dine. Although the food was cold, Lin Ji found immense joy in her meal. How delightful it was. "We can even cook." She lamented the absence of vegetables as she took a bite of bread. Indeed, Lin Zhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to continuously venture out for supplies. "Perhaps we can take a break from that for now. Let us enjoy this period of ample resources," Lin Ji suggested, seeking stability. With food plentiful and supplies sufficient, there seemed little reason to venture outside. "You can stay here. Rest assured, I won't abandon you. However, it is essential to search for resources. We cannot afford to wait until everything is depleted," Lin Zhe replied, shaking his head. Moreover, he needed source points, which necessitated hunting monsters. This was a matter he could not explain to Lin Ji, so he devised a different rationale. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Even if I cannot assist, I can help carry some items," Lin Ji offered, not wanting to be a mere burden, but rather a helpful companion. No, you stay here and guard the house. If we leave and someone arrives, it would be troublesome if our supplies were compromised." Lin Zhe declined her offer. "Furthermore, I cannot ensure your safety in this blizzard outside." After some contemplation, Lin Ji nodded in agreement. "I will leave you my gun for protection," Lin Zhe stated, as he had come to trust Lin Ji a little during this time. "No, you should keep it." Lin Ji's expression shifted slightly, sensing that Lin Zhe might be testing her. "Rest assured, this is for your protection. After all, you are guarding the home. Should any ill-intentioned individuals approach, the only entrance is the front door. With the gun in your possession, a few intruders would find it nearly impossible to enter," Lin Zhe assured her. They had reinforced the premises to such an extent that only through the main entrance could an ordinary person gain access, unless they were a monster capable of tearing through metal, glass, and nailed boards. What normal humans could achieve such feats? However, if it were an evolved human, the situation might be different. Yet, how many evolved beings could withstand a handgun? Unless they had consumed more than 10 evolution crystals, surpassing the limits of humanity seemed improbable. "I understand." Lin Ji nodded. "All right, I shall leave it to you." Lindsay wasted no time and handed the handgun to Linji. "Are you not afraid of me?" she inquired, receiving the weapon and looking at him. "You won't, nor would you dare," Lindsay replied, locking eyes with Linji. He had faith in her. Intelligent individuals would not act recklessly. Additionally, he possessed sufficient confidence, quick reflexes, and formidable physical strength to react should Linji attempt to use the gun against him. Besides, with the system as a backup, if necessary, he could simply switch to another firearm and neutralize her. Furthermore, Linji wielding the gun would merely mean an extra weapon. Should she harm him, it would only worsen her own predicament. In the embrace of companionship, the current situation has improved significantly. Linji, having first-hand experience, recognizes Lindsay as both the backbone and the driving force behind their endeavors. Naturally, she would not engage in foolish actions. With a smile, Linji took the handgun, while Lindsay instructed her on its usage. "All right, stay put. I shall step out for a while," Lindsay informed Linji. "Ah, is it starting already?" Linji, who had been engrossed in studying the handgun, abruptly looked up, astonishment etched on her face. She had assumed that venturing out would be a matter for a few days hence. Having only just settled in, they were now to embark on a quest for supplies. Chapter 20. Investing in resources, fully equipped now, is indeed an opportune moment to venture forth. Lindsay shrugged, stating, "The blizzard has just begun, and most people will be reluctant to go outside. They will either hunker down or emerge only when they can no longer withstand the conditions. Moreover, on the first day of extreme weather, the abundance of resources is at its peak." "Well, there's no need to rush," Linji replied. "Not many will be out searching during a blizzard. Furthermore, our location is quite remote. Finding a place with shelter will require a considerable walk." Linji pursed her lips, acknowledging that while resources could refresh anywhere, be it in the wild, on the ground, or within structures, buildings tend to yield more supplies and are more conducive to exploration. Additionally, navigating through a city is advantageous due to the abundance of cover, making it easier to remain inconspicuous. In contrast, being out in the open would invite danger, essentially proclaiming, "Here I am. I am not hiding. Come at me. Trust me," Lindsay said, locking eyes with Linji. Momentarily taken aback, Linji felt her cheeks flush, her gaze flickering. All right. You can do whatever you wish. You are the leader. I will follow your direction. I was merely making a suggestion, right? Right. Very well." Linji found herself rambling. "Ha." Lindsay laughed joyfully, donning some warm clothing before shouldering his emptied backpack and stepping outside. His physique allowed him to wear less, facilitating easier movement. "I must level up soon," Lindsay mused, glancing at his panel. Each ability upgrade required 1,000 source points, yet he was barely nearing 700. Defeating monsters. Only through slaying monsters can I level up. Battling against the blizzard, Lindsay departed the villa, heading towards a nearby community along the route they had traversed. The snowstorm intensified, prompting Lindsay to contemplate. He spent 10 source points to acquire a pair of goggles. The system guarantees quality. These goggles not only shield against the wind, but also enable clear vision in bright sunlight and prevent snow blindness in snowy conditions. They even boasted night vision capabilities, resembling high-tech eyewear. With the goggles enhancing his sight amidst the blizzard, Lindsay's visibility surged from a few meters to several dozen. No amount of snow or wind could obscure his view. "What's this?" Lindsay spotted a zombie staggering through the storm. "Hey there, brother. You seem to be struggling. Allow me to lend a hand." Lindsay hurriedly dashed forward, and as he approached within 10 meters, the zombie finally noticed his presence, clawing and flailing in an attempt to seize him. However, under the influence of the blizzard, it moved as if burdened by a debilitating effect, its speed pitiably slow. Swiftly, Lindsay severed its head with a single strike, liberating it while simultaneously acquiring over 20 source points, elevating his total to 800 points, just a short distance from the 1,000 points required for an upgrade in abilities. In the harsh blizzard, it was indeed an opportune moment for hunting. Lindsay's eyes sparkled with realization. The combination of frigid temperatures and the snowstorm seemed to significantly affect the zombies. Although it was undeniably cold, he exhaled a few puffs of visible breath. Despite his robust physique, he could feel the chilling impact of the storm creeping in, his hands and feet growing slightly cold and stiff. Determined, he pressed on, quickly locating a small shop and slipping inside. A brief search yielded several cans of fruit, excellent finds. He tossed them into his backpack. Venturing further into the back room, he discovered 2 bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Very nice. He added these to his collection as well. Subsequently, he exchanged some points for a snug long-sleeved shirt and trousers. These garments fit closely to his body, costing him 20 source points. Not only did they provide wind resistance and moisture-wicking properties, but they also helped maintain body temperature and boasted a self-cleaning feature. While his body still required washing, these clothes required minimal upkeep. Moreover, they possessed a remarkable automatic repair function. Any damage not exceeding 50 would mend itself, with the speed of repair varying according to the extent of the damage. Lindsay was thoroughly pleased and immediately donned the new attire, layering it beneath his original clothing. Warmth enveloped him. The earlier sensation of cold swiftly dissipated. He then spent another 10 source points to acquire a pair of tactical gloves, sleek and black, reminiscent of those worn by special forces. Beyond providing warmth, these gloves exhibited formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding over 1,000 kilograms of blade strikes without sustaining damage. And they too featured a self-cleaning property. This meant that as long as Lindsay could tolerate the grip, he could effortlessly disarm foes. Of course, these gloves were fingerless, so he needed to be cautious not to place the exposed fingertips in harm's way. Much like his attire, the gloves also possessed an automatic repair function. Now fully equipped, Lindsay felt invincible against the extreme weather. Such conditions were inconsequential to him. He glanced at the machete in his hand, realizing it had become somewhat inadequate for his enhanced capabilities. Perhaps it was best to hold off on replacing it for now. The blade remained undulled, and he would wait until it needed sharpening before considering an upgrade. For the time being, it sufficed. The quality of this machete was still commendable. Dismissing any thoughts of unnecessary expenditure, he hoisted his backpack once more and exited the small shop. Continuing his search, his focus remained on this street and the adjacent neighborhood. This area offered ample opportunity for exploration. In addition to gathering supplies, he primarily sought monsters to slay. Should circumstances permit, he intended to venture out at night to hunt. Equipped with goggles featuring night vision capabilities, though he was well aware of the increased dangers that nighttime brought. Monsters are undeniably more formidable during the night. Should misfortune strike and one encounter a creature capable of annihilating him in an instant, it would be a grave loss. To ensure safety, it is prudent to venture forth during daylight for exploration and hunting. Lindsay contemplated as he diligently searched through one house after another. Perhaps due to the recent respawn and the absence of others, he swiftly filled his backpack to the brim. With such an abundance of supplies, Lindsay lightly leaped. Sensing the weight of his pack was at least 100 pounds, he had secured enough provisions to last a month. Now, he could focus on hunting monsters without concern for resources. It was time to seek out and slay creatures. Is that a person? In a nearby residential building, someone peered out of a window at Lindsay traversing the street amidst the blizzard. A vague silhouette moved stealthily. What audacity to venture out in this weather, a woman remarked. Within the room were 3 men and 2 women, in a space of about 80 square meters cluttered with food supplies and debris. They had been holed up for several days, but as long as they were comfortable, it sufficed. Hey, we just ate and have nothing to do, one of the men suggested, glancing at the women. They all licked their lips and drew the curtains once more. Chapter 21. The cost of upgrades. 20 minutes later, Lindsay successfully dispatched a solitary zombie dog, marking the 7th monster he had slain. His source points had surpassed 1,000. However, he opted not to upgrade immediately. It was wiser to return first, lest any unforeseen events occur during the process. As he retraced his steps, Lindsay suddenly spotted a few creatures approaching on the street. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have missed them entirely. For what he beheld was a gigantic bear, its fur as white as snow. In the blizzard, it would be nearly invisible if one were not careful. This colossal creature was not a polar bear, but bore a resemblance to a black bear. Yet, upon standing, it was at least 4 meters tall. Could a mere human contend with such a monster? Lindsay's expression shifted, and he resolved to take a detour. However, it seemed the bear had caught wind of him and began charging in his direction. Lindsay's countenance changed. The wind was blowing from him towards the bear, explaining why it had detected him. The bear thundered toward Lindsay, the ground trembling under its immense weight, a testament to its formidable power. Its speed was remarkable, at least 70 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, Lindsay was quick to react. As the creature bore down on him, he dashed towards a nearby building. Roar! The bear bellowed, eyeing the house into which Lindsay had fled, and with a single swipe, it smashed against the structure. Boom! The door and wall shattered under the force, debris flying in all directions. Having reached the interior, Lindsay witnessed the aftermath with no doubt. Had his reinforced body been struck by that paw, it would have surely resulted in broken bones and shattered tendons. Truly terrifying. At this stage, he is utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable beast. Though Lindsay is eager to ascertain the amount of source points he could acquire from slaying the colossal bear, and to discover whether it possesses any crystals that could be exchanged for source points, he ultimately realizes that he is powerless against it. He hastily retreats through the back door. The enraged bear storms inside, its massive form wreaking havoc as it demolishes everything in its path. By the time it breaks through to the back, Lindsay has long since vanished without a trace. With a thunderous roar, the bear expresses its fury at having lost its prey. At that moment, a hapless zombie wanders by, oblivious to the chaos. In a fit of rage, the bear swats the zombie into a pulp, venting its frustration. Yet, no matter how furious it becomes, Lindsay remains far beyond its reach. Phew, I managed to escape. Lindsay weaves through various houses. Leaping through windows has become second nature to him. Before long, he returns to his villa. The gate to the courtyard is securely locked, so he scales the wall and pushes the door open. I'm back. Lindsay, having heard the commotion, hides behind the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon seeing Lindsay, she relaxes. Quite a bounty, Lindsay exclaims with a smile, placing his well-stocked backpack onto the sofa. Curious, Lindsay scampers over, opens the backpack, and her eyes widen in astonishment. Wow, this is an incredible amount. Lindsay has foregone all other supplies, opting solely for various food items. After all, the villa is well stocked with daily necessities. His recent scavenging expedition proved to be exceptionally fruitful, allowing him to be discerning in his selections. He has gathered an array of high-energy, compact, and easily storable foods, such as canned goods and energy bars. He also has a considerable amount of beverages, predominantly drinks. Since boiling water is easily achievable here in the villa, in this apocalyptic world, water is relatively less scarce compared to food, which is in dire shortage, especially in safe houses that accommodate larger groups of people, creating a heightened demand for sustenance. Lindsay promptly organizes the food, categorizing and arranging it meticulously. Now that you've gathered so much, do you still plan to go out? Lindsay inquires. Of course. This has nothing to do with how much I've collected. Lindsay shakes his head. All right, no more questions. Understanding Lindsay's resolve, Lindsay obediently falls silent. After all, whatever Lindsay intends to do, she can merely offer the slightest suggestion, which hardly qualifies as advice. She knows her role is simply to comply. Lindsay retrieves a bottle of yogurt, a bottle of mineral water, a bag of bread, 2 energy bars, and a can of beef. Can we eat these soon? Feel free to prepare them. The priority is to eat well. We're not short on food right now. Besides, we will undoubtedly have even more in the days to come. Lindsay waves his hand dismissively. Although she harbors some concerns about Lindsay going out, the current life they lead is undeniably lavish. Where else could one enjoy such good food, warm water for bathing, and reside in a grand villa? Lindsay never imagined she could have such a life in the midst of an apocalypse. Lindsay was currently preoccupied, his thoughts fully immersed in the system. He had made a remarkable discovery. His source points had significantly increased. Not just by a trivial amount, he now possessed over 1,600 source points. An impressive growth of at least 600 points. He pondered deeply, unsure of the origin of this newfound accumulation. Recalling the system's initial description regarding the acquisition of source points, actions that influence the trajectory of the world and alter its destiny yielded such points, he contemplated the most direct method, slaying monsters. After all, even the smallest actions could have profound consequences on fate and direction. Admittedly, eliminating a single zombie might not induce substantial changes in the grand scheme of the world, which explained the nature of the rewards. Thus, he wondered what had contributed to this remarkable increase of 600 source points. Reflecting on recent events, he recalled encounters with monsters while gathering supplies, including a giant bear and, of course, Lindsay. After much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished his quest for clarity. Regardless of the specifics, this was undeniably a positive development. After dining with Lindsay lay down on the bed. As before, their bedding was arranged on the ground floor, with 3 layers of mats providing a soft and warm resting place. I will rest for a while. If I seem off in any way, do not take it to heart, Lindsay told Lindsay. Okay, Lindsay replied, momentarily taken aback, her innocent eyes blinking as she processed his words before nodding in understanding. Regardless of her comprehension, she would simply follow his lead. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe's words reminded her of the evolution crystal, a topic she had some knowledge about. Promptly, Lin Zhe accessed the system panel and selected the option labeled Physical Enhancement I. Instantly, 1,000 source points vanished, leaving him with a little over 600. He felt an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through him, rapidly disseminating throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Simultaneously, he noted that Physical Enhancement I had transformed into Physical Enhancement II, with the required points for the next level soaring from 1,000 to 10,000. This sudden increase gave Lin Zhe pause. However, the soothing warmth enveloping him, reminiscent of returning to the womb, grounded his thoughts. He succumbed to the embrace of this warmth and drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, the daylight had dimmed, and the relentless blizzard outside remained unchanged. "You're awake," Lin Zhe exclaimed upon seeing him stir. "Yes," Lin Zhe replied, sitting up and sensing the alterations within his body. He felt his strength had multiplied several times over, and his senses had sharpened significantly. The first sensation he registered was warmth, an ember-like heat. He turned his gaze towards the fireplace, where logs crackled merrily. "Did you do this?" he inquired, gesturing towards the hearth. "Yes," she confirmed. "In this villa, there is a considerable stock of timber, and I took some to burn." Lin Zhe said to Lin Zhe, "I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" "Not at all. Quite the opposite," Lin Zhe replied with a slight shake of his head, offering Lin Zhe a casual compliment. "Well done." Outside, a fierce blizzard raged, and the windows were tightly sealed, with curtains drawn over the floor-to-ceiling windows to block any light from escaping. "Have you eaten?" Lin Zhe inquired. "Not yet. I was waiting for you." Lin Zhe responded with a gentle shake of her head. "Then let us prepare some food. We should eat well first." Lin Zhe nodded, adding, "By the way, prepare a bit more. I'm quite hungry." "All right, no problem." Lin Zhe nodded, not probing further, her thoughts wandering to the possibility that Lin Zhe had utilized the evolution crystal, thereby augmenting his strength and increasing his demand for sustenance. When would she be able to wield an evolution crystal herself? Lin Zhe felt a surge of anticipation, for it symbolized power. However, she was sensible. She would not ask Lin Zhe for it outright. It was only when he offered it to her that she would accept. And the stronger he became, the more secure she felt. After all, in matters of conflict, Lin Zhe was far more adept than she, and her role was merely to provide support and ensure the logistics were in order. Moreover, her physical condition had improved, which should allow her to carry heavier burdens. "By the way, do you wish to grow stronger?" Lin Zhe suddenly asked Lin Zhe. "Huh?" Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his unexpected words igniting a flurry of thoughts. What did Lin Zhe mean by that? She blinked, feeling a dryness in her throat. Did he have surplus evolution crystals? "You should understand that as my strength increases, your role diminishes, and the distance between us widens," Lin Zhe said, gazing at her thoughtfully. "What you refer to as logistics can only sustain you temporarily, not for eternity." Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Zhe fell silent, recognizing their truth. "I understand, but I fear I may not even be able to defeat a single zombie." "There's no rush. Take your time. I do not expect you to match my pace. That is impossible. However, when the need arises, you must possess the ability to stand on your own," Lin Zhe stated firmly. "I allow you to accompany me, but that does not mean I will support you indefinitely. My goal is to thrive in this apocalyptic world, not merely survive. I will establish a formidable elite team. You barely qualify, based solely on your obedience and my trust in you." Lin Zhe's words to Lin Zhe were strikingly direct. "Yes, I understand. What must I do?" Lin Zhe pondered briefly before making her choice, her gaze sharp with determination as she looked at Lin Zhe. "No need to rush. Our supplies are sufficient. I will be out gathering resources daily. Starting tomorrow, you must consistently enhance your physical training, and I will procure a weapon for you," Lin Zhe instructed. "Once this blizzard passes, I will need you to accompany me in battling monsters, starting with zombies." Lin Zhe gulped at the thought of killing zombies. Yet she suppressed her fear. "All right, I understand. Excellent. I hope you can grow from this experience, not only to assist me, but also not to hinder my progress." Lin Zhe affirmed with a satisfied nod. Lin Zhe nodded earnestly and replied, "I will." She understood that this was an opportunity, a chance to alter her destiny. "All right, let us eat." Lin Zhe nodded, indicating that the matter had been clarified. Linji immediately set about preparing the meal. After dining, Lindsay stood up to stretch, saying, "If you feel tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll take a stroll outside." Linji was startled by Lindsay's words. It's precisely because it's night that I need to go out. Don't worry, I'll just be nearby. If there are any monsters, I'll take care of them. Lindsay assured Linji. Their presence here did not guarantee absolute safety. If there were any creatures lurking nearby, they might discover them. Monsters had various ways of detecting food, and it was uncertain which method would reveal their location. It was better to take the initiative. Having undergone a significant enhancement, Lindsay had grown even more powerful and was filled with confidence. He would not hesitate to confront that massive bear head-on, for there was a chance he could defeat it. Simultaneously, Lindsay intended to use this outing as an opportunity to procure some weapons to bring back as supplies. Since he had decided to train Linji, it was essential that her equipment kept pace. At the very least, she should have a weapon. Once the blizzard subsided, she could not be left wielding those fragile fruit knives that were prone to breaking against zombies. All right, you take care. Linji opened her mouth, realizing the severe disadvantage of her lack of strength and that it was impossible for her to join him. She felt a sudden resolve to strengthen herself. Okay, keep an eye on the house. I'll be nearby. If anything happens, shout loudly. I will return immediately upon hearing you. Lindsay instructed Linji. I understand. Linji nodded. Although she knew that Lindsay might not hear her if she shouted, it was the only option available in an emergency. Lindsay nodded, then set off with his machete in hand. The blizzard seemed to intensify at night, but fortunately, Lindsay's goggles were advanced and equipped with night vision, alleviating his concerns about visibility. After walking some distance, Lindsay stored the machete in his system backpack. He had recently discovered that his system included a storage space, albeit limited to 10 cubic meters, which was sufficient for his needs. Little did he know that other protagonists had much larger storage capacities. Clarissa, your system storage space is truly subpar. White ink, TSK. Lindsay accessed the shop and spent 50 source points to exchange for an upgraded version of the 92 style pistol, which came with an additional 150 bullets. He then spent another 100 source points to acquire 2 knives, directly named special alloy knives. Their durability and sharpness were unquestionable, being products of the system. Lindsay discarded the original machete into the system space for safekeeping, placing one of the alloy knives inside as well, preparing to present it to Linji upon his return. This would be her weapon from now on. The pistol remained concealed within the confines of the system space, awaiting its moment to be unleashed. Lindsay, armed with his new weapon, began to meander around the villa. Suddenly, he was startled by low, guttural growls. Instinctively, he moved towards the source of the sound. Before long, he stumbled upon a throng of over a dozen zombies ambling about. What a sight! So many zombies. Lindsay's eyes sparkled. They were a veritable treasure trove of source points. Without hesitation, he charged forth. Zombies were nothing but trifles for him at this moment. Moreover, he was fully equipped and wielded superior weaponry. In a mere 2 minutes, Lindsay decapitated every last one of them, accruing over 200 source points. He had now reached a total of 750 source points, drawing ever closer to the coveted 1,000 mark. Gazing at his alloy knife, Lindsay felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. Yes, it was his technique. Currently, he relied solely on rudimentary skills and his physical prowess in combat. If he could master a more refined technique, known as swordsmanship, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly soar. Just as he prepared to access the shop, he sensed a disturbance. Turning around, he beheld a creature towering approximately 3 meters tall, its body slightly hunched, with arms that almost grazed the ground. It bore a resemblance to a gorilla, yet its entire form was cloaked in long, white fur, a veritable snow monster. Clearly, this was a creature born of extreme weather. Indicative of the various monstrous forms that could arise under such conditions, each varying in strength. Lindsay regarded the snow monster, noting its oversized limbs. Its hands appeared wider than his own body. He felt no fear, only eager anticipation. The snow monster let out a fierce roar, a bizarre sound that was both sharp and grating, akin to a cat hissing mixed with a phlegmy cough. In any case, it was undeniably peculiar. With a furious bellow, the snow monster charged at Lindsay. It moved with remarkable speed, covering the distance of several dozen meters in mere moments. The creature's massive hand swung down towards Lindsay's head. Reacting swiftly, he executed a roll to the side while raising his knife. With a swift slash, the alloy knife sliced through the snow monster's palm, leaving a crimson gash that spurted blood. Truly, the craftsmanship of the system was exceptional. Lin Zhe felt a rush of exhilaration. That strike had encountered no resistance whatsoever. The monster's physical strength was evidently formidable, with a high muscle density, as evidenced by the visible musculature even on its hand. A typical blade would likely have become lodged in such muscle. Yet this alloy knife cut through as if it were slicing through air. Chapter 23. The Transformation of the Apocalyptic World. The injured snow monster, spurred by pain and the scent of blood, was instantly provoked into a frenzied rage. Though the injury sustained by the creature was akin to a mere cut on a human, the snow beast lunged ferociously at Lin Zhe. Its massive hands descended with formidable force, intent on crushing Lin Zhe into a mere pulp. With a sudden surge of energy, Lin Zhe propelled himself out of the snow. The ground erupted beneath him as he evaded the impending strike. The snow beast's hands slammed down onto his previous position, sending a cascade of snow flying. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe charged forward, delivering a fierce slash aimed at the creature's head. Sensing the imminent threat, the snow beast swiftly twisted its body aside. However, Lin Zhe's blade found its mark, slicing through the beast's arm with a sickening sound. Blood gushed forth. The creature's arm severed halfway, still tethered by a remnant of flesh. The excruciating pain drove the snow beast into a frenzy, its movements chaotic and violent. The severed limb could no longer contain the torrent of blood, which sprayed forth, staining the pristine white ground crimson. Rather than confront the beast head-on, Lin Zhe opted for a strategy of evasion, skillfully avoiding its attacks while maintaining distance. He aimed to wear down the creature, for despite its monstrous nature, it was still a living being. Inflicted with wounds, it could perish, as blood loss would inevitably lead to death. Thus, Lin Zhe chose the most prudent and safest method, accepting that it might take longer. Amidst the blizzard's chilling embrace, the snow beast's bleeding gradually slowed, yet it had already lost a significant amount of blood. Its heavy, labored breaths revealed its waning strength, and it began to wobble unsteadily. At that moment, Lin Zhe seized an opportunity, launching a sudden offensive. With a powerful thrust, he drove his blade upward into the creature's jaw, emerging from the top of its head. As he twisted the blade, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed in the air. The snow beast was irrevocably dead. Its brain had been thoroughly mangled. With a swift motion, Lin Zhe withdrew the alloy knife, and the massive body of the snow beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. He noticed an increase of 600 source points, a significant bounty that caused his eyes to gleam with excitement, pushing his total beyond 1,000. However, rather than immediately inspect his spoils, he proceeded to slice open the creature's skull in search of treasure. Monsters were known to yield evolution crystals, typically found in two locations, the brain and the heart. After a brief search of the brain, which yielded no results, perhaps indicative of the creature's lesser intelligence, Lin Zhe turned his attention to the heart. There, he extracted a crystal approximately the size of a thumb. Upon inspection, it promised a reward of 780 source points. What a remarkable find! Lin Zhe was utterly astonished. The evolution crystal could be exchanged for such a multitude of source points. Coupled with the source points acquired from slaying the snow monster, this particular encounter had yielded an impressive total of 1,400 source points. Lin Zhe contemplated the comparative value between evolution crystals and source points. He understood that evolution crystals could enhance physical attributes. Yet he was uncertain about the specifics of this enhancement, the variation in potency among different crystals, and whether there existed any inherent dangers associated with them. In contrast to the evolution crystals, Lin Zhe held greater faith in his own system. Naturally, he would not bestow this particular crystal upon Lin Ji, as he was considering the next one, or perhaps acquiring additional evolution crystals to procure a more economical option for Lin Ji to experiment with. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe exchanged the evolution crystal. He was elated to witness his source points soar to 2,000. Positioned beside the corpse of the snow monster, he began to browse the marketplace, simultaneously lying in wait. Any nearby monsters, enticed by the rich scent of blood, were likely to approach. Faced with the endless array of goods in the marketplace, Lin Zhe clicked on the filter for techniques costing less than 2,000 source points and noted a recommendation alongside it, which he selected as well. With the assistance and recommendations of the system, Lin Zhe meticulously chose a technique named Overlord Blade. The description promised a grand and powerful style. After expending 1,000 source points, he He felt as though he had traversed through eons, instantly mastering the technique. The intricacies of the blade technique were indeed remarkable. Lin Zhiren mused that had he mastered this technique earlier, during his battle with the snow monster, a single strike would surely have severed the creature's arm entirely. The various techniques of force application and wielding the blade were a significant improvement over his previous rudimentary methods. This technique seamlessly integrated into his repertoire, devoid of any upgrade indicators, clearly indicating that its application was left entirely to his discretion, determined by his physical prowess and situational execution. The technique was rather scientific, not one that could produce blade energy. With an additional 1,000 source points remaining, Lin Zhiren opted to enhance his capabilities with 3 talents: Body Coordination and Flexibility Enhancement I, 300 source points, Arm Strength Enhancement I, 100 source points, and Wrist Strength Enhancement I, 100 source points, leaving him with 500 source points. Upon acquiring these 3 enhancements, Lin Zhiren felt a delightful shiver as warmth enveloped him, particularly in his arms. The Overlord Blade also provided a notable enhancement to his physique, especially in terms of arm strength. Coupled with the Body Coordination and Flexibility Enhancement I, Lin Zhiren gained improved control over his body. He swung the blade, and with the empowerment of Overlord Blade, his bodily control was remarkably precise. However, it was still insufficient. He could not achieve the meticulous finesse required, only mastering the various techniques of force application. Resolutely, Lin Zhiren decided to spend his final 500 source points to acquire a talent called Body Control. This talent was not upgradable, yet Lin Zhiren perceived its worth as exceedingly valuable upon acquisition. He found himself capable of controlling his muscles entirely, even to the extent of regulating the closure of his pores. In other words, he possesses an exceptional capacity for utilization, surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This concept is remarkably powerful. If he wishes, he could even enter a frenzied state, relentlessly pushing his limits to achieve an explosive condition. However, the longer he persists, the greater the damage to his body, eventually leading to a collapse. This is a double-edged sword. Lin Zhe marveled at the system, acknowledging such a terrifying ability to be surprisingly affordable. A product of the system must be of exquisite quality. After spending his resources, Lin Zhe gazed at his dwindling source points and sighed. Money flows like water. At that moment, numerous figures began to emerge around him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhe realized they were zombies, evidently drawn by the scent of blood in the air. Perfect. I'm in need of source points. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled. Although each zombie only yielded about 20 to 30 source points, some of the underdeveloped ones offered even less. The sheer number of zombies made up for it. They were easy to kill and plentiful. What a delightful harvest. Armed with his alloy knife, Lin Zhe entered into a slaughter mode, and these incessantly arriving zombies were perfect for him to hone his skills. 5 minutes later, Lin Zhe surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of zombies. His source points having surged to over 800, he had dispatched nearly 30 to 40 zombies. Noticing that it had been quite a while, Lin Zhe deduced that there were likely no more monsters in the vicinity. He shook his head, wiped the blood from his alloy knife, and returned to the villa. I'm back, Lin Zhe called as he climbed over the wall and knocked on the door. Lin Ji hurried over to open it for him. You're back. Lin Ji looked Lin Zhe up and down, noting his blood-soaked attire, and immediately asked with concern, Are you hurt? It's nothing. It's all monster blood. I'll change into a different jacket shortly. This one is soaked in blood and needs to be burned. Lin Zhe reassured her with a wave of his hand. After changing clothes, he casually tossed the bloody jacket into the fireplace. Here, I found this knife for you. From now on, you shall use it. In the days to come, I will teach you the art of the blade, and your training must not cease. If opportunities arise, you will also have the chance to use evolution crystals. Lin Zhe instructed Lin Ji. Okay. Lin Ji nodded earnestly as she accepted the alloy knife from Lin Zhe. Starting tomorrow, she would officially embark on her martial journey. Unbeknownst to them, the world was gradually undergoing a transformation. It seemed that the apocalypse of the past month was not the true end, but rather a test version of it. Across the globe, a multitude of monsters emerged, exhibiting a far greater aggressiveness than those encountered in the previous month. Many safe havens and survivors were caught off guard, brutally attacked by these proactive monsters, resulting in heavy casualties. This was merely the beginning. The changes in this world did not escape the notice of Tang Ziheng, who was observing from a distance. Has this world truly changed? Tang Ziheng pondered, intrigued by this unprecedented situation. He utilized the system to observe the world around him. The background of this world has undergone certain transformations, or rather, an epilogue has been added to the original narrative. A month has passed since the doomsday countdown commenced. This period was a grace bestowed upon humanity by the divine, a time for adaptation. Now, however, the deities are powerless, and suffering and calamity have befallen the realm. In Chapter 24, Gloucester City, a chance encounter with Ellie occurs. Tang Ziheng raises his brow slightly, noting that the divine system has graciously included parentheses around world. This implies that the so-called divine presence is, in fact, a manifestation of the consciousness of this world. It seems that only humanity remains among the native beings of this realm. The divine's impotence, coupled with the onslaught of suffering and disaster, is left unarticulated. Write it out, will you? Tang Ziheng feels the sting of a web novelist's abrupt narrative cuts. Yet, given the current circumstances, he speculates whether an invasion from another world might be at play, or perhaps a collision of dimensions. Nevertheless, he dismisses such thoughts, for his system is not a savior. It merely functions as an ordinary, unremarkable system creator. The system is bestowed upon him, while the divine encourages the protagonist, the destined child, to save the world. Shaking his head, Tang Ziheng considers that in this apocalyptic world, Lin Zhe is simply occupied with eating and sleeping, leaving him free from concern for the time being. In the realm of the sword spirit, there is little entertainment to be found, just the mundanity of life. In the continent of Normania, Clarissa has arrived in the capital of the Gloucester Empire, Gloucester City. Compared to Man City, where she previously resided, Gloucester City, as the capital, is at least 3 to 4 times larger. The vibrancy and bustle within far surpass that of Man City. Upon entering Gloucester City, Clarissa is halted by soldiers at the city gate, who prepare to inquire and take note of her presence. After all, she is a practitioner, armed with a knight's sword. Upon noticing her insignia indicating her affiliation with the vanguard troops, the soldiers salute her and allow her passage. Thank you. Clarissa nods in appreciation and steps inside. Like one who has never seen the world, she gazes around with wide eyes, her head turning in awe. Compared to Gloucester City, Man City feels almost like a rural settlement. As she walks through the streets, she observes that most passers-by are well-dressed, indicating a prosperous life for the inhabitants. In fact, Clarissa cannot even spot the presence of the impoverished. Even the least well-off among them appear to be on par with the middle class of Man City. Clarissa? Suddenly, a girl's voice calls out to her. Clarissa is taken aback and turns to see who might recognize her here. Is that you, Ellie? Clarissa exclaims, recognizing the girl clad in a standard uniform, with a knight's sword at her side. This is indeed the girl from the mercenary group. It's really you. You've come to the capital. Ellie approaches with delight. Yes. Clarissa nods. Where have you been since then? Ellie inquires curiously, then claps her forehead in realization. This isn't the place for idle chatter. Come, now that you're here, you're my guest. Let me show you the unique aspects of the capital. Eagerly, Ellie grasped Clarissa's hand and declared, let us go to the North Wind restaurant. It is the most renowned and largest establishment in the entire capital, and I have heard it is under the patronage of the royal family. As Ellie chattered animatedly with Clarissa, they stepped into the North Wind restaurant. Good day. How many guests? A server approached them as they entered. 2, please find us a quieter spot. Ellie replied with ease. Certainly. There is a table available upstairs. The server led them to the upper floor. As Clarissa surveyed the North Wind restaurant, it was indeed as grand as Ellie had described. Adorned with luxurious decor that exuded an air of nobility rather than ostentation. Despite the bustling crowd, the ambience remained tranquil. The tables were sufficiently spaced apart, and decorative screens provided a sense of privacy. The patrons spoke in moderate tones, avoiding any cacophony. Although it wasn't mealtime, at least a third of the tables were occupied. Though it was a restaurant, it could also be considered a tavern, spanning 2 levels with ample space. The clientele was predominantly affluent, comprising individuals of notable status. Ellie whispered to Clarissa, look around. It seems that most here are either cultivators or elegantly attired individuals. Indeed, Clarissa nodded in agreement, recognizing the distinguished clientele. Right this way. Ladies, you may sit here. The server guided Ellie and Clarissa to a window-side table on the 2nd floor. Thank you. I would like 2 afternoon tea sets, please. Ellie said as she settled into her seat. Of course. The server acknowledged with a nod before departing. Lisa, you must try the afternoon tea here. It's truly delectable. A unique delight of the capital. I often come here for it, especially the desserts. Ellie enthusiastically shared with Clarissa. That sounds delightful. I am looking forward to it. Clarissa smiled, contemplating Ellie's status, which surely must be one of privilege. Although she had not seen the menu, it was evident that the costs would be substantial. Moreover, Ellie's affiliation with the Imperial Academy suggested a noteworthy position. By the way, where are your companions? Clarissa inquired about the two other boys. Ellie winked. You mean Jack and Koss? They have gone to train. The exams are approaching. The day after tomorrow is the test. Would you like to observe, Sister Clarissa? Ellie casually asked. Sure, but I will need you to guide me there. I am unfamiliar with the route, Clarissa replied with a smile, seeing it as an opportunity to broaden her horizons without any specific goals in mind. Have you found a place to stay yet, Lisa? Ellie asked. Not yet. I just arrived in the capital today. Clarissa gently shook her head. That's wonderful, Ellie exclaimed, then quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, Sister Lisa, you can stay at my place. Would that be a bother? Clarissa was taken aback by Ellie's offer. Not at all. It's just me. And I can easily accommodate a few servants. It's no trouble. Ellie waved her hand dismissively. That house is mine. It's not too large, perhaps 400 or 500 square feet, but you are welcome to stay for as long as you like. There are plenty of empty rooms. 1 yard equals 0. 9144 meters. Clarissa harbored suspicions that Ellie was merely posturing, and she had already gathered evidence to support her claims. Did you truly intend to belittle me upon our first encounter? Very well, I shall take my leave, Clarissa remarked with a smile, acquiescing to Ellie's invitation to stay at her residence. Wonderful, Ellie exclaimed, her joy palpable upon hearing Clarissa's agreement. Sister Lisa, I've been quite bored. There's no one to keep me company, and having you stay with me would be delightful. Isn't there Jack and Koss? Don't you have other friends? Clarissa inquired, her brow furrowed in perplexity. To be honest, my family is considered a knightly lineage, quite reputable in the capital. My talents are decent. Yet most of the people I encounter have ulterior motives. Although I know many, none can truly be called friends. Only Koss and Jack, who have been my close companions since childhood, could be considered genuine friends. They are both diligent in their training, while I have been somewhat lackadaisical, resulting in fewer shared moments together, Ellie explained, offering Clarissa a glimpse into her life. And what of me? You place such trust in me so readily? Clarissa raised an eyebrow at Ellie, recalling their brief acquaintance, having only known each other as teammates for a mere fortnight. Sister Lisa, you are different. I trust my instincts, Ellie replied, shaking her head with a smile. You give off an extraordinary aura, and our interactions are incredibly comfortable. Clarissa chuckled softly in response. Sister Lisa, where do you hail from? Ellie inquired with curiosity. My home is no longer, Clarissa shrugged, a hint of bitterness in her voice. My apologies, Ellie said, a sheepish smile crossing her face, recognizing her misstep. Not at all. Clarissa waved off the concern, then proceeded to share her circumstances with Ellie. The orcs are truly despicable. Ellie puffed her cheeks in frustration, sighing deeply. For years, the orcs have remained a persistent threat, with humanity possessing its champions, just as the orcs do. After so many years of conflict, both sides are well acquainted with each other. However, the Gloucester Empire cannot afford to exhaust its resources solely to confront the orcs in a battle to the death. Unless the orcs were to do so, which they have not, a rather delicate situation has arisen. Engaging in trade, or even negotiating peace with the orcs is utterly impossible. Chapter 25, Afternoon Tea. Ellie was fully aware of this reality, and thus could only express her deep sympathy for Clarissa's plight. Sister Lisa, after we parted ways, what adventures have you undertaken? Ellie shifted the conversation to inquire about Clarissa's recent experiences. I participated in the auxiliary forces of the vanguard on the front lines. Clarissa replied candidly. Wow, Ellie exclaimed, her eyes widening with astonishment as she gazed at Clarissa. That's incredible. You actually joined the vanguard's auxiliary forces. Have you already seen the battlefield? Indeed. Clarissa nodded and shared with Ellie the tales of her life on the front lines, the harrowing experiences of war, and the orcs she had slain. Ellie's eyes sparkled with wonder, observing the yearning in Ellie's gaze. Clarissa was taken aback that this seemingly delicate girl yearned to venture to the front lines. I too wish to go to the front, Ellie confessed, her enthusiasm dimming as she sighed, but my family would never permit me to go. The front lines are perilous. In war, unless one possesses extraordinary strength, absolute safety is an illusion. War is a colossal meat grinder. Clarissa gently shook her head, drawing from her personal experiences after participating in numerous battles. Despite her youth, she possessed the wisdom to articulate, "Your family only wishes for your well-being. Though your heart is in the right place, the front lines do not lack for volunteers. Yet they require many like you." "I understand." Ellie nodded. "They simply think I lack skill." Clarissa fell silent. Hee hee. Ellie chuckled bashfully, scratching her head. "I can tell you. My family hails from the knightly lineage of the Freeze family. Perhaps you have heard of it. My full name is Ellie Freeze." I apologize, my exposure is limited." Clarissa replied with a smile, admitting her ignorance of the Freeze family. "Well, they possess a degree of influence," Ellie said, scratching her head once more. "In any case, I will surely join the military in the future, but for now, I cannot go to the front lines. My family forbids it. Not out of fear of my death or belief in my inadequacy, but rather, they fear I might perish swiftly and easily. If I could become a celestial knight, they would likely lift their restrictions. Alas, I am nearing graduation and still not a full knight, though I am close to becoming an elite knight. I believe I shall attain the rank of celestial knight within a year or two." Clarissa nodded in understanding. "By the way, Sister Clarissa, having survived so many battles, are you now a celestial knight?" Ellie inquired curiously, recalling how powerful Clarissa had seemed during their training together. Had it not been for Clarissa's insistence on her lack of background and the hints of her naivety, they might have believed her to be a prodigious scion of a prestigious family. Her talent was remarkable. The absence of a background only deepened their admiration. To be stronger than those with support from powerful families was a testament to her extraordinary gifts. Jack and Koss also harbored intentions of drawing closer to her, as did Ellie. Of course, Ellie's current demeanor toward Clarissa was not calculated. Their bond was not merely a pursuit of favor. They had shared experiences that fostered friendship, enhancing their connection. Cultivating a relationship with such a prodigy was far more valuable than simple manipulation. Personal connections foster intimacy more effectively than any other means. What are personal connections? They are the understanding that you help me, I help you, naturally drawing relationships closer. The journey has just begun. At present, Clarissa, a formal knight, shook her head. Her physical prowess had reached a remarkable 145, steadily growing. With her current talent level and the breathing technique gifted by the novice package, Clarissa was uncertain about the efficacy of this technique, yet she believed that anything produced by the system must be of exquisite quality. Although it was a non-attribute breathing method, it appeared to be exceptionally effective for physical training. "A formal knight? Sister Clarissa, your strength must be formidable," exclaimed Ellie, marveling at the fact that one could survive numerous battles. Surviving one may be attributed to luck, but surviving 2 or 3 certainly could not be dismissed as mere fortune. Coupled with her prior understanding of Clarissa's capabilities, Ellie was confident that despite Clarissa being merely a formal knight, even elite knights would likely not be her match. She had been tempered on the true battlefield. Among the blossoming knights at the academy, few could rival Clarissa's prowess. Ellie was keenly aware of the power possessed by those who had been forged in the crucible of war. After all, she hailed from a knightly family and was also part of the martial lineage of the Gloucester Empire. Ellie's grandfather was a Grand General of the Gloucester Empire, and her father also held the rank of general. Ellie was, in essence, a super military second generation, having encountered countless soldiers from a young age. Her father, a frequent presence on the battlefield, taught her swordsmanship, while her brothers, all military men, took turns instructing her whenever they were available. Therefore, Ellie understood the disparity in strength all too well. "Not too bad." Clarissa, upon hearing Ellie's praise and admiration, waved her hand modestly, feeling no pride in her accomplishments. After all of this was a gift from the divine. Clarissa always regarded herself as a servant of the deity, an eye of the divine walking upon the earth. Though, at times, she might mix in a touch of personal vendetta, such as seeking revenge. After all, when would the exalted deity turn their gaze upon her? Clarissa yearned for the deity's attention. "Fear not, for I am watching you now," Tang Ziheng interjected. "The afternoon tea set has arrived." A server approached with a large platter. "This is the Rose Lover." The server presented 2 glasses filled with a rose-hued beverage, wafting a delightful fragrance of fruit and flowers, refreshingly pleasant. This drink was crafted from special roses and various berries, sweet and tangy, cool and thirst-quenching, utterly delectable. "This is my favorite." Ellie chimed in with enthusiasm. "Ah, you truly know your stuff." The server replied with a smile. "I'm a regular. Don't you recognize me?" Ellie inquired. "Ah,
My apologies. I've only been here for a short while and may not be familiar with the faces. The server quickly responded, offering an apology. No worries at all. Eli waved her hand dismissively, then reached out to present 2 plates of pastries. This is the Snow Love Mountain dessert, which resembles a snow-capped peak, with a creamy topping that mimics fresh snow. There were 3 types of sweets, along with some plump and vibrant fruits that promised delightful flavors. All set. I will take my leave for now. Call me if you need anything, the waiter said with a smile before retreating. Come, let us indulge. Taste them, Eli urged, her eager eyes sparkling with anticipation, reminiscent of someone passionately recommending a favorite. Chapter 26. A display of wealth. After Clarissa had sampled nearly everything, she nodded appreciatively. The flavors are indeed exquisite. Both the texture and presentation are remarkable, and these desserts are not overly sweet. She took a sip of the rose lover drink, finding its taste uniquely captivating. No wonder Eli praised it so highly and relished it so much. May I inquire about the price of this afternoon tea set? Clarissa asked while savoring her treats. If I recall correctly, it should be 99 gold coins per set, Eli replied thoughtfully. Clarissa blinked in surprise. This afternoon tea was truly expensive. The average person might only spend a few gold coins in an entire year. Here, one set cost a staggering 99 gold coins. It was no wonder that only the affluent frequented such establishments, as only they could afford such luxuries. Cultivators, however, were undoubtedly well off. As the adage suggests, the poor are scholars while the rich are warriors, and for cultivators, earning money is considerably easier. For instance, during Clarissa's time with the Vanguard's auxiliary forces, she had already amassed over 600 gold coins. This was merely from bounties, not counting other resources and materials. When everything was considered, including the more valuable resources, her total earnings exceeded 3,000 gold coins. Still quite reasonable, Eli added with a nod, taking another sip with delight. Noticing Clarissa's perplexed expression, she chuckled. Although we are wealthy, we are not foolish. The quality of materials here is undoubtedly worth the price. The flavor and quality are exceptional. Just the items before us cost over 70 gold coins, so selling them for 99 gold coins is hardly exorbitant. The North Wind restaurant is not merely focused on profit. Clarissa nodded in realization, recognizing her previous misunderstanding. Her frugal habits had clouded her judgment, but Eli's explanation illuminated the situation, making the price seem less exorbitant. As their conversation and dining drew to a close, Clarissa finished the last sip of her rose lover drink. Now that we are finished, let me take you to my home. I can have someone prepare a room for you, and then we can head to the arena. I shall treat you to a grand dinner tonight. What do you think? Eli proposed to Clarissa. Sounds perfect. I am completely unfamiliar with the imperial capital. I will follow your lead, Clarissa readily agreed. Wonderful, Eli exclaimed, her joy evident as she bounced with excitement. Let us go to my home. She cheerfully directed Clarissa. After being pulled along by Eli, it took Clarissa a moment to process everything. Wait, Eli, did you pay the bill? She questioned, halting Eli. Fear not. It's on credit. Eli reassured her. There will be those who pay for it. No worries. Ellie waved her hand dismissively. No one is stopping us, right? That waiter may not recognize me, but the others do, so rest assured. Clarissa confessed that she was rather inexperienced. As Ellie strolled down the street with Clarissa, she pointed to a cluster of buildings in the distance. Sister Lisa, look over there. That area seems denser compared to the others. It appears almost as a single entity. What is that about? Clarissa inquired, puzzled. That is my home, or rather, my family's estate, Ellie replied. Clarissa gazed intently at both the buildings and Ellie, struggling to find the right word to describe the architectural complex. That vast expanse, how many people must reside there? How large is your family? She marveled. I'm not quite sure. It seems that just the family members alone exceed 1,000. With servants, guards, and so forth, I would estimate over 5,000, Ellie contemplated. Clarissa fell silent, astonished. Goodness, it's truly a colossal family. That doesn't even account for the extended relatives, Ellie added. Ahem, so where is your house? Clarissa awkwardly changed the subject. Eager to move on. We're almost there, just a couple more streets, and we'll be right by the Adventurers Guild, Ellie assured her. After a short while, Ellie pointed toward a grand residence. Look, it was a 2-story villa, complete with expansive front and back gardens, and 2 guards stood watch at the entrance. Miss Ellie. The guards greeted her respectfully. Yes, recognize this one, Clarissa. In the future, treat her as you would me, Ellie instructed, gesturing toward Clarissa. Understood, Miss Clarissa. The guards replied with deference. Wait. I've never experienced anything like this, Clarissa exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. All right, let us go, Ellie said, leading Clarissa inside. Encountering a passing maid, Ellie casually commanded, prepare a guest room for her. It will be reserved for this lady. Of course, Miss Ellie. The maid responded promptly. Sister Lisa, let me give you a tour of my home, so you can familiarize yourself and let everyone recognize your face. After that, we can head to the arena. What do you think? Ellie suggested. Sure. Clarissa felt as though she were being enveloped by an aura of extravagance. Like a puppet. She followed Ellie on a brief tour, and soon the entirety of the household staff was acquainted with Clarissa. Let us go. We should check out the arena. The Imperial City Arena is quite renowned. It's packed every day, with battles occurring daily, especially the betting matches, Ellie exclaimed with palpable excitement. On their way, Clarissa listened as Ellie educated her about the arena. The Imperial City Arena is somewhat reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum on Earth. It attracts numerous spectators, and each match allows for wagers, though the betting options are rather limited, primarily focused on victories and defeats. The participants are mostly contracted knights. Certainly, every day the arena welcomes challengers. Clarissa arrived at the arena, where the air buzzed with excitement and fervor. It was evident that the Imperial Arena was immensely popular among the citizens of the Gloucester Empire. Truly, a nation that venerates martial prowess. How is it going? Ellie gently nudged Clarissa. Is that you, Miss Ellie? What brings you here today? A staff member at the arena approached them eagerly, recognizing Ellie. This is your exclusive VIP seat. Just call him Xiao Fu. Ellie introduced the arena manager to Clarissa. Hello? I'm Clarissa. Clarissa hesitated, looking at the shrewd-looking middle-aged man before her, unsure about addressing him as Xiao Fu. Greetings. I am Rosfu. Since you are a friend of Miss Ellie, you are indeed my friend as well. Come, allow me to escort you both, Rosfu said with a beaming smile as he led them through a staff corridor to a VIP section. Chapter 27. Strength on the Rise. Unmatched beneath the celestial stars from this vantage point, one could clearly observe the entire arena. Magical crystals enhanced the experience, akin to watching a live broadcast, with adjustable angles that allowed for both distant and close-up views, even capturing the sounds of the combatants. At that moment, two knights were engaged in battle, students from the Gloucester Empire Knight Academy, honing their combat skills. Ellie pointed out the knights in action. Clarissa nodded, recognizing that this was indeed a life-or-death contest, as opponents would show no mercy. One would either perish or concede. The martial spirit of the Gloucester Empire was formidable. Shall we place a bet? Ellie inquired. No, it seems rather uninteresting, Clarissa replied, shaking her head. After observing the arena for a while, Clarissa expressed her boredom and decided to leave with Ellie. Suddenly, the badge at Clarissa's waist vibrated, emanating a surge of magical energy. News from the front. Clarissa's brow furrowed. What is it? Ellie's expression shifted with concern. I'm sorry, I must head to the front lines, Clarissa informed Ellie, noting that the badge was specifically designated for summoning those in the reserve forces. Under normal circumstances, it would not activate, but its initiation indicated an urgent call. Ellie understood the gravity of the situation and nodded as she watched Clarissa hastily depart. With a heavy heart, she too made her way to her family's residence. Upon arriving, Ellie found that her family had already received the news through magical communication, which left her pale with shock. A massive orc invasion. When Clarissa reached the front lines, her expression turned grave. In the distance, she spotted a vast swarm of dark figures, with elemental forces erupting incessantly, and the sounds of battle reached her ears even from afar. With a swift motion, Clarissa charged into the battlefield, unleashing a spinning sword as she entered. Her momentum surged forward, and an orc fell lifelessly at her feet. Clarissa entered the battlefield, yet her strength remained insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Nevertheless, she was determined to slay as many orcs as possible, seeking vengeance while simultaneously earning source points, contributing to the efforts of the Gloucester Empire. The fierce battle raged on for over an hour, culminating in the complete annihilation of the orcs, who fought valiantly to the last breath without a thought of retreat. The vanguard forces emerged victorious, albeit at a grievous cost. With over half of their ranks fallen, they surveyed the grim scene of carnage, particularly the newly enlisted soldiers, who stood in stunned silence. The veterans began the solemn task of clearing the battlefield, though the vanguard camp was merely a segment of the border forces. The scale of the orc invasion here was alarming, hinting at far worse conditions elsewhere. The tide of orc incursions had begun, unlike anything witnessed in previous years, truly terrifying. I long to return home, murmured voices reached Clarissa's ears. War is indeed a relentless meat grinder. As she gazed upon the sea of bodies, an involuntary wave of nausea washed over her. After a considerable time, the battlefield was nearly cleared, and the vanguard regrouped. The general, standing upon the elevated platform, looked down at his diminished forces, his silence echoing the gravity of their loss. With a deep sigh, he rallied his spirits and proclaimed aloud, "We have triumphed in this battle. I know many of our new recruits have fallen. Perhaps fewer than 1 in 10 remain. But this is the duty of a soldier. Behind us stands the empire, the people, our families, all that we cherish and protect. The orcs seek to seize it all. We must not falter. We must not doubt or fear. Soldiers, the orcs must die. The orcs must perish." The soldiers were ignited with fervor, dispelling the oppressive silence that had lingered. Morale surged. The general exhaled in relief, fearing that the sudden orc incursion would shatter his troop spirit. Simultaneously, he expressed gratitude for the support of the auxiliary forces, who had arrived without hesitation at the urgent summons. "Your valor has not gone unnoticed by the Empire. Once this ordeal is over, rewards shall be bestowed," he declared, remembering the contributions of the auxiliary troops. "Now, let us rest for a moment. Greater challenges await us," he shouted. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. This wave of orc invasion was merely a prelude. The vanguard would soon return to the entire border force, moving back to the heavily fortified checkpoints. To breach the Gloucester Empire, the orcs must conquer the northern border fortifications, guarded by over 1 million knights. Furthermore, magical siege engines and a multitude of elemental mages were present, though knights were the predominant force. Their prevalence was due to the rarity of elemental mages within the Gloucester Empire, most of whom served the empire. The circumstances in the Gloucester Empire differ markedly from those of other empires. For instance, the Darran Empire is a realm of magic, where the ratio of elemental mages to knights stands in stark contrast to that of the Gloucester Empire. This disparity is inevitable, given the prevailing customs of Gloucester. Here, the spirit of the people is fierce, and martial prowess is highly esteemed. Furthermore, the requirements for becoming a knight are relatively lenient, resulting in a bounteous production of knights. The Knight Academy of Gloucester is renowned across the globe, attracting a multitude of foreign students each year. Clarissa understands that the days of warfare are soon to engulf the Gloucester Empire. She muses to herself, "I must grow stronger to survive the impending conflict." Strength is the most reliable assurance. In this war, Clarissa has amassed 45,600 source points. Uncertain of the reason for such an abundance, she resolves to utilize them. As a devotee of the divine, all that she possesses is bestowed upon her by the deity. Perhaps the divine has rewarded her for slaying orcs, thereby diminishing the danger to the populace. Clarissa, as a faithful follower, lacks a clear understanding of the tangible implications of altering the world. On the battlefield, her actions against the orcs wield considerable influence. Perhaps her additional kills have spared 10 lives. With 48,000 source points at her disposal, she promptly elevates her 2 talents, Talent Enhancement 3 and Talent Enhancement 4, as well as Sword Mastery 3 and Sword Mastery 4. In an instant, her mind is engulfed in a resounding explosion of clarity. The world around her appears transformed as countless revelations surge forth. Her basic swordsmanship transcends to perfected basic swordsmanship, which in turn endows her with formidable additional swordsmanship bonuses, as basic swordsmanship serves as the foundation. The 2 lower-tier combat techniques, Spinning Blade and Earth Splitter, also experience a tremendous surge, reaching their perfected states under Clarissa's extraordinary talents and the enhancement of her foundational sword techniques. The perfected Spinning Blade can unleash a flurry of 39 strikes, while the perfected Earth Splitter boasts a power augmentation exceeding 300. With an additional 8,200 source points, Clarissa intends to invest further in her enhancements. Upon searching, she discovers a recommendation. Dragonblood Warrior Eye enhances physical talents, substantially increasing physical strength and significantly improving stamina and healing, requires 5,000 source points. Without hesitation, Clarissa opts for the exchange. Thump, thump. It seems as though she can hear the powerful rhythm of her heart, akin to a drumbeat. A wave of fiery energy emanates from her heart, coursing through her limbs and bones. Clarissa perceives her blood flowing like molten lava, hot. So hot. She feels as though she is igniting. Were an outsider to witness her now, they would see her glowing crimson, exuding steam with every breath. Fortunately, the vanguard has already set forth, and as a member of the auxiliary forces, Clarissa enjoys the freedom to act as she pleases. Thus, Clarissa remained here, her peculiar state unnoticed by anyone. After several moments, she gradually returned to normal. Clarissa felt her body transformed into something terrifying, her breaths elongated, her heart beating powerfully, and her entire being brimming with vitality, as if she had evolved into an entirely different species. Fortunately, with her mastery of the perfected, basic swordsmanship, Clarissa quickly adapted to her newfound strength. She opened the system panel to examine her changes. She was aware of her increased power, but sought to quantify it through data. Rank: Elite Knight. Physical attributes: 52 Martial arts, Knight's breathing technique, Stellar Ode, neutral. Talents: Talent enhancement 4. All talents are elevated. Upgrade requires 50,000 source points. Swordsmanship mastery 4. Enhancement of swordsmanship talent. Upgrade requires 50,000 source points. Dragonblood Warrior Eye. Enhances physical talents, significantly increases physical strength and stamina recovery, as well as healing from injuries. Upgrade requires 50,000 source points. Skills: Perfected basic swordsmanship. Mastery of the perfected level of basic swordsmanship, providing substantial bonuses to swordplay. Max level, lower tier combat techniques. Spinning blade mastery. Launches a rapid flurry of 39 attacks in an instant. Max level, lower tier combat techniques. Earth Shatter Slash. Delivers a powerful, forceful strike. Max level. Clarissa had stepped into the realm of the elite knight. In terms of physical strength, she could now be compared to a star knight. 1 represents a novice knight, 10 a formal knight, 30 an elite knight, 50 a star knight, 100 a moon knight, and 200 a solar knight. Ranks above 500 are legendary titles. This classification holds true under normal circumstances, and it merely reflects the minimum physical strength. The actual tier distinctions are more intricate, with significant variations in combat prowess even among those of the same rank due to various circumstances. In summary, rank serves merely as a reference point. In this world, there is no notion of realms. This classification is only a rough description, providing a general understanding of disparities, all within a minimum range. Clarissa, with her mastery of power, belongs to the rank of elite knight, yet her physical prowess rivals that of a star knight. In other words, she is invincible beneath the star knights. Chapter 28. Biling Academy. Clarissa glanced around, finding herself alone. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to head to the nearest checkpoint, the Grand Wall. The Grand Wall is a segment of the northern defense of the Gloucester Empire, directly facing the North Wilderness mountain range. In other words, during the Orc invasion, the Grand Wall bore the brunt of the assault. Once, when it was not yet known as the Grand Wall, during the onslaught of orcs, all surrounding checkpoints were breached, ultimately converging here, facing both frontal and lateral attacks. This created immense pressure. If breached, it would mean that the Gloucester Empire itself had been opened to invasion. The orcs are capable of breaching the borders of the Gloucester Empire, rampaging at will. When the time comes, the proliferation of these orcs will pose an insurmountable challenge to subdue. It was then that a legendary figure emerged, Gran. He ultimately resolved a conflict that nearly led to the annihilation of the nation, altering the fate of the Gloucester Empire and quelling what was deemed the largest orc tide in history that year. However, this legendary hero met his demise in battle. To commemorate this legend, this place has been named the Wall of Gran. Clarissa, moved by this history, intends to venture to the perilous Wall of Gran. Observing the situation, Tang Ziheng noted that Clarissa was performing exceptionally well, achieving an astounding 80,000 source points. Yet, much more is required to search for the next world. Clarissa, truly his treasure, is in a position to yield significant rewards amidst the orc tide. After all, the better Clarissa performs, the more source points are accumulated. Beyond mere combat, the ability to alter and influence the world carries great weight. The next world appears to be secured, with Lin Zhe and Bimo's situation not requiring consideration. Clarissa alone suffices to meet the demands for his next world search, the Blade Spirit World. After attending the graduation banquet, Bimo and Wen Yu ventured to Biling Academy a week later. The entrance examination is scheduled for tomorrow, arriving a day in advance. They sought to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, as post-examination, they would reside in the Academy's single accommodations. Renowned as a prestigious institution, Biling Academy waives accommodation fees for all students, providing a 24-hour free dining hall and covering all utilities and mundane living expenses. Within the Academy, the most critical asset is credit points. These points can be exchanged for everything, including skipping grades, graduation, and various cultivation resources, as well as materials for nurturing blade spirits and honing sword techniques. Credit points can be earned in numerous ways, such as completing academy tasks, participating in various activities, and fulfilling daily classroom assessments. Upon registration, Bimo and when you receive their student cards, an item that accompanies them for life, bound to their identity and unusable by others. The student card records credit points, grants access to dormitory doors, and facilitates dining, among other functions. After graduation, the card will automatically update, allowing continued access to Biling Academy and free meals, though accommodation will be removed. As Bimo, and when you arrived at the dormitory area, whether by fortune or the Academy's arrangement, they discovered that their dormitories were directly opposite each other. With all accommodations being single occupancy, there was no distinction between genders. Shortly thereafter, they proceeded to the dining hall to sample the Academy's culinary offerings. Upon tasting the food, they confirmed that the chef was of exceptional caliber. "Hello, are you the new students of this year?" approached a young man clad in the Biling Academy uniform. "Greetings. Indeed, we are this year's new students," Bimo replied. When you raised her head to gaze at the other person, smiling as she nodded, the man's eyes brightened upon seeing her countenance. "Hee, I am a second-year student. Since you are newcomers, I suppose I shall be your senior. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Feng." As he spoke, he attempted to sit beside Wenyu. "Pardon me, senior, but we are currently dining. If you would be so kind, please refrain from disturbing us," Wenyu stated directly. Lin Feng's body stiffened slightly as he was about to take a seat. He forced a rather unpleasant smile. All right, my apologies. How about we exchange contact information? If you ever have questions in the Academy, feel free to ask me," Lin Feng offered, casting a glance at Bimo to mask his intentions toward Wenyu. "Sure, I'll add you." Bimo proactively responded to Lin Feng, retrieving his communication device. "Great." Lin Feng eagerly exchanged contact information with Bimo, then turned his gaze longingly towards Wenyu. "You can just add Bimo. We are always together," Wenyu said with a smile. All right." Lin Feng's expression faltered, and with Wenyu's words, he could only nod in acquiescence before departing with his meal tray. TSK, a beauty brings disaster," Bimo remarked once Lin Feng had left. "I acknowledge the beauty, but I recommend you omit the latter part." Wenyu scrunched her nose, raising her fair, delicate fist and shaking it playfully in front of Bimo ahem. Yes, your majesty won." Bimo promptly conceded. The news of Wenyu, a dual S-class prodigy, enrolling at Biling Academy naturally spread throughout the institution. After all, even at Biling Academy, such dual S talents are a rarity, with typically no more than a handful in each grade. This year's first-year cohort includes only 3, Wenyu among them. However, Wenyu is not the most dazzling of them all. It is rumored that there exists a super talent with an SS spiritual affinity and an A-class blade spirit. Although the blade spirit ranks only A, the terror of that SS spiritual talent cannot be underestimated. The disparity in talent across levels is immense. A tenfold difference is entirely plausible, and the gap only widens with advancing ranks. Thus, even if this new student's blade spirit is slightly lacking, their innate spiritual energy could be formidable. As previously mentioned, in the realm of blade spirits, the essence lies in the differences in spiritual energy. The higher the blade spirit's rank, the greater the amplification and benefits it confers. The SS prodigy's high spiritual talent ensures their blade spirit, while A-ranked, does not fall short, making them exceptionally fearsome. They are heralded as the strongest newcomer of this cohort. When you engaged in conversation with Bimo about this matter, however, relaying this to me is of no use. I am merely a weakling, Bimo shrugged, openly presenting himself as a dual C waste, and secretly a dual B minor waste. What I mean is that the competition is quite fierce. You must strive diligently. By the way, I will provide resources for cultivation. No refusals. I shall see if I can procure some treasures that can alter your aptitude, Wenyu said, with a hint of worry etched on her face. Such treasures that can change one's aptitude are rare and difficult to obtain, and even for someone like Wenyu. Acquiring them is no easy feat moreover. She had not anticipated such a plethora of talents emerging this year. The abundance of geniuses is not necessarily a boon for Bimo, fear not. The allure of a comfortable life is undeniable. Bimo waved his hand, acknowledging that when you provided the resources for cultivation, and he harbored no pretense of pride in refusing them. Their relationship, in this context, was utilitarian. He could always repay her in due course, and if repayment proved impossible, he would have no choice but to devote himself to her. After all, he had given himself to her. She had indeed struck a fortunate deal. However, with the system as his backing, Bimo felt emboldened. The mere ability to alter his innate qualities was formidable enough in itself. He speculated that, given the opportunity, he might ascend to a double S rating, or even aspire to the legendary triple S talent, a gift seldom seen in a millennium. While instances of triple S have occurred, they were often accompanied by a lower rating in another aspect, such as C or B, which was decidedly lackluster. Furthermore, the disparities in attributes and special abilities associated with sword spirits were random, leading to varying degrees of influence, some even detrimental. After their meal, their student uniforms were ready. A message was sent to them, and Bimo, and when you receive their attire, predominantly white, paired with black accents. The overall design exuded an air of sophistication and elegance, while remaining practical for movement and combat. The materials were specially crafted, including the shoes. Each received 3 sets, with replacements available at any time if damaged. The boys' uniforms had a hint of a tailored suit, while the girls wore a combination of shorts and knee-high socks. A short skirt over shorts alleviated any concerns of wardrobe malfunctions, with the choice of wearing the socks left to personal preference. It could be said that the uniforms of Biling Academy were at the forefront of fashion, with an aesthetic that was commendable, reportedly designed by top-tier designers. Bimo, and when you returned to their dormitory to don their uniforms, the garments were exceedingly comfortable, and once clad in their outfits, their appearances seemed to elevate significantly. With Bimo's handsome features and when used beauty, the couple attracted considerable attention as they traversed the academy, embodying the ideal pairing of talent and beauty. The academy's forum was soon flooded with photographs of them captured from various angles. The double S genius newcomer, when you has appeared. Is the boy beside her boyfriend? Both are students of Biling. Witness the tale of this genius couple. Various threads emerged, and Bimo, and when you were blissfully unaware that they had begun to garner fame even before their official enrollment. Among the many prodigies, one you commanded the highest level of intrigue, swiftly ascending to the top of the freshman rankings at Biling Academy. This ranking reflected popularity and notoriety, while when you also secured the second position on the overall freshman leaderboard, with the top spot held by another genius possessing an SS talent. Ultimately, the overall leaderboard prioritized innate ability and strength. It was updated in real time, meaning current standings did not necessarily reflect actual capabilities, as the upcoming enrollment tests and subsequent combat trials would reshape the rankings. Within approximately a month of enrollment, these rankings would solidify. Chapter 29. Enrollment testing. On the following day, the enrollment tests were held in the expansive playground, drawing many senior students to observe. This assessment was conducted by class, providing an opportunity to become acquainted with fellow classmates. In the first class of the first year at the Department of Martial Science, there are only 12 students. This year, 4 exceptional prodigies are present in this class, making the remaining 8 mere embellishments, even though these embellishments would themselves be considered superlative talents outside this setting. Bimo, without a doubt, stands out as the most exceptional among the embellishments. He is likely the only dual C student at Biling Academy. However, within the confines of Class 1, Bimo is not the sole practitioner of ice attributes. There is another girl also endowed with ice abilities. Such rare attributes are indeed scarce, even among those with high potential. In Class 1, when you represents the lightning attribute, while Bimo embodies the ice attribute. The majority of the rest possess more conventional abilities, including the SS talent, who also holds a standard attribute. The first contestant, Yun, a handsome young man with short brown hair, steps forward, his face adorned with a gentle smile. The crowd begins to murmur. That must be the strongest newcomer this year. The renowned SS prodigy. Indeed, that's him. I've seen his photograph. I wonder how he will perform in this test. It should be flawless. It is worth noting that the high school assessments prior to university are not absolute. Upon entering university, students are subjected to another entrance examination, which is considerably more meticulous. Moreover, With the possibility of review, any discrepancies or prior errors can be uncovered. There are numerous historical instances of students being assessed as C in high school, only to achieve A or B upon entering university, much to the delight of less prestigious institutions that gain unexpected talents. Yun, familiar with the process, confidently proceeds with the assessment. Spirit Power Talent, SS Blade Spirit Talent, a Blade Spirit, Frenzied Flame, Fire Attribute, Spirit Power, 724 Special Ability 1, Special Ability 2, Special Ability 3. The results of this assessment leave everyone in awe. Truly, he is the most formidable newcomer. With a Spirit Power Talent of SS and a Blade Spirit Talent of A, although the latter is somewhat lacking in comparison, the possession of 3 special abilities is remarkable. It has been noted that special abilities are only indicated as existing, with their specifics known solely to the individual unless disclosed or revealed during combat. While the Blade Spirit Talent may be somewhat underwhelming, it is of little consequence given the 3 special abilities. This is more than sufficient to secure Yun's status as the strongest newcomer. Additionally, his spirit power, reaching an astounding 724 points, is a testament to his SS Spirit Power Talent. Truly a terrifying figure. It is important to recognize that the majority of those present possess only around 200 to 300 points. Very impressive, remarks the instructor, an unassuming middle-aged man, as he nods approvingly at Yun. Next up, Wenyu. The assessments proceed in descending order, starting from the overall ranking of newcomers. In Class 1 of the Department of Martial Science, the 12 students represent the top 12. Wenyu steps forward. As expected, she retains her dual S rating along with 2 special abilities. Her spirit power is recorded at 402, a significant improvement from her high school assessment. After completing her evaluation, she returns to sit beside Bimo. At this moment, everyone noticed Bimo. Hey, isn't that guy Wenyu's boyfriend? He is quite handsome, but let me see. He ranks 12th in the freshman overall standings, which means he is at the bottom of our class. As they flipped through the rankings, it became evident that Bimo was in the first class of the first year of the Martial Arts Academy, and only the top 12 freshmen were placed there. So he was naturally assumed to be the 12th. The specifics would have to wait until after the assessments to be revealed. Following Wenyu was the 3rd individual with a double S rank, a charming young girl named Lin Xiao. Her spiritual talent was rated S, as was her Blade Spirit Talent. Blade Spirit, Gale's End, Wine Type, Spiritual Power, 356 Special Ability, 1 Special Ability 2. These 3 represent the strongest newcomers this year, all starting with an S-level talent. The rest mostly comprised 1S and 1A, and as the rankings continued down to 7th or 8th place, it was predominantly AA. Of course, mere AA students would typically enter the first class of the Martial Arts Academy. After Lin Xiao, even the least skilled had at least 1 special ability. Last one, Bimo, the teacher called out. It was his turn. How would he fare? However, being at the bottom was somewhat disappointing. One wondered what Wenyu saw in him. Even if he were lacking, he was still a genius in his own right. That was sufficient, wasn't it? Upon hearing the name Bimo, the reputations of both Bimo and Wenyu had long spread. After all, the topic was compelling. Wenyu had become one of the school beauties upon her entrance to Biling Academy. Everyone was captivated by beauty, especially the admirers, or rather, one could say that people are inherently drawn to splendid things. Thus, Wenyu attracted considerable attention. As for Lin Xiao, she was also a school beauty, albeit ranked lower. After all, cuteness pales in comparison to allure, and Lin Xiao was excessively adorable. Although Wenyu was not seductive, she exuded purity, a pinnacle of innocence. Go for it. Wenyu cheered for Bimo. Her encouragement was not about hoping he would excel, but rather motivating him to withstand the impending criticism and doubt regarding his results. All right, Bimo nodded and stepped forward. Spiritual Talent, B-Blade Spirit Talent, B-Blade Spirit, Crystal Ice, Ice Type, Spiritual Power, 168 Special Ability, 1. The crowd fell into a hush. Did I see that correctly? Double B? How could he qualify for Class 1? Goodness. As everyone beheld Bimo's test results, murmurs of speculation filled the air. However, the atmosphere was not hostile. It was merely a questioning of Bimo's capabilities, devoid of any senseless insults. Let us not forget the relationship between Bimo and Wenyu. Offending Bimo was tantamount to offending Wenyu. After all, who would want to cross a rare genius with a double S rank and dual special abilities? Well, it's acceptable. There must be something special about you for getting in here. The teacher mused, although uncertain how Bimo had entered. It was well known that Biling Academy did not entertain favoritism. Even if it existed, it would apply to the lower-ranked classes, making entry to the first class improbable. Since he was in Class 1, the admissions teachers must have had their reasons. Bimo returned to his spot. Oh, the high school test results turn out to be incorrect. How delightful. When you exclaimed with excitement upon Bimo's return, visibly elated by the erroneous assessment of Bimo's performance. The dual Bs are significantly superior to Cs, and their S even a unique ability. I never anticipated this. Bimo replied with a smile, fully aware that it was all due to the system. However, seeing when you so jubilant brought him joy as well. The teacher at the podium began to speak. All right, the test results are concluded. They will be released shortly. You may check them on the school's app at your convenience. However, do not assume this is the end. At Biling Academy, competition is exceedingly fierce. Rankings hold paramount importance, directly influencing your credit acquisition. Allow me to clarify. The top freshman will earn 1,000 credits each month, the second will receive 900, and so forth. Those ranked from 6th to 10th will uniformly receive 400 points, while the 11th to 20th will each receive 300 points. The further down the ranks, the lesser the supplementary credits awarded monthly. This merely pertains to credits. Various resource allocations differ with each rank. Therefore, it is crucial for everyone to take this seriously. Being in Class 1 of the martial sciences does not guarantee your position indefinitely. You could find yourselves in Class 2, Class 3, or even the lowest class. Monthly ranking battles allow for challenges. If someone challenges you and you lose, your positions will be swapped. As the students listened to the teacher, their expressions grew serious. They could sense the pressure and the urgency of being pursued. This is competition. Each student has an initial 100 credits in their student card. And this month's ranking does not count. The actual calculation begins next month. Thus, this month's competition is exceptionally intense. Moreover, the first month of school is designated as ranking month. This means that challenges are unlimited during this month. However, thereafter, challenges may only be conducted during the last 3 days of each month. Challenges must be submitted to your respective teachers or the administration office. At this moment, as the teacher concluded, another instructor approached. Hey, old Wong, my student wishes to challenge the one named Bimo from your class. Everyone was taken aback. It seemed Bimo's test results had garnered attention immediately. Indeed, someone was eager to take the risk. Although Bimo's innate talent was deemed low, the students of Class 1 displayed no aversion. They were all of high caliber, and Bimo's lower ranking posed no threat to their interests. Thus, they had no reason to seek trouble, as such actions would only invite complications for themselves. They were all adults and not fools. However, the sentiments of Class 1 did not reflect those of other classes. Hey, a dual B student, even if somewhat rare in the ice element. The spiritual energy is rather low. After all, a typical dual B student at this stage usually possesses spiritual energy around 180 to 200 points, while Bimo's energy stood at only 168, indeed quite lacking. Additionally, Class 2 does not imply the absence of individuals endowed with dual A's or even S-level talents. Their inability to enter Class 1 merely reflects deficiencies in other areas. For instance, while both classes may possess students with dual A's, Class 1 might have 1 or even 2 exceptional talents, whereas Class 2 might have only 1 or none at all. Although it is true that exceptional talents are not always beneficial, it is a fact that only those deemed unworthy will lack both the spirit of their blade and extraordinary abilities. Bimo, come forth. I shall lead you to the arena, said the teacher of Class 1. All right. Bimo nodded, rising to his feet. When you quickly followed suit. The students of Class 1 exchanged glances, each eager to witness the unfolding drama. The news of Class 2 challenging Class 1's ranking spread like wildfire, prompting countless spectators to flock to the arena in anticipation of the match. Upon arrival at the arena, one would note its remarkable construction, capable of withstanding over 1 million points of spiritual energy without incurring any damage. Even if the energy exceeded that threshold, the arena possessed a self-repairing mechanism. As long as the structure was not nearly dismantled in a single blow, repairs would be unnecessary. Remarkably, even 5th-grade students seldom reach such explosive energy levels, and many graduates fall short as well. Moreover, the arena is equipped with a protective mechanism, allowing participants to engage freely, as this safeguard activates instantaneously. To date, there have been no incidents of failure. Bimo beheld his opponent, a robust man with a buzz cut, standing at approximately 175 meters, slightly shorter than Bimo. The instructors from both sides served as referees, while the large screens displayed the profiles of the competitors. Bimo's prowess required no elaboration. Wang Su's profile revealed spiritual talent, S, blade spirit talent, A, blade spirit, Yin Wu, fire element, spiritual power, 284. At first glance, the opponent's spiritual energy surpassed Bimo's by 120 points. However, as an ice element practitioner, Bimo naturally exerted a significant advantage over Wang Su. The rarity of the ice element renders it inherently more advanced. Furthermore, ice is inherently effective against fire, while fire may melt ice. It must also expend energy to vaporize water. Thus, if Bimo expends 100 units of energy, Wang Su might need to expend 130 or even 150. First-year martial arts class 2, Wang Su. Wang Su declared to Bimo. First-year martial arts class 1, Bimo. Bimo replied with a nod. The ranking challenge commenced at the teacher's signal. Wang Su gathered points of white light into a blade in his hand, the weapon measuring 4 fingers wide, lacking a guard, and approximately 1 meter in length, its blade of vivid crimson. Flash. Wang Su charged at Bimo. Bimo conjured his own blade spirit, Crystal Ice, whose ice blue blade radiated an exquisite beauty. If wielded by a girl, it would undoubtedly appear enchanting. Even in Bimo's hands, it exuded a touch of youthful charm. With a whoosh, the blade of Wang Su's Yin Wu ignited in flames. Flying blade slash. Wang Su executed a powerful stroke, transforming his spiritual energy into a crescent blade aura. The flames trailing from the blade surged toward Bimo. As when you observed this scene, her brows furrowed slightly. Bimo possessed a notable disadvantage. He had not practiced any sword techniques. Although everyone had recently awakened and discovered their sword's spirit attributes prior to awakening, one could have trained in non-attribute sword techniques. Techniques, such as the flying blade slash, could also incorporate attributes. For instance, Wang Su, in the absence of a fire attribute, would execute a standard spiritual power flying slash. However, with the fire sword spirit, the flying slash became imbued with the essence of flames. As a commoner, Bimo had dedicated himself solely to honing foundational swordsmanship, lacking any formal training in advanced techniques. This placed him at a significant disadvantage. In the face of Wang Su's attack, Bimo deftly sidestepped, his foot barely grazing the ground as he evaded the flying blade slash. With a clang, he raised his weapon to clash with Wang Su's. One blade radiated flames, while the other exuded an icy chill. Bimo's brow furrowed slightly. He felt his spiritual energy being continuously drained, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. He quickly realized that the flames on Wang Su's blade were not merely ordinary spiritual energy, but rather a manifestation of the opponent's unique sword spirit ability. With this thought, Bimo immediately exerted his strength, aiming to push Wang Su away. However, he discovered that his power was insufficient to match that of his adversary. Wang Su's spiritual energy was more potent, forcing Bimo back. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Bimo propelled himself backward, leaping gracefully several meters away. He understood that victory in this ranking battle was imperative, not only for himself, but also for Wen Yu. Is this all you've got? Wang Su sneered at Bimo, clearly having gauged his opponent's capabilities after their brief exchange. Lacking sword techniques, with weaker spiritual energy and average physical attributes, Bimo's shortcomings were apparent. Of course, the stronger the spiritual energy, the more one's physical prowess could be enhanced. The two were interdependent. Ignoring Wang Su, Bimo glanced at his crystalline ice, silently hoping that the system would not falter. Who knows how you got summoned here? Wang Su taunted as he charged toward Bimo. Meanwhile, the other students from Class 2 lamented, allowing Wang Su to seize the opportunity to shine. Edging closer to Class 1. Prepare to fall. Wang Su leaped toward Bimo, ready to deliver a downward strike. Sit firmly upon the frosty sky. Bimo suddenly exclaimed. Wang Su, caught off guard, had no time to react. Boom. Bimo erupted with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending an unsuspecting Wang Su flying. Wang Su executed a backflip, landing steadily several meters away, his expression one of confusion at the sudden turn of events. As the surge of spiritual energy receded, Bimo's hair transformed, taking on a hint of icy blue. The blade in his hand gleamed as white as snow, now tinged with a subtle icy blue. its hilt adorned with a long crystalline chain reminiscent of a dragon's tail. Initial release. Ice Wheel. Chapter 31. Dragon Mist. All eyes were drawn to the transformed Bimo. His aura now radiating a chilling spiritual energy. It was evident that Bimo's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The unique abilities of the language spirit? No wonder he was advancing to Class 1, exclaimed the observing teacher in awe. The world is replete with extraordinary abilities, the nature of which remains largely unknown. Fundamentally, these abilities can be categorized into two primary types, active and passive. Active abilities require conscious activation, encompassing direct attacks, status effects, and support functions. The speech spirit abilities, classified under the active category, are notably rare, yet there have been numerous individuals possessing such powers. Conversely, passive abilities are more straightforward, as they can be activated at will or remain dormant. When activated, they provide accompanying passive effects, which, while generally less potent than their active counterparts, do not deplete one's spiritual energy and can exist permanently. Observing Bimo's unique capability within the speech spirit category reveals a terrifying amplification of his own spiritual energy. It is evident that the speech spirit possesses a distinctive enhancement known as the liberation language, which typically bestows significant power and efficacy. At this moment, Bimo, having initiated his transformation, visibly overpowered Wang Su's spiritual energy. Bimo's spiritual energy surged to an impressive 504, tripling its previous value. In an instant, he vanished from his position and charged towards Wang Su. The augmentation of his spiritual energy brought about a comprehensive enhancement. With a reflexive motion, Wang Su raised his weapon defensively, just as Bimo appeared before him, delivering a powerful strike of crystalline ice against Wang Su's fiery weapon. A tremendous force surged through Wang Su's weapon, accompanied by an intense chill, causing him to be sent flying. Bimo pursued closely, thrusting his weapon forward. Wang Su was unable to retaliate, resorting to blocking once more. The clash of their weapons produced a sharp sound, and suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy and coldness erupted, altering Wang Su's expression. The technique, Dragon Hail, unleashed a cross-shaped ice formation at the point of impact, instantly freezing the surrounding area. Moments later, the ice shattered, revealing that Wang Su had vanished without a trace. You have emerged victorious, the teacher announced to Bimo. He triggered a protective mechanism and was transported away. I see. Bimo nodded, noticing Wang Su outside the arena, who regarded him with a complex expression. Wow, Bimo is no ordinary opponent. It's no wonder he entered Class 1 with a double B. Thankfully, we didn't confront him. Wang Su felt the sting of defeat, regretting his impulsive approach without observing the situation. The atmosphere among the students of Class 2 shifted dramatically. Wang Su cast a resentful glance at them. You weren't saying that a moment ago. You have won. There will be no further challenges today. Only one per day is permitted, the teacher smiled at Bimo. Recognizing the formidable enhancement provided by his speech spirit ability, which had at least tripled his spiritual energy and seemingly included unique techniques. Thank you, teacher. Bimo nodded appreciatively, then reverted to his original state, shedding the transformation. Xiaobai, I never expected you to be this strong. You looked so impressive in that transformed state. When you watched as Bimo approached, eagerly stepping forward to inquire, wait a moment, what does little Bai signify? Bimo's expression darkened. Don't you think little Bai sounds rather endearing? When you chuckled. Indeed, it is quite affectionate, akin to calling a dog, Bimo replied with a mock seriousness. Oh, come now, let us not dwell on such trivialities. When you waved her hand dismissively. After the entrance examination, there is little to concern oneself with. Even at Biling Academy, one enjoys a considerable degree of freedom. Aside from the monthly assessments and ranking battles, the rest of the time is yours to manage. Should one neglect their efforts, they will undoubtedly face challenges during the assessments and ranking matches. Instantaneously, Bimo's profile was updated. Special ability, linguistic spirit, spiritual power amplification with inherent techniques. Bimo had risen to fame in one fell swoop. He quickly became a well-known figure within Biling Academy. Meanwhile, the recordings of this event were shared widely, prompting many who had not witnessed it firsthand to watch the footage. It became common knowledge that among the new students was an extraordinary talent, possessing the unique ability of the linguistic spirit. Having departed from the commotion, Bimo and Wen Yu found a quieter spot to sit. Little Bai, what is your special ability? Wen Yu inquired with curiosity. Generally, such a question would be considered impolite, but given their relationship, it was of little consequence. Well, my special ability is called the initial release of the ice wheel, Bimo explained. It is essentially the transformation you witnessed, primarily involving the change of my blade spirit. My spiritual power is amplified roughly threefold, and it comes with numerous techniques. The Dragon Hail technique you just saw is one of them. However, my spiritual power is currently too low to utilize the other techniques. Bimo shared this information with you without reservation. Furthermore, there was little to conceal regarding his special ability, as its recent demonstration had been witnessed by many. But what does it matter that you know? It does not affect Bimo. After all, the efficacy of my abilities is tangible, and you can only defeat me with sheer strength. Wow, that's incredible. When you exclaimed, your amplified spiritual power surpasses mine. I can't possibly compete with you. Although spiritual power is paramount, it is not all that one possesses. Everyone has their trump cards, and you have two special abilities at your disposal, Bimo remarked, rolling his eyes. Hee, when you chuckled. At this moment, Bimo, even without using his special abilities, would find it impossible to match her skill in swordplay. Combined with her spiritual power, he would likely not be her equal. That must take a considerable toll, right? When you queried, given the strength of the amplification, the side effects should be significant. However, observing Bimo's current demeanor suggested it was manageable, likely just a matter of physical stamina. It's manageable, merely a drain on my stamina. Bimo replied with a smile, though he was not entirely truthful. Upon reflection, he realized his special ability incurred no significant cost, or rather, it was so minimal that it could be disregarded. Regardless, this indicated that entering this state required no expenditure. Of course, engaging in battle or utilizing abilities would certainly entail some cost, as spiritual power is the foundation of all. Bimo pondered the nature of this special ability granted by the system. The initial manifestation of the ice wheel orb reveals to Bimo that he has yet to unleash its full potential, having merely tapped into a fraction of its power. It appears that he must dedicate more time to practice this initial release state, to truly grasp the strength it embodies. What's wrong? When you inquires, noticing Bimo's momentary daze. Nothing. I was just contemplating my own strength, Bimo replies, regaining his composure with a smile. Oh, then do continue your contemplation. When you responds with a chuckle, her gaze wandering in boredom. Bimo nods and proceeds to open his system panel. Source points. 158. He notices an increase in his source points, suggesting that his victory over Wang Su had a noteworthy impact on the world, albeit a minuscule one. Otherwise, he would not merely have 158 points. This indicates that while defeating Wang Su brought about minor changes, it was a momentary effect, and further alterations in source points would not manifest thereafter. After all, the world is in a constant state of flux. Moreover, Bimo observes a slight enhancement in his spiritual energy, which has risen to 173 points, an increase of 5 points. Could it be that utilizing the initial release also amplifies spiritual energy? Bimo ponders this with curiosity, resolving to conduct a thorough experiment when he returns home that evening. Chapter 32. The onslaught of beasts in the continent of Norman. Clarissa arrives at the Grand Wall, gazing at its immense and formidable structure. Marred by the passage of time and history, she can sense the palpable aura of impending slaughter that permeates the air surrounding the Grand Wall. The faces of passers-by are etched with seriousness, and the soldiers stand with unwavering discipline, their forces poised and ready for battle. As Clarissa approaches, without waiting for inquiries, she proactively presents her token. Are you with the Vanguard Auxiliary Corps? Yes, your identity checks out. You may enter. Thank you for your support. The Knight on Watch recognizes Clarissa and, having verified her identity and token through a magical device, grants her passage. Every capable individual has the potential to influence the outcome of the impending conflict. Upon reaching the top of the wall, which towers 100 meters high and exceeds 10 meters in thickness, Clarissa notes the multitude of magical enhancements that fortify it. A mere wall would not suffice to withstand the assault of the beast tide. While ordinary beasts pose little threat, they are not the sole adversaries. Otherwise, the Gloucester Empire would not have been engaged in a struggle with them for centuries. Beast leaders are formidable foes, comparable to the Moonlight Knights. A single strike from them could render even a 10-meter-thick wall as fragile as tofu. In a cycle of war, Clarissa hopes to grow through this battle while contributing to the Gloucester Empire's cause. Each beast slain could potentially save a life. with little to occupy her time. She feels a sense of foreboding, as if a storm is brewing. Sitting on the wall's edge, she gazes outward, her mind opening the system shop. With 200 source points at her disposal, she intends to acquire another combat skill. Clarissa deftly clicks on the recommendation option. The power of the system is formidable, capable of discerning her innermost thoughts. Aside from what she can currently afford and what is suitable for her, it offers a variety of combat techniques. After careful consideration, Clarissa discovered 2 intermediate combat techniques, the heart-shattering howl and the blade-waving wave, both costing 500 source points, depleting her funds by 3,000 source points, leaving her with merely 200 source points. However, upon acquiring these 2 techniques, Clarissa felt it was exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, the techniques provided by the system are immediately mastered, beginner, mastered, proficient, accomplished, perfected. Intermediate technique, heart-shattering howl mastered. Utilizing a breathing technique, it unleashes a howl imbued with magical power, producing physical shockwaves and sonic attacks, capable of inducing a degree of mental shock, primarily fear. Upgrade cost, 15,000 source points. Intermediate technique, blade-waving wave mastered. By employing her breathing technique, she can slice through the air, generating a fan-shaped blade of energy, currently proficient enough to produce 2 consecutive blade strikes. Upgrade cost, 15,000 source points. With the mastery of these 2 techniques, Clarissa has gained control and area output, effectively compensating for her previous shortcomings. Despite her prior efficiency, she could only eliminate enemies one by one and had to plunge into the horde of orcs. Now, with the addition of these 2 area output techniques, she can efficiently clear the battlefield or engage in group attacks. Furthermore, sonic-based techniques are inherently rare, and the heart-shattering howl also possesses control effects. Clarissa eagerly anticipates the impact she will have on the battlefield. Attention! A massive wave of orcs is approaching. A scout exclaimed, returning from reconnaissance. They will arrive in approximately half an hour. The general commanded, immediately summoning the entire army. Everyone swiftly adjusted their readiness, gathering and preparing for battle. Half an hour passed swiftly. Boom, boom. The distant rumblings echoed. From her vantage point on the wall, Clarissa gazed into the distance and could see a dark, chaotic mass of orcs rushing towards them, devoid of any order or formation. Ordinary orcs could sprint for over half an hour without issue, let alone the stronger ones. They're here. Clarissa rose, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Prepare the troops. The general bellowed, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, the deputy shouted, the magical siege cannons are ready. The armor-piercing crossbows are primed. They would not merely wait idly for the orcs to arrive or engage in direct combat. Instead, they would first unleash a barrage from the magical siege cannons followed by a sweep from the armor-piercing crossbows. This would likely allow for 2 to 3 rounds of fire before it would be time for a direct confrontation. During this period, the orcs would also withstand the indiscriminate magical assaults from the mages. After all, with an abundance of orcs, one could simply close their eyes and unleash elemental magic, certain to hit. When the time for direct engagement arrived, the mages would transition to targeting individual foes to assist the knights charging into battle. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of magical siege cannons and hundreds of armored crossbows unleashed their fury. Countless elements erupted amidst the tide of orcs, obliterating even the elite orc warriors caught within range. The armored crossbows proved lethal upon mere proximity. Yet, the orcs remained undeterred. With each casualty, their frenzy intensified. Their once green skin began to take on a crimson hue. With a thunderous roar, the orcs unleashed their wrath, as if blood and death plunged them into a heightened state, their skin glowing ever redder. Their physiques seemed to swell, visibly augmenting their strength and speed. The Orcish rage, particularly on the battlefield, became a weapon of slaughter. Pain and fatigue were but distant concepts, as their power and swiftness surged. The more savage their fury, the deeper the shade of red upon their skin, though the repercussions and after-effects grew graver. Upon reaching their limits, the orcs transformed entirely into a sanguine visage, their eyes gleaming with a feral light. Their enhancements could exceed 100-fold. However, the consequence was dire. Their bodies would ultimately collapse, disintegrating into mere flesh and blood, leading to immediate demise. The duration of this rage depended entirely on the orcs' physical resilience. This singular aspect had long been the gravest concern for the Gloucester Empire, costing countless lives. While humanity, revered as the pinnacle of creation, required at least a decade to transition from birth to the battlefield, the orcs could engage in combat by the age of 35. In dire circumstances, some could be battle-ready within just 1 to 2 years. Moreover, the orc reproduction rate far surpassed that of humans. Were it not for humanity's fortifications and superior equipment, the Gloucester Empire might have already succumbed. This explains why, despite being the mightiest and most militarily powerful, the Gloucester Empire has remained confined to the northern territories, unable to expand. After several rounds of relentless bombardment, the orc ranks had become fragmented and sparse. Yet, the Orcish horde stood at the gates, prepared for battle. All units ready. Charge forth. Engage the enemy. Chapter 33. War sustains war. Level up with a command from the general. The gates flung wide open before the orc horde could reach them, and countless soldiers surged forth. The Grand Wall would not stand as a defensive barrier until the very end. To rely solely on it for defense would not only limit their own movement, but, should the orc tide accumulate and breach even a single gap, it would spell disaster. Thus, the Grand Wall served as the final bastion, a foundation for defense from the outset. Even with its enchanted runes, it could not withstand the ceaseless onslaught of the Orcish tide. Hence, the order to emerge and confront the enemy was given, leading to the annual toll of casualties. This year marked an unprecedented Orcish surge, arriving earlier than anticipated. While orc incursions occurred yearly, their numbers were typically modest. It was only after several years that a significant wave would manifest. Countless human knights charged forth. Leading the charge was a valiant solar knight, who, without hesitation, plunged into the heart of the Orcish tide. With a single swing of his sword, he unleashed a tempest of blades. The general wielded his sword, clearing a vast expanse of several hundred meters. At that moment, an orc commander burst forth. Towering nearly 5 meters in height, clad in armor, and wielding a steel rod, charging towards the general. With a mighty swing, the ground beneath the general shattered as the whirlwind coalesced around his blade. The impact resonated with a tremendous crash as the earth beneath him crumbled and collapsed, fissures spreading outwards for hundreds of meters. The general and the orc commander engaged in a fierce stalemate. Clarissa descended into the fray. Though she did not rush directly into the main battlefield, instead, she veered towards the flank. With her spinning sword, she elegantly maneuvered through the bodies of 3 orcs, her knightly blade deftly severing their vital points. With a swift sidestep, she evaded an orc's attack, spinning her body in a fluid motion and bringing her knightly sword down with force. The earth-shattering slash unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, cleaving the orc before her in two. Gazing at the relentless tide of orcs surging towards her, Clarissa had strategically chosen to enter from the edge, where the numbers were fewer, thus mitigating the risk of harming her allies. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a resounding roar, intimidating howl. An invisible sound wave radiated outward, impacting dozens of orcs, though their ferocity rendered them largely unaffected. Clarissa's mastery over the technique was not yet profound, and the intimidating howl incorporated physical shockwaves as well, which limited its mental impact. The orcs paused momentarily before redirecting their attention entirely towards Clarissa, charging at her with wild cries. With a sweeping motion, she executed Sword Tide. A tidal wave of sword energy erupted in a fan-shaped arc, her control allowing her to unleash 2 consecutive waves, one after the other. They crashed down like a rising tide, delivering a dual assault. Orcs fell one after another, and Clarissa's eyes sparkled as she caught a glimpse of her system, witnessing an increase of over 2,000 source points. The efficiency of mass attacks was indeed gratifying. Clarissa continued to engage from the periphery, carefully blending into the chaos. Given her current prowess, this approach was her best option. While she could influence localized skirmishes, her overall impact on the battlefield remained limited. Nevertheless, it was a commendable feat. Possessing strength akin to that of a celestial star, Clarissa could traverse the battlefield with ease, provided she avoided encounters with orc leaders of comparable might. Furthermore, her cautious strategy allowed her to steadily eliminate orcs while simultaneously rescuing or stealing kills from several allies. Half an hour swiftly passed, yet the battlefield had yet to reach its boiling point. Both the orcs and knights, well-versed in physical combat, were formidable opponents, and their battles were not easily resolved. Moreover, each combatant boasted impressive resilience and recovery capabilities. However, the human side benefited from the assistance of mages, who had effectively contained the orc onslaught, preventing any significant advance. The fierce clash of high-end combatants, namely the orc commander and the human general, is likely to extend for quite some time, easily consuming half a day. In just half an hour, Clarissa has slain hundreds of orcs, observing that her source points have exceeded 70,000. The relentless battle, combined with her formidable innate talent, has significantly propelled her growth through practical experience. As she engages in combat and practices her breathing techniques, Clarissa's potential continues to be unearthed. Coupled with her unique bloodline, her physical prowess has surged from 52 to 55 points. Furthermore, with her dual enhancements of Talent Enhancement 4 and Sword Mastery 4 in swordsmanship, both her Fearsome Roar and Sword Wave have advanced from mastery to proficiency. Notably, Sword Wave has evolved from 2 sword energies to 3, with both power and range enhanced. While the energy consumption has only marginally increased, this remarkable augmentation stems from her elevated mastery level. With over 70,000 source points at her disposal, Clarissa resolves to take a risk and upgrade to Dragonblood Warrior. 50,000 source points are expended. Upon reaching Dragonblood Warrior 2, she feels a stirring from the depths of her bloodline. Her already modified bloodline begins to surge with vigor. Clarissa's skin takes on a reddish hue, even emitting wisps of white mist. With a fierce roar, she charges directly into the horde of orcs, resembling a rampaging bull in her frenzied assault. Every orc that attempts to obstruct her path is cleaved in two by her sword. Those orcs who rush forward are met with her unstoppable force. The sound of snapping bones echoes as the robust orcs are sent flying, broken and battered. Clarissa disregards their attacks entirely, her body remaining impervious to their blows. Her physical attributes continue to ascend rapidly, 60, 70, 80, within mere breaths, ultimately stabilizing at 117 points. This remarkable physical prowess elevates her to the level of a Moonlight Knight. Her rank has soared beyond that of an elite knight, reaching that of a Morning Star Knight, bolstered by her mastery of 2 intermediate combat techniques at the proficient level. This rating as a Morning Star Knight is indeed justified. In the course of this transformation, her source points have increased by over 8,000, leaving a balance of 30,000. Clarissa's explosive display has garnered the attention of many observers. Such a fierce female knight. What a brutal fighting style. Is she part of the auxiliary forces? Where did such a warrior emerge from? As Clarissa continues her relentless advance into the heart of the orc horde, her audacity draws the ire of an orc captain who charges towards her. This captain, akin to a Morning Star Knight, possesses a physicality surpassing that of others at the same rank. However, as it bellows and lunges at Clarissa in an attempt to shatter her skull with a single blow, she lifts her gaze to meet its challenge. The orc captain, upon gazing into Clarissa's eyes, momentarily lost himself, an overwhelming fear emanating from the depths of his soul. For those were no ordinary eyes, but rather slitted pupils. Clarissa, of the Dragonblood Warrior 2 rank, appeared relatively benign in her everyday demeanor. However, when she unleashed her full combat potential, her eyes transformed into dragon-like slits, exuding an aura of draconic might. This was a manifestation of high-level beings imposing their will upon those of lesser rank. It was evident that neither humans nor orcs could escape this suppression. Under such pressure, even the orc captain, despite his intentions to unleash his full strength, found himself limited to a mere 80 to 90% of his capabilities. In Chapter 34, Rampaging Orc, Clarissa struck at the orc captain with a single, decisive sword slash. The sheer force was insurmountable, sending the orc captain hurtling through the air, his body disintegrating into fragments, rendered utterly unrecognizable. Clarissa had entered a state of frenzied slaughter. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield. From the distance, a colossal orc, towering at 6 meters, charged forth, trampling over its fellow orcs without a care. What was that? Everyone gasped in shock. The appearance of this enormous orc was not unfamiliar, for it was the rampaging orc. Typically, such orcs were sustained by their kin, kept in a semi-slumber state. For once awakened, they could not distinguish friend from foe. Clearly, the orcs had unleashed it upon this battlefield. Were they truly intent on breaching the Grand Wall this year? The rampaging orc possessed a physical prowess so formidable that even knights of the Crescent Moon rank struggled to penetrate its defenses. Only advanced mid-tier techniques could hope to breach its robust corporeal shield. Furthermore, Its strength and speed were utterly terrifying. Any knight of the Crescent Moon who dared approach would meet certain death or severe injury. The Grand Wall would surely not withstand the onslaught of this rampaging orc. After all, the Grand Wall had endured the ravages of time, adorned with magical sigils, yet the relentless passage of time continued to erode its integrity. Coupled with years of warfare, its condition was steadily deteriorating, a persistent concern for the Gloucester Empire. Undertaking new constructions or renovations was an immense undertaking, both in terms of time and resources, which the beleaguered Gloucester Empire could scarcely afford. The influence of the orcs was simply too great. Rampaging orcs were exceedingly rare. The presence of one here meant that another would likely not be found elsewhere. As they beheld the charging, rampaging orc, a singular thought coursed through everyone's minds. It must not be allowed to come any closer. Mages, immediately relay the situation through magical communication. We must summon reinforcements from the Empire. The strategist bellowed. We shall intercept it. Several knights of the Crescent Moon volunteered with fervor, shouting as they surged towards the rampaging orc. One of the knights raised his hand, executing a high-tier combat technique. However, mastering such advanced techniques was a formidable task, and he had only attained a basic level of proficiency. Nevertheless, upon release, a colossal firebird soared forth, stretching an impressive 20 to 30 meters. Roar! The rampaging orc, utterly unafraid, let out a thunderous roar towards the firebird and charged forward with relentless strides. Armed with nothing but its formidable physique, it collided fiercely with the firebird. Boom! The terrifying flames erupted, engulfing it entirely. In the next instant, the orc emerged from the inferno, its arms lightly coated in black ash. With a fierce cry, a moonlight knight surged forward, extending a hand. The absolute shield, a colossal translucent barrier of earthy hue, burst forth. Crash! The orc slammed into it with tremendous force, causing the ground to collapse beneath them, and the barrier shattered instantaneously. With a spurt of blood, the moonlight knight was sent reeling backward. Suddenly, a thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. Boom! It struck the rampaging orc directly. A moonlight mage atop the city walls continued to cast spells. Even among the ranks of moonlight-level mages, their numbers were few. At this moment, they abandoned all other targets and focused their combined might on the orc. Elements of fire, lightning, frost, and wind blades erupted, unleashing powerful magic that forcefully pinned the orc in place. While the orc appeared to be in dire straits, the actual injuries it sustained were minimal. This was not due to the mage's feeble attacks, but rather the orc's prodigious defenses and remarkable regenerative abilities. Even after sustaining significant damage, it recovered within mere breaths. Everyone could only persistently wear down the orc. Historical records indicated that the orc could only endure for about an hour before its tremendous energy expenditure would force it into a semi-dormant state. At that time, it would either be slain or captured. Of course, while orcs were often brutes, they were not devoid of intellect. They would not allow humans to achieve such a feat. When the time limit approached, all orcs would escort their kind back, effectively halting their invasion, a rare circumstance that could compel orcs to retreat. With 5 moonlight mages no longer providing support, fatigue swept across the battlefield, intensifying the pressure on everyone. One rampaging orc was holding back a multitude of elite warriors. Clarissa continued her relentless assault on the orcs, her movements accelerating, her strikes growing increasingly precise and efficient. Faster, faster. She appeared to be in a frenzy, charging headlong into the fray, yet internally she was acutely aware that, bolstered by Dragonblood Warrior 2, her true combat prowess far exceeded her rank. She could no longer be regarded as entirely human. The term Dragonkin was more fitting, as only her eyes bore the marks of her otherness. However, Clarissa remained unconcerned. Aside from her unwavering faith in the deity Tang Ziheng, she felt no discomfort. Her obsession with slaughter effectively compensated for the deficiency in high-level combatants, particularly given that the rampaging orc had ensnared a significant portion of their elite forces. As Clarissa perseveres, her source points continue to accumulate, and she hopes the raging orcs can endure a little longer. Upgrading both talents requires 50,000 source points. However, enhancing her own abilities does little to improve the current situation. The most direct and effective skill, Dragonblood Warrior, demands 300,000 source points for an upgrade. Clarissa believes that should she succeed in this upgrade, she would be capable of matching the prowess of the Sunfire rank. At that point, Confronting the raging orcs alone would not pose a significant challenge. While defeating them might prove difficult, restraining them should be manageable. With this thought in mind, Clarissa diligently continues to eliminate orcs. The battlefield's dynamics are exceedingly precarious, hinging on which side collapses first. It could either be that reinforcements arrive in time. After all, the raging orcs cannot breach the Grand Wall within an hour, or the defenders might falter before reinforcements arrive, allowing the orcs to penetrate deep into their territory. The ensuing carnage and casualties would be dire, but the most alarming prospect is the possibility of a breach in the Grand Wall. Should this stronghold fall, the situation would transform drastically. Such a calamity is beyond what the Gloucester Empire can withstand, once engulfed in such a profound crisis. There is a legitimate fear that neighboring nations, ever watchful, might seize the opportunity to invade. If that were to occur, the Gloucester Empire could very well become a relic of history. As a citizen of the Gloucester Empire, Clarissa cannot entertain the notion of such a day. To lose her homeland, to be stripped of her roots and nation, would render her a person without a place to call home. Chapter 35. Wings of Catastrophe. Dragonkin form roar. The raging orc bellows, overwhelmed by an incessant barrage of attacks. The formidable assault hinders its advance, and after several minutes, it has barely moved a mere few meters. The frustration from being relentlessly struck only intensifies its fury. Its crimson eyes fixate on the moonlight mages atop the wall. They pose the greatest threat and influence. As for the 3 moonlight knights nearby, their numbers have now swelled to 6, valiantly attempting to obstruct its path. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanates from the raging orc, its size seemingly augmenting. With a fierce rush, it breaks through elemental attacks and delivers a crushing blow to an unsuspecting moonlight knight. The sheer force creates a mist of blood, sending the knight hurtling away like a severed kite, landing motionless over 100 meters distant. Witnessing this, the remaining moonlight knights' eyes blaze with fury as they launch a vigorous assault against the raging orc. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive strikes push the raging orc back a couple of steps. Yet for the orc, these attacks fail to inflict any substantial damage. Roar. The raging orc bellows once more, continuing its relentless assault. The moonlight mage and the moonlight knight were exerting themselves fiercely, launching high-intensity, explosive attacks to thwart the rampaging orcs. It appeared that the orcs were indeed being held back, unable to advance towards the Great Wall of Gran. However, this was merely a facade. Such relentless assaults were a tremendous burden for both the moonlight mage and the moonlight knight, with scarcely any respite afforded to them. The moment there was even a slight lull, the rampaging orcs could surge forward significantly. The battlefield dynamics were gradually shifting, and the pressure on the humans was escalating. Clarissa remained alone, her strength insufficient to sway the tide of battle. The conflict dragged on for another 10 minutes. The orc tide had pushed forward several hundred meters towards the Great Wall, and the silver lining was that the orc reinforcements seemed to have dwindled. Nevertheless, the human forces had evidently diminished by at least 1/5. With a million-strong orc horde, the humans numbered merely around 100,000, yet they valiantly held their ground. Not solely relying on the Great Wall, but also crediting their skills, equipment, and the assistance of elemental mages. During these 10 minutes, Clarissa accrued an additional 110,000 source points, bringing her balance to 140,000. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and it seemed unlikely she could endure until reinforcements arrived. With a dual focus, Clarissa promptly accessed the marketplace, seeking a means to reverse the predicament. The system kindly recommended the following. Dragonkin form. Prerequisite. Requires Dragonblood Warrior. Talent. A special form of the Dragonblood Warrior, transforming into this state enhances all attributes, albeit altering 1's appearance. Non-upgradable. Required points. 50,000. Fiery Blood Surge. Prerequisite. Requires Dragonblood Warrior. Talent. A special power derived from the Dragonblood Warrior. The boiling dragon blood provides a terrifying enhancement. The longer it lasts, the greater the side effects. Non-upgradable. Required points. 50,000. Clarissa immediately purchased both abilities, expending 100,000 source points, while Tang Ziheng received another 100,000. As these abilities were inherent to the Dragonblood Warrior and bore no need for proficiency, Clarissa wielded them as if they were innate, seamlessly integrating them into her being. Moreover, upon acquiring these two abilities, the system presented an additional notification. Dragonkin form, purchase successful. Bloodline awakening randomly granted the dragon blood lineage. Congratulations. You have obtained the Calamity Wings bloodline. Clarissa noted that her Dragon Blood Warrior now bore the suffix Dragon Blood Warrior, Calamity Wings, Dragonkin form, Calamity Wings. She felt her bloodline ascend, her physical prowess intensifying. Furthermore, the power stemming from her bloodline began to manifest. Calamity Black Flame power. Clarissa instinctively mastered this force. With the evolution of her bloodline, her physical attributes surged to 148 points and continued to grow. Clarissa let out a resounding cry as an invisible pressure erupted from within her. The surrounding orcs appeared to encounter an insurmountable adversary, their very bloodlines instilling a sense of dread within their souls. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground, submitting to slaughter. Even the orc captain could barely stand, lacking any resolve to resist. Dragon form. Clarissa activated her transformation, enveloped in black flames that symbolized calamity and destruction. Her hair shifted to a deep crimson hue. Her eyes transformed into black and red orbs with golden slits at their centers. 2 black-red dragon horns sprouted from her head, and her body was adorned with simple attire made of black-red scales, covering her chest, sides, and intimate areas. It appeared rather rudimentary, lacking wings and a tail, possibly due to the low rank of the Dragon Blood Warrior class and insufficient bloodline power. The sudden exposure made Clarissa feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, the surge of power was undeniable, her physical attributes soaring to 212 points, an extraordinary enhancement. "This is my fight," Clarissa shouted as she charged towards the rampaging orc. The Moonlight Warriors immediately retreated, entrusting the berserk orc to this formidable and enigmatic figure. With a swift stroke, she unleashed her sword, the black flames engulfing it, transforming into a fiery whip that struck the berserk orc with ferocity. Boom! The black flames erupted upon the orc, carving a deep wound that was continuously scorched, the blood evaporating in an instant. The berserk orc roared in agony, its formidable regenerative powers hindered by the black flames, rendering it unable to recover. Clarissa pressed forward, but the enraged orc retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at her. Spinning sword, Clarissa's speed surged, allowing her to dart past the berserk orc and position herself behind it. With a flurry of strikes, she delivered a staggering 49 blows, each accompanied by an explosion of black flames upon the orc's body. The flames mercilessly tormented the berserk orc, exacerbating its wounds and inflicting intense pain. All eyes were fixated on this unfolding spectacle, disbelief etched on their faces. This power was terrifying. The ability to confront the berserk orc with such dominance was beyond even that of the Sunlit Knights. Even the general engaged in battle with the orc commander would likely find himself evenly matched with the berserk orc. Yet, in this moment, it seemed entirely plausible that Clarissa could slay the berserk orc. Chapter 36 concluded, with Clarissa achieving resounding success as the most accomplished laborer. The berserk orc, having sustained such grievous injuries, seemed to evoke some primal call among the orcs, their assault abruptly halting as they turned their attention towards Clarissa. In the next moment, they surged towards her, as if the berserk orc were a celestial entity, and they rallied to ensure its escape. Clarissa's astonishing actions greatly bolstered the morale of everyone present, inspiring them to push back against the orcs, determined to lessen the pressure and burden on Clarissa to the greatest extent possible. Clarissa gazed upon the relentless horde of orcs charging toward her, wielding her knight's sword with grace, transforming it into a shadowy crimson arc that traversed the battlefield. Wherever she passed, black flames devoured the orcs. At that moment, Clarissa embodied the very essence of a reaper on the battlefield, a harbinger of death. The source of her power surged ever higher. She had undoubtedly become the most dazzling figure on the field. The frenzied orcs, sensing their impending doom, began to retreat, desperate to escape this dire fate. Typically, humans would never pursue, for retreat signified an end. To chase would mean navigating the chaotic onslaught of the berserk orcs, with the cost of pursuit unknown, and even if caught, the outcome uncertain. This explains why, throughout the years, so few have managed to slay the rampaging orcs. However, witnessing the orcs retreat, Clarissa could not allow it. With such a substantial source of power at her disposal, how could she let them escape? With a swift turn, she charged toward the fleeing orc. A deafening roar erupted as countless orcs, undeterred by death, surged toward Clarissa. Yet, her sword was unimaginably sharp. and the black flames reduced them to ash in an instant. The orcs could not impede her for even a moment. The orc commander bellowed, attempting to drive the Sun Knight away, but at that moment, the Sun Knight would not abandon the fight to hinder Clarissa, clinging fiercely to his combat skills. He engaged the orc commander, even willing to exchange wounds if necessary, for he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Thus, he would give his all. Death. Clarissa pursued the rampaging orc, enveloped in black flames. Blood boil, activated. She felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from within her. Calamity black flames, unleashed. Clarissa aimed for a single, lethal strike. Blade surge, unleashed 2 colossal waves of black flames. The terrifying flames swiftly engulfed the berserk orc. That force was beyond what the orc's flesh could withstand. In agonizing flames, it was reduced to mere ashes. It was dead. The berserk orc lay lifeless. Not a trace remaining. Both orcs and humans paused in disbelief. Then, the humans erupted in a thunderous roar of triumph, exhilaration, and excitement, each akin to having been invigorated. They launched their attacks anew. Yet, the orcs were not human. Their brief silence shattered as they became crimson, like glowing irons, and frenziedly retaliated. They fought with reckless abandon, disregarding their lives, engaging in a desperate one-for-one assault, resorting to suicidal attacks. Ultimately, humanity emerged victorious from the conflict, albeit at a tremendous cost. Casualties exceeded half their ranks. When reinforcements arrived, the situation had already settled. Clarissa was earnestly invited to the camp, where all expressed their gratitude. After 3 arduous days, this year's Orc Tide was decisively ended, with battlefields across the land reporting joyous tidings. For the Empire of Gloucester, this day serves as both a moment of reflection and a celebration. The somberness arises from the countless lives lost in battle, while the joy is derived from the emergence of numerous prodigies and rising stars amidst the chaos of war. On various battlefields, remarkable individuals have shone brightly, even dominating the situations at hand. Titles such as the Stormblade Master, the Shadow of the Sword, the Earth Sovereign, and the Inferno Torturer have emerged, illuminating the sky like a constellation of stars. Among these illustrious figures, the most renowned and celebrated throughout the Empire of Gloucester is none other than Clarissa, revered as the Black Flame Sword Mistress, the sword of death and catastrophe. The moniker Black Flame signifies the power she wields, while death and catastrophe encapsulates the dread her strength instills, serving as a harbinger of doom for the orcs. With the possession of dual titles, Clarissa once again stands out as the most dazzling figure. As the dust settles, it becomes a time for various rewards to be distributed. These titles have been officially recognized by the Empire of Gloucester, accompanied by an array of honors, wealth, resources, as well as grand estates and lands. The intent is to ensure these individuals serve the Empire loyally, fostering a sense of belonging rather than imposing restrictions. It goes without saying that those who participated in the Orc Tide War are undoubtedly patriots. However, the Empire of Gloucester must provide sufficient compensation and accolades. Everyone benefits, particularly those bearing titles. In addition to their rewards, they receive the status of Imperial Honor Executives, endowed with power, wealth, prestige, and renown. Clarissa never anticipated that within such a short span of time, she would ascend to such a lofty position, gaining recognition across the entire continent. After the war, although she accepted the grand estate and lands, she promptly enacted certain directives, including a significant reduction in land tax from 80% to merely 30%. Even at this reduced rate, she possesses a staggering 50,000 acres of land. The tenants of these lands are wholly devoted to Clarissa, laboring and toiling for her benefit. They strive merely to secure their sustenance, and they are protected under her aegis. Now, they have come to realize that they have a new mistress, and one who is the Black Flame Sword Mistress at that, which fills them with elation. When Clarissa lowered the tax to 30%, they were astounded. Their gratitude towards her knows no bounds. They would gladly erect a monument in her honor, for Clarissa has transformed their fates, and the surplus wealth and food she provides have the potential to alter the destinies of future generations. With each passing generation, if this prosperity continues, within 3 generations, they may well be able to produce a knight. The status and income that accompany knighthood naturally elevate their standing, leading to a transformation of their social class. And all of this is a gift from Clarissa, of course, as all their fortunes now belong to her, even if a knight emerges. That knight will remain a vassal of the household. Nonetheless, a knight is still a knight. and the allowance received each month would be sufficient for a family of 5 to live comfortably for over a year. The magnificent mansion, spanning over 1,300 yards and awarded to Clarissa, is under the management of designated personnel, with all associated salaries borne by the Empire. However, the individuals themselves are in Clarissa's employ, which means she essentially possesses them, while the Empire supports her. Thus, Clarissa enjoys an entirely pure income with minimal expenditures. For the Gloucester Empire, such an investment is trivial. Yet it is a gesture of sincere goodwill, providing someone like Clarissa with a sense of belonging. Naturally, this fosters a sense of attachment, as the lives of these individuals are intertwined with hers, imbuing her with a sense of responsibility. Although Clarissa does not intend to linger in Gloucester City for long, she is more than willing to stay for a while. Upon word of the return of the Black Flame Sword Maiden, numerous prominent families dispatched envoys bearing gifts in hopes of establishing connections. After all, Clarissa, who had slain rampaging orcs, possesses strength that begins at the very least with that of a Radiant Knight, and not just any Radiant Knight. The number of legendary knights is exceedingly rare. The Gloucester Empire publicly acknowledges only 2 legendary knights and 1 legendary elemental mage. After 2 days of handling affairs, Clarissa amassed an abundance of treasures, leading her to reflect on the reality that power is paramount. Once one possesses strength, authority, and wealth naturally follow. Based on her formidable prowess, no one dares to act recklessly. Even those wishing to curry favor with Clarissa do so cautiously, ensuring they leave a favorable impression. This way, when they seek assistance or aspire to join a faction, they will be among the first she considers. However, Clarissa has no intention of entertaining such notions. As an apostle of the divine, despite her immense power, she remains grounded. To her, all of this is a gift from the divine, and what the divine grants, it can just as easily take away. Thus, Clarissa harbors no pride or arrogance. Rather, she embraces even greater humility. The stronger she becomes, the more it underscores the immense power of the system, which is merely a plaything of the deity governing it. Chapter 37. The ultimate worker prepares to venture out. Tang Ziheng gazed at the evolved Clarissa with a sense of wistfulness. He had not anticipated that she would reach such heights. This influx of source points has elevated Tang Ziheng's balance to over 800,000, bringing him closer to the coveted million mark. Moreover, Clarissa currently possesses over 600,000 source points, allowing Tang Ziheng to unlock the 4th world after his investment. As he observed Clarissa, finally tranquil after a bath and settling into bed for slumber, he began to invest. Clarissa, contemplating her 660,000 source points, fell into deep thought. Talent Enhancement 4. Talent Enhancement V costs 50,000 source points, with the next level requiring 200,000. Sword Mastery 4. Sword Mastery V costs 50,000 source points, with the next level requiring 200,000. Dragon Blood Warrior 2. Wings of Catastrophe. Dragon Blood Warrior 3. Wings of Catastrophe costs 300,000 source points, with the next level requiring 5,000,000. Immediately, 400,000 source points were deducted, leaving her with 260,000. Moreover, under Clarissa's now formidable talent, her 2 intermediate battle techniques have reached a remarkable level of mastery on the battlefield. A surge of enlightenment washed over her, and in the next moment, both techniques attained perfection. Clarissa's physical prowess has escalated to an impressive 239 points, and it continues to rise, strengthening moment by moment. The enhancement from the Dragon Blood Warrior, coupled with her breathing techniques, ensures that she is perpetually growing stronger. The augmentation provided by the Dragon Blood Warrior is not merely direct. It also significantly enhances her innate physical gifts. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that Clarissa is on an irreversible path to extraordinary physical strength. Moreover, having attained Dragon Blood Warrior 3, her dragon form now grants her a pair of crimson-black dragon wings, signifying that she can now soar through the skies. For a knight, the ability to fly is paramount. Starting as a celestial knight, she must also cultivate flying combat techniques. Only legendary knights can truly transcend the corporeal realm and traverse the void. As for elemental mages, mere flight can be accomplished at the elite level utilizing wind elements. However, to engage in aerial combat, one must at least attain the level of a celestial mage. In terms of physical attributes alone, Clarissa has reached the caliber of a solar knight, and with her dragon form, her true physical strength surpasses 300 points. Naturally, in a direct comparison with a solar knight, it would be a 50-50 scenario. Against a standard solar knight, Clarissa would be invincible, yet when facing a top-tier solar knight, a prodigy of exceptional skill, it would again be a balanced contest. As for the legendary tier, it is essential to recognize that the title of legendary is not merely awarded by empires, but is conferred by the very fabric of existence. A legendary being has transcended their current state of life, reaching an entirely different echelon of existence. Their physical attributes start at a baseline of 500 points. Yet at this level, physical prowess is merely a fraction of their overall combat capability. The true strength lies in elemental mastery, combat techniques, and even the manipulation of certain rules and realms. Thus, while Clarissa possesses formidable power, she can only be regarded as a regional sovereign, capable of traversing the continent with a degree of self-preservation. She is at the level of an unassailable legend, yet she is content with her current state. With the remaining 260,000 source points, she eagerly accessed the system recommendations. After a thorough search, she ultimately exchanged for a new set of equipment, the shattering high-level elemental knight sword, costing 150,000 source points, and the infernal flame high-level elemental armor, costing 110,000 source points. With her source points dwindling to 3 digits, these two pieces of equipment are poised to increase her combat power by at least 50%, as her overall strength is a comprehensive amalgamation of various attributes. Exhausted from her expenditures, Clarissa drifted into a satisfied slumber. In the apocalyptic world of Krull, 13 days have passed. The extreme weather of the blizzard had long since subsided 6 days ago, with a brief intermission of 1 day in between. During this period, the weather has undergone extreme fluctuations. A relentless heat wave persisted for 5 consecutive days, interspersed with a single day of respite. Today, however, extreme weather has reemerged, manifesting as a chilling fog accompanied by a cold wave. A dense shroud of mist envelopes the entire world, with temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees Celsius, and at night, they can dip to an astonishing -20 degrees. Throughout this time, Lindsay and Linji have managed their villa exceptionally well. Lindsay has accrued over 8,000 source points and acquired 5 evolution crystals. 4 of these were fed to the system, while the least valuable crystal, worth 120 source points, was administered to Linji. During this period, Linji has made commendable progress in her swordsmanship and has been strengthening her physique. After consuming 1 evolution crystal, she finds herself capable of defeating 10 versions of her former self without breaking a sweat, with her strength steadily on the rise. This enhancement in her abilities has also brought about subtle changes in Linji's character and demeanor. She is no longer as compliant as before, although still exceedingly obedient. It is evident that her confidence has blossomed, her eyes now sparkling with vigor. Linji has developed a profound love for life and an unwavering belief in her circumstances. Consequently, her trust and reliance on Lindsay have deepened significantly. The weather continues to grow colder. Linji is bundled in layers, fortunate to have previously gathered a substantial amount of essential supplies at the villa. Additionally, Lindsay has been consistently venturing out, ensuring their provisions remain ample, with occasional returns bearing more supplies. Their existence in this apocalyptic world resembles that of celestial beings, luxuriating in comfort. Were others to witness their life, envy would surely ensue. Indeed, with the preceding heat wave followed by this frigid cold, Lindsay nods. The randomness of this extreme weather is bewildering, leaving one uncertain of what the next climatic upheaval might entail. In this dystopian reality, even with ample food supplies, one must tread with utmost caution. Vigilance is paramount. After all, beyond the daily monsters of daylight, there lurk formidable creatures of the night, in addition to the extreme weather and its corresponding unique beasts. Even in a world where resources are abundant, a life of constant ease is unattainable. One must remain vigilant, continually adapting to various circumstances, while the collection of supplies cannot afford to cease for a moment. This imperative leads to a perpetual need for expeditions to gather resources and confront monsters. This, in turn, signifies that as time progresses, individual strength must also elevate. The novice phase of this world has long since passed. Presently, the monsters are multiplying in number and growing increasingly powerful, exhibiting heightened aggressiveness. In earlier days, finding a safe, discreet refuge allowed one to focus solely on resource gathering, adopting a cautious approach and refraining from venturing out at night, which typically ensured survival. However, the situation has dramatically shifted, with the monsters' rising initiative. Even the most concealed hideouts are no guarantee against being discovered by creatures drawn by scent, traces, heat, and various other means. During this period, Lin Zhe and Lin Ji encountered 3 monsters that had followed Lin Zhe to the villa, launching an attack at night. Lin Zhe managed to turn the tables on them, but the incident heightened his concerns. With the continuous assaults, he realized that he must enhance his strength for Lin Ji's safety. Otherwise, if Lin Zhe were absent and Lin Ji encountered danger, he would return to find nothing but traces of blood. This urgency prompted Lin Zhe to expedite the provision of evolution crystal stones to Lin Ji. "Today, you shall accompany me," Lin Zhe declared to Lin Ji. "Ah, is that permissible? I am ready," Lin Ji responded, her excitement piqued by his unexpected invitation. Having grown accustomed to guarding the home, she had not considered venturing outside until now. Chapter 38. Lin Ji's assessment of course. "You are still lacking in practical combat experience and must face some monsters. Let's find some low-level zombies for you to practice on," Lin Zhe said with a smile and a nod. At her current strength, the zombies posed no significant threat to Lin Ji. She could easily dispatch them. The real challenge lay in whether she could overcome her psychological barriers and muster the courage to confront them. This was also Lin Zhe's way of assessing her. Only by proving her capability in battle would he fully accept Lin Ji as a member of his team. Lin Ji, perceptive as she was, recognized this and took a deep breath, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall succeed." Lin Zhe nodded, knowing that the truth would reveal itself in due time. "Let us go," he said, rising to leave. "Wait, Lin Zhe, what about the supplies we left here? I worry that if someone comes while we are away, our provisions might be taken." Lin Ji expressed her concern. "Do not fret. It will be fine." Lin Zhe reassured her with a wave of his hand. "Just hide them well. And even if they were stolen, it's not a significant issue. The most they could take would be food, and in the system space. I have stored half of what I collect daily. What I bring back is only half, yet it remains plentiful for an ordinary person." Thus, Lin Zhe had numerous contingencies in place, especially with the system as his backup. Should Lin Ji successfully be accepted as a member of his team, he would utilize the special powers gained from evolution to maintain a storage space, allowing him to keep a portion of food and supplies within, while another portion could remain outside. Lin Zhe chose to remain discreet about other matters. The evolution crystal stones were inherently mysterious, and humanity knew little about them, only that they could enhance physical prowess. Most who were aware of these stones had merely heard rumors about the possibility of acquiring special abilities through evolution, but specifics remained largely unknown. Given this, Lin Ji could only place her trust in Lin Zhe's words. This was not a matter of great consequence, nor did it impede their plans. In fact, Lin Zhe's capabilities would significantly benefit the future team, as this ensured a reliable supply of resources, making their endeavors more convenient. Ultimately, all of this would rest firmly in Lin Zhe's control, but that was of little concern. The formation of this small team is primarily centered around Lin Zhe, who serves as the core figure and the very soul of the group. "Wait a moment," Lin Ji exclaimed, puffing her cheeks. She hurriedly dashed to the food supplies, beginning to conceal each item one by one. Lin Zhe chuckled and shook his head, refraining from intervening, as he patiently awaited her return. Once Lin Ji successfully completed the assessment and officially became a member of the team, she would come to understand Lin Zhe's so-called not quite a lie, and that realization would undoubtedly bring her comfort. At that point, Lin Zhe would no longer need to conceal the truth, which would also be a relief for him. After a short while, Lin Ji approached, having satisfactorily hidden the food, though still exhibiting a hint of unease. "Let us go," Lin Zhe urged as he led Lin Ji outside. The world beyond was shrouded in thick fog, severely limiting visibility. However, Lin Zhe possessed goggles produced by the system, which mitigated the effects somewhat, albeit not entirely. In contrast, Lin Ji struggled with visibility of less than 10 meters. At times, when the fog thickened, she could barely see 5 meters ahead. The dense fog made Lin Ji quite anxious, gripping the alloy knife Lin Zhe had given her. The obscured visibility, combined with the ominous reality of a world inhabited by monsters, instilled a profound sense of dread, particularly in such an open landscape, where danger lurked from all directions. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Fear often arises from the unknown, akin to the unsettling moment when a spider, no larger than a palm, appears in one's home. You may feel fear as you observe it, yet you can simply avoid approaching it. However, if it vanishes right before your eyes, you might think, this home is now yours. Fear not, for I am here. Lindsay reassured her with a smile. He had invested all 8,000 source points he had earned over the past few days into enhancing his abilities. Physical enhancement I. Physical enhancement 2. Cost. 1,000 source points. Next level requires 10,000 source points. Agility enhancement I. Agility enhancement 2. Cost. 1,000 source points. Next level requires 10,000 source points. Arm strength enhancement I. Arm strength enhancement 2. Cost. 1,000 source points. Next level requires 10,000 source points. Wrist strength enhancement I. Wrist strength enhancement 2. Cost. 1,000 source points. Next level requires 10,000 source points. Body coordination and flexibility enhancement I. Body coordination and flexibility enhancement 2. Cost. 3,000 source points. Next level requires 15,000 source points. He still had a balance of 1,582 points left unspent. Lindsay's strength had increased significantly compared to before. Lindsay nodded, placing her trust in Lindsay's capabilities. His recent endeavors in scavenging an abundance of supplies spoke volumes about his prowess, especially considering her previous encounters with his formidable skills when he dispatched numerous zombie dogs and undead. Lindsay intended to take Lindsay into the city, specifically to the area he had previously explored. He wondered if the enormous bear he had encountered before still lingered there, if they were to cross paths with it again. Lindsay was determined not to flee in the same disheveled manner as before. The monsters that respawned, apart from a few unique creatures, would not vanish with the passage of time. Only death could eradicate them. If that colossal bear has not met its demise, it surely still exists, though it remains uncertain whether it still roams that particular area. Before reaching the urban expanse, Lindsay discerned the presence of a dozen zombies wandering ahead. Perhaps due to the dense fog, they remained oblivious to the duo despite being less than 100 meters away. Prepare yourself. There are about a dozen zombies ahead. Lindsay instructed Lindsay. 12. A dozen. Lindsay nearly exclaimed upon hearing Lindsay's words. The mere thought of so many zombies sent a shiver down her spine. When she had previously encountered 5 or 6 zombies, her heart had raced alarmingly. Now, with Lindsay's revelation of a dozen zombies, she pondered, Lindsay, you must be familiar with the fable of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. I can't help but feel that this number of zombies is rather excessive. Of course, I mean no offense, it's simply my observation. Lindsay rambled on. Focus, they're coming this way. Lindsay interrupted, compelling Lindsay to silence. Lindsay tightened her grip on the alloy knife. Here, were these goggles. Lindsay handed her a pair of matching goggles. What are these? Lindsay asked as she put them on, trusting Lindsay implicitly. Upon donning the goggles, Lindsay was struck by a newfound clarity. Visibility surged, revealing the staggering sight of the approaching zombies, their grotesque forms contorting in a manner that left her expression grim. The repugnant appearance of the zombies was a significant source of terror. Take the initiative while they remain unaware, if fortune favors us. We might eliminate a few before they react, Lindsay suggested to Lindsay. The chilling weather had evidently slowed the zombies' movements. And with the alloy knife in Lindsay's possession, Lindsay felt confident in her ability to confront the dozen zombies. Chapter 39. The Apocalypse World. Taking a deep breath, Lindsay recalled her training over the past few days, mentally preparing herself. With a determined grit, she charged forward. With a rush, Lindsay sprinted towards the zombies. The noise she created, combined with her sudden appearance, captured the attention of the zombies, who were momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected presence. This brief hesitation provided Lindsay with ample opportunity to close the distance and strike. With a swift motion, she cleaved the head of one zombie cleanly in two. The sharpness of the alloy knife was astonishing, slicing through flesh as effortlessly as cutting tofu, and Lindsay felt no resistance. So this is what zombies are like, she thought, having dispatched one with ease. As the remaining zombies advanced towards her, Lindsay tightened her grip on the knife, executing quick and precise strikes. With another decisive blow, a second zombie's head was sent flying. The exhilaration surged within her, her confidence growing as she continued to fight. With her mental barriers shattered, she embraced her courage. After taking this step, she realized it was not as daunting as she had imagined. Zombies were just like this, after all, as Lindsay pondered. The zombies were positioned in a manner reminiscent of the heroic deeds of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, and with each stroke of her blade, she felled them one after another. The zombies, devoid of any understanding of fear and relentless in their approach, charged at her without flinching. This made the act of slaying them remarkably effortless. Within a mere few minutes, Lin Ji had dispatched over 10 of these creatures. Breathing heavily, she felt an exhilarating surge of energy as she turned to survey the ground strewn with the corpses of the zombies. This was her handiwork. A wave of pride swelled within her heart. I am truly formidable. How extraordinary. Lin Ji stood there in disbelief, reflecting on how she had accomplished such a feat. The adrenaline had surged through her veins, leaving her in a euphoric state, yet now that the rush had subsided, she felt a bit disoriented. Unsure of how she had managed it all, Lin Zhe was taken aback to discover that his source points had increased by a staggering 1580 points. So much. He hadn't anticipated this, but considering the manner in which source points were acquired, it was clear that he had altered Lin Ji's fate. Moreover, whether due to the principle of causality or not, he also gained source points from Lin Ji's kills, albeit not as many as she had. This revelation strengthened his resolve to form a team. Such a model and efficiency were evidently superior. Numbers do indeed confer strength. Consequently, Lin Zhe's source points had reached 3,000. I did it. Not too shabby, right? Lin Ji beamed as she approached Lin Zhe. Not too shabby at all. You did exceptionally well. Lin Zhe replied with a smile. From now on, let us act together. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's joy was palpable. She understood that Lin Zhe's words signified her full acceptance into his team, transitioning her role from a subordinate to one of equality. Of course, she was not entirely equal, as Lin Zhe remained the leader. By the way, I have something to tell you. Lin Zhe contemplated and decided it was time to share his thoughts with Lin Ji. What is it? Lin Ji inquired with curiosity. Lin Zhe recounted his prepared explanation. I see. No wonder. Lin Ji exclaimed, her understanding dawning upon her. This ability is remarkable. I wonder if I might also awaken a special ability in the future. Lin Ji found herself intrigued by the prospect of possessing a unique power. If she continued to use the evolution crystals, could she too awaken a special ability? What might that ability be? She felt a sense of anticipation, especially since the potential was right before her eyes. As for Lin Zhe possessing such an ability, she felt no jealousy. Just as Lin Zhe had thought, as the captain, his capability brought her greater reassurance, signifying that their days ahead would be more comfortable. Let us continue gathering supplies, Lin Zhe said to Lin Ji. Now that this ability had been revealed, they could be a bit bolder in their resource collection. Oh, by the way, Lin Zhe, did you keep this ability from me because I didn't pass the assessment? Lin Ji asked. Lin Zhe looked at her with a bemused expression. Lin Ji chuckled, realizing she had posed a rather foolish question, and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Tang Ziheng did not avert his gaze. The progress on Lin Zhe's side was rather sluggish, rendering him an inadequate worker. In comparison to Clarissa, he appeared to be a mere weakling. Bimo's situation was similar, yet his world harbored significant potential for development, particularly with the secret realms and the competitive dynamics between nations. There would be ample opportunities to earn source points in the future, and it was highly unlikely that such opportunities would diminish. There was hope that this world could rival or even surpass Clarissa's. Now, with over 1 million source points, Tang Ziheng was poised to embark on the fourth world. Would you like to spend 1 million source points to search for a world? Tang Ziheng gazed at the source point consumption, clicking his tongue in dismay. The third world had only cost 10,000, yet the fourth surged to 1 million. He pondered what the fifth might entail, 10 million or even 100 million. He would only discover the expenditure upon meeting the requisite standards. Tang Ziheng was curious about what the fourth world would be like, eagerly anticipating it akin to unboxing a mystery. This world was originally a continent where humans, gods, and demons coexisted. However, 8,000 years ago, an invasion from another realm shattered the tranquility of this world. Malevolent deities invaded, corrupting it with countless wicked beings. The divine realm fractured, the demonic realm withered, and the human realm turned to scorched earth. Death, despair, smoke, and blood became the prevailing themes of existence. The skies were devoid of purity, and the earth lost its verdant splendor. Countless beings perished, and numerous races faded into the annals of time, destined for oblivion. This period was known as the Era of Dusk. To safeguard itself, the world's will, Alido, sacrificed everything to establish a protective layer. barely containing the invasion from the other realm. It was from this day forth that humanity could finally breathe again, marking the dawn of the era of dawn. 3,000 years later, the human realm painstakingly established a comprehensive power system, leveraging the remnants of divine beings, its own inherent strength, and the power of the world's will. This led to the creation of a system known as the power of professionals. Fundamentally, this system embraced a philosophy of inclusivity and acceptance of all forms of power, valuing strength above all else, regardless of its manifestation as physical might or bloodline, magic or arcane arts, deities or demons. On the Apocalypse continent, in the Erden camp, a wanderer lay upon the filthy ground. He slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Where am I? He thought, his heart racing as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. This world felt utterly alien. A flood of memories surged through his mind, and he realized he had traversed realms. His soul hailed from a blue planet, originally named Dwanong. Awakening from slumber, he found himself in this place. Having neither been struck by lightning nor involved in an accident, he simply awoke here. The memories belonged to the original owner of this body, known as Andrew, a wanderer and a professional. Dwanong glanced at his current appearance. His clothes were tattered, his skin bore patches of darkness and yellowness, and he had not bathed for several days. The odors that reached his nostrils were few. He had grown accustomed to them long ago. A sense of despair washed over Dwanong, for he was acutely aware, from his memories, of the dire state of this world, a realm on the brink of annihilation, teeming with grotesque beings that roamed the land. He was merely an ordinary individual, although the original owner of this body had once been a practitioner. His memories revealed him to be anything but formidable. Indeed, he could be described as a failure. Naturally, as a practitioner, he was still vastly superior to an average person, but that did little to instill pride in Dwanong. He feared that, if pushed into combat, he would likely falter against even a single malevolent entity. Lacking the combat experience of the original owner and being a stranger to this chaotic ecosystem, he found it nearly impossible to adapt to such a world rife with violence and despair. Venturing outside could spell his demise. In this world, the inhabitants seemed to have been influenced by forces from another realm, compounded by the will of the world itself. The practitioner system resembled that of a game from his previous life, complete with panels and levels. Dwanong possessed such a panel as well. With an indescribable feeling, he opened it to reveal Andrew, Dwanong, level 4 strength, 13 agility, 10 constitution, 11 spirit, 12 free attribute points, 0 skill points, 0 gold, 154 talent, celestial defect, reduces constitution by 10 points with each level gained. Skills, heavy strike LV3, a full force attack on the enemy. Shockwave LV2, emits a shockwave to strike enemies within 10 yards ahead. Dwanong fell into silence for a moment. As a citizen of the 22nd century and an avid gamer, he found his current situation laughably absurd upon examining the panel. Moreover, the nature of his talent was utterly outrageous. A talent that diminishes constitution with each level gained? No wonder he felt so frail. His memories were steeped in despondency while others were busy leveling up, striving for strength, and relentlessly hunting down malevolent beings. Yet here he was, merely hoping to survive, with no desire to advance. It seemed this talent had been waiting for him all along. Gaining a level would reduce his constitution by 10 points, while each level up would grant a boost of 1 to all attributes and an additional 5 free attribute points. Even if he allocated all points to constitution, he would still be at a disadvantage of 4 points. What a disheartening talent. And yet, he had somehow reached level 4? By this calculation, his innate constitution must exceed 20 points. How could someone like him possess such a celestial defect talent? Although talents were randomly assigned upon becoming a practitioner, they were still somewhat correlated with the individual's innate qualities. Was fate conspiring against him, placing him in this situation merely to toy with his demise? Dwanong felt as though his life was shrouded in darkness. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. A golden opportunity had arrived. A system? Dwanong had never read web literature, but he knew that a golden finger was essential for any journey through realms. And here it was. Dwanong was immensely excited, for it seemed that the elders had not deceived him. A crucial element for traversing realms had been bestowed upon him. However, as he examined the system, his fervent heart gradually dimmed. This was merely a pay-to-win system. The currency in question was something called source points. He glanced at his own source points, 1855. It appeared to be a considerable amount. Su Duantong opened the marketplace, where a prominent recommendation appeared. Newbie package, 1,000 source points. What? Su Duantong was perplexed. Did they assume he had never played a game before? Who in their right mind sells a newbie package for 1,000 points? Even penguins would weep with envy. Such unscrupulous merchants. Such a game. Su Duantong promptly reported it. Not even a dog would play this. It was utterly devoid of conscience. Purchase successful. Su Duantong. Open newbie package. Acquired talent. Chosen 1. Acquired skill. Fireball. Acquired equipment. Sharp blade. Su Duantong gazed at the 3 seemingly unrelated rewards. You grant me fireball, yet equip me with a blade? Nevertheless, the system was akin to a parent. To survive, Su Duantong had no choice but to rely on its power. He immediately scrutinized these rewards. Chosen 1. Each level up increases all attributes from 1 to 2. And free attribute points from 5 to 10. Fireball LV1. Launches a fireball to attack enemies. Sharp blade. Strength 12. Constitution 5. Agility 8. Additional. Bleeding. There is a 10 chance to cause bleeding upon hitting an enemy, resulting in bleeding damage and increasing damage taken by 10. These rewards seemed quite promising. Particularly the Chosen 1 ability, which at least offset his other talent, Heavenly Flaw. This meant that with each level gained, he would not receive any free attribute points, while all attributes would increase by 2. In this regard, leveling up would grant him 8 points less than a normal person in this world. Su Duantong could just about accept this, as he believed the system might offer other ways to enhance his strength. At the very least, this equipment was a promising path. Then, he could embark on quests to level up. No longer would he need to fear that leveling up might lead to his demise. Su Duantong took another look at the system panel to see what he could purchase. Various equipment was available, ranging from 100 source points to a staggering amount of 9 digits. He could also buy skills and upgrade them. In this realm, skills could either be comprehended independently, acquired through skill books, or taught by mentors. Each level up granted him 1 skill point to enhance his skill levels. Clearly, the original owner had allocated all his skill points to Heavy Strike and Shockwave, leaving not a single point behind. Su Duantong noticed numerous passive skills, particularly coveting those that increased constitution. He was in dire need of them, especially the passive skill, Good Kidneys, which would provide him with level 1 constitution, equivalent to 1 point at level 1. This would mitigate the debuff from his talent. Unfortunately, this passive skill cost 10,000 source points, far beyond his means. Su Duantong is currently tormented by this Heavenly Remnant talent. Alas, one step at a time. At least he can venture out of the city to slay monsters now. Su Duantong sighed, realizing he had over 800 source points left, yet they were utterly useless. The system, which demands source points, offers items that are exorbitantly priced. The cheapest seems to be the novice package he just purchased, which is surprisingly decent. Wait, did I actually find the novice package commendable? Su Duantong nearly failed to comprehend this. Sighing again, he acknowledged that he must venture out to hunt monsters. He stood up, gripping the sharp katana he had retrieved from his space. He was not concerned about others seeing this. In this world, every professional possesses a unique occupational backpack, a so-called storage space. The higher the level, the larger the storage space. This is a common trait among all professionals. Now, Su Duantong took a good look around this place. The campsite primarily consists of tents, complemented by a few wagons and racks, forming various public and private territories. Surrounding it are walls constructed of some unknown black wood. There are watchtowers, and guards are stationed at the entrance. The sky is a dark crimson, and the air carries a hint of sulfur. The ground resembles scorched earth, with virtually no vegetation in sight. It is safe to say that this world is truly a desolate one, evident from every angle. The people wandering about are mostly equipped professionals, while ordinary individuals occupy roles in logistics or service jobs to make a living. In this world, slaying monsters yields gold coins, equipment, and various items. Is this not a game world in its purest form? Or perhaps a digitized reality? There are no health bars. An attack can sever your head. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you can die, you will. There is no concept of overwhelming strength. As long as you possess health, you are as good as invincible. To put it plainly, reality reigns supreme while data serves as a mere supplementary tool. The digitization here evidently only manifests one's abilities in a panel format, rather than rendering humans and the world itself into mere data. Su Duantong has discerned this truth. Thus, He cannot regard this place purely as a game. In what I shall refer to as his past life, one could easily kill as long as health bars were displayed. There was no fear of death, as resurrection was guaranteed. However, in this world, there is no such concept of revival after death. Su Dwanong must exercise utmost caution. For now, he decided to step outside to assess the situation, hoping this place is a novice village and that the monsters beyond are not exceedingly formidable. Su Dwanong made his way toward the village entrance, katana in hand. As he exited the village, the guard simultaneously called out, "Professionals, may you return safely." "Thank you," Su Dwanong replied, momentarily taken aback, before turning to express his gratitude. Not far ahead, he spotted some strange, dark gray humanoid creatures wandering about. How to describe them? They bore a slight resemblance to humans, but only possessed upper bodies. As if a person had been cleaved in half and was now crawling on the ground with both hands. Draped in hues of black and gray, the creature's musculature and skeletal structure remained obscured, devoid of any fur. Its head was a grotesque sight, lacking a complete set of facial features. Save for a single blood-red eye and a gargantuan mouth that occupied half its head. The mouth was lined with menacing teeth, a clear indication of its potential for harm, while a slender, agile tongue flicked about as it crawled, showcasing remarkable dexterity. Su Dwanong gazed at this monstrosity, his expression a blend of disbelief and trepidation. Fortunately, the entity possessed a detection system that revealed only its name and level. The crawling demon, level 3. Its actual strength was uncertain, but a level 3 creature should be manageable, Su thought, resolving to test his mettle. Chapter 41. Tang Ziheng. Bimo, you must strive to become a diligent worker. Armed with a katana, Su Dwanong refrained from charging forward recklessly. After all, despite wielding a blade, he considered himself a sorcerer at heart. Gathering flames in his empty left hand, he formed a fireball. With a mere thought, the fireball soared toward the crawling demon. The creature, alerted by his attack, propelled itself toward him with hands spinning like propellers, seemingly oblivious to the incoming fireball. As the fireball advanced, it too moved forward. Boom! The fireball struck its face, erupting into a conflagration. The crawling demon was sent sprawling, a torrent of dark purple blood spraying forth, indicating significant injury. Su Dwanong unleashed another fireball spell, launching yet another fiery orb. Boom! The crawling demon disintegrated in an explosion of flames. A chime echoed as 8 coins clattered to the ground. Was that all? Su Dwanong picked up the 8 coins, glancing at the now vanished creature with a dismissive smirk. It hardly seemed formidable. 2 fireball spells had dispatched it effortlessly. Feeling quite well, he noted that the consumption of fireball spell was minimal. While he had a panel, it lacked a health bar, relying solely on his instincts. Taking a moment to assess, he estimated that the 2 spells had consumed approximately 1/10 of his mental energy, suggesting he could cast around 20. However, based on his extensive experience with web novels, he surmised that exhausting his mental energy would be a dire predicament. If he calculated conservatively, perhaps 10 casts of the fireball spell would suffice, allowing him to defeat 5 crawling demons and gauge how long he could sustain himself through shockwaves and heavy strikes. Su Dwanong had numerous metrics to evaluate, including the recovery rate of his mental energy, stamina, actual strength, and resilience to blows. Naturally, he intended to seek out weaker foes for his experiments. A misstep could prove fatal. He had also observed that slaying a crawling demon had granted him an increase of 14 source points. While modest, it was acceptable. It was merely a matter of grinding. The malevolent entities appeared virtually limitless, seemingly replenishing without end. Su Dwanong remained uncertain about the nature of this otherworldly realm in comparison to his own. It truly resembles a gaming realm, rife with monster slaying, leveling up, and the acquisition of gold and equipment. The ordinary creatures seem to respawn every 24 hours, or once a day. As for the duration of other respawns, Su Dwanong is uncertain. He wishes not to dwell on it. His current focus is solely on leveling up, surviving, and growing stronger. Ideally, he would like to find a way back home, even if it means relinquishing all his newfound powers. After observing for a while, Tang Ziheng realized that Su Dwanong, this new laborer, had begun to generate a modest supply of source points, marking a promising and swift entry into the workforce of this world. Quite favorable. The future appears bright for Su Dwanong in this realm. After all, it is evident that this world possesses an abundance of source points. As for Tang Ziheng's 4 worlds, There is little need to elaborate on Clarissa's Normania continent, which currently boasts the strongest laborer. However, with the conclusion of the war, it is likely to enter a phase of stagnation. Meanwhile, Lindsay's situation is gradually improving as they begin to slay more monsters. The generation of source points will become continuous. Dwanong's new world bears some resemblance to Lindsay's, with respawning monsters providing a steady stream of source points. Though not explosive in nature, it offers consistency. Regarding Bimo's Blade Spirit world, Tang Ziheng finds himself somewhat troubled. Each world possesses significant developmental potential. However, Bimo currently seems to be in a preliminary stage, yet to reach a stable phase of source point acquisition. Everyone must put in a bit more effort, laborers. The fifth world still hinges on your endeavors, Tang Ziheng mused. Moreover, he sensed that once the fifth world is activated, the system might undergo a new transformation. The specifics remain unknown to him, yet the anticipation of such a sign fills him with eagerness for the fifth world. Regrettably, they have only just opened the fourth world, expending 100,000 source points, and it remains uncertain how long it will take to unlock the Blade Spirit world. At this moment, Bimo is in the Academy's training arena, which features dedicated practice rooms, sealed chambers where one can experiment with various formidable techniques. The internal space is specially designed to withstand explosive forces exceeding 100,000 points of spiritual power and includes analytical recording functions, all of which are strictly confidential. Each session concludes with an automatic reset, leaving no trace behind. In terms of privacy protection, Bimo Academy excels, ensuring no backdoor storage of information occurs. Bimo disengaged from the state of initial release, Ice Wheel, and, over the past few days, has come to grasp his current situation. His unique ability, initial release, Ice Wheel, indeed enhances his spiritual power with each use, but this augmentation is not limitless. It requires continuous cultivation on his part. This training seems to unveil hidden potential, and upon activation of his initial release, Ice Wheel, it brings forth these latent abilities. This has resulted in the increase of spiritual energy after each use. Over the past few days, he has been diligently cultivating, and his spiritual energy has reached 195 points. A commendable rate of improvement. Recently, Bimo has also noticed a sporadic increase in his source points, albeit modest, totaling over 30 points, bringing his current count to 188. After all, Bimo has been in seclusion, spending his days dining with Wenyu, attending classes, returning to the dormitory, engaging in individual cultivation, or practicing in the training hall. Indeed, his recent days have felt somewhat indulgent. He must devise a way to accumulate more source points. Stroking his chin, Bimo pondered this dilemma. Due to his prior display of prowess, no challengers have sought to contest him for his position in recent days. Did his victory over that challenger alter the fate of the world and indirectly influence the opponent's destiny, thus earning him source points? What about the butterfly effect? Is the reward merely that single source point? Bimo contemplated this, then formulated another rationale. It appears that source points are acquired through predetermined changes, while unrealized possibilities are akin to Schrödinger's cat, inaccessible. That seems plausible, he thought, albeit with some vexation. Although he has enrolled in Bimo Academy, everyone is striving diligently, each engaged in relentless cultivation. Just a little longer, and next week we should be able to enter the secret realm. Bimo recalled the topic mentioned by their teacher during class yesterday. It was referred to as a practical assessment, a form of evaluation. They would enter a relatively low-risk permanent secret realm for exploration. All resources obtained would belong to them, though they would need to register upon exiting, earning credits based on the resources collected. Furthermore, there is an intriguing aspect, the ability to plunder from others. Of course, there would be no life-threatening dangers, as everyone would be equipped with safety devices. In this world, everything must be contested. After all, with the emergence of various secret realms and the clashes between nations, every encounter is a matter of life and death. From the moment he entered the university, he has carried the weight of his life upon his shoulders. Even though university serves as a practical training ground, the specter of death looms ever present. This week, he must find a technique to practice with the sword. Bimo contemplated, as the credits he received upon enrollment are sufficient to exchange for his sword technique. Naturally, it is unlikely to be an exceptionally formidable skill. Sword techniques are categorized by tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. There are no subdivisions of upper, middle, or lower ranks. which can lead to significant disparities even among techniques of the same yellow tier. Nonetheless, it remains true that everything hinges upon spiritual energy. It is the foundation. Additionally, the higher the tier of the sword technique, the greater the difficulty of mastery and the higher the consumption of energy. Insufficient spiritual energy while attempting to forcibly practice or utilize a higher tier technique can be detrimental, potentially draining one entirely. It is a genuine depletion. Thus, there are nuances to sword techniques, earned through blood and tears. Of course, Biling Academy does not prohibit the study of higher tier techniques. The risks are evident. And if one chooses to pursue them, so be it. We are all adults now. No one will constantly admonish or protect you. Reflecting on this, Bimo resolved to visit the library to find a sword technique to practice, as cultivating sword skills would also contribute to the growth of his spiritual energy. Primarily, Bimo has recently been preoccupied with refining his spiritual energy. He possesses the Shirkai, ice ring, yet he cannot rely solely on this ability. Personal growth is essential. According to Bimo's understanding, Shirkai, ice ring, represents a unique form of his power, with his normal state being its absence. Thus, his normal state constitutes his lower limit, while the Shirkai, ice ring, signifies his upper limit. His objective is to elevate his lower limit indefinitely, which will consequently raise his upper limit as well. Without further ado, Bimo swiftly made his way to the library of Biling Academy, guided by the navigation system. He scanned his student card and entered the library. In Chapter 42, next time for sure, a must-read, Bimo inquired and located the section for ice-type techniques. The library boasted a plethora of ice-based sword techniques, reflecting the Academy's substantial heritage. Instead of delving into the stacks, he observed a row of display screens outside the ice section, where he could search for techniques accompanied by summaries and demonstration videos. If he found a technique suitable, he could retrieve it from a designated location for borrowing, albeit at the cost of academic credits. After 7 days, each additional day would incur a deduction of 1 academic credit for the borrowed technique, with a minimum of 1 credit per day and a maximum of 100 credits daily. Hence, the longer the rental period, the more credits would be deducted. Bimo stood before one of the display screens, browsing through the options while limiting his search to techniques costing 100 credits, as that was all he could afford. Fortunately, there were numerous techniques priced at 100 credits, evidently tailored for new students. After some deliberation, he ultimately selected a technique known as Ice Ring Slash. Ice Ring Slash is a yellow tier sword technique that is straightforward. It involves unleashing a circular slashing energy around oneself. It may be an ordinary technique, yet it possesses its own unique spiritual energy flow. It shall suffice for now. Mastering a variety of techniques is certainly preferable to being entirely inept. Bimo exchanged 100 credits to acquire this technique for practice, determined to grasp it today. Surely it would not be overly challenging. Uncertain of his innate talent for sword techniques, Bimo understood that his comprehension could not be measured. Nevertheless, he decided to learn first and assess his abilities later, hoping for a modicum of talent. Otherwise, he might have to resort to unconventional methods. After all, this Shirkai, ice ring, inherently comes with sword techniques, and the system offers additional techniques for sale, guaranteed to be of high quality. Bimo harbored great confidence in this remarkable creation of the system, thus feeling unconcerned about his potential aptitude. Just as Bimo was retrieving Ice Ring Slash, a woman nearby caught sight of him and remarked, "Hello. You must be Bimo." Startled by the unexpected conversation, Bimo turned to face her, his expression one of curiosity. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. She was exceptionally beautiful, standing close to 175 centimeters tall, with a slender waist and long legs. Her fair skin and captivating fox-like eyes exuded an enchanting allure. Yet, there was no trace of a worldly demeanor. Instead, she radiated a hint of innocence, creating a striking contrast. "Who are you?" Bimo inquired, gazing at her with a puzzled expression. "My name is Zhang Qier. I have witnessed your previous contest." Zhang Qier remarked with a smile as she gazed at Bimo. "So what now? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Bimo inquired, nodding. "You really lack conversational skills." Zhang Qier replied with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "If there's nothing important, I'm rather busy," Bimo said with an expression. All right. Zhang Qier rolled her eyes. "I do indeed have a matter to discuss, though it's not of great significance. I simply wish to get to know you. I've heard you are of the spirit language system. Coincidentally, so am I." At that moment, A girl observing from a distance felt her heart race and immediately turned to flee. Before long, she found Wenyu. Wenyu, how can you still focus on your training? Your home is being invaded. Wenyu looked up at the girl, puzzled. Zhongling, what is all this commotion about? What do you mean invaded? Oh dear, that fellow of yours is being targeted by a vixen. Quick, hurry. It's by the library. The girl, referred to as Zhongling by Wenyu, hastily pulled her towards the exit. Not so fast. Take it easy. Wenyu said, exasperated. This talk of invasions is preposterous. Bimo? Invaded? Please. She could barely hold her own against me. It would be exceedingly difficult. If it were that easy to be invaded, I would have already made my move. Zhongling was simply far too anxious. Zhongling had become a close friend of Wenyu during their time at Biling Academy. Although Wenyu and Bimo often spent time together, they still maintained considerable personal space. In the absence of pressing matters, they each engaged in their individual pursuits. Naturally, if they wished to see each other, they would either video call or meet in person. The nature of Wenyu and Bimo's relationship hovered between friendship and something deeper. Wenyu had feelings for Bimo, yet she found her to be rather oblivious. Even now, she had yet to realize her affections. Now, with them both in the same academy, and with Bimo's promising potential, Wenyu resolved to wait a while, or perhaps until after graduation, to confess her feelings. She envisioned bringing Bimo home. Yes, bringing her home. Haha, the thought made Wenyu chuckle softly. Zhongling, hearing Wenyu's laughter, turned with a puzzled expression. Really, Wenyu, are you all right? You're about to be invaded and you can still laugh? Oh, don't worry, Wenyu replied, yielding to Zhongling's tug as they headed towards the library. At the library, upon hearing Zhang Qi'er express her desire to get acquainted, Bimo blinked, seemingly regaining her focus. Oh, very well, now we are acquainted. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hey, wait, Zhang Qi'er exclaimed, her expression filled with disbelief. Had her allure diminished to such an extent? It wasn't her intention to pursue Bimo. She was well aware of Bimo's existing relationship and had not come to disrupt it. Zhang Qi'er genuinely wished to know Bimo better. As a fellow practitioner of the spirit language system, she understood its immense power, and Bimo's abilities were evidently exceptional. Thus, she aspired to establish a connection, believing that expanding her network would be beneficial. The more friends one has, the more opportunities one encounters. This is Zhang Qi'er's standard for interpersonal relations. Naturally, not everyone is deemed worthy of friendship. Zhang Qi'er possesses her own discerning criteria. Clearly, Bimo meets her standards, which is why she chose to become acquainted with him. Over the past few days, she has been observing Bimo, having initially intended to approach him, and serendipitously encountered him here. Thus, she took the initiative to introduce herself. As Zhang Qi'er noticed Bimo turning to leave, she quickly intercepted him. Since we've met, we should at least exchange contact information. Maybe next time. Next time for sure. We'll exchange it then. Bimo hastily replied, suddenly appearing flustered. Oh no, I forgot. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must leave now. Next time. Zhang Qi'er anxiously exclaimed. Oh no, don't let it be just next time. This chapter is already 100,000 words. A must-read. Brothers, for the sake of completing 100,000 words, everyone should take a look. Chapter 43. The Club Invitation from Zhang Qi'er. Look. Right over there. Look. Zhongling exclaimed, pulling Wenyu into the library, where they spotted Bimo and Zhang Qi'er. Zhongling immediately pointed excitedly. Wenyu sighed in exasperation. Though she understood Zhongling's good intentions, she recognized Zhang Qi'er, the daughter of the Zhang family, who was a year her senior and a sophomore at Biling Academy. She recalled that Zhang Qi'er possessed a dual S talent. Surely she wasn't here to intrude. Perhaps she was expanding her social network? Let's go? We should approach. Wenyu said as she stepped forward. Yes, exactly. Our rightful spouse must be assertive, Zhongling declared, puffing out her chest, trailing behind Wenyu like an audacious young scion. Bimo, Wenyu called softly. Bimo turned abruptly, seeing Wenyu, then glanced at Zhang Qi'er and back at Wenyu. I have no connection with her. Huh. It seems you are quite apprehensive of Sister Wenyu. Zhang Qi'er chuckled upon witnessing his reaction, then turned to Wenyu. It's been a while, Sister Wenyu. Sister Qi'er. Wenyu smiled and nodded. The Wen and Zhang families had considerable interactions, so Wenyu and Zhang Qi'er were familiar with one another. Surely, we can abandon the notion of next time now? Zhang Qi'er inquired of Bimo before addressing Wenyu. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. Wenyu replied with a smile. What's going on? Zhongling interjected, bewildered. Do they know each other? Even though she shares the Zhang surname, she is not from Zhang Qie's family. Bimo looked between the two, resignedly stating, all right. He exchanged contact numbers with Zhang Qie. Let us go. We've made new friends, so I will treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. Zhang Qie announced with a smile. Sounds good. When you responded, glancing at Bimo and nodding with a smile, her expression radiating a hint of excitement. Zhang Qie led them to a rather upscale restaurant, reserving a private room. Both parties engaged in conversation, deepening their understanding of one another. Bimo soon learned that Zhang Qie's family had long-standing ties with his own. Zhang Qie possesses a remarkable double S talent and a unique ability in the realm of linguistic magic. She is renowned as one of the prodigies of Biling, having been last year's most formidable freshman. Presently, her spiritual power has surpassed 2,000 points, showcasing her formidable strength. I trust you, sister, when you are aware that I, Zhang Qie, have matters to discuss, she stated as she poured tea for everyone. Please, spare me the pretense. Referring to me as sister with every breath, doesn't it feel uncomfortable? When you replied with a hint of exasperation, clearly familiar with Zhang Qie. Ha! Zhang Qie burst into laughter. It seems you're on the verge of cracking up. She deliberately emphasized the term sister when you, punctuating it with a playful lilt. When you, resigned, indeed found it rather trying. All right. Let me first congratulate you on your admission to Biling Academy. Zhang Qie exclaimed. I was quite astonished to see the princess of the Wen family arriving in such company. What is so surprising about that? When you rolled her eyes. Just get to the point. Hee. Indeed, there is a matter I require your assistance with. I would like to extend an invitation to Bimo to join my club, Zhang Qie declared. A club? You've established a club? When you gazed at Zhang Qie with surprise. What precisely does this club entail? Bimo scratched his head, uncertain of what this organization might be. Suspecting it was not an academic club. Think of it as a team or an organization. Either term suffices. Zhang Qie explained to Bimo. At Biling Academy, numerous clubs exist, primarily formed by the students themselves, which are then registered with the academy. Once established, we are allocated dedicated spaces and rooms for our activities. Joining a club also offers various benefits, such as access to resources and networking opportunities. What would be required in return? Bimo inquired, cautious not to overlook the potential costs of such advantages, as one must be wary of those who offer benefits with ulterior motives. Zhang Qie regarded Bimo with admiration before exchanging a knowing glance with Wen Yu. Your little darling possesses more wit than I expected. She is not merely a naive sweetheart, she remarked. Wen Yu responded only with an eye roll. As for what is required, it is rather minimal. Zhang Qie replied with a smile. First and foremost, by joining my club, you will receive its protection. Additionally, resources will be allocated monthly according to your capabilities. Furthermore, intelligence gathering, networking, and collaboration for expeditions into secret realms will become significantly more accessible. Being part of a club also means you will have acquaintances, which provides a certain level of assurance. Of course, I must also clarify the drawbacks, she continued. Firstly, you will be branded with the label of my faction. The academy is rife with factions, and the rivalries between various organizations can be quite intense. Likewise, the academy maintains a ranking system for these organizations. Then, what is the current ranking of your organization, Zhang Qie? Bimo inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Zhang Qie fell silent for a moment. When you stifled a laugh beside her, Sister Qie, you must have just founded it, right? Cough, cough. This is referred to as establishing one's own domain. Naturally, the formation of an organization from the ground up requires a process, Zhang Qie responded, her face slightly reddening. But as long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who must feel awkward. Bimo paused, then turned his gaze towards Wen Yu. Wen Yu, why not join my club as well? I am truly at a loss for members. Zhang Qie chuckled somewhat obsequiously at Wen Yu, revealing her desperate circumstances. Surely you jest. Setting aside your talent. With your beauty alone, establishing a club is a trifling matter. When did the heiress of the Zhang family become so humble? When you raised an eyebrow as she regarded Zhang Qie. Oh, my intention in creating this club is to form an elite organization. Quality over quantity. Those mediocre individuals, are they truly worthy of consideration? Zhang Qie shook her head and continued. This time, I have my sights set on you and your companion. That so-called strongest freshman of yours has quite an attitude. I can't be bothered to hunt him down. The others are either entrenched in factions, making it a challenge to recruit. After all, Many organizations have been passed down through the years, and countless freshmen have already been earmarked before even stepping foot here. At the mention of your companion, a faint blush crept onto Wen Yu's cheeks, yet she refrained from retorting. It was unclear whether she absorbed Zhang Qiyer's subsequent remarks. I am indifferent to this matter. Should Wen Yu agree, I have no objections, Bimo mused, observing the camaraderie between Wen Yu and Zhang Qiyer. If Wen Yu were to join, he would also have no qualms about participating. Upon hearing Bimo's words, Zhang Qiyer cast a pleading look towards Wen Yu. With a resigned sigh, Wen Yu covered her head. All right then. Their rapport was solid, and it was not a negative endeavor. With Zhang Qiyer being a lone commander, having her join would foster companionship. However, I must approve of the members later, Wen Yu added. Not a problem. Rest assured, I shall handle everything. Our organization is not one that just anyone can enter, Zhang Qiyer replied, her delight evident. With Wen Yu and Bimo's inclusion alongside her own, she was confident that her organization would flourish splendidly. Zhongling, would you like to join? Wen Yu inquired of her close friend. Me? Is that even possible? Zhang Ling stammered in surprise, pointing to herself with disbelief. She had not spoken up, thinking herself unqualified for such an endeavor. Earlier, she had discreetly perused Zhang Qiyer's credentials, and the impressive list had left her somewhat dizzy. She hailed from an ordinary family, lacking in both background and strength, possessing only a modest talent of Blade Spirit S and Spiritual Power A. While that might suffice elsewhere, at Biling Academy, it merely placed her at a middling level. Neither exceptional nor subpar. Considering the caliber of individuals within Zhang Qiyer's organization, she felt dwarfed. After all, there was the previous year's strongest freshman, a dual S genius, rumored to possess 2 special abilities, one of which was a rare verbal spirit, and she was the sole heiress of the Zhang family. Wen Yu too was a dual S prodigy, the princess of the Wen family. Though Bimo's talent was somewhat lacking, he still belonged to the verbal spirit category. Zhang Ling had also observed the competition, knowing that while she was in Class 1, her rank barely surpassed Bimo's by 2 positions, placing her at the 10th among 12, rendering her amongst the last. According to Zhang Qiyer's standard, this organization undoubtedly requires exceptional talents. Merely possessing innate abilities is insufficient. Unless one starts with a double S rank, Zhang Ling surmises that the difficulty of gaining entry is likely significant. Despite being a newly established organization, Zhang Ling firmly believes it will undoubtedly flourish in the future. After all, not to mention anything else, it is supported by the influential Wen and Zhang families. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the debut is slated for the 25th. This implies that from that moment forth, I must consistently produce over 4,000 words, with a minimum of 6,000 words updated since August. Therefore, dear friends, please extend your generous support. Chapter 44. The establishment of the Dawn organization, is that all right? Wen Yu turned to Zhang Qiyer. Of course, it's perfectly fine. Wen Yu, if you speak up, it will undoubtedly be fine. Zhang Qiyer responded enthusiastically. Please, speak to me properly. Wen Yu narrowed her eyes at Zhang Qiyer. Oh, don't be so serious. Zhang Qiyer exclaimed, her spirits evidently high, as her club had finally taken a promising step towards establishment. What shall we name our club? Bimo inquired at that moment. Zhang Qiyer suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, Bimo cautiously asked, You haven't even decided on a name yet, have you? Cough, cough. It's just that I didn't have time. Zhang Qiyer said, her gaze evasive. The establishment of a club requires at least 3 members, and now we have just enough. There are 4 of us. Let us discuss the club name shortly. The most important thing is the people, not the name, right? So brainstorming now won't be a hindrance. Wen Yu helplessly held her forehead, feeling that her dear friend was somewhat unreliable, and she suddenly regretted joining. I have some regrets, Bimo remarked, observing such an unreliable person, which caused her to feel a twinge of concern for the days ahead. Zhang Ling also felt as though she had boarded a sinking ship. Oh dear, don't fuss over these minor details. It's not a big issue. Come, let us think this through, Zhang Qiyer cheerfully suggested, seemingly unfazed. Though upon closer inspection, one could see her ears turning red. At that moment, several waitstaff arrived with the dishes. Your meals are all served. Please enjoy. The servers set the food down and then retreated. Come, let us eat. We can ponder while we dine, Zhang Qiyer eagerly called out. As the timing of the meal was impeccable, they deliberated over the club's name for quite some time. When you suggested, how about we call it Qingyan Pavilion? Bimo replied, Qingyan would be better off as Hanyan Pavilion. Zhang Ling interjected. Are you treating this like a girlfriend-esque club? It sounds rather frivolous. Zhang Qier chimed in. How about the unfathomable team? Or simply Dawn? Bimo scratched her head and proposed. Suddenly, the group fell silent, all eyes on Bimo. What else with the stairs? She asked. Not bad, not bad. You actually have some merit. When you complimented, patting Bimo's shoulder. I agree with this name. When you was the first to raise her hand in approval. I have no objections. Zhang Ling concurred, and with Bimo's proposal, that made 3 votes in favor. Zhang Qier's opinion was rendered inconsequential. Then it's settled. We shall call it Dawn. When you nodded, evidently pleased with the name. Why didn't you ask for my opinion? Zhang Qier blinked her eyes and quickly made up her mind. No, I feel so insignificant. 3-1. Your opinion no longer matters. When you waved her hand dismissively. No, you must ask me. Zhang Qier insisted, playfully pouting. All right. Heaven has certainly favored you with such beauty. When you replied with a sigh, then cast your vote. When you directed her words to Zhang Qier. I agree. 4 votes in favor. Zhang Qier immediately raised her hand. Is there a difference? When you retorted in silence. How can there be no difference? It's 4 votes now. Unanimous approval. Zhang Qier argued passionately. Thus, the name of the organization was settled. Tang Ziheng observed the developments from behind, exclaiming, Wow, you've really put together quite the ensemble. Shouldn't your uniforms feature a design of red clouds on a black background? However, with the establishment of the organization, Bimo's resources suddenly increased by over 30,000 points. Clearly, the founding of this organization had some impact on the world. Bimo was astonished to see such a significant increase in his resource points. Is it really possible to gain so many points by merely establishing an organization? Could there be a glitch I could exploit? He pondered the impossibility of dissolving and recreating the organization. To accumulate such a wealth of resource points filled Bimo with unwavering trust in the system, suggesting that their organization held immense potential. Suddenly, Bimo realized this might be a new functionality of the system. If utilized wisely, it could indeed serve as a remarkable hidden feature. After dinner, Zhang Qier promptly led everyone to report the official establishment of the organization. I will surely nurture it to great heights. Everyone, feel free to take on tasks. Zhang Qier, thrilled to have finally created a club, laughed heartily with her hands on her hips. Bimo began to delve into the club's tasks, which primarily involved starting with teams of 3 to undertake assignments. The rewards naturally included academic credits and resource allocations, where 50 of the completed tasks would directly inject funds into the club's account, while the remaining 50 would be distributed among participants. The club could then procure equipment for communal use. For instance, the training rooms differed for personal and club usage, each requiring different amounts of academic credits. In essence, Biling Academy encouraged the formation of clubs to foster mutual support and competition, while also cultivating teamwork for future endeavors, whether it be entering secret realms or competing with other nations. The most direct confrontations among countries typically occurred in the Great Secret Realm, where multiple nations participated, often with certain numerical limitations, necessitating rivalries to determine entry, and, once inside, fate was uncertain, as nations existed in a competitive relationship. In summary, the advantages of having an organization are immeasurable. The tasks and resources accessible to organized groups vastly differ from those available to unorganized individuals. Zhang Qier clearly aimed to adopt an elite organization model. All right, let us conclude for today. I need to return to my training. I just borrowed a technique on swordsmanship from the library, Bimo remarked. By the way, celebrating everyone's entry into the society, I personally will sponsor, allowing each of you to select a technique not exceeding 1,000 credits. I will cover the expenses. Zhang Qier proclaimed with a commanding presence. I shall pass. Let Bimo choose another one. When you replied with a gentle smile, clearly uninterested. Moreover, she deemed techniques of such a modest credit level beneath her consideration. No problem. I shall certainly take care of your treasure. Zhang Qier nodded in agreement. Thank you, boss. Zhang Ling's eyes sparkled at the mention of a technique worth 1,000 credits. Having just mastered the technique she selected with the 100 credits granted upon enrollment, the opportunity to acquire a technique of a higher caliber was too enticing to resist. As a prodigy from an ordinary family, her plight lay in the scarcity of resources. With such an opportunity before her, she was determined to seize it. By the way, let us take a moment to share insights among ourselves. It would be beneficial for us to understand each other better. Currently, it is just the four of us. All veterans, and this information is certainly confidential. Should new members join us in the future, they must undergo our assessments and earn our trust before any of these matters are disclosed. Zhang Qi'er proposed. Agreed. No objections here. Bimo nodded. Realizing that such revelations bore no adverse impact, knowledge alone did not equate to strength. Absolutely fine. Zhang Ling concurred, and when you had no objections either. In that case, let us proceed to our society's office. Zhang Qi'er cheerfully suggested, brandishing a key card, a privilege bestowed upon her by the Academy following the establishment of the society. They had access to a designated activity room, which was soundproof and secure, ensuring their discussions would remain confidential. The requirements for establishing a society were stringent. It was not something that could be achieved by mere chance. However, the benefits reaped afterward were plentiful, and this activity room was one of them, providing a stable base for their exchanges. Chapter 45. Mutual disclosure upon arriving at the activity room, which had been specifically designated for their use. Zhang Qi'er exclaimed, "Found it. A 99, this is our activity room." She scanned her access card along with her student ID to unlock the door. "Let us go. Come inside and take a look." Zhang Qi'er led the way with enthusiasm, followed closely by Bimo and the others. Bimo surveyed the surroundings. The room was immaculate, furnished with a long conference table and chairs, accompanied by various electronic devices. It seemed to incorporate spatial technology, as it appeared deceptively small from the outside, especially given how closely the doors of other activity rooms were situated. Yet upon entering, it was evident that the space exceeded 200 square meters. Clearly, spatial technology had been employed, reflecting the profound resources of Biling Academy. Quite impressive, Zhang Qi'er remarked as she glanced around, clearly pleased. The environment and equipment were indeed commendable. True to Biling Academy's reputation, they are affluent and well-resourced. Now, let us exchange information amongst ourselves. Zhang Qi'er casually took a seat. No objections. Bimo nodded as everyone settled down. Conveniently, there was also a detection device available in the room. Zhang Qi'er declared, as she picked up a compact detection device. Rest assured, this device records only once. It displays results solely during the test and does not retain any data. Approaching with the device, she asserted, "Allow me to go first." After entering her spiritual energy, she commenced her self-assessment. Spiritual energy, 2213 spiritual talent, S Blade Spirit, Black Duke, Dark Element, Blade Spirit Talent. S Special Abilities. 3 Zhang Qi'er possessed 3 remarkable special abilities. Such a talent was indeed formidable. Without reservation, she shared the nature of her 3 special abilities with everyone. Special Ability 1, Shadow Clone. This ability allows her to transform her shadow into a fully capable doppelganger to assist in combat, possessing instinctive combat skills. If it is defeated, it requires 12 hours to recover. Special Ability 2, Black Veil. Utilizing dark elemental power to envelop a designated area, rendering enemies within deprived of all 5 senses. Special Ability 3, The Night Shall Enshroud the World, a liberation of the spoken word. Impressive. Zhang Ling observed Zhang Qi'er's talents with a sense of awe. Such a gift was indeed terrifying. Moreover, her spiritual energy was exceptionally potent, 2213. She felt dwarfed by the sheer magnitude of her opponent's strength. Next, I shall take my turn. Zhang Ling promptly seized the detection device from Zhang Qi'er and initiated her assessment. Spiritual energy, 191 spiritual talent, a blade spirit, fine snow, ice element, blade spirit talent. Zhang Ling pursed her lips, acknowledging that she lacked special abilities, her only advantage being her commendable talent. Subsequently, Bimo and Wen Yu conducted their evaluations. Bimo soon discovered the nature of Wen Yu's 3 special abilities. Special Ability 1, Thunderous Gem. 3 gems converge behind her, arranged in a triangular formation, interconnected by threads of lightning. Each attack allows each gem to unleash a thunderous assault. Special Ability 2, Thunderous Domain, transforming an area into a realm of thunder. Special Ability 3, Celestial Wheel Thunder Slash. The names alone were quite formidable. Alright, our intelligence sharing is complete. It appears our organization possesses considerable strength. Zhang Qi'er nodded in satisfaction. I will allocate 1,000 credits to each of you. You may visit the library to seek blade techniques. In the meantime, focus on your training. We must also prepare for the upcoming freshman positioning competition. I will set aside some resources here for you. Simply take what you need. Furthermore, I will upload various blade techniques to our organization's app, which you can download for practice when the time comes. Upon successful application of our club, there will be a dedicated system and function on the Biling Academy app specifically for club use. Excellent. Thank you, leader. Zhang Ling nodded enthusiastically. Resources had always been a challenge for her. With the affluent Zhang Qi'er as her support, she felt confident that, despite lacking special abilities, her innate talent combined with blade techniques would ensure her growth would not falter. Very well. That will be all for today. I shall seek someone to design our club uniforms. Dismissed. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Qi'er appeared immensely pleased and excited by her newfound leadership role. Bimo and Zhang Ling received a transfer of 1,000 credits from Zhang Qi'er. After leaving the conference room, they returned to the library to seek out knife techniques. While Wen Yu remained behind. Come on, let us discuss Zhang Qi'er, she said with a playful smile, approaching Wen Yu. I'll share half of the organizational matters with you. I'm the chief, and you're the deputy. What chief and deputy are you talking about? It sounds like we're running a makeshift operation. Wen Yu replied helplessly. Yet she agreed with Zhang Qi'er's words. She wanted to be involved as well. At the very least, this would allow her to contribute more resources, enabling Bimo to utilize them more effectively. Typically, when you found it difficult to offer assistance, but now presented with such an opportunity, she was determined to make the most of it. Meanwhile, Bimo, accompanied by Zhang Ling, headed to the library, both proficient in ice techniques. Ultimately, Bimo purchased a knife skill called Frozen Severance. The next step was to practice this technique and subsequently acquire some resources from the Shao organization to enhance her spiritual power. In the Tianqi continent, Su Duantong defeated the last of the crawling demons. Phew, level 6. Su Duantong wiped the sweat from his brow. Over the past few days, he had dedicated all his time to slaying crawling demons and zombies. The crawling demons were level 3, while the zombies were level 4. Su Duantong adopted a cautious approach, refraining from recklessly challenging higher-level monsters, instead focusing on defeating weaker foes for 2 full days, finally reaching level 6. The pace of leveling was indeed sluggish. Glancing at his experience bar, he found it only at 18, with a considerable distance left to level 7. As he hunted these monsters, his equipment was all level 3. Although low in tier, it was better than nothing. Su Duantong examined his attribute panel and noted that due to the excellent talent of Tian Can, all the free attribute points he earned had been utilized to offset his gains. With his 2-level increase, he had received only the basic attribute boosts. However, his gear did add some attributes and defensive capabilities. He had also saved the skill points he earned from leveling up. His source points had accumulated to 4,855. Curious about potential purchases, Su Duantong opened the shop. During this time, he had learned that while the system had its flaws and was somewhat exploitative, it was indeed quite generous. After deliberation, Su Duantong ultimately chose 2 passive skills, Strong Body, LV1, Constitution 5, and Strength of a Bull, LV1, Strength 5. This expenditure cost him 2,000 source points, swiftly diminishing his total to 4,000. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Duantong resumed his path of slaughter. Tang Ziheng shifted his gaze away from Su Duantong. The method of earning source points in Su Duantong's world was simple, though he tended to play it safe. However, this was understandable. Valuing one's life meant that only those who survived could truly work effectively. Earning source points was a gradual process, and Tang Ziheng was aware of this principle. Currently, with 4 worlds available, the acquisition of source points was quite satisfactory. Of course, the bulk of the earnings still came from Clarissa, but Lindsay was also beginning to rise, accumulating source points as well. Suddenly, Tang Ziheng discovered a peculiar issue. Chapter 46, A Call for Help from the World. Tang Ziheng discovered a peculiar request. The World's Call for Help system detected a distress signal emanating from a certain world dimension, seeking assistance from another realm. The system informed Tang Ziheng that such occurrences are not rare, yet not overly common either. For a world to issue a plea for aid, it must first meet several criteria. 1. The world must possess a will of its own. 2. It must have suffered a cataclysmic invasion, leaving it utterly powerless and in a state of desperation that compels it to call for help. 3. The world must possess the means to transmit this call for assistance, though the consequences may not guarantee a rescue, as it could attract other marauders instead. Furthermore, the system conveyed to Tang Ziheng that a world operates under its own set of rules and potential for reversal. Even in the face of impending annihilation, a destined savior would emerge to rescue it. The fact that this world is now calling for help implies that its destined savior may have perished multiple times without succeeding in their mission. The circumstances are undeniably complex, leaving Tang Ziheng perplexed. As it stands, this world's plea for help has evidently caught the attention of his own system. Then, the situation of this world was laid bare before Tang Ziheng. This world is known as the Amon dimension. At this moment, it is ravaged by turmoil, beset by beings from other realms who have infiltrated through some formidable power, wreaking havoc and resulting in the demise of its protagonists. Furthermore, they have plundered a significant portion of the world's essence, leaving the world will of Amon on the brink of extinction. The extensive loss of its essence exacerbates the trials it faces, leading to frequent calamities, with the protagonists all dead and no one to resolve the crisis. The world will lack the capability to manifest a new destined savior. In desperation, it chose to send out a call for help, for in the face of inevitable death, a gamble for survival seemed worth taking. As Tang Ziheng perused the information provided by the world will of Amon, he raised an eyebrow. It increasingly appeared as if this resembled a cycle of reincarnation, the handiwork of a supreme deity. The Amon dimension currently confronts the imminent resurgence of ancient demon gods, with various malevolent creatures stirring restlessly, compounded by the frequent natural disasters caused by the substantial loss of the world's essence. The entire realm seems ensnared in a vicious cycle destined for destruction. Countless malevolent beings are reviving, and various sinister cults are sowing chaos, plunging the world into disarray. Tang Ziheng contemplated who could undertake the task of rescuing this world, given his current allies. His four subordinates are still in their developmental stages. Su Dwanong is struggling to secure his own safety, let alone save the world. Lindsay's power system is too feeble, not yet reaching higher tiers. And Bimo is merely at the onset of his evolution. Upon reflection, it seems that only Clarissa is suitably qualified. Moreover, Clarissa possesses knowledge of the divine, providing her with a valid rationale. Of course, once other worlds stabilize, Tang Ziheng could issue similar rescue missions through the system. This dilemma appears easily resolvable. Thus, he resolved firmly, to save a world should yield substantial essence points, but one must ponder whether these essence points are indeed derived from the plundered essence of the world. Tang Ziheng believed it to be true, though not entirely so. Perhaps it was something even more extraordinary. What Tang Ziheng could assert with certainty was that it bore no impact on the world, or perhaps even a beneficial one. Cooperation and mutual benefit, both parties reaping rewards. Whether it was a trap remained uncertain, yet Tang Ziheng felt his system was commendable. Having made his decision, he promptly turned his gaze towards Clarissa. Since becoming the Black Flame Sword Princess, Clarissa's life had transformed dramatically. With her burgeoning fame, she had drawn the attention of countless powerful factions. The Gloucester Empire had even sent representatives to extend an invitation, a generous offer for Clarissa to become a royal patron. In her capacity as the Black Flame Sword Princess, there would be no obligations. She was merely required to assist the kingdom in times of peril. There were no binding conditions. Should she accept, she would receive an annual stipend of 1 million gold coins along with 10,000 elemental crystals, in addition to complementary resources necessary for her cultivation, along with a corresponding status and title. Naturally, Clarissa accepted this fortuitous offer, as the Gloucester Empire was her homeland, governed by a capable royal family known for their prudent administration. Despite external and internal challenges, their accomplishments were remarkable, clearly indicative of the royal family's considerable talent. The noble families were numerous, while some were loyal to the state. Most operated in self-interest, wielding vast resources. Some families even offered Clarissa salaries several times greater than that of the royal family, highlighting the immense wealth at their disposal. However, Clarissa declined all such offers, ultimately opting for the royal family. With a deep, elongated breath, Clarissa gradually transitioned from her meditative stance back to her usual posture. For the past half-month, she had remained in her grand estate, dedicating herself to rigorous training. She had fully mastered the gains acquired during the war and had entered a phase of steady growth. Her physical attributes had reached a remarkable score of 258 points. Suddenly, she felt the system calling her. With a hint of urgency, she accessed the system, her expression tinged with anxiety, for it was the first time the system had summoned her. Was it the divine being? Upon opening the system, Clarissa inquired, "Is it the deity?" "Apologies, but it is I, The system, came the reply. However, this is a task conveyed to me by the deity. What is it? Clarissa asked excitedly, her heart racing at the thought that the divine being had remembered to check on its faithful follower. The system directly transmitted the details into Clarissa's mind. She took a moment to absorb the information. Save the world. Can I truly accomplish such a feat? Is this something within my capabilities? It dawned on her that deities often engaged in such endeavors. Whether to save or to destroy worlds, such power was indeed divine. The information she received indicated that a world was under siege by demonic forces, teetering on the brink of annihilation. As the embodiment of justice and hope, the system's deity had entrusted her with this task. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that she was aware, she felt compelled to assist. Thus, her current mission was to represent her deity and venture to the Amon dimension to undertake the task of saving the world. How exhilarating! Clarissa felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Regardless of the outcome, she was willing to sacrifice everything to fulfill the divine mandate. With unwavering resolve, Clarissa embraced the task at hand. If you are prepared, you may commence the teleportation, the system prompted. I am ready. With nothing holding her back, Clarissa initiated the process without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her previous location. In the realm of Amon, a world teeming with valiant heroes, monstrous creatures, and intrepid adventurers, the atmosphere was once harmonious. Adventurers busied themselves with vanquishing monsters, bustling guilds thrived, and taverns echoed with merriment. Occasionally, a malevolent dragon or a dark lord would emerge, leading to tales of brave heroes battling these fiends to restore peace and save the world. Life, though challenging, was predominantly tranquil. However, all of this changed one fateful day when a band of mysterious figures appeared, their origins unknown. They wielded formidable powers, bringing forth chaos and destruction. From that moment, the world was irrevocably altered. This group desecrated ancient seals, awakening the primordial demon deity, which in turn incited a riot of monstrous beings. Chapter 47. Arrival in another world. As Clarissa traversed to this new realm, a wealth of background knowledge flooded her mind. So this is the nature of the world. She quickly grasped the dire situation it faced. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she donned a crimson-hued, high-tier elemental armor, the Dark Flame. Complemented by the formidable Riftbreaker Knights sword at her waist, she appeared both regal and imposing. At that moment, Clarissa stood upon a small hill outside a village. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around her. Turning to investigate, she saw the village under siege by monstrous entities. The divine had summoned her to save this world, and these creatures were her targets for annihilation. Without a hint of hesitation, Clarissa charged towards the village, determined to eliminate these wretched beasts and protect the elderly and children. The scene was chaotic. Militia and adventurers united against the monstrous onslaught, while ordinary citizens congregated, fervently praying for their defenders. Escape was impossible. The monsters surrounded them. We can't hold out much longer, Captain, a soldier exclaimed, witnessing their retreat under relentless assault. Despite the adventurers' valiant efforts, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. We must endure, the captain roared, wiping the blood from his face and thrusting his spear into a goblin, flinging its lifeless body aside. Should their defenses falter, hell would descend upon them. The fate of those already slain was grim, but the plight of the women was particularly harrowing. Oh God, why must we suffer such calamity? We beseech you to unleash divine wrath and eradicate these monsters. An elderly man trembled, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his weathered face. In this world, deities do exist. However, with the resurgence of demonic entities and various other factors, many gods have perished, sustained injuries, succumbed to slumber, or become sealed away. Moreover, the gods of this realm do not embody absolute power. Even they can be slain by mortals. Most deities possess certain authorities or symbols, which has led to many of them walking among humans, known to the populace, while others are shunned. For instance, there exist deities associated with drunkenness or those perpetually in debt, who, aside from their longevity and unique abilities, bear little distinction from humanity. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sound of swords clashing, accompanied by a flash of white light. The onlookers beheld numerous demonic creatures take flight, stained with blood. A dark red figure approached with great speed. Clarissa, wielding her spinning sword, zipped past, inflicting fatal wounds on dozens of demons along her path. blood gushing forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. With a sweeping glance, Clarissa unleashed Sword Wave, the sword energy blooming outward like flowers, clearing a vast area around her. The fierce sword aura obliterated all within a radius of several dozen meters, raining down blood and fragments of corpses, akin to a torrential downpour from the depths of hell. Yet, to the villagers, this terrifying scene represented hope, a beacon of light. Was she a messenger of the gods? Surely, the divine still shows mercy upon us. The elder gazed at Clarissa amidst the crimson downpour, her form aglow, untouched by the blood rain. The guards and adventurers, witnessing Clarissa's prowess, were filled with exhilaration. With such a formidable ally, the village would surely be safeguarded. Clarissa alone, armed with her sword, decimated the demons, entering and exiting their ranks with ease. With the might of a solar knight, these creatures posed no substantial threat. Although numerous, their extermination was merely a matter of time. The demons, intimidated by Clarissa's godlike presence, scattered in fear. She single-handedly vanquished nearly half of them, yet chose not to pursue those who fled. The battle concluded. "Thank you for your assistance, my lady." The captain, panting slightly, approached Clarissa and bowed respectfully. "You're welcome. It is my duty," Clarissa replied with a slight nod. "Are you a messenger of the gods?" The elder, leaning on his cane, approached with excitement. "How do you know this, old man?" Clarissa inquired, astonished. The captain and the adventurers exchanged bewildered glances at Clarissa. Initially, they had not considered her to be a divine envoy, given that the gods themselves had vanished. They believed Clarissa to be a mere hero, yet she turned out to be a true messenger of the divine. "Esteemed messenger, thank you for your aid. We wish to become followers of the deity. Please, tell us the name of the divine." The villagers, upon hearing this, knelt in reverence. The elder looking at Clarissa with fervent excitement. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities." Clarissa hurriedly approached to assist the elderly gentleman, exclaiming, "My deity is known as the god of the system. The divine presence has sensed the world's tribulations and has dispatched me here. How splendid! With the aid of the divine, we shall surely be saved." The villagers responded with palpable excitement. However, unlike the naive populace, the adventurers furrowed their brows in skepticism. They had not heard of such a deity, and given the current loss of divine beings, how could this so-called divine messenger suddenly appear? "Pardon my boldness, but I am unfamiliar with the existence of the god of the system," spoke an armored adventurer wielding a massive axe, his tone respectful, yet laced with doubt. "The divine presence is not a deity of your world. Rather, it is your world that has beseeched my divine patron for aid, and out of compassion for your plight. The deity has sent me here," Clarissa replied calmly. The adventurers listened to her words, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Yet they were aware of Clarissa's formidable strength and chose not to voice their doubts further. "Could someone enlighten me about the current state of this world?" Clarissa inquired. "Allow me to explain. Everyone else, please assist in clearing the battlefield," the captain of the guard announced. "Understood." The soldiers responded in unison, joining the villagers in their efforts. The adventurers did not depart, but gathered nearby, intent on listening attentively. Observing this, the captain offered no further commentary and began to inform Clarissa of their circumstances. "This is the town of Looming in the Duchy of Gowa. As you can see, monstrous creatures ravage our land, and this calamity plagues the entire world. Even the royal capital is overwhelmed, let alone our humble village. All we can manage is to ensure our own survival. However, as you witnessed today, without your intervention, we might have perished in this conflict. Why do you not flee to the capital or unite with others?" Clarissa asked, her brow furrowed. "Given the dire situation, why do you persist in fighting alone? Is this not a path to ruin? With such dispersed strength, how can you hope to contend with the ancient demon gods? At this rate, it seems that within a year or two, we need not fear the ancient demon gods, for these monsters alone could annihilate humanity. Alas, we too yearn for escape. However, relocating so many people presents a myriad of challenges. Let alone the logistical issues of supplies, we cannot adequately protect everyone. Moreover, the journey through the wilderness is fraught with danger from monstrous threats. In the wild, we cannot defend ourselves as we do in the town, and it is likely that we would perish on the road." The captain responded with a wry smile. "I see," Clarissa said, her brow tightening further. This was indeed a significant dilemma. Chapter 48. Preparations for migration. Clarissa had never considered that she alone could save an entire world. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Confronted with a calamity of such magnitude, it was clear that she could not accomplish this feat by herself. Clarissa trusted that her divine patron had not sent her here merely to wield a sword alone in the battle for salvation. To combat this catastrophe, a united front from the entire world was imperative. Currently, Clarissa intends to transfer the strength of this village to the royal capital. This process will repeat, gradually augmenting her power and allowing it to spread outward from this focal point. At the very least, it is imperative to establish an army capable of combating the monstrous threats. As it stands, Clarissa has yet to encounter such an entity. Perhaps the royal capital has what is required, yet mere defense is insufficient. It is equally vital to mobilize and rescue the living forces scattered across various locales. Only through comprehensive integration can success be achieved. Thus, a moment of reflection is warranted. We cannot remain passive in our current situation. Clarissa pondered briefly before articulating her thoughts to the captain. With your presence, there should be no issues. The captain nodded in agreement. We have long wished to depart, yet circumstances have prevented us. Now, with such an opportunity before us, we shall seize it diligently. They are not foolish. Remaining here guarantees demise. Their prior inaction stemmed from an inability to leave, but with Clarissa's formidable prowess, they are certainly inclined to attempt an escape. Milady, please take some time to rest. We shall handle the remainder, the captain assured Clarissa, preparing to consult with the village chief, the elder from before, and rally the others. If all goes well, they could be ready to set forth by dawn. After the captain departed, the surrounding adventurers exchanged glances, and a few gathered the courage to approach Clarissa. Greetings, milady. A robust middle-aged man respectfully addressed her. There is no need for formalities. I am Clarissa. You may call me by my name. She nodded slightly, inquiring, what is it? We would like to know if the Divine One is accepting followers? The middle-aged man inquired, flanked by two young women in their late teens, who gazed at Clarissa with hope, particularly admiring her valiant appearance, clad in armor and wielding a sword, exuding strength. While many adventurers are women, true elite warriors are predominantly male. Thus, an individual like Clarissa embodies the aspirations of these young women. I'm not sure about that, Clarissa replied uncertainly. Until now, she only recognized herself as a follower, and neither the divine being nor the system had ever instructed her to preach. It seemed that the existence of followers was of little concern to them. Clarissa dismissed the notion until it was brought to her attention. Then, she promptly inquired within her mind, System, does the Divine One require followers? No, followers hold no significance for true deities. They do not yield benefits, but rather introduce numerous complications. The system responded. I understand. Clarissa conveyed her comprehension. She then addressed the middle-aged man. I apologize. It's quite all right, the man replied, his gaze dimming slightly. The two young women behind him also appeared disheartened, yet they remained silent, recognizing that perhaps the divine being did not require followers. Is this what the gods of this world are like? The divine beings of their world are strikingly different. In the era when deities still roamed the earth, various divine sects flourished in a vibrant display of diversity. There existed minimal competition among them, and the freedom to worship multiple gods was embraced, creating a remarkably open and liberated realm. While some deities did not require followers, they belonged to a more laid-back, carefree nature, indifferent to their existence. If they had followers, they would not reject them. However, Clarissa was one who explicitly stated her disinterest in having devotees. Observing the girls whose gazes had dimmed with disappointment, Clarissa felt a twinge of conflict within her heart. She spoke, however, if you seek to grow stronger, I can offer my assistance. Though her powers were derived entirely from the system, her own efforts were not insignificant. The integration of her abilities rendered her quite accomplished. She was not merely a vessel for the strength bestowed by the system. Rather, she wielded that power with mastery. Is it truly possible? The eyes of the two girls suddenly sparkled with hope, as if a shadow had lifted and a new path had emerged. Though the journey was different, their ultimate desire converged. They yearned for the divine to gain strength. Can we too partake? The other eavesdropping adventurers could no longer contain themselves, each eagerly inquiring. Of course, during these days, and on our journey, I shall teach you the art of swordsmanship, Clarissa affirmed with a nod. Even if you choose not to learn swordplay, you may still observe and glean insights. Every path holds its own wisdom. Thank you, my lady. The adventurers expressed their gratitude in unison. Yet, the mages practicing magic felt somewhat disheartened, for they were unable to learn, being practitioners of sorcery rather than swordsmanship. Even archers and assassins among the adventurers felt compelled to learn. The consensus was that learning was beneficial. After a while, the team captain approached briskly. "My lady, there are no objections. The day is waning. Let us prepare and hold a modest bonfire gathering. We shall set forth at dawn." The leader of the guards announced to Clarissa. "Very well. As long as you have made your decision," Clarissa replied with a nod. That evening, they all collaborated to prepare dinner, with contributions of various dishes and meats, culminating in a communal feast around the bonfire. Although it was termed a bonfire gathering, it was simply a large potluck, with everyone dining together. They packed their belongings, readying their vehicles for the journey ahead. After dining, Clarissa lingered with the group. As the night unfolded with little to occupy her time, the torches flickered around them, and the adventurers either engaged in conversation or rested. With time still on her side, Clarissa refrained from retiring early. Her current constitution allowed her to go without sleep for a week, though rest had become a cherished habit, providing a degree of comfort. With the night watch in place, Clarissa decided to commence her swordsmanship lessons. "Come forth. I shall teach you the art of the sword. Anyone willing to learn is welcome to join," she called out to the gathering. Yes, the adventurers eagerly rose to their feet, many drawn to the excitement of the moment. The night watchmen endured great hardship, yearning to leave their posts, yet bound to their duty, eagerly anticipating the moment of their shift change while Clarissa continued her teachings. Chapter 49. Arrival in the capital. The situation is grim. Clarissa's lessons were brief, concluding around 11 o'clock, after which she retired to rest. Before sleep, she glanced at her source points, which had increased by over 60,000, indicating a fruitful day. However, such a sum was insignificant for Clarissa at this stage. Even acquiring a high-level combat skill required a starting point of 100,000. Upgrading her talents demanded 200,000 source points, and the enhancement of the Dragon Blood Warrior skill necessitated a staggering 5 million. Clarissa had now evolved into a diligent worker, amassing points in the tens of thousands. After all, she was indeed a prized possession in the hands of Tang Ziheng. Tang Ziheng's gaze upon Clarissa had intensified, for such a dedicated worker was a rarity. Clarissa held a unique significance for him, not merely as his inaugural worker, but also due to her unwavering devotion. She revered Tang Ziheng as a deity, a fervent believer. In contrast, workers from other worlds maintained a more hierarchical rapport, dependent on Tang Ziheng, yet lacking the profound reverence that Clarissa exhibited. Their awe stemmed from the power of the system, rather than any personal connection. Thus, Clarissa remained an exceptionally unique presence in Tang Ziheng's life. Early the following morning, Clarissa awoke. "My lord, you are awake." The two young girls, who had been waiting outside the tent, eagerly presented her with a basin of water, a towel, and a toothbrush. They viewed themselves as Clarissa's apprentices, and she, their savior. If circumstances allowed, they wished to follow her closely. This sentiment echoed their father's. The middle-aged man who had previously accompanied them, their father, an adventurer, had met their mother during his travels, leading to their love and eventual birth. Tragically, their mother had passed away during their childhood due to calamities, raised solely by their father, who was skilled only in the ways of adventure. They had accompanied him on countless journeys since their youth. Fortunately, by the time they embarked on these escapades, they were in their teens, no longer children, yet not quite adults. They craved strength, having witnessed their father sustain numerous injuries in his efforts to protect them. They longed to safeguard the man who had cared for and protected them throughout their lives. Their father's aspirations were simple, recognizing Clarissa's unique status, extraordinary origins, and formidable strength. He believed that if his daughters could accompany her, their futures would be bright. As for him, his concerns were secondary. As long as he could witness his daughters grow, he would find contentment. Should his own life be the price for their prosperous futures, he would not hesitate to pay it. Clarissa nodded, accepting the goodwill of the two girls. While freshening up, she glanced around. Everyone was nearly ready. Once Clarissa had completed her preparations, the captain of the guard approached, declaring, "Everyone is prepared. We can set off at any moment. What does my lady think? Let us depart. I am unfamiliar with the route. You are well versed. So lead the way." Clarissa responded to the captain. "Understood." The captain nodded and relayed the command. "Onward. Are we finally leaving this place? The royal capital awaits. I wonder what it is like there." As the convoy moved, discussions erupted among the group, clearly reflecting their mix of anxiety and excitement for the future. They all hoped for a brighter destiny, free from the torment of living a life where death loomed at every turn. Clarissa sat atop a carriage, surveying her surroundings. "Master, why aren't you sitting inside the carriage?" A girl called out from within. "The view is better up here. You all enjoy your ride. And please, do not call me master," Clarissa replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. For some reason, once the two girls had addressed her as master, they had not reverted to any other title. She had also learned their names, Aisha and Aya. "Hee, you have taught us swordsmanship, so naturally, you are our master." Aisha and Aya giggled, emboldened by Clarissa's easygoing nature, which had encouraged them to persist with the title. Otherwise, they would have never dared. "Suit yourselves," Clarissa sighed, shrugging it off. "I am merely a passerby. I do not know how long I will remain in this world." "We understand." Aisha and Aya grasped Clarissa's meaning. But that was a different matter. At least, according to Clarissa, she would not leave until her task of saving the world was fulfilled and the crisis had passed. During this lengthy period, they hoped to learn as much as possible from her. The convoy progressed steadily, encountering numerous monsters along the way. However, there was no need for Clarissa to intervene. The ordinary creatures were no match for the adventurers, who dispatched them with ease. Based on their journey, it would take approximately 5 days to reach the royal capital. The captain of the guard wiped the sweat from his brow. The Duchy of Guo was not particularly large, and Deer Call town lay near its borders, yet it was still only a 5-day journey to the royal capital. This was quite swift, primarily due to the presence of many ordinary folk, which slowed their march. Otherwise, the time could have been significantly reduced. 4 days later, Clarissa and her companions finally glimpsed the distant walls of the royal capital. "We have made better time than we anticipated. Moreover, our luck has been favorable. We have not encountered any formidable monsters." The captain rejoiced. They had faced numerous monsters along the way, but most had been dealt with by the adventurers. For the few that were slightly more formidable or in greater numbers, Clarissa dispatched them with remarkable ease. Thus, they arrived at the outskirts of the royal capital without any hindrance. As Clarissa squinted her eyes, her extraordinary vision allowed her to perceive the dire situation far beyond the capital of the Guo Duchy. At this moment, the capital was besieged by monstrous creatures. The city was under attack. Smoke billowed, magic surged chaotically, and cries of battle filled the air. The situation in the capital was grave. "The monsters are assaulting the city," Clarissa remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. "What?" The captain of the guards gasped, peering intently into the distance, and indeed, he discerned the tumultuous scene, the thick black smoke rising ominously. Until now, he had not paid much heed to the happenings beyond. Clarissa's alertness had unveiled the urgent peril. "Can we still go over there?" the captain inquired, swallowing hard. To his astonishment, having journeyed through treacherous terrains, they found themselves facing a capital under siege by monsters. If those creatures were to notice them and launch an attack, it would spell disaster. "Find a place to hide, and do not get too close. Rest assured, your duty is to protect everyone. I will head over there and see if I can resolve this," Clarissa stated sternly. "The capital cannot fall. This is the beginning of our quest to save the world." Clarissa had no time to seek a fortified position elsewhere. Chapter 50. The Demon King's Minotaur. Everyone obeyed Clarissa, heading towards a vantage point near the capital to observe the battlefield. Meanwhile, Clarissa prepared to advance toward the city. "Master, be careful," Aya called out to her. "Have no fear," Clarissa replied, then swiftly dashed toward the capital. Her speed was remarkable, after all. Her physical prowess typically neared an astounding 300 points. The onlookers marveled at the terrifying velocity with which she departed. If she were to travel alone, she could likely cover the distance in just a day or two. As Clarissa drew nearer to the capital, the battlefield revealed a gruesome spectacle. The strength of the monsters was evidently superior to those she had encountered in the town, 2 tiers stronger, in fact. Moreover, Clarissa observed certain creatures that were distinctly different from the others. Such conspicuous monsters, possessing greater power than their counterparts, could only be leaders or formidable foes. Without hesitation, Clarissa charged toward these monstrous entities. With lethal precision, she infiltrated their ranks, creating a commotion that was unmistakable even amidst the chaos of battle. "What is transpiring over there?" Individuals within the capital quickly took notice of Clarissa's actions. "Reinforcements? A single individual? Huh? Who dares to approach us alone?" As if disregarding the might of the Demon King's army, a humanoid monster seated high above commanded, "Bull, go, eliminate her." "Yes," a thunderous voice responded. and a towering minotaur, standing 5 meters tall, emerged. Its crimson skin glistened like molten rock, muscles rippling with power, wielding a colossal double-bladed axe as it charged toward Clarissa. Boom, boom, boom. Every step resonated like an earthquake as the minotaur charged towards Clarissa. The Demon King's army possessed such formidable creatures. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the minotaur, the inhabitants of the royal capital were taken aback, realizing that the monsters had not yet unleashed their full potential. Roar! Hero! Meet your demise. The minotaur bellowed as it swung its colossal axe down towards Clarissa. It speaks our tongue. It is a Demon King breed. The humans were struck with astonishment at the creature's furious roar. Such beings were typically beyond human capability to confront. Only high-ranking adventurers or true heroes could stand against them. On the human side, they noticed that only a single figure approached, appearing well-equipped and immensely powerful. It could indeed be a bona fide hero. Yet, how could one person dare to plunge into the midst of such formidable monsters? Clarissa narrowed her gaze as the minotaur bore down upon her, sensing the tremendous power emanating from it. Her physical prowess had now reached an impressive 261 points, an ability that could easily be likened to superhuman strength in modern terms, capable of wielding several tons of force with a single hand. However, in the presence of this towering 5-meter minotaur, its muscular frame and brawn far exceeded her own. Clarissa was not foolish enough to recklessly absorb the devastating blow of its mighty axe. Boom! The axe crashed heavily into the ground, creating a sound akin to a bomb detonating, resulting in a violent explosion beneath the surface. The earth shattered, a massive crater forming with cracks radiating outward for dozens of meters. A flash of white light flickered around the minotaur. With a hissing sound, it expelled several jets of blood. Though it appeared fearsome, the wounds were shallow, barely 2 centimeters deep, thanks to the minotaur's terrifying physique and formidable regenerative abilities. It healed completely within mere moments, with only the remnants of blood betraying its earlier injury. Roar! The minotaur, feeling the sting of pain, was not merely a brute. As a creature of magic, it wielded arcane power. It stomped its foot down with great force. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted from its center, followed by a surge of chaotic magic. Clarissa retaliated with a swift stroke of her sword. Blade wave. The unleashed sword energy collided fiercely with the minotaur's attack. Boom! The ground at the point of impact shattered violently, as immense power forced the energies to split apart. A massive fissure formed, slicing through the collision site like a dividing line. Such terror! The caravan from Deer Call Town, observing from a distance, was left in a state of shock at the ferocity of the battle. Clarissa had not even exerted her full strength while in Deer Call Town. The adventurers from Deer Call Town gasped in awe, exhilarated as they watched the distant clash. It turned out their teacher was extraordinarily powerful. The onlookers in the royal capital were equally stunned. This power surpassed that of high-ranking adventurers. Was this the might of a true hero? In the fierce struggle against the Demon Lord's army, numerous brave souls have arisen. However, the overwhelming might of the demon horde is undeniably formidable. The myriad of monstrous beings surges forth like an unrelenting tide, not to mention the presence of Demon Lord-class creatures among them. Under ordinary circumstances, even the most valiant heroes would find it difficult to contend with such a Demon Lord, let alone the fearsome Minotaur beast that stands before us, an entity of unparalleled strength. Even amidst Demon Lords, the sheer terror of the Demon Lord's power is exacerbated by the fact that it is merely a subordinate to even greater evils, the demon gods themselves. The plight of humanity is dire, yet our strength is not to be underestimated. Above the duchy lies a kingdom, and above that kingdom, an empire. Humanity's numbers are substantial, yet their capabilities vary widely, with the majority being ordinary folk or common soldiers. Those possessing magical prowess account for less than 1/10 of the population. And among them, only a select few possess both magic and might. Novice adventurers, intermediate, advanced adventurers, and the brave heroes. Beyond them, the legendary heroes stand tall. However, in the small duchy of Guo, only a scant few brave souls exist, let alone any heroes. Correspondingly, this modest duchy hardly warrants the attention of a demon lord. The mere presence of a demon lord-class creature is already remarkable. Alas, this seemingly insignificant duchy has indeed drawn the attention of a demon lord. With a thunderous roar, the Minotaur beast, filled with rage at its failed assault on Clarissa, felt a wave of humiliation and fury wash over it. Die, human hero, it bellowed, leaping into the air, raising its colossal axe high, and bringing it down with fierce intent. Clarissa tightened her legs slightly, and the ground beneath her shattered with a resounding crash as she propelled herself forward. The Minotaur's axe struck the earth with a resounding boom, missing its target entirely. Only cowardly ants would hide. The Minotaur roared in frustration as it witnessed its attack falter once more. In a swift motion, Clarissa darted forward, positioning herself before the beast. The Minotaur, in a desperate attempt to seize her, reached out with a massive hand, but she nimbly evaded, retaliating with a powerful slash of her knight's sword. Earth Splitter. With a decisive stroke, Clarissa's sword cleaved into the Minotaur's form, delivering a forceful blow that carved a deep gash across its chest, blood erupting from the wound. Chapter 51, Demon Lord Jaren. Clarissa's devastating strike sent the Minotaur staggering back several steps, its crimson skin glowing even more vividly with pain. The beast gasped heavily, billows of white mist escaping its nostrils. Although the injury to its chest was significant, it paled in comparison to the humiliation of being struck by a mere hero, especially with onlookers present. Determined to retaliate, the Minotaur resolved to teach this audacious hero a lesson. Clarissa glanced around, noting that the monstrous beings had refrained from intervening in her affairs. It was evident that the Demon King's spawn were either too intimidated or lacked sufficient power. After all, these creatures were not foolish enough to walk into certain death. Clarissa understood that the sooner she dispatched this monster, the better it would be for her to confront the others and liberate the royal city. With this thought in mind, she resolved to hold nothing back. The Minotaur, its body flushed crimson, exuded wisps of white vapor, clearly in a state of rage. It then let out a thunderous roar directed at Clarissa. A sonic wave erupted from its mouth. Not one to be outdone, Clarissa retaliated with a fierce roar of her own, shattering roar. Boom. The two sonic waves collided violently, creating a chaotic maelstrom of invisible air currents. The ground beneath them fractured and crumbled. Seizing the opportunity, the Minotaur charged forward, its massive axe suddenly engulfed in flames, tracing a fiery crescent as it swung down towards Clarissa. The axe drew ever closer, almost upon her, causing gasps of shock from those watching. Some instinctively cried out, "No? Get away." In the next moment, a hand grasped the blade of the colossal axe. Boom. The ground beneath Clarissa shattered explosively. The Minotaur's once menacing gaze transformed into one of horror and disbelief as it beheld the scene before it. Clarissa, adorned with horns, wings, and scales forming her armor, stood resolutely. With one hand, she caught the mighty axe, its immense weight and sharpness failing to pierce her protective scales. The proud strength of the Minotaur was effortlessly crushed beneath her grip. You are a demon lord?" The Minotaur exclaimed in shock. For Clarissa indeed resembled a demon lord, yet it had never encountered one like her. Why would a demon lord assist humans? Though not all demon lords followed the ancient dark gods in their quest to upend the world, none would typically lend aid to humanity nor oppose the ancient deities without cause. Not at all. I am merely a fortunate individual, an apostle of the divine. I am Clarissa, the Black Flame's sword maiden. In an unexpectedly dramatic fashion, Clarissa declared, "Remember this. It is my farewell to you." In an instant, a wave of black flames, imbued with the essence of destruction and death, surged from Clarissa's hand. The terrifying power consumed the axe, leaving not even ashes in its wake. With a flourish, she swung her knight's sword, sending forth a crescent of black flames. The Minotaur was cleaved in two, unable to emit a sound of despair before being reduced to mere ash. Clarissa gently floated into the air, surveying the land with an air of dominion. As the onlookers speculated on her next move, an overwhelming aura descended from above. The force of a dragon. The ferocious and violent pressure crashed down upon them. Countless monstrous beings lay prostrate on the ground, rendered immobile. How terrifying! Although Clarissa did not target humans, everyone still felt the overwhelming aura she emanated. Even without being directly threatened, the atmosphere felt thick and suffocating, as if they were draped in a viscous, sticky substance. It is unimaginable what those specifically targeted monsters must be experiencing. Many were so frightened by the sight of numerous monsters that they succumbed to death. Some bleeding from their orifices, their hearts and spirits shattered. A force that exhibited no offensive capability had nonetheless created a scene of devastation. Despite Clarissa's resemblance to a demon lord, humanity still placed their trust in her. She had indeed come to aid them. Moreover, worrying was futile. They had barely survived the recent assault of the Minotaur, a demon lord species, let alone face the annihilating power of Clarissa. If she truly intended to harm them, there would be no need for theatrics involving the slaughter of a demon lord species for amusement. Additionally, it was evident that there was no prior acquaintance between the parties involved. Thus, humanity leaned towards believing that Clarissa was benevolent, and a sense of relief washed over them. With her presence, they felt they might yet survive. Impressive. Who might you be, Demon Lord? I have never heard of you before. Just as everyone thought they could weather this catastrophe with Clarissa's assistance, a somewhat flippant voice rang out. A man clad in a black feathered cloak, adorned in a white uniform beneath it, suddenly materialized. His blue hair and handsome visage bore a roguish smile, exuding an air of reckless charm. Who are you? Clarissa inquired, her golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. The aura of the newcomer instilled in her a profound sense of unease, a subtle, yet palpable, threat emanating from him. I heard your self-introduction. The Black Flame Sword Maiden claims to be an apostle of the divine? Which deity do you serve? The man did not respond to Clarissa's question. Instead, he posed one of his own. That is of no concern to you. Are you a demon lord? Clarissa observed him, recalling the circumstances of this world. It was likely that this individual was indeed a demon lord. The hearts of those in the royal capital sank into despair. How could a demon lord appear here? Why must their fates be so dire? With demon lord species and now a demon lord present, what could the Duchy of Guo possibly possess that warranted such grand mobilization? The mere dispatch of a demon lord was alarming. Nevertheless, thoughts of Clarissa rekindled their hopes. They placed their faith in this unknown entity, who was not inferior to any demon lord. They prayed she would withstand this challenge. Yet, uncertainty loomed in their hearts. After all, this was a demon lord. Even Clarissa might not be able to contend with one. Moreover, the newcomer had no connection to them. Perhaps rescuing them was merely a whim. A fleeting amusement now that a demon lord had appeared. Would Clarissa choose to depart in the face of such a formidable adversary? After all, there was no need for her to engage in a life-or-death struggle against a demon lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dwanong, a demon lord. By the grace of your admiration, you may call me the Supreme Ice Sovereign, Dwanong said with a smile directed at Clarissa. Chapter 52. Look me in the eye? The formidable presence of Clarissa, coupled with the arrival of Jelen, brought an abrupt cessation to the ongoing battle. The outcome henceforth lay entirely in the hands of Clarissa and Jelen. You possess remarkable strength. I have heard of a demon lord whose power manifests as black flames. A rather distasteful force, indeed. Jelen spoke with a consistently gentle tone. Do me a favor and refrain from interfering with matters here. Afterward, whatever you desire can be negotiated. My apologies, but I am not a demon lord. As I have stated, I am an apostle of the divine, with the sole purpose of vanquishing beings like you. Clarissa retorted, brandishing her knight's sword in a flourish. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The one who remains standing will have the authority to speak. It appears I must stretch my limbs, Jelen remarked, narrowing his eyes, emanating a dangerous aura. If you are not a demon lord, I can comprehend that. However, the power of a demon lord is far from simple. As Jelen spoke, the surroundings of Clarissa suddenly froze, and in the next moment, countless ice spikes erupted, enveloping her. Is such a covert ambush all that constitutes your formidable power? Clarissa scoffed, swinging her knight's sword. The black flames engulfed the incoming ice spikes, the terrifying heat and destructive force rendering them incapable of lasting even a blink of an eye. As the melted spikes dissipated, Jelen was revealed to be standing directly before her. Suddenly, an ice-blue dagger materialized in Jelen's hand, striking down fiercely toward Clarissa. Clang! Clarissa firmly intercepted the blow with her knight's sword. Jelen did not utter a word, but the slight seriousness etched upon his face suggested a newfound respect for Clarissa's strength. Despite her petite stature, the power contained within Clarissa was that of a dragon. As the ice spread from the point of impact with Jelen's dagger, Clarissa unleashed a surge of black flames, incinerating the frost. Jelen, now in close proximity, felt the might of Clarissa's black flames, his expression shifting from arrogance to unease. In the next moment, with a slight exertion, Clarissa sent Jelen hurtling away. What immense power! Although Jelen had not exerted his full strength against Clarissa, the sensation of her force left him inwardly astonished. Could she be a demon lord of sheer power? While Jelen was not primarily a demon lord of physical might, his own formidable magical prowess ensured that his physical form was no less impressive. Yet, he still found himself struggling to contend with Clarissa's strength. He had sparred with numerous demon lords, some of whom were more physically inclined, yet none had evoked such a feeling within him. The power of a demon lord, beyond the corporeal, primarily stemmed from their magical essence. With formidable magical energy, they could achieve extraordinary feats, even moving mountains with their bare hands. Clarissa paid little heed to Jelen's thoughts as she charged towards him with fervor. Jelen halted midair, his form suspended, as a being of demonic caliber could traverse the skies with ease. Suddenly, a multitude of ice blades manifested around him. A cacophony of shattering echoed, as each ice blade disintegrated upon impact. To Clarissa's astonishment, her attacks were entirely countered by her opponent. This marked the first occasion she had been met with such complete resistance against her spiraling sword technique. Though the spiraling sword is deemed a low-tier combat skill, its potency escalates with the user's strength. A perfected execution of the spiraling sword can unleash a barrage of 49 strikes. For instance, in her normal state, she could amplify her strength to 10 and speed to 15, delivering 49 strikes, whereas in her dragonkin form, her strength surged to 30 and speed to 50, while still executing the same number of strikes. Both her power and velocity would invariably intensify with her prowess. Yet, she found herself thwarted by Jelen's unwavering defense. The might of a demon lord was indeed formidable. Jelen, meanwhile, felt a twinge of fear. What a terrifying assault. He barely managed to withstand it. Both the speed and power were alarmingly excessive. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He relied on his magical prowess and extensive combat experience to absorb the blows. The thoughts of both combatants flitted away as the battle raged on without a moment's pause. Clarissa swiftly countered with a strike, her sword enveloped in black flames, a technique she called the Black Flame Earth Splitter. Sensing the immense power of her strike, Jelen was taken aback as a torrent of magical energy surged from within him, conjuring an ice wall to shield himself. Boom! The ice wall was shattered by Clarissa's onslaught, but Jelen seized the opportunity to maneuver around and launch his own attack from the side. The clash of ice blade against flame blade ensued, a fierce contest of elemental forces. As their combat escalated, Jelen's countenance grew increasingly grim. Clarissa's swordsmanship was unparalleled. After exchanging blows, he found himself on the defensive. It was akin to playing a game of League of Legends, where an initial strike against an opponent conveys a chilling sense of impending defeat. Jelen felt that exact pressure emanating from Clarissa. This was not merely a disparity in raw power, but a significant gap in technique, particularly in close-quarters combat. Upon recognizing this overwhelming pressure after just 2 exchanges, Jelen resolved instantly. He could not engage her in melee combat. Simultaneously, he mentally cursed, wondering where this monster had emerged from. Jelen himself was adept in close combat. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to engage directly with ice blades. Among demon lords, his swordsmanship was among the finest, a skill he took pride in, as conflicts between demon lords rarely escalated into genuine enmity. Thus, he relished the thrill of technical superiority in close quarters. However, today he faced Clarissa. Under the relentless assault of Clarissa's tempestuous fury, Jeron struggled like a small vessel tossed upon the stormy seas, desperately seeking an opportunity to distance himself from her. Clarissa, fully aware of his intentions, unleashed a continuous barrage of her unparalleled swordsmanship, relentlessly suppressing Jeron and denying him even a moment's respite. However, even the most meticulous plans can falter. Ignoring the pain, Jeron summoned a surge of terrifying magic, transforming it into a towering ice column adorned with countless icy spikes that propelled Clarissa away. Seizing the moment, Jeron quickly distanced himself, knowing full well that this strike would hardly inflict significant harm upon Clarissa. With a resounding crash, she cleaved through part of the ice column with her sword, causing it to halt its growth and collapse to the ground. Clarissa regarded Jeron, now several hundred meters away, her golden slit-like eyes fixed upon him, tauntingly asking if he was retreating. "What? Is this all you can muster? Come and fight," she jeered. Jeron, maintaining his composure, retorted, "To confront your strengths with my weaknesses is not the strategy of a wise individual." As Jeron gazed into Clarissa's mesmerizing golden eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. Clarissa's unwavering gaze locked onto him, for if he were to meet her eyes, she could activate the formidable pressure of the wings of calamity, instilling a lingering psychological trauma that could diminish his strength by a significant margin. Regrettably, Her current level as a Dragonblood warrior limited her ability to employ this power effectively. It required eye contact and was notably slow to manifest. Geron, sensing something amiss, swiftly averted his gaze. What's the matter? Cowardly weakling. You run so far, yet lack the courage to meet my gaze? Clarissa spat, hurling insults at him. Chapter 53, Retreat? Geron felt utterly humiliated by her scornful words, yet he dared not confront her directly. Internally cursing her, he refrained from making eye contact, particularly after their brief exchange, which had left him shaken by the overwhelming pressure he had felt. Impossible, he internally protested. I am a demon lord. Even a demon god would struggle to exert such dominance over me. Demon lords and their kin rarely experience such pressure. It is typically reserved for lesser beings. Achieving the status of a demon lord signifies a monumental leap in existence and a transformation of essence. Yet, Geron had sensed an inexplicable palpitation, as if a colossal figure loomed overhead, shrouded in disaster, death, and destruction. Who was this being? Where did they emerge from? Initially skeptical of Clarissa's claims of not being a demon lord, Geron now found himself grappling with the unsettling realization that this could not possibly be a mere demon lord. Certainly, Geleron harbored no belief that Clarissa was an apostle of the divine deities. He had vanquished several already. Even gods could not exert high-level suppression over the demon king. Especially not that colossal figure he had witnessed. What god bore such a form? Clarissa remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Geleron's mind, observing his unwavering demeanor. She could not help but marvel. Truly, a battle-hardened demon king, impervious to mere words. Thus, she resolved to rely on sheer strength. It was time to strike. With a powerful flap of her wings, ripples erupted behind her. Clarissa's dragon wings cleaved through the air, propelled by tendrils of white energy as she charged toward Geleron. With a swift gesture, Geleron unleashed a tempest of ice spikes, sweeping toward Clarissa like a storm. Not daring to engage her in close combat, he instantaneously transformed into a sorcerer. His formidable magical prowess, combined with the might of a demon king, ensured his mastery of arcane arts would not falter. Particularly since Geleron was adept in both magic and martial combat. If close quarters were unfeasible, he was well versed in ranged attacks. As Clarissa beheld the oncoming barrage of ice spikes, she executed a devastating slash with her weapon. Black flame tear, the dark flames collided with the ice spikes, shattering the icy pillars as if they were mere earth struck by a drill. The black flames surged forward, advancing toward Geleron. He soared upward, then forcefully thrust his hands downward. A massive layer of ice materialized above Clarissa, crashing down with tremendous force. Clarissa furrowed her brow slightly, unfurling her dragon wings as she propelled herself toward Geleron at high speed. Spiraling blade. In an instant, she accelerated fiercely. Geleron raised a hand, unleashing a beam of ice blue light. Clarissa deftly turned her knightly sword to parry, but the icy beam struck with such might that it forced her back. She felt a darkness envelop her as she was pushed back to the area beneath the fallen ice layer. In the next moment, the ice came crashing down upon her. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Geleron exhaled, observing the impact of his attack. She must be feeling the repercussions. He held great confidence in his power. With formidable magical energy and an extreme chill, he, known as the Sovereign of Extreme Ice, wielded ice magic with unparalleled finesse. This strike would surely be troublesome for any other demon king as well. A glow of ice blue light radiated from his hand, gathering magical energy. Having gained the upper hand, he was determined to press his advantage. Alas, Clarissa proved to be even more formidable than he anticipated. Boom. She shattered the ice layer and surged forth, exhibiting an unscathed ferocity. Geleron raised his hand, releasing the magic he had long prepared. Whoosh. Countless ice blue orbs erupted from his palm. The multitude of orbs enveloped Clarissa, leaving her no room for evasion. With no option to dodge, she resolved to shatter them. Clarissa's eyes narrowed, dark flames enveloping her form. Boom, boom, boom. The ice orbs relentlessly pelted Clarissa, their impact formidable, yet merely an accessory to the true threat they bore, the chilling magic infused within. Fortunately, Clarissa's black flames were no less potent. The icy projectiles could not deter her advance. Yeroon furrowed his brow, observing the fierce black flames enveloping Clarissa. It was evident that she was no longer holding back. The climax of battle approached, drawing Clarissa nearer to Yeroon, who then struck down with a fierce sword blow. Black Flame Earth Splitter. Yurun conjured an ice shield before him to withstand Clarissa's assault, while his right hand unleashed a beam of frigid light towards her. Boom. Clarissa braced herself against Yurun's attack. In terms of sheer power, her black flames evidently surpassed his. With her formidable physique and the black flames prepared, Yurun's icy beam could scarcely unsettle her. Clarissa's brow knitted in concentration as the black flames around her surged. Yurun sensed an immediate threat emanating from her, prompting a frown of concern. Boom. Countless ice spikes erupted from Yurun, attempting to envelop Clarissa. Yet again, such tactics proved futile. Clarissa bellowed in defiance as her black flames soared, transforming into a colossal black flame dragon that melted the ice spikes upon contact. Just as Clarissa prepared to unleash fervent blood, eager to engage in a fierce battle with Yurun, she suddenly realized he had vanished. Has he fled? A sense of uncertainty washed over Clarissa as her black flames gradually subsided. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that Yurun had indeed disappeared, likely having retreated some distance away. Having already traveled several miles, Yurun slowed his escape, utilizing the Crystal Leap technique, which consumed half of his magical energy to distance himself rapidly. Phew, time to abandon this place. After all, it was hardly worth the effort, Yurun sighed, feeling quite unfortunate. He had initially come here with a subordinate, merely to mix with a horde of monsters. With aspirations of grandeur, he found himself in a predicament. His subordinate had perished while he himself fled, bringing shame upon him. He had sensed a threat from Clarissa, not out of fear, but rather a realization of the futility of continuing this confrontation. Prolonging the fight would result in a definite loss, and even should he emerge victorious, the toll would be heavy. Why engage further? He had merely come to pass the time, without earnest commitment, only to find himself in an ungrateful predicament. Such losses were not befitting of a clever mage like him. Chapter 54. The Savior Apostle Clarissa. Once Clarissa confirmed Yurun's retreat, she relinquished her dragon form, returning to her original self. Subsequently, with her assistance, the monsters outside the royal capital were vanquished or fled, effectively resolving the crisis facing the Duchy of Grivo's capital. Meanwhile, the convoy that had arrived from Looming Town remained hidden outside, witnessing the entire spectacle in awe. Everyone was profoundly impressed by Clarissa's formidable strength. During Clarissa's support, it was evident to all that she was not exerting her full strength. However, it became clear that she was barely putting in any effort at all. Upon the conclusion of the battle, the convoy from Looming Town promptly set forth towards the royal capital. Some panic-stricken monsters, upon noticing the formidable procession of human reinforcements approaching, were instantly seized by fear and hastily took a detour. The convoy from Looming Town witnessed, for the first time, monsters circumventing humans, leaving everyone astonished. Nevertheless, they did not linger and pressed on tirelessly towards the royal capital. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the royal capital assembled in unison, their gazes filled with admiration, respect, and fervor as they regarded Clarissa. The king of the Guo kingdom stepped forward, greeting her with utmost reverence. "Greetings, most esteemed Black Flame Sword Princess," he said respectfully, aware of her identity as the Black Flame Sword Princess from her prior declarations. "Hello, Your Majesty." Clarissa acknowledged the king with a nod. "I have a matter to discuss with you." "Of course. Please come in," the king replied enthusiastically, moving forward, with his guards instinctively following. He waved them off, saying, "With the presence of the Black Flame Sword Princess, you need not remain so close." Upon hearing the king's words, the guards halted in their tracks. At that moment, someone reported that a convoy had arrived from outside. "Your Majesty, this is precisely one of the matters I wish to address," Clarissa informed the king, noting that the approaching convoy was undoubtedly that of Looming Town. She then elaborated on the relocation plans. "Wonderful, wonderful. I have long desired to undertake such an initiative. Yet the royal capital has been preoccupied with its own safety, rendering this endeavor rather challenging. However, with your presence, esteemed Black Flame Sword Princess, nothing shall be insurmountable." The king exclaimed excitedly. If all the forces of the Guo kingdom were to unite, today's conflict would have proven far less arduous. Of course, this was under normal circumstances, when neither the Demon King nor his progeny were present. The Demon King's offspring posed a manageable threat to the Guo kingdom. But the arrival of a Demon King would spell disaster. "I shall entrust you with the arrangements for the relocation of Looming Town," Clarissa instructed the king. Additionally, Provide me with a map so that I may swiftly gather reinforcements from various regions. Furthermore, let us use the royal capital as a base to expand the city limits. Indeed, your insights are most astute, Black Flame Sword Princess. We shall proceed accordingly. The king readily concurred with Clarissa's proposal. With the king's endorsement, coupled with Clarissa's presence, everyone found newfound direction and purpose. The knowledge that Clarissa possessed the strength to vanquish the Demon King instilled a sense of reliance among the people. Her arrival akin to a revitalizing tonic for their spirits. As the king dispatched someone to prepare a map for Clarissa, he inquired how she envisioned the upcoming course of action. I am not well versed in the intricacies of domestic and foreign affairs. Such matters are best left to you. Our primary objective is self-preservation, to rescue the world, and to vanquish the demon god. Clarissa said to the king, let us proceed step by step. If possible, gathering the strength of the entire continent would be ideal. Understood. The king nodded, subsequently instructing his aides to prepare a map while engaging in conversation with Clarissa, eager to learn about her origins and identity. I am merely an ordinary apostle of the divine. Clarissa gently shook her head and recounted her purpose for being here. In essence, she was merely a transient, not of this world, drawn here by a divine mission. She harbored no malice, only the singular aim of saving your world. This revelation prompted the king to express his heartfelt gratitude to Clarissa, as well as to the deity from another world she represented. So, you are the apostle of salvation. The king exclaimed with excitement, astonished to learn that Clarissa was indeed a divine emissary. However, he lamented, our deity faces the twilight of the gods. The demon god has descended upon our realm, and monstrous creatures wreak havoc. This is the calamity that threatens our entire world. Yet there is still hope. Everything rests upon your shoulders, Lady Black Flame, Sword Maiden. No, I mean, Your Excellency, the Apostle of Salvation. Clarissa nodded, choosing not to correct the somewhat awkward title of Lady Black Flame Sword Maiden, Apostle of Salvation. Reflecting on the tasks ahead, she stated, I shall take a brief respite to contact my deity for the next set of directives. Once the map is brought, let us set it aside for now. Very well. Your Excellency, the Black Flame Sword Maiden, please make yourself comfortable. I shall arrange the finest and most tranquil chamber for you. The king hastily summoned attendants to prepare a serene room for Clarissa. Thank you. Clarissa expressed her gratitude with a nod as she followed her escort. Meanwhile, the king promptly issued a series of commands, coordinating with officials to act in unison. Whether it was clearing the battlefield, repairing various defensive structures, settling the teams in Deer Call Town, or planning the next steps, a meticulous strategy was essential. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. As for Clarissa's so-called contact with the deity, it was merely a ruse. In truth, she intended to check her accrued source points and fortify herself. 258,000 source points. Clarissa gasped in astonishment upon viewing her balance. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. She had vanquished a demon king seed, repelled a demon lord, saved the royal capital, and relocated the teams to Deer Call Town, thus consolidating a portion of power. Adding the previous accumulation of over 600,000 source points, she had effectively gained 1,900,000 source points in one fell swoop. What a bountiful harvest. Nevertheless, despite such wealth, she still lacked half of the requisite 5,000 source points to upgrade to Dragon Blood Warrior. Clarissa knew she could not afford to rest on her laurels. Having witnessed the might of the demon lords in this world, she acutely recognized her own limitations. Relying solely on her current strength would be utterly insufficient to save the world. The more powerful she became, the better. Otherwise, when confronted by the demon army, a single demon lord could easily ensnare her, and that simply would not do. Clarissa sought a formidable power capable of confronting at least 3 demon lords simultaneously. Ideally one that could rival the might of a demon god. Additionally, if she could harness the strength of the entire world to vanquish the demon army and seal away the ancient demon god, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Clarissa resolved to enhance her abilities, particularly focusing on advanced combat techniques, which were essential. The battle with the demon lord today had profoundly revealed the inadequacy of her offensive capabilities. Chapter 55. The enhanced Clarissa accessed the system's marketplace, navigating it with familiarity and directly clicking on the recommendations. The system had already prepared a selection, and Tang Ziheng observed with keen interest. After all, He had just accumulated 9 million source points, and with this next investment from Clarissa, his source points were poised to surpass 5 million. Moreover, Tang Ziheng's strength was equivalent to the total sum of all his workers multiplied by a tenfold enhancement. Therefore, theoretically, as Tang Ziheng's most formidable worker, the stronger Clarissa became, the better. Furthermore, the vast source points Tang Ziheng had earned served purposes beyond merely exploring new worlds. In fact, he discovered that as the number of worlds increased, the source points were continuously consumed to maintain stability and connectivity among them, while also sustaining Tang Ziheng himself. Naturally, each worker across the worlds was simultaneously generating income. Thus, at present, the source points were more than sufficient. Additionally, Tang Ziheng required source points for revival, but this demand was exceedingly vast. As his power grew stronger, so did his need for source points, creating a paradox. Fortunately, he was not currently preoccupied with revival thoughts. In his present circumstances, he felt quite content, relishing his role as a shadowy orchestrator. Whether his perspective would change in the future remained uncertain. Clarissa perused the system's recommendations and began her selection. She first chose several advanced combat techniques. Explosive Dragon Flame / Advanced Combat Technique. Cost 350,000 source points. Heavenly Cross / Advanced Combat Technique. Cost 400,000 source points. Phantom Killing Strike. Advanced Combat Technique. Cost 300,000 source points. The acquisition of these three advanced techniques cost her a total of 1,050,000 source points. She then spent an additional 400,000 source points to upgrade her two talents. Talent Enhancement V. Talent Enhancement 6. Upgrade requirement 3,000 source points. Mastery of Swordsmanship V. Mastery of Swordsmanship 6. Upgrade requirement 3,000 source points. After elevating her talent enhancement and mastery of swordsmanship to 6, Clarissa felt a profound transformation. The three newly learned advanced combat techniques transitioned from mere comprehension to mastery. Not only that, she sensed an enhancement in her physical condition with each breath. The potential of her talents was astonishing. The effects of her breathing techniques had transcended their limits. Furthermore, Clarissa could even feel the power of the stars permeating her being, strengthening her corporeal form with each inhalation. For the first time, Clarissa experienced the cleansing influence of stellar energy. Even in her current state, she reaped immense benefits. The physical prowess has astonishingly surpassed the threshold of 300 points, reaching an impressive 311 points. Moreover, upon achieving level 6 in swordsmanship mastery, complemented by the enhancements of Talent Enhancement 6, Clarissa's aptitude in the art of the sword has become truly formidable. She has now entered a state of enlightenment. With the infusion of stellar energy, Clarissa has conceived a sword technique based on her mastery of fundamental swordsmanship, stellar sword technique. This technique transcends proficiency levels, emerging from the foundational swordsmanship, and can be deemed as perfected. In the realm of swordsmanship, Clarissa has crossed a significant barrier, ascending to a higher echelon and realm. With stellar sword technique at her disposal, every strike she delivers is imbued with the power of the stars. Furthermore, born from stellar sword technique is the stellar sword intent, which dramatically enhances Clarissa's slashing strength. When infused with sword intent, it possesses the formidable capability to assault an opponent's mind. The display of stellar sword intent 01 is presented in percentage form, though it appears as a mere 01. It signifies that Clarissa has attained a master level in swordsmanship, capable of establishing her own school of thought. Stellar sword technique represents the culmination of Clarissa's spirit, embodying her will. Her strength has multiplied several-fold. As she reflects on her current power, if she were to encounter Jelen again, she would undoubtedly deliver a surprising blow, capable of defeating him within 3 rounds. Unless Jelen harbors even greater strength at that moment, Clarissa is confident she can vanquish him within 3 rounds. After all her endeavors, Clarissa has expended 1.45 million, leaving her with a balance of 1.13 million. She finds herself at a loss regarding how to allocate her remaining resources. Her equipment and knight's sword are of high-tier elemental quality, more than sufficient for her needs, and she does not require any replacements at this time. Thus, Clarissa continues her selection process, exploring other avenues to enhance her remaining weaknesses. She discovers an ability akin to dragon form and dragon blood boiling, belonging to the dragon blood warrior. Dragon form, wings of catastrophe, prerequisite, requires dragon blood warrior I, talent. This special form derived from the dragon blood warrior grants immense overall enhancements upon transformation. Though it alters one's appearance, changes with the level of the dragon blood warrior. Cannot be upgraded. Dragon blood boiling, renamed from fervent blood boiling, prerequisite, requires dragon blood warrior 2 talent. This special power from the dragon blood warrior allows the boiling dragon blood to provide terrifying enhancements, with the strength of the augmentation increasing with the level of the dragon blood warrior. The longer the effect lasts, the greater the side effects become. Cannot be upgraded. Catastrophe descends, prerequisite, requires dragon blood warrior 3 talent. This special power from the wings of catastrophe of the dragon blood warrior awakens the force of the wings, bestowing upon oneself an extraordinarily terrifying enhancement. Cannot be upgraded. Clarissa observes that it seems each level of the dragon blood warrior possesses a corresponding unique ability. It is somewhat expensive. The Cataclysm cost Clarissa 1 million source points, leaving her with a mere 130,000. She spent it all in a flash. Yet Clarissa felt a profound satisfaction. Her strength had increased at least tenfold. Moreover, the enhancement of her talents would significantly benefit her future stability and growth. She had now acquired 3 advanced combat techniques and 1 bloodline ability. Although the precise effects and powers of the Cataclysm remain uncertain, based on her previous experiences with dragon form and dragon blood surge, it is undoubtedly an exceedingly formidable ability. Armed with these newfound skills, Clarissa felt a renewed confidence in her quest to save the world. Could it be that she truly could wield a sword and single-handedly rescue this realm? Given her current power, she earnestly contemplated this possibility. If she could defeat a few more demon lords, she might just amass 5 million source points. Clarissa believed that with 1 more enhancement to Dragon Blood Warrior, the so-called ancient demon gods of this world would likely not stand a chance against her. After indulging in her expenditures, a sense of clarity washed over Clarissa as she rose and exited the room. Chapter 56. The upcoming newborn ranking tournament. The soldiers who had been stationed outside, upon hearing her movements, immediately turned and bowed to Clarissa, exclaiming, "Esteemed Savior Apostle, the map is ready. Please, lead the way," Clarissa replied, nodding. Although the formality felt somewhat awkward, it seemed to be customary here, and she had no desire to dwell on such matters. After all, her task was to fulfill the divine mission. With her power having surged so dramatically, Clarissa perceived the world-saving endeavor as a form of training bestowed upon her by the divine. Perhaps she should not confine herself to the confines of the Gloucester Empire. Her vision must expand. Her deity was so magnificent. She ought to broaden her horizons to encompass the myriad realms of existence. In an instant, Clarissa seemed to awaken to this realization. She understood. The divine had been watching over her all along. The deity was nurturing her. Tang Ziheng, indeed, indeed. It is indeed nurturing. My dearest Clarissa, the worker. Clarissa, her thoughts shifting, maintained her composure. Please, take me to retrieve the map. Of course. The soldier nodded and led the way, guiding Clarissa to the grand hall. The king was awaiting her arrival, and upon seeing Clarissa, he quickly approached with reverence, saying, "Esteemed Savior Apostle, the map has been prepared for you. Once again, I sincerely thank you for all that you have done. No need for formality. Now, please continue with your duties. I shall take my leave," Clarissa replied, taking the map and glancing at it before setting off immediately. Time was of the essence. If she delayed, the place might already be ravaged by monsters, rendering her journey futile. Upon stepping outside, Clarissa was greeted with respect and admiration from ordinary citizens, adventurers, and soldiers alike. "Esteemed Savior Apostle," they called out, honoring her presence. Clarissa travels far and wide to offer her aid. Meanwhile, Tang Ziheng has momentarily shifted his focus away from her, glancing at his source points, which have surged to over 6 million, nearing 7 million. He nods in satisfaction. Indeed, Clarissa is the epitome of a diligent worker, amassing source points with remarkable vigor. She truly embodies the ultimate laborer. On another front, in the world of blade spirits, a fortnight has elapsed. Bimo has been enjoying a most comfortable existence. With the training resources provided by the Akatsuki organization, Bimo, Wenyu, and Zhongling have been diligently honing their skills, while Zhang Qi seems preoccupied with her own affairs, seldom seen these days. Bimo, Wenyu, and Zhang Ling have been training at the organization's base, which boasts dedicated quiet chambers for practice, utilizing spatial powers. Their activity room contains at least 50 such quiet chambers, each approximately 10 square meters in size, simply decorated but adorned with arrays to gather spiritual energy for training purposes. In recent days, Bimo has been utilizing the organization's resources to nourish his blade spirit with expensive materials, while he himself has been engaged in rigorous training with a plethora of spirit energy crystals. Over the past fortnight, Bimo's spiritual energy has risen swiftly from 195 points to 246 points. His skills in Ice Ring Slash and Ice Seal Chain have already been perfected. His comprehension is notably impressive, mastering Ice Ring Slash in 2 days and Ice Seal Chain in just over 3 days. The remaining task is merely to practice until he achieves proficiency. During his lessons, he has also acquired the foundational 3 techniques: blade, body, and law. The blade represents the fundamental sword techniques, serving as the cornerstone of all blade arts. The body pertains to movement techniques, comprising short-distance evasions and long-distance charges in combat. Additionally, he has been instructed in a universally applicable technique, Spirit Transfer Step. The extent of mastery over this technique depends solely on the individual's efforts. The law refers to spiritual techniques, which can be likened to magical arts. These techniques harness the power of spiritual energy for unique forms of attack. Categorized into 4 types: attack, defense, binding, and support. Attack techniques possess offensive capabilities, while defense techniques focus on protection. Binding techniques are designed to restrain and limit enemies, whereas support techniques enhance various abilities for oneself or allies. These spiritual techniques were pioneered by a legendary figure from millennia past. This legendary blade spirit, endowed with an E-level talent for blade skills but an SSS-level talent for spiritual energy, lacked any special abilities, and his understanding of blade techniques was considerably lacking. Despite possessing immense spiritual energy, he felt a sense of discontent. This unprecedented genius with SSS-level spiritual talent was determined to explore further. Through relentless study, he ultimately forged a new path: spiritual techniques. Through these techniques, he leveraged his formidable spiritual energy, achieving remarkable strength even without his blade spirit, lacking blade skills, and without any special abilities. He became one of the foremost powerhouses of his time. Most importantly, he established an entirely new pathway, providing a means of advancement for others with similar predicaments. His contributions have been a boon for generations, ensuring his legacy is immortalized in history. Certainly, the teachings primarily encompass theoretical knowledge and fundamental spiritual techniques. If one does not pursue this path, there is no necessity for in-depth study. However, it remains essential to comprehend the concepts, as one will inevitably encounter practitioners of spiritual arts, and there are quite a few. Should one remain oblivious, they may find themselves at a disadvantage. While sparring may be manageable, a life-and-death confrontation could result in dire consequences. Hence, even without formal study, it is prudent to gain a thorough understanding. During the past fortnight, little of note has transpired. Most of the time was spent either in practice or attending classes, which were not overly numerous. In fact, Bimo has yet to become acquainted with his classmates. This relative lack of interaction stems not only from the limited engagement, but also from the small circle formed by Bimo, Wenyu, and Zhang Ling. Meanwhile, the trio from the Shao organization occasionally undertook missions together. As a senior, Zhang Qi had her own responsibilities, compounded by her commitments to the Shao organization, making her presence with them less feasible. Throughout this period, everyone's abilities have seen notable improvement. Bimo, in particular, has amassed a considerable number of source points, noticing a daily increase in his total, albeit with varying amounts that seem devoid of any discernible pattern. However, this is of little consequence for Bimo. It is merely an unexpected boon. Bimo opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. To his delight, his source points had just surpassed the 100,000 mark. He decided to enhance his spiritual talent, expending 100,000 points to elevate his aptitude from B grade to A grade. The distinction between B and A grades is substantial. Following this enhancement, Bimo could keenly sense his heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy. After a period of meticulous practice, his speed improved by 2 to 3 times compared to his previous B grade state. No wonder the disparity in talent yields such pronounced differences in power. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the requirement for the next upgrade was a staggering 1,000,000 source points, a tenfold increase. Sighing, Bimo realized the path ahead was fraught with challenges. He pondered the upcoming freshman ranking competition, anticipating a significant accumulation of source points. Bimo believed that the competition would yield a substantial harvest, which is why he had been diligently practicing, suppressing his eagerness to earn points in the secret realms. Currently, his capabilities permitted him access only to minor permanent secret realms, where the source points earned were modest, ranging from 100 to 1,000 per venture. Having concluded his training, Bimo exited the small meditation room to find Wenyu seated comfortably, a cup of hot tea and a dessert before her. Tomorrow marks the freshman ranking competition. Are you feeling anxious? She inquired, her gaze brightening as Bimo appeared, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Finished with your training? Yes, I did. It's nothing to be nervous about. It's merely a ranking, not a matter of life and death, Bimo replied, nodding naturally as he settled beside Wenyu. He then seized a fork and took a generous bite of the dessert she had already begun to enjoy, devouring a substantial portion in one swift motion. Wenyu watched in dismay as her dessert lost 2/3 of its volume, the sparkle in her eyes dimming, her smile freezing in disbelief. Chapter 57. The commencement of the freshman ranking tournament. Bimo chewed thoughtfully, nearly bursting into laughter upon witnessing Wenyu's expression, swiftly swallowing his amusement. How can you still laugh? Wenyu, regaining her composure, playfully thumped Bimo a few times in exasperation. After a brief bout of playful banter, Zhang Ling emerged from the quiet room. Observing the light-hearted exchange between Wenyu and Bimo, a glimmer of envy and mirth flickered in her eyes. To see you two like this upon my arrival, how sweetly romantic. Zhang Ling settled into a chair with a sigh. Phew, the recent training has been utterly exhausting. Thankfully, tomorrow marks the ranking tournament, offering a moment of respite. In recent days, everyone had been remarkably diligent, aside from basic necessities. They dedicated nearly all their time to rigorous training. Why were there so few troublemakers? Because most were either immersed in training or engaged in tasks, delving into secret realms. Who had the leisure to seek mischief in this fiercely competitive era, even if one possessed S-rank spiritual talent? A lack of effort could easily result in being surpassed by an A-rank competitor. Talent alone does not suffice. Diligent practice is essential. Unless one's aptitude were so extraordinary that mere breathing could enhance one's strength, earnest training remains the best approach. As one progresses, simple training alone may no longer suffice. Essentially, once spiritual power exceeds 1,000 points, the requirements for talent become increasingly stringent, rendering the accumulation and enhancement of spiritual energy progressively arduous. The limitations of one's potential become starkly apparent. For those lacking in talent, without opportunities or resources, they might find themselves stagnant for a lifetime. Wenyu gently shook her head, contemplating, I doubt there will be significant changes in rankings during this tournament. Although everyone had been training diligently, they remained vigilant regarding various leaderboards and happenings within the academy. The positions on the rankings shifted rapidly, changing almost daily. Naturally, the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard had remained unchanged. The fluctuations primarily occurred in the lower ranks. However, these observations merely skim the surface. When the true ranking tournament begins, after the first month, when the allocation of resources is determined, that is when all contenders will unleash their full potential. At that point, we shall see who emerges as the dark horse. Bimo, you should be able to rise a few ranks, Wenyu remarked with a smile. Given Bimo's capabilities, ascending a few spots ought to be within reach. I believe so, Bimo nodded in agreement. While he might struggle against the top 3, he was confident about contending with those below. Each advancement within the top 10 brings considerable rewards, and Bimo felt that the higher he climbed, the greater the impact he would create, likely leading to more source points. Zhang Ling puffed her cheeks in jest. I hope I won't end up as the worst performer. Currently, Zhang Ling held the 10th position while Bimo was in 12th. Primarily because Bimo had not engaged in ranking battles since the first day of school, when he had been challenged and showcased his strength. With Bimo, a bottom-tier competitor, being so formidable, one could only imagine the strength of those ranked higher. It was precisely because of Bimo's example that the freshmen of Class 1 in the martial sciences had enjoyed such a comfortable month, with virtually no challenges directed at them. Moreover, Up until now, the position has remained unchanged despite the passage of time. They are well aware of this, and everyone is holding back. However, others remain oblivious, mistakenly believing in their overwhelming strength. All are exceptional individuals who would indulge you enough to allow you to surpass them. It is plausible that there have been internal sparring sessions, and as of now, the hierarchy remains intact, suggesting that this indeed reflects their true capabilities. At the very least, while this ranking serves merely as a reference, it still possesses considerable authenticity. During this period, as everyone practiced and sparred together, Zhang Ling recognized Bimo's strength. In the ranking matches, she questioned whether she could maintain her 10th position. In her view, Bimo would undoubtedly ascend. As for herself, she aimed to surpass the 9th rank to secure her place within the top 10. Thus, let us rest well today. See you tomorrow. When you smiled, indicating that today's events had come to a close. The following day marked one of the traditions of Biling Academy, the commencement of the freshman ranking matches. As an annual competition, it determined the caliber of this year's newcomers. Countless onlookers were invested, with even upperclassmen returning to witness the event if their schedules allowed. The various clubs were equally engaged, as the freshman ranking matches also signified the season for recruitment. Many aspects of actual combat prowess and circumstances, which could not be discerned from mere statistics, would be unveiled through this ranking match. Potential could be recognized alongside aspects of an individual's character and style of conduct. Organizations required more than mere talent. Naturally, if one exhibited extraordinary aptitude, the standards would be adjusted accordingly. Such is the reality. Talents invariably enjoy greater privileges and conveniences. This is the truth of life. In the martial arts arena, designated venues were provided, and the freshman rankings came with specific arrangements. Failure to attend would result in forfeiting one's position. Furthermore, the rankings were not prearranged challenges, but rather selections made by the challengers themselves. Multiple classes would engage simultaneously. Fortunately, Biling Academy did not enroll many students each year, only 1 or 200. Given the high entrance requirements and the presence of another comparable institution, having 1 or 200 students was commendable. Class 1 comprised 12 individuals, with the remaining students distributed across classes 2, 3, and 4, totaling 4 classes. Those who had a preferred opponent could apply in advance, arranging their challenges for today. Bimo, whom do you choose? When you inquired. The one ranked 4th. Bimo replied, gesturing with his chin. When you followed his gaze to a male student. The details of the individual's profile surfaced in her mind. Yang Tao. Ranked 4th overall among newcomers. Spirit Power Talent. S. Spirit Power. 368. Blade Talent. S. Blade Spirit. Clamor. Wine System. Special Ability 1. His strength seemed quite impressive, as he surpassed Bimo by 122 points in Spirit Power alone. Very well, let us give it a shot. When you nodded, should Bimo succeed in his challenge, he would claim the 4th position, and then they could observe Zhang Ling's performance, curious to see how high she could ascend. Everyone possesses a spark of genius, save for a select few. Determining who excels and who falters is indeed a challenging endeavor. Nonetheless, their organization has already secured 3 positions within the top 10 of the overall rankings among newcomers, which is commendable. And you? Bimo inquired. As for me, Wen Yu pursed her lips and cast her gaze towards a certain proud young man standing with his arms crossed. I intend to challenge the strongest newcomer and ascertain his true capabilities. Wen Yu currently holds the 2nd position in the overall rankings. She can either await a challenge or initiate one against the 1st place contender. The newcomer ranking competition spans 3 days, and theoretically, each individual can engage in 1 to 2 challenges per day, as recovery from intense battles necessitates time. While death is not a concern, the toll of exertion and even non-fatal injuries demand recuperation. And you? Bimo turned to Zhang Ling. I shall challenge the 9th place. My expectations are modest. Once I succeed, I will aim for a higher rank tomorrow. Zhang Ling replied, aware of her own limitations, believing that reaching 5th place would be her utmost achievement. Indeed, that is also commendable. Bimo and Wen Yu nodded in agreement. Every upward movement counts. For beyond the top 10, the disparity in resources and credits earned monthly grows increasingly significant. The further one progresses, the wider the chasm, making it all the more challenging to catch up. The early stages must be fiercely contested. Striving is the essence of cultivation. Competing against fate. Competing against others. Chapter 58. Bimo versus Yang Tao, Wen Yu was the first to take the stage, challenging the first-ranked newcomer. The news of Wen Yu's challenge against the strongest newcomer spread rapidly, drawing countless spectators to the arena to witness this momentous clash. Bimo and Zhang Ling cheered enthusiastically for Wen Yu. Wen Yu is challenging the strongest newcomer? Zhang Qi'er, who had arrived unexpectedly, gazed in astonishment at the scene. "Senior, you're here," Zhang Ling exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing her. "Yes," I hurried back. Zhang Qi'er nodded. "Wen Yu certainly possesses great ambition. What is your perspective on this battle?" Bimo asked. "Naturally, I will observe with my eyes," Zhang Qi'er instinctively replied. "Ahem, it's hard to say. Wen Yu has remarkable talent. Moreover, her unique abilities are impressive as well. However, her opponent is the strongest newcomer, who also possesses 3 unique abilities, the nature of which remains unknown to us. Not to mention, the disparity in spiritual energy is nearly half. On the surface, Wen Yu appears to be at a disadvantage." "Indeed," Bimo nodded, but before the match could commence, a teacher approached him, signaling that it was time for his challenge. There was no choice but to depart. Bimo had hoped to witness the battle between Wen Yu and the strongest newcomer. "Go ahead. We won't cheer for you just yet. If Wen Yu finishes quickly." Zhang Qi'er chuckled as she patted Bimo on the shoulder. "Good luck." Bimo smiled and nodded, then promptly proceeded to his designated area. Before long, it was Zhang Ling's turn. Stepping into the arena, her opponent, Yang Tao, who held the 4th position in the newcomer rankings, was already waiting for her. Gripping his weapon, the blade spirit, firmly in hand. The blade, gleaming white with a hint of pale green reflections, paired with a vibrant green hilt, exudes a refreshing aura. Both contenders are ready. The challenger, ranked 12th among the freshmen, is Bimo. The one being challenged, ranked 4th, is Yang Tao. A teacher presides over this contest. The match begins at the teacher's command. "Who would have thought you would challenge me?" Yang Tao refrains from launching an immediate attack, instead engaging Bimo in conversation. After all, the first contender is too formidable, the second is a comrade, and the third is quite formidable as well. Thus, he has no choice but to challenge Bimo. Bimo shrugs nonchalantly and replies, "Whatever," as the white light gathers in his hand, summoning his blade spirit. The crystallize. Hearing Bimo's words, Yang Tao furrows his brow slightly, and then lets out a scoff. "Not bad. Quite the boast. I wonder if your strength matches your bravado." Bimo's remarks about the first being too strong, the second being a comrade, and the third being difficult to provoke imply that he perceives Yang Tao as weak, not a comrade, and easy to handle. With a swift motion, Yang Tao raises his hand and strikes. Multiple gusts of wind blades, swirling with azure energy, surge toward Bimo. Bimo's gaze sharpens. Sit firmly in the frosty sky. A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupts from Bimo, effortlessly shredding the incoming wind blades. As the spiritual flow retracts, it reveals Bimo, his hair and blade transformed. Yang Tao, a practitioner of the language spirit system, has encountered Bimo before. Now, he stands directly against Bimo's formidable language spirit power. Indeed, it is quite powerful. Facing Bimo, Yang Tao feels the oppressive force of Bimo's spiritual pressure, realizing just how immense the pressure must have been for the one who previously challenged Bimo. Now, this is intriguing. Yang Tao suddenly charges toward Bimo, surrounded by a whirlwind of wind, moving with astonishing speed as if unimpeded by any resistance. Bimo, having activated his initial release, sees his spiritual power surge beyond 700 points, a tripling of his power. Through diligent training, Bimo has honed his mastery of the ice wheel blade, achieving a peak enhancement of 3 times its original potency. However, this is not the pinnacle. Bimo can still delve deeper into his training to augment the strength of his initial release, enhancing the ice-based powers of the ice wheel blade rather than merely his spiritual energy. As Yang Tao swiftly approaches Bimo, azure energy coalesces upon his blade, while a fierce azure cyclone intensifies around him. Tempest Assault. Yang Tao slashes forth, transforming his spiritual energy into a raging storm that envelopes Bimo. Bimo's spiritual pressure escalates dramatically. Prismatic Ice Barrier, the second technique of the ice wheel blade. Bimo conjures an ice wall formed by intricately arranged ice shards, solidly shielding himself. Sizzle, sizzle. Countless wind blades slice against the ice wall, emitting sounds akin to scraping. Layers of ice shards and fragments erupt from the barrier. He has withstood the onslaught. Once the storm passes, Bimo lunges forward with his great blade toward Yang Tao, delivering a seemingly ordinary strike. Yet Yang Tao's pupils constrict sharply. Spirit shift. Yang Tao concentrated his spiritual energy at his feet, unleashing it in an explosive surge, propelling himself backward with the swiftness of lightning, retreating several dozen meters in an instant. Boom! A cross-shaped ice block erupted forth. Dragon Hail Strike, clang. The ice block shattered into fine powder. Did he evade? Bimo's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon Hail Strike was one of his most formidable attacks to date. Currently, he possessed only 3 techniques from the Ice Wheel Sphere. The Dragon Hail Strike, his most powerful offensive ability, yet he felt he could not fully harness its strength, likely due to his insufficient spiritual pressure. The second technique was the recently employed Prismatic Ice Formation. The third was Ice Dragon Tail Spin. What a terrifying assault. How fortunate I was not struck. Yang Tao cast a wary glance at the powder on the ground. Bimo had grown significantly stronger. Compared to before, Bimo's power had multiplied several times over. Yang Tao was aware that everyone's strength would have undoubtedly increased during the past month, especially with the transition to university, where they gained clear objectives, professional instructors, and abundant resources, coupled with a sense of urgency that naturally accelerated their growth. Yang Tao himself had also made considerable progress. Yet he was astonished by how terrifyingly Bimo had improved. What a pity. I was hoping to finish work early. Bimo sighed in response, feigning a sense of regret. Haha. I won to be defeated so easily. Yang Tao laughed heartily. Although they were rivals, they were also classmates, and they might even become teammates in the future. Despite the competition, the usual dynamic was one of opponents on the field and friends off it, leaving grievances behind after the match. After all, their primary adversaries were the various secret realms and foreign foes. Let us give it a try. Bimo took the initiative, charging towards Yang Tao with formidable spiritual energy, employing Spirit Shift to close the distance. Such incredible speed. Yang Tao could only catch a glimpse of Bimo's afterimage. Relying on his instincts, Yang Tao swung his sword. Clang! He intercepted Bimo's strike at his side. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce duel. They engaged in a clash of swordsmanship, spiritual energy, and spirit shift techniques. Chapter 59. The Hardworking Laborer. Clang, clang, clang. Within mere moments, their weapons collided dozens of times. It was apparent that Bimo, leveraging his powerful spiritual energy, more solid swordplay, and superior spirit shift, was gaining the upper hand over Yang Tao. Although Bimo's innate spiritual energy and sword spirit talent were lacking, he discovered that his comprehension seemed remarkably high, whether in swordsmanship or spirit shift. Bimo progressed at an astonishing pace, far surpassing others. Perhaps this was his true talent. Without the system, this innate ability would have remained untapped. However, with the system now in place, it compensated for his deficiencies in spiritual energy and sword spirit, allowing Bimo's exceptional comprehension to shine through. This was indeed the moment of his burgeoning brilliance. With stronger swordsmanship and spirit shift, Bimo dominated Yang Tao, leaving several shallow wounds upon him. In stark contrast, Bimo appeared increasingly at ease, devoid of any injuries. Yang Tao furrowed his brow. This situation must be disrupted. It was impossible to continue matching Bimo blow for blow. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. The consumption of sword techniques and spiritual abilities was significant. Each individual's spiritual energy was finite. A higher spiritual energy capacity indicated greater potential, yet it did not necessarily equate to strength. It is essential to clarify that spiritual energy generally refers to capacity, but its intensity varies. Each person's spiritual strength is determined by their application, whether through refined compression, sword techniques, or other means. In essence, it reflects the efficiency of utilizing spiritual energy. The greater the efficiency, the more potent and formidable the manifestations of that energy. This explains why disparities among peers can sometimes be as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, allowing for underdogs with 1,000 units of energy to triumph over those with 3 or 5,000. Bimo's spiritual energy surpassed that of Yang Tao, augmented by the power of the Shirkai, Ice Wheel. In their ongoing clash, Bimo's swordsmanship, spiritual agility, energy levels, and intensity thoroughly subdued Yang Tao. Observers of the match subtly shook their heads. The outcome was nearly predetermined. Unless Yang Tao's singular sword spirit ability could somehow reverse the tide, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Regrettably, Yang Tao's unique ability, a tempestuous eye, while formidable with its powerful suction and relentless wind blades, was insufficient against Bimo's superior strength. A decisive dragon hail setup, Ice Dragon's tail, cleaved through his defenses, leading to Yang Tao's defeat. Bimo successfully advanced to the 4th position. Following his victory over Yang Tao, Bimo promptly sought to witness Wen Yu's battle. Upon arrival, he discovered that Wen Yu had already concluded her match. To his astonishment, she had vanquished the strongest newcomer. Congratulations. You have ascended to the rank of 1st. You truly are the strongest newcomer, Bimo remarked, casting a glance at the defeated, crestfallen figure of the once mighty newcomer, Yun, whose pride had been shattered by Wen Yu. What an unexpected turn. He had underestimated her. Wen Yu smiled gently. His strength is still considerable. It merely pales in comparison to mine. Bimo felt as though he had been outshone by Wen Yu's brilliance. Those who witnessed the match were awestruck by her prowess. As expected of the princess of the Wen family, such talent and strength were indeed extraordinary. Even the most formidable newcomer, Yun, had faced a narrow defeat. Yes, merely a narrow defeat. A single misstep had cost him dearly, yet defeat remained defeat. I will surpass you. Yun, regaining his composure, approached with a complex expression. He cast a sidelong glance at Bimo before addressing Wen Yu. Best of luck. Wen Yu responded with a warm nod. Yun took another look at Bimo, then turned and departed. Zhang Ling also performed admirably, securing her victory and claiming the 9th position. Haha, I am 9th. You all succeeded. This is wonderful. Zhang Ling observed the circumstances of everyone, and it was all good news. The first day's ranking was essentially concluded. Various organizations had initiated invitations aimed at their respective goals. Bimo and his companions were not exempt from this, despite their already exquisite organizational uniforms. Other organizations, adhering to the principle of poaching whenever possible, continued to extend their invitations, promising numerous benefits. However, all such offers were promptly declined. Ultimately, after 3 days of competition, the rankings stood as follows. Wen Yu claimed the 1st position, followed by the formidable newcomer Yun in 2nd place, while Lin Xiaoqiao retained her 3rd position, and Bimo ascended to 4th. Zhang Ling successfully secured the 7th position. The rest remained largely unchanged, merely extending in sequence. This subtly indicated that the overall rankings were indeed quite precise. With the conclusion of the ranking competition, this session came to a close. The forthcoming monthly rankings would continue to dictate the competition among the participants, yet they would prove to be even more challenging. For shortly after this round of rankings, on the 1st of the following month, the rewards for this ranking would be distributed. Resources had been allocated, and the pace of progress would differ significantly thereafter. The strong would grow stronger, while the weak would falter further. To catch up, one must invest even more effort. However, Bimo was indifferent to such matters. His primary concern lay in the amount of source points he had acquired. 85 million. Astonishing. Bimo gazed in disbelief at his source points, realizing it was indeed a substantial amount. Had the changes been so significant? By attaining the 4th position, he had altered the standings of all those below him, as the resources acquired were no longer the same. The impact was undeniably considerable. Moreover, with Wen Yu achieving 1st place, perhaps there was a hint of his influence at play? Bimo was uncertain, but given the abundance of source points, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Without hesitation, Bimo elevated his blade spirit talent to grade A. This cost him 100,000 source points, leaving him with 850,000. With the enhancement of his blade spirit talent, his spiritual power increased by 16 points. Congratulations. Your blade spirit talent has reached grade S, granting you special ability 1. Bimo was pleasantly surprised to discover that upgrading his blade spirit talent yielded additional rewards. He promptly checked the details of special ability 1. Domain of Ice. Unleashes an ice domain that draws upon your spiritual power, continuously emanating cold that affects all foes within the domain, while also enhancing your own ice-based prowess. What an excellent ability. Upon seeing this special capability, Bimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, it was an exceptionally advantageous ability. Combined with his ice-based ice wheel, it was indeed a splendid enhancement. Bimo began to accumulate over 100,000 source points, clearly gaining momentum. Tang Ziheng expressed immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, the other 2 worlds had also contributed significantly to Tang Ziheng's source points. In the world of Apocalypse, Su Dwanong had already progressed for 6 days, reaching level 12 and earning over 80,000 source points. In that realm, the acquisition of source points was remarkably efficient and stable. As Su Dwanong's level increased, the source points garnered would continue to multiply, establishing it as a stable source point production world, a promising asset indeed. Su Dwanong has exchanged several new passive skills for his source points, subsequently upgrading them to significantly enhance his capabilities. Meanwhile, Linzai's world began to improve as well. Together with Linji, Linzai continuously fought monsters to level up. Linji had already consumed 6 evolution crystals, coupled with their ongoing battles. She made remarkable progress and transformed into a striking battle girl, sporting a ponytail and wielding a metallic knife with sharp, determined eyes. After 10 days, the world around Linzai grew increasingly perilous, as their villa had already faced 3 waves of attacks. Consequently, Linzai and Linji began contemplating relocating. Over these 10 days, Linzai amassed a total of 100,000 source points, with Linji contributing nearly half of that amount. This was not solely from monster slaying, but also from the points earned through the transformation Linzai instigated in Linji. Linzai upgraded all his abilities and still retained over 30,000 source points. Chapter 60. The first step of World Salvation Plan completed. The youngest legendary figure of the future? Tang Ziheng observed the gradually improving worlds with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Apart from Clarissa's world, the other 3 worlds collectively earned him several 100,000 source points. He now possessed a staggering 7 million source points. As he contemplated the source points required for the 5th world, Tang Ziheng realized that each world provided him with a unique enhancement of power. This meant he was currently benefiting from the might of 4 worlds. It was no wonder that the required source points for each world were becoming increasingly daunting. Beyond the enhancement, he also needed to reconcile the differing laws of each world, compounded by the tenfold augmentation of the working class's strength, and the rationalization of the rules and systems across these diverse realms. Thus, the consumption of source points soared, alongside the necessity to maintain connections between these worlds, which inherently involved collaboration, albeit often under duress. Tang Ziheng also noted that the initial 2 worlds, Clarissa's and Linzai's apocalyptic realm, were now marked as level 1, while Bimo's sword spirit world and Su Dwanong's apocalypse world were designated as level 2. It appeared that the levels and tiers of these worlds varied significantly. Could there be higher-tier worlds to come? Tang Ziheng was convinced of it, as his expenditure of source points increased while his earnings accelerated. Perhaps in the future, realms of cultivation or primordial chaos awaited. Excited by these possibilities, Tang Ziheng pulled his wandering thoughts back and examined his physical expenditure, 19,726,000 source points. To his astonishment, this figure had just jumped to 19,731,000 source points, indicating yet another surge in his strength. Thus, to realize his true form with a tenfold amplification of power, such an immense expenditure of source points was required for the creation of that singular body. Fortunately, this was a one-time cost. Subsequent enhancements would not necessitate additional source points. After contemplating this, Tang Ziheng resolved to pause, for he had noticed another intriguing function: projection. From 1% to 100% of strength, the cost of projecting entities varies based on duration and potency. It is akin to the distinction between purchasing and renting a home. For now, Tang Ziheng believes that he will eventually be able to buy a house. For the moment, renting suffices. However, it seems he does not even need to rent at present, as it is unnecessary. There is simply no place to utilize it. This matter can be postponed. One never knows when it might become essential. For instance, what if Clarissa, his dearest worker, requires divine intervention to save her amidst her rising fame? At that juncture, the projection could prove invaluable. Thus, he must remain prepared with a substantial reserve of source points. Tang Ziheng has identified yet another oversight. Source points are not easily expended. While he remains unaware of the exact costs, it is reasonable to surmise they are not inexpensive. The myriad functionalities of the system, along with the increase in usage of his source points, are gradually expanding as the world's enhancement system evolves. After gathering some insights, Tang Ziheng resumed watching his show, shifting his focus back to Clarissa. In a span of 15 days, Clarissa traversed the 19 towns and 58 villages of the Guo Principality, utilizing her dragon form for flight. Her speed was remarkably swift. However, escorting the populace proved to be slower. Initially, she covered the entirety of the area to ascertain the situation. Ultimately, only 12 towns and 25 villages remained intact. The others had perished, devoid of life. There wasn't even a single chicken left. Descending from the skies, Clarissa rescued numerous communities under siege by monstrous creatures. Otherwise, the number would have been halved. After confirming the status, she returned to the capital of the Guo Principality to inform the surviving towns and dispatch troops for their aid. She had already coordinated with the townsfolk, arranging for a collective departure along a unified route. The royal army would rendezvous with the convoys en route to the capital, while Clarissa continued to eliminate monsters along the way. Monsters do not respawn overnight, although their resurgence is merely temporary. Their rapid reproduction ensures that as long as the world retains magical energy, they will slowly re-emerge. This is precisely why the Adventurers Guild remains ever relevant. With countless adventurers continually engaging in monster hunts, there is simply no end to them. The ideal scenario entails Clarissa clearing the monsters near the main roads to maximize the safety of the convoy. In time, as the capital grows stronger, it may transform into a sanctuary amidst this apocalyptic landscape. Gradual cultivation of the army and enhancement of adventurers' prowess is essential. Monsters are trivial in comparison. After all, this world is inherently fraught with such threats. The gravest peril lies in the resurgence of ancient demon gods and the demonic armies. These are the true harbingers of destruction. As Clarissa observed the massive convoys entering the capital, meticulously organized and arranged, she recognized the first phase of her plan had been accomplished. Despite some setbacks, the overall execution had been remarkably successful. The name of Clarissa, the Savior Apostle, has spread far and wide, although it cannot reach beyond the boundaries. The capital of the Guo Duchy now harbors the entire population of Guo, which amounts to 130,000 souls, all of whom are aware of the Savior Apostle Clarissa. In another realm, one might speculate that Clarissa could immediately establish her own sect and gather followers, thus becoming a deity of worship. Alas, while this world does have its deities and beliefs, the power of faith, though beneficial, cannot directly augment a divine being's strength. Clarissa cast a glance at her source points. The completion of this initial phase of the plan has profoundly impacted the Guo Duchy. Coupled with the countless monsters she has vanquished during this period, Clarissa has amassed over 240,000 source points. Such a substantial income has filled her with elation. The toil and tribulations of recent times, when met with such bountiful rewards, evoke the deepest feelings of joy and fulfillment. Her source points have once again soared to 7 figures, now totaling a remarkable 258,000. Moreover, in the past 15 days, her physical prowess has consistently strengthened, rising from 311 to 349 points, an impressive increase of 38 points. It is likely that within 3 months, she will meet the minimum physical requirements to be deemed a legendary figure. Of course, there remains a considerable journey ahead for Clarissa to truly attain the status of a legendary figure, as physical prowess is merely a baseline standard. Even a score of 1,000 points does not guarantee such a title, unless one can substantiate their power through deeds. For instance, achieving a physical strength of 5,000 or even 10,000 points would certainly validate one's claim. But what truly defines a legendary figure? It is the pinnacle and transcendence of intent, domain, and skill, among other elements. However, Clarissa has already acquired the Starlight Sword intent. In these 15 days, her progress from 0 to 115 is nothing short of astonishing. This remarkable advancement would be unimaginable for many, as some may take a year to achieve even a single point of growth in intent. Clarissa is gradually embodying all the essential elements of a legendary figure. If this trajectory continues, she may become the youngest legendary figure in history, an unprecedented achievement. In the realm of Norman, the current record for the youngest to become a legendary figure is 31 years, while Clarissa is only 15. In rounding terms, that is a staggering 16-year difference. Chapter 61. The second phase of the Savior plan unfolds. Clarissa has no immediate plans to expend her 258,000 source points. If possible, she intends to save up to 500,000 to directly upgrade Dragonblood Warrior. As it stands, her current strength is entirely sufficient. She merely needs to enhance Dragonblood Warrior when facing the ancient demon god. She believes that one more upgrade of Dragonblood Warrior should enable her to engage the ancient demon god in direct combat. Just then, as Clarissa pondered her next move, the king, accompanied by a multitude of officials, ascended the city walls and gazed upon the greatly expanded royal capital of Clarissa, who was attentively observing the system panel. He inquired about the forthcoming plans. Lord Apostle of Salvation, what shall we do next? Clarissa turned her gaze towards the respectful king and his entourage. First, we must focus on development. There is no need for haste. After contemplating, she continued, these matters are familiar to you. You shall take charge. Should there be any needs or actions required, I will inform you. The king of the Duchy of Guo and his officials possessed undeniable capabilities. However, previously, the nation was strong yet sparsely populated, and the emergence of monstrous beings hindered any potential for growth. Furthermore, had it not been for Clarissa during the revival of the ancient demon god, the Duchy of Guo would have faced utter annihilation. Now, with Clarissa's steadfast presence, the king and his officials felt empowered to unleash their full potential. Additionally, the influx of people, laborers, soldiers, and resources from various regions converged upon the royal capital. The king and his dedicated officials exerted their utmost efforts. Fully committed to their roles, they understood that the foundation of all their endeavors rested upon Clarissa. Moreover, as a mere bystander, Clarissa ensured that the king's authority remained intact, without overshadowing him, as she stood above all yet below none. Very well. The king exchanged knowing glances with his officials, nodding in agreement. They then dispersed to attend to their duties. Clarissa gazed into the distance, contemplating the next steps. To save the world, one cannot evade the ancient demon god, the root of this impending apocalypse. Furthermore, there existed the demon lord army under its command. Through her understanding, she learned that while there were many demon lords, only 12 belonged to the ancient demon god's faction, with Geron being one of them. Each demon lord commanded a formidable army, comprising not only monstrous beings, but also numerous demon species. Thus, the power of each demon lord was considerable, and there were indeed 12 of them. However, Clarissa pondered a perplexing question. If the ancient demon god had indeed awakened, why had it not taken the field itself, allowing the 12 demon lords to gradually besiege cities, engage in combat, and even be repelled by humans at times? After all, there exists a disparity among demon lords. Not all possess unparalleled strength. If the ancient demon god were to intervene, humanity would have undoubtedly lost at least half of its territory by now. Yet, despite the reports of the ancient demon god's revival, there had been no sign of its activity, which struck Clarissa as peculiar. She mused on this dilemma, suspecting that some hidden truth lay beneath. Could it be that the will of this world suppressed the ancient demon god, forcing it to employ the demon lord army as vanguards? Clarissa shook her head, attempting to dispel the multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, since the ancient demon god has not made a move, it is imperative to seize this opportunity to weaken the strength of the demon king's army as much as possible. With this thought, Clarissa resolved to have the king reach out to other nations. This world is imbued with magic, and naturally, it possesses magical communication crystals. Each king holds one of these crystals, facilitating transnational dialogue. Given the vastness of the world, the perilous journeys, and the distance involved, the most common method of communication, aside from sending envoys, is through the magical communication crystals, which allow for holographic conversations. Clarissa approached the king and articulated her intentions. No problem. The king readily agreed upon hearing her proposal. Yes, issue a call for assistance to all nations. I shall provide support from the nearest ones onward. Clarissa was determined to alter the entire world's situation through her own efforts. Can this savior apostle truly succeed? The king, somewhat incredulous, inquired. It is indeed possible. By the way, remember to convey the plan. Humanity must unite its strength globally to confront the Demon King's army. If we remain divided, we shall be defeated one by one. As time progresses, humanity's advantages and opportunities will dwindle. Clarissa spoke with utmost seriousness. Understood. The king nodded, recognizing the truth in her words, though he wondered if other kings would grasp it as well. He promptly summoned the court mages to employ the magical communication crystals to contact other monarchs. Clarissa observed attentively as the kings of the Sman Kingdom, the Gal Duchy, and the Baija Kingdom were reached out to, conveying their intentions. Some kingdoms dismissed the call for aid, believing themselves sufficiently powerful to withstand the current threats, having repelled the Demon King's army on several occasions. However, Some duchies seemed unreachable, likely having succumbed entirely. After extensive communication, only a small number of kingdoms consented, while the majority of duchies agreed to assist. The weaker the kingdom, the greater their eagerness for timely support. Simultaneously, King Gawa took the opportunity to inquire about the current state of the world. Previously preoccupied, he had been unable to grasp the situation, but now he sought to understand the prevailing circumstances. Presently, much of the southern and southwestern regions had fallen into the hands of the Demon King's army. The northern, northwestern, and eastern territories remained under human control, while a fraction of the forces from the obliterated duchies and kingdoms had managed to escape and join the existing nations, united in their efforts to confront the Demon King's army. From a divine perspective, the entire continent appeared divided by a diagonal line, distinguishing the Demon King's dominion from humanity's territory. If the continent were divided into 10 parts, 6 would belong to the Demon King's army, while 4 would be under human control. Clearly, the influence and dominion of the Demon King's forces had become exceedingly severe. Nevertheless, many empires and kingdoms remained complacent, believing in their own resilience, while remaining ignorant of the plight of other regions. Some pragmatic empires sought alliances with others, but were met with refusal. Alas, cursed arrogance! Clarissa sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of a larger military force is undoubtedly advantageous. Clarissa is determined to rescue several nearby principalities and form an alliance, strategically expanding their influence outward. Meanwhile, the rear must be well prepared in terms of logistics and supply chains, as the duration of the impending conflict remains uncertain. Continuous cultivation and livestock management are equally imperative. Faced with such an overwhelming array of responsibilities, Clarissa feels a headache coming on. Fortunately, she is not tasked with execution of the plans. Those burdens are entrusted to the professionals. Her sole responsibility is to lead the rescue efforts as a beacon of hope. Before long, the king presented Clarissa with a world map highlighting the principalities and kingdoms in need of assistance near the Principality of Gawa, accompanied by general maps of these nations. Very well, I shall set off at once, Clarissa declared, transforming into her draconic form and soaring into the sky. Chapter 62. Initial completion. The capital of the Principality of Bran was engulfed in cries for blood. Countless monstrous beings besieged the city. Hold the line. We must endure. Reinforcements are on the way, the general bellowed. After 3 grueling days of battle, casualties had surpassed 30%. This marked the 13th assault by the monstrous horde. Although they had successfully repelled 12 attacks, hope was fading as the enemy's numbers showed no signs of diminishing. Today, they had discovered unsettling signs of the Demon King's progeny lurking in the enemy's rear. The Demon King's offspring. This presence was nearly insurmountable for the Principality of Bran. Even if they could withstand it, the cost would be devastating. Under such circumstances, the Principality would be unable to endure the forthcoming onslaught of monsters. Your Majesty, we are in grave danger. The Demon King's progeny is advancing. A messenger's anguished cry reached the ears of the Bran King, who immediately turned pale. Sensing the gravity of the situation mirrored in the expressions of those around him, they all gazed into the distance, and indeed, a creature emerged, a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider, towering over 10 meters, slowly approaching them. A pallor of despair swept over many faces, marking their hopelessness. As the Demon King's progeny began its advance, the morale of the defenders plummeted. Defend at all costs. Even if it means death, we must teach these beasts a painful lesson. Brothers, charge! The general's furious roar ignited the troops, leading by example to bolster their spirits. Kill! The soldiers echoed, acknowledging that death was inevitable. They resolved to fight fiercely. A sudden surge of determination enveloped them, invigorated by a newfound resolve. Before the Demon King's progeny could reach them, they managed to suppress the monstrous horde momentarily, appearing to gain the upper hand. Yet, deep down, they understood it was merely a fleeting resurgence. Suddenly, an ominous sound reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of many. Clarissa, surrounded by swirling black and crimson flames, transformed the flames into a fireball that descended from the heavens. This harbinger of destruction and death plummeted into the midst of the monstrous throng like a falling star. Boom! Like a meteorite striking the earth, a terrifying shockwave accompanied by dark flames instantaneously vaporized countless demons, leaving a vast area desolate. What is that? The people of the Bran Duchy stared in astonishment at the scene before them, relieved that this calamity had directly descended upon the horde of monsters. Had it fallen upon the royal capital, the consequences would have been truly chilling. However, the aura of death and destruction emanating from those dark flames bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of a demon lord. Could it be that a demon lord had arrived in this vicinity? As this thought crossed their minds, the initial exhilaration of witnessing the fireball obliterating tens of thousands of monsters dissipated like a roller coaster's highs and lows. The possibility of a demon lord's presence caused their spirits to plummet once more. Clarissa slowly ascended from the massive pit into the air. A demon lord. It truly is a demon lord. As the onlookers beheld Clarissa's form, horns sprouting from her head, wings extending from her back, scales adorning her body, and dark flames flickering around her, they could hardly believe she was human. Clarissa surveyed the battlefield. There was only one demon lord. It seemed that the situation here would not mirror that of the Guo Duchy. With that in mind, the resolution appeared straightforward. Clarissa suddenly dove down with ferocity. Who are you? I am a subordinate of the Inferno Tyrant Demon Lord. You are opposing the Demon Lord. The spider-faced Demon Lord declared, trembling despite its fierce tone. You are correct. I am indeed an adversary of the Demon Lord. Clarissa praised the Demon Lord's discernment. Then let us part ways. With that, she unleashed the earth-shattering blade of dark flames. Boom! A pillar of dark flames surged skyward. As the flames dissipated, the spider-faced Demon Lord had vanished. With the demise of the Demon Lord, the remaining monsters scattered like loose sand. Dragon's might. Clarissa unleashed a terrifying aura, overwhelming the entire battlefield. Following the slaughter, the crisis in the Bran Duchy was averted. After the battle concluded, Clarissa soared toward King Bran, who stood upon the city walls. His expression filled with tension as he watched her approach. She landed before him. Greetings, King Bran. Clarissa smiled warmly. Who are you? King Bran, gazing at the friendly Clarissa, quickly recalled something. Are you the Savior Apostle from the Guo Duchy? Indeed. Upon hearing the title of Savior Apostle, Clarissa hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed that the King of Guo had spoken of her to these rulers. Wonderful. We owe you so much. King Bran said, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Had it not been for your appearance, the Bran Duchy might have met its demise. Now, the remaining matters can be discussed with the King of Guo. I have another destination to reach. Clarissa nodded, without lingering too long. She transformed once more into her dragon form and soared into the sky. In the second phase of the salvation plan, Clarissa has already conferred with King Guo, and she is now engaged in the tasks pertinent to this phase. Specifically, during the support operations, King Guo had provided a general outline of the situation. The Principality of Bran has been rescued, and now it remains to seek King Guo to comprehend the specifics. Within a span of less than 2 days, Clarissa has saved 2 principalities and 2 kingdoms. The Principality of Bran, the Principality of Gao, the Kingdom of Sman, and the Kingdom of Vizia. All nearby principalities and kingdoms have been liberated by Clarissa, saving the lives of over 10 million beings. No encounters with the Demon King have occurred in these regions, whereas the Demon King has claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 adversaries. This remarkable feat has garnered Clarissa over 360,000 source points, elevating her balance beyond 6 million source points. She possesses sufficient points to upgrade her Dragon Blood Warrior class. However, Clarissa is not in haste to advance. She returns to the Principality of Gowa, where a holographic video conference is already prepared. Here she comes. The Apostle of Salvation has arrived. Upon Clarissa's entrance, King Gowa promptly stands to acknowledge her. Clarissa gazes at the projected figures of the monarchs of the nations she has rescued. Apostle of Salvation, the kings respectfully exclaim. The King of Vizia, a captivating mature woman, gazes intensely at Clarissa, her admiration surpassing that of the others. You need not concern yourselves with me. Each of you is more adept in your respective fields. The matters ahead are best handled by your expertise. Clarissa gestures dismissively as she observes everyone awaiting her words. The ensuing discussions will revolve around various political matters, military deployments, establishing defenses, resource management, and a myriad of other concerns. It is prudent for her to refrain from micromanaging. She simply needs to maintain a clear overarching direction. The ultimate goal remains the salvation of the world. This is her mission. What befalls the original inhabitants of this world post-salvation is no longer her concern. After all, regardless of the turmoil, these are internal matters of the world that will not influence external factors. However, The current state of affairs is a consequence of external forces precipitating the impending apocalypse. Clarissa herself is that external force, summoned by this world in hopes of altering its predetermined fate and guiding it back onto a righteous path. Very well. I shall observe your deliberations, expedite your efforts. Remember, I shall not involve myself in trivial matters. It is in your best interest to set aside your personal agendas. The sole objective is to defeat the Demon King's army and save the world. Clarissa commands. Now, proceed with your discussions. Once concluded, present the detailed plan to me. Having delivered her remarks, she exits the room. Once Clarissa departs, a collective sigh of relief is released. Her presence had instilled an intangible pressure akin to that felt by students before a principal, subordinates before a chairman, or a son before a father. Chapter 63. The surge of Clarissa's power while the kings engage in their discussions. Clarissa instructs her companions to refrain from disturbing her as she seeks a tranquil chamber to prepare for the upgrade of her Dragon Blood Warrior class. Open the panel and click on Upgrade. A deduction of 5 million source points. Clarissa could almost hear the rhythmic thumping of her own heart. An unspoken surge of bloodline power erupted from the depths of her being. With each heartbeat, the force intensified. Waves of crimson blood surged forth, circulating through her limbs and bones. As time progressed, the color of the pumped blood transitioned from vivid red to a dark golden hue, imbued with an air of nobility, mystery, and impending calamity. Gradually, all the blood within Clarissa transformed into this dark golden essence. She began to transcend, as if her very essence was leaping to a higher plane of existence. She could distinctly feel her power ascending relentlessly. A terrifying aura slowly emanated from her being. Thud, thud. Countless individuals felt this overwhelming presence, sinking to their knees in reverence. The mysterious, noble, high-tier life force exerted a pressure akin to facing a natural disaster, rendering them powerless. Save us, Apostle. Many found themselves kneeling, their foreheads touching the ground, murmuring in awe. Alarm surged within. Had someone dared to provoke the Apostle? Who was so brazen as to act thus? They all assumed Clarissa's current state stemmed from a fit of wrath. King Guo and his officials also knelt in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. The king trembled, rendered speechless. Yet fortunately, this moment of tension lasted only a brief span, mere moments. Clarissa completed her evolution, her aura retracting. Dragon Blood Warrior 3, Wings of Calamity. Dragon Blood Warrior 4, Wings of Calamity. Upgrading requires 50 million source points. The demands for the next level were even more formidable. However, the amplification with each ascension was equally astounding. Clarissa's physical prowess had now reached an impressive 682 points. Her physical capabilities had surpassed the minimum threshold of a legendary rank. Theoretically, she was undeniably of the legendary caliber, and not merely at the entry level. Remarkably, this was merely her baseline state. Furthermore, this transformation was just the surface changes displayed on the panel. In reality, there were countless transformations yet to be revealed, such as the leap in her life level. Moreover, upon reaching Dragon Blood Warrior 4, Clarissa's dragon form underwent significant changes. Previously, she bore dragon scales and possessed dragon-like eyes. At level 2, she sprouted dragon horns. At level 3, dragon wings emerged from her back. Now, at level 4, her horns had elongated, her wings expanded, and her scales had multiplied and become more refined, enhancing her form comprehensively. Additionally, a dragon tail had manifested, and her hands resembled gloves adorned with dragon claws, with similar enhancements on her feet. At this juncture, Clarissa was on the cusp of becoming a dragon. This current form represented the pinnacle of her dragon form, with little potential for further evolution remaining. Aside from minor alterations in shape and a significant augmentation of her various abilities and effects. Thanks to Clarissa, Tang Ziheng's source points have surpassed 30 million. Truly, he is the ultimate worker. My dear Clarissa, you are simply remarkable. As Tang Ziheng observed the surge in his source points, he noted that while Clarissa had gained over 3 million, he had amassed 20 million. Why? Because the substantial contributions that transformed the world were bestowed upon him by that very realm. In gratitude for the multitude of source points you have generated for me, I shall grant you a reward, Tang Ziheng decided, gazing at the impressive tally of source points on the system. Of course, this would not be at the expense of his own resources. Instead, he decided to bestow upon Clarissa a fragment of the essence of the Wings of Calamity. The divine has granted you a fragment of the essence of the wings of calamity. Your bloodline power has received an enhancement. The system suddenly prompted. Clarissa was momentarily taken aback, then elation surged within her. Divine Master. Her eyes ignited with fervor. Is this a sign of the divine's favor? Clarissa reverently offered her greetings and prayers to the divine. As she attuned to the essence of the wings of calamity, she noticed a new bloodline insignia appearing on her panel. Bloodline, Wings of Calamity, 12. An epiphany struck her. A level 1 dragon blood warrior could enhance the bloodline of the Wings of Calamity by 1, and at level 2, it would increase by 2, and so forth. Thus, her current level 4 dragon blood warrior allowed for an increase to 10, now registering as 12, indicating that the divine had bestowed upon her an additional 2 in bloodline power. Clarissa felt herself growing stronger. Her physical prowess had once again transcended, reaching 725 points. The higher the bloodline level, the exponentially greater the power. Can I now confront the ancient demon god? Clarissa pondered silently. She then stepped out of her chamber, only to find the guards still kneeling before her. What is it? Clarissa furrowed her brow, observing the prostrated guards. Ah, Apostle of Salvation. The guards raised their heads upon seeing Clarissa, their expressions filled with trepidation. Has someone offended you? No, not at all. What is the matter? What has transpired? Clarissa inquired, her brow furrowing once more. The guards explained the situation. Oh, this matter. I take responsibility. I merely experienced a breakthrough. My divine master has granted me some power. Clarissa reassured the guards, saying, Please inform everyone that there is no need for alarm. Yes, understood. The guards responded with newfound joy, relaying the news that the Apostle of Salvation had achieved a breakthrough. Her power had advanced further. The stronger Clarissa became, the better their lives would be, the greater the hope for the future. How could this not bring joy? As the guards disseminated this message, it spread like wildfire within mere minutes. Countless individuals wept tears of joy, especially the common folk. They believed that their current peace and security, their ability to eat, drink, and rest without fear, were all gifts from the Apostle of Salvation. To them, Clarissa was their deity, and now that she had grown even stronger, their fates were intertwined. Everything rested upon Clarissa's shoulders. When viewed from a different perspective, could this not also be the lament of the common man? Weakness is indeed the original sin. Your life does not belong to you. Meanwhile, King Gawa received this news and let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow before finally reclaiming his seat. My apologies for the embarrassment. King Gawa chuckled, addressing the assembled monarchs on the screen. No worries at all. This is indeed a positive development. They all chimed in, having grasped the situation's intricacies. Chapter 64. The third phase plan. The kings deliberated for over an hour, each having come to their own conclusions. They collaboratively drafted a plan. Let it be as such. We shall implement this, King Gawa declared. That's settled then. I will present this plan to the Apostle of Salvation for review. Very well. The other kings nodded in agreement, subsequently closing the magical communication, temporarily concluding the meeting. Without delay, King Gawa took the drafted plan to seek out Clarissa. Shortly thereafter, he found her on the city walls. Apostle of Salvation. Here is the plan we have drafted for your consideration. King Gawa respectfully presented the document to Clarissa. Thank you for your hard work. Clarissa smiled and nodded, taking a moment to peruse the plan. Despite her humble beginnings, since acquiring the system and rising to become the Flame Sword Maiden, she had not forgotten her roots. Nor had she succumbed to arrogance. Instead, her devotion to the divine had intensified. She harbored aspirations of one day returning to the divine realm. Not merely as a warrior, but as a steward of the divine kingdom. She believed that the ranks of the divine warriors were inexhaustible. Her presence was neither a surplus nor a deficit. As an apostle of the divine, she bore the responsibility to alleviate the burdens of the deities. Thus, managing the divine kingdom should not trouble the gods themselves. Clarissa remained diligent in her studies, particularly during her time in the imperial capital of the Gloucester Empire, where her thirst for knowledge was insatiable. Fortuitously, her formidable prowess endowed her with an exceptional memory, and her ability to enhance her talents was comprehensive, yielding fruitful results. Consequently, Clarissa possessed a wealth of knowledge, transcending the limitations of a mere brute. Before long, Clarissa swiftly absorbed the entirety of the drafted plan, summarizing its essence into 6 key points. 1. Establishment of the Salvation Alliance, comprising the Gawa Principality, Brand Principality, Sman Kingdom, and Visa Kingdom. 2. The Goa Principality currently leads the alliance, with the Apostle of Salvation as its principal and leader. 3. The alliance is founded on mutual assistance and resource sharing, with the establishment of an alliance committee consisting of the kings of the 4 nations. 4. Construction of the first line of Salvation defense, delineating the borders of the Salvation Alliance, the 4 nations united, thereby securing a foundational stronghold from which to expand outward. Overall, Clarissa reviewed the plan, which was commendable. It was both methodical and assertive. Many of the envisioned ideals possessed significant feasibility. Excellent. Let us proceed. Clarissa nodded and handed the drafted proposal to King Gar, stating, "You shall take charge of this. This endeavor cannot be accomplished in a mere day or 2. I must step out for a while, should any matters arise. You may contact me then." She presented a magical communication crystal, a modest acquisition from the system for a mere 100 source points, akin to a device capable of video calls. Very well. King Gar did not inquire further. Clarissa's actions were guided by her own intentions, and they needed only to focus on their responsibilities. He accepted the crystal and departed, burdened with a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Clarissa gazed into the distance, unfurling her wings and soaring into the sky. She sought to comprehend the situation of the ancient demon god, at the very least, to ascertain its location deep within the domain of the Demon King's army. Before her stood a colossal humanoid demon, adorned with 2 horns, its body a dark crimson, with patterns resembling flowing magma coursing across its form, emanating an aura of terror. However, it was ensnared by countless golden chains, surrounded by numerous towering pillars of unknown material, from which the chains extended. Beneath lay an immense magical array, inscribed with countless intricate and profound magical symbols. Clearly, this demon was bound within this prison. "You cannot restrain me for long," the demon uttered, its tone seemingly nonchalant, as if it were not the one imprisoned. The pillars glimmered faintly, and voices emerged from within. "It will not be for long, but during this time, you shall remain compliant," one voice declared. Who knows? After several hundred years, or even decades, the world outside may have transformed entirely. You might find yourself slain by a hero the moment you escape. Another voice chimed in. That would indeed be entertaining. A feminine voice echoed. It was evident that each pillar housed a soul. Is it worth it? You are deities, yet you stoop to such depths for these selfish, avaricious humans. The demon remained motionless, unperturbed by their words. Moreover, decades? Hundreds of years? You overestimate yourselves. This seal could restrain me for 3 years. I would genuinely commend your efforts. The pillars flickered slightly, enveloped in silence, for the demon's assertion rang true. They could sense that the seal would not endure for long. The ancient demon god's power was staggering. After years of confinement, inexplicably, its strength had not waned but seemed to have intensified, as if it had spent this time honing its abilities in solitude. This was utterly absurd. Though the reasons remained elusive, the situation was undeniable, and there seemed to be no recourse. What is the matter? Lost for words? The demon queried once more. Noticing the silence, it fell into a contemplative hush. The entire expanse once again succumbed to a profound silence. Clarissa soared towards the demarcation line between the domain of the demon lord's army and that of humanity, eager to witness the true state of the front line. Before long, she beheld the conditions at the forefront. Indeed, there was little distinction. It was merely the transformation of humans into monstrosities. The demon lord's army had seized the human cities, even enslaving a considerable number of humans. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly different. After surveying the scene, Clarissa commenced her search for information regarding other nations. She was keen to ascertain the audacity of these formidable powers that dared to believe they could remain unscathed amidst the impending apocalypse. If they possessed such strength, how could they find themselves in such a predicament? The more she pondered, the more her ire grew. These prosperous nations were far too arrogant. Would they not recognize the insignificance of their power until the final moment? Or was it that they were entirely oblivious to the might of the demon lord's army? Did they perhaps possess individuals of multiple demon lord caliber? Currently, even the demon gods had not made their move, and humanity had been reduced to this state. Should the demon gods intervene, it would surely spell disaster overnight. Chapter 65. The Haussmann Empire's foolhardy assault. Clarissa arrived at the Haussmann Empire, situated close to the front line. According to the map, The Haussmann Empire was the largest among the three remaining human empires, as she soared high in the sky. Even at an altitude of 1,000 meters, her keen eyesight allowed her to discern the individuals below, even perceiving the pores on their faces. As the mightiest of the empires, its strength was indisputable. Clarissa observed that each city was fortified with a substantial military presence. The soldiers were well-equipped and brimming with vitality. In comparison, they represented true elites. The Guo Empire paled in comparison, falling several tiers short. It was no wonder that the Haussmann Empire had the audacity to stand alone. With such military prowess, they indeed possessed a degree of confidence. After exploring the empire, Clarissa gained a clearer understanding of its vastness. The Guo Empire was utterly incomparable. Even the current Salvation Alliance could not measure up to the Haussmann Empire, both in terms of military quantity and quality, as well as various elite combat forces. They fell short. Of course, Clarissa was the exception. Within her perception, she could sense multiple beings of demon lord caliber within the Haussmann Empire. It must be said that the Haussmann Empire indeed had the grounds to act as they did. Alas, witnessing this, Clarissa felt a sense of helplessness. By observing a mere fragment, the entirety could be inferred. The other two empires likely possessed comparable strength. If such powers were to unite, with the ancient demon gods remaining dormant, humanity could indeed stand against the demon lord's army, at least without falling behind. However, in this current state of political maneuvering, humanity was nothing more than a scattered mass. In stark contrast to the seemingly unified demon lord's army, it was no wonder humanity found itself in such dire straits. Would they not unite until the very last moment? Clarissa could not help but reflect upon her homeland, the Gloucester Empire. The imperial royal family remains quite harmonious, united in purpose. Regrettably, the prominent noble families prioritize their own interests over those of the empire. Coupled with the presence of the orcs, the realm faces both internal strife and external threats. This predicament serves as a significant constraint upon the Gloucester Empire. Clarissa shook her head, pondering that perhaps this is an inherent flaw of humanity. Suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the horizon, where a dense mass of monsters surged forth like a tide. Clarissa's expression tightened as she recognized the Demon King's army, over 10 demon lords. It appeared that, alongside this monstrous horde, they were advancing towards the border of Haussmann, clearly intent on assaulting the Haussmann Empire. Without hesitation, Clarissa soared towards the imperial capital of Haussmann. After all, as one of the three great empires of humanity, Haussmann must not falter, at least not now. As she swiftly approached the grandest and most opulent structure, the royal palace, Clarissa's presence did not go unnoticed. Who goes there? 2 heroes and several brave warriors turned their attention to her. A demon lord? The heroes furrowed their brows at the sight of Clarissa. I am Clarissa. Prepare yourselves. The Demon King's army is upon us, she declared urgently. Humph. Is it customary for the Demon King's army to send a demon lord to announce their arrival? One of the heroes scoffed. Since you're here, you might as well not leave. In that instant, the hero donned exquisite armor, wielding a gleaming sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent blade of golden energy towards Clarissa. Clarissa frowned, although her current appearance was somewhat inhuman. She had come with no malice to inform them of the impending attack. Yet, instead of heeding her warning, they had chosen to strike first. With a mere flick of her wrist, she shattered the golden crescent blade with the scales on the back of her hand. I am merely here to inform you of the Demon King's army, she said, her brows knitted in displeasure. And what of it? Demon lords must perish, the hero bellowed, his body illuminated by dozens of runes, indicating various enhancements. Wait, Hans, something feels off. Remain calm. Another hero cautioned, his demeanor more composed as he regarded Clarissa with scrutiny. However, Hans disregarded his companion's words, charging towards Clarissa. A flicker of anger ignited within her, though she maintained a humble reverence for the divine. It did not imply that anyone could look down upon her, particularly with her elevated status as a dragon-blood warrior, influenced by the calamity of her bloodline. It was impossible for her temperament to be amiable. Faced with the provocation of mere insects, she would not ignore it, but would instead crush them effortlessly. Clarissa, with a remarkable physical prowess of 725 points in her normal state, surpasses 1,000 points when in her dragon form. The higher her bloodline purity, the stronger her normal state becomes, and concurrently, the augmentation provided by her dragon form intensifies. With a swift motion, she delivered a devastating slap. Bang! Crack! The hero Hansa's sword shattered, His armor succumbed to the force of the blow, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground with alarming speed. The tremendous noise instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. What has transpired? As the king of the Haussmann Empire, Vane Haussmann, a formidable hero in his own right, was preoccupied with affairs and had not been paying close attention. The explosive sound of Hans's fall startled him. It seems a demon lord has arrived, a soldier reported. Demon lord? Vane furrowed his brow and rushed outside. Hans, another hero, struck with concern, glanced at his fallen comrade and gasped in horror. Hans lay pitifully in a large crater, clearly too weak to continue fighting. A single blow that annihilated him. What caliber of demon lord is this? The hero swallowed hard as he stole a glance at Clarissa hovering above. I warned you that the demon army was approaching. You refused to believe me, so send scouts to investigate. Clarissa stated coldly. What is happening? King Vane Haussmann flew over and beheld Hans on the ground and Clarissa in the air. A demon lord? As Vane sensed Clarissa's aura, filled with death and destruction. He could not deny the resemblance to a demon lord, yet something felt amiss. Chapter 66. The Arrival of the Demon Army. Greetings. The powerful Vane Haussmann addressed Clarissa, surveying the scene. Although one of his own had been attacked, it was evident that Clarissa harbored no malice or intent to attack. Clearly, it was one of his own who had launched the assault, a situation that was uncommon. Given Clarissa's demeanor and the identity of her attacker, Hans, Vane felt no surprise. Take Hans below for treatment, Vane instructed, ensuring Hans was taken away for healing before turning his gaze to Clarissa, his expression grave. From Clarissa, he sensed an overwhelming threat, as if his very life was in her hands, ready to be extinguished at any moment. This discomforted him greatly. He had been a king for over a decade, and had long since forgotten the sensation of such vulnerability. Even in the face of demon lords, he had never experienced this feeling. Yet now, before this seemingly demon lord-like figure who had materialized from nowhere, he was acutely aware of the possibility of imminent death. It was profoundly unsettling. Despite this, Vane Haussmann forced himself to endure, for it was a testament to Clarissa's terrifying strength. Could it be that this individual before him is an original demon lord? But had not the original demon lords vanished over a millennium ago? Furthermore, the original demon king is not the current monarch, the ruler of magical power. He is the demon king of the world's origin, an entirely different entity from the present ruler. I am Clarissa. Without further ado, I have come to inform you that a vast horde of monsters is approaching from the southwest, accompanied by a demon king and numerous demon kind. Prepare yourselves. Clarissa addressed Vane Haussmann before turning swiftly and taking flight. Vane Haussmann barely had time to utter a word as he watched Clarissa's departing figure. His brow furrowing in contemplation. Summon the scouts. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Such formidable beings might indeed have merely passed through and discovered the situation, thus coming to alert them. Regardless, these powerful entities, if not allies of humanity, at the very least maintain a neutral stance, alleviating concerns of enmity during confrontations with the Demon King's forces. With this unexpected encounter, Clarissa's interest in the other two empires diminished. Her previous attitude had been one of disdain, and after her reconnaissance, she surmised that these three empires likely shared similar pride. Their strength was undeniable. Even with a demon king leading an assault, it would take considerable time to breach the empire's defenses. Thus, Clarissa chose to remain unconcerned. As long as they could endure, she held a favorable view of the rulers of the Duchy of Gaver. After all, supporting them would be advantageous. Was it not normal for dynasties to change? As Clarissa journeyed back to the Duchy of Gaver, she suddenly sensed something. This aura felt familiar. Like an old friend, a smile crept across Clarissa's lips. In her dragon form, her perception was as keen as her physical prowess. Within that vast horde of the Demon King's army, she detected the presence of her old acquaintance, Geron. To her surprise, he was participating in this war. Was this not a provocation? Clarissa bore grudges well. Previously, Geron had taunted her, resulting in a skirmish from which he had fled midway. This memory lingered, and now, the time for retribution had arrived. Clarissa was eager to discover how many source points could be earned from slaying a demon king. With a swift turn, Clarissa soared toward the distance. In the Haussmann Empire, reports flooded in. A colossal army of demon kind is approaching us. Upon hearing this news, Wine's expression darkened slightly. He listened intently to his subordinate's report. This assault was unprecedented in its magnitude. millions of monstrous entities, accompanied by no fewer than 30 demon kind. The scale of this operation, with so many demon kind acting in unison, indicated the presence of at least 2 demon kings. It seemed the demon army could no longer wait to strike at humanity's empires. The target of their aggression was none other than his Haussmann Empire. Very well, Wine grimly declared, gather everyone at once. Prepare for battle. Under Wine's command, countless strong warriors and armies surged toward the border. Clarissa arrived at a precipice. Gazing at the tidal wave of the demon army, now encroaching upon the borders of the Haussmann Empire. The soldiers stationed at the borders of the Horseman Empire have received their orders and witnessed the distant tide of monstrous creatures approaching. A few soldiers gazed upon this overwhelming wave of monsters, swallowing hard in silence, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. However, they did not feel an excessive sense of dread. They held steadfast faith in the Horseman Empire and in the prowess of humanity's champions. While a counteroffensive appeared challenging, the defense of the city remained within their grasp. With formidable equipment, considerable strength, and an array of siege weapons including various artillery mages and magical cannons, they were confident that the monsters would need to vastly outnumber them to breach their defenses, and even then, it would merely be a fight for survival rather than a complete annihilation. Today, they prepared to decisively conquer the Horseman Empire and present a grand tribute to the Dark God. High above, on a palanquin carried by massive minotaur-like creatures, 3 demon lords engaged in conversation. Among them was Jeroen, an old acquaintance of Clarissa. The other 2 demon lords included one whose muscular physique and fearsome visage made him nearly 2 meters tall, even while seated, and another with slanted eyes and striking black-red hair, holding a fan to obscure half his face, his visible features quite handsome. Jeroen was the one to speak first. Jeroen, you remain ever devoted to the Dark God, remarked the slanted-eyed demon lord with a slightly teasing tone, as was his usual demeanor. Once the Dark God manifests, you shall undoubtedly receive a grand reward. Who knows, you might even ascend further. Ha ha, indeed. Jeroen laughed heartily. I am one of the Dark God's closest lords and his most capable servant. You should all take notes. Bah, enough of your pretentiousness. The muscular demon lord scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. I refuse to believe that you all are genuinely loyal to that newly descended Dark God. Though the 12 demon lords all pledged allegiance to the ancient Dark God and served it, many did so out of necessity. Only a handful were truly devoted, while the others harbored their own ulterior motives. This was to be expected. Before the emergence of the ancient Dark God, the world had already known the existence of demon lords. Demon lords, demon kin, monsters, humans, adventurers, heroes, each lived their own lives, engaging in minor skirmishes every few days. Yet seldom did demon lords and heroes cross paths, maintaining a respectful distance. Demon lords led their lives without seeking trouble with humanity, and some even disguised themselves to coexist within human cities. However, all these dynamics began to shift with the arrival of the foreign invaders. Chapter 67. The Great War approaches. From that day forth, everything began to change. Subsequently, the emergence of the ancient Dark God, with its formidable power, upended the world and unleashed boundless destruction and carnage. Some demon lords admired its strength and willingly followed. Gradually, they came to control countless monsters, and many demon lords were coerced into joining the ranks of the demon army. After all, they had little choice. To resist meant certain death. This has led to many demon lords actually exerting little effort, content to slack off whenever possible. Otherwise, the plight of humanity would be even more dire. It is fortunate for us that these traitorous elements exist. I am unwaveringly loyal to the demon lord. It seems both of you harbor ulterior motives. I shall remember this matter. When the time comes, your performance will be scrutinized, lest I report you to the demon lord. Geleron declared. Is that a threat? The squint-eyed demon lord inquired. How could it be? Do we truly have divided loyalties? Geleron replied with a slight smile, as he was not particularly fond of the 2 before him and rarely interacted with them. Yet, he could not fathom why the demon lord had suddenly urged them to hasten their progress, resulting in the current assault on the Haussmann Empire. The issue was, why was he compelled to collaborate with these 2? To be cautious, 3 demon lords were to be dispatched, but all the others fled, leaving only the 3 of them to advance. After all, even if they had divided loyalties, they dared not defy the demon lord outwardly. They had all witnessed the demon lord's formidable power. Many a rebellious demon lord had met their demise, for they were all willful beings, yet they perished in defiance. Attack! The monstrous horde arrived without hesitation, launching an immediate onslaught. The three demon lords positioned themselves at the rear, allowing their minions to engage first. As the monsters approached, countless spells erupted from the city. From mages, magic cannons, and magical towers, a series of bombardments commenced. Under the relentless onslaught, countless monsters perished midway, with only a scant few making it to the base of the walls, where they were swiftly eliminated by skilled archers. Warriors and knights remained unnecessary for the moment. On the surface, it appeared nearly impossible for the monsters to breach the defenses. However, the magic cannons required cooldown periods, and the continuous assault was not only exhausting but also taxing on the cannon tubes. The mage's magical energy was similarly depleting. Furthermore, the monsters wielded magic of their own. A fierce exchange of spells ensued. Nevertheless, the humans held the high ground, benefiting from range and mechanical assistance, thus securing an advantage. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. Ultimately, a direct clash was inevitable. In a mere span of minutes, over 100,000 monsters had perished, with the toll continuing to rise. Yet, neither the demon lords, their kin, nor the monsters themselves seemed to care about the casualties. Observing the dwindling spells, the demon lords sprang into action. Forward, dozens of demon kin began their advance. Among them, a tentacled demon lord, towering at over 10 meters, gathered a purple glow in its massive eyes. Bayou. A wave of violet light was shot towards the city walls. Boom. The terrifying assault obliterated a section of the wall. Roar. A colossal minotaur-like demon lord charged forth, accompanied by a pig-headed demon lord. A gigantic wyvern demon lord soared above, leading countless flying monsters into the fray. Kill. Countless warriors bellowed as they charged into battle. Adventurers, heroes, and even champions were not idle. A grand conflict erupted between the two sides. However, the number of monsters is overwhelming. The variety of demon lords is excessively abundant. The disparity in their numbers has swiftly suppressed the Haussmann Empire. Fortunately, within less than half an hour, Wayne Haussmann arrived with an innumerable host of reinforcements. Kill. With the arrival of these reinforcements, several hero-class warriors joined the fray, not to mention the dozens of champions, countless adventurers, and a vast army. In an instant, the monsters found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Observing the hero-class warriors engaging multiple demon lords without faltering, some had even begun to slay the demon lords. Who among you will step forward? Gloucester inquired. Clearly, the demon lords require hero-class intervention, unless one were to overwhelm a single hero with dozens of demon lords, which is unrealistic. This brings us to an intriguing hierarchy. Monsters, demon lords, demon kings, adventurers, champions, heroes, followed by champions, demon lords, heroes, demon kings. Generally speaking, a champion facing a demon lord alone may not necessarily prevail. Thus, champions typically engage demon lords with a small team for support and control. Of course, these instances pertain to the majority of cases. Exceptions will always exist among both monsters and humans. In the Haussmann Empire, there are 6 hero-class warriors and over 30 champions. Against the demon lords, this lineup is more than sufficient. Eradicating these dozen demon lords is merely a matter of time. However, the destruction wrought by the demon lords is considerable, given their colossal size and terrifying magical assaults. The city walls here are nearly obliterated. We cannot allow the monsters to breach them. What do you mean? Who will step forward? Let us charge together. What? Is anyone still inclined to shirk their duty? The muscled demon king rose, casting a glance at Gloucester, and then surged forward. With a sly chuckle, the squint-eyed demon king followed suit. Gloucester's expression darkened as he watched the backs of the other 2 demon kings for a moment, then snorted coldly and followed. With the addition of these 3 demon kings, the hero-class warriors found themselves engaged 2-to-1, fully occupied. 2 hero-class warriors may not necessarily best a demon king. Despite their formidable power, they are still prodigies. Yet these 3 demon kings are no ordinary foes. There exists a hierarchy among demon kings as well, distinguishing the common demon kings, or those evolved from demon lords, referred to as demon king class. Only those demon kings born of such lineage may be called true demon kings. Upon witnessing Gloucester's deployment, Clarissa smirked slightly, rising slowly to stretch, and then unfurled her dragon wings, plunging downward. How long do you think you can withstand the might of the Ice Sovereign in my presence? 2 human heroes? Gloucester sneered at the 2 heroes before him, conjuring an ice blade in his hand. Enough of the chatter. Prepare to meet your demise, Demon King. The two heroes exchanged glances, their bodies igniting with numerous magical runes, enhancing their abilities, and then they launched an assault against Jelerin. Chapter 68. Is this all you are capable of? Frost shock. Jelerin raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of magical energy, the chilling aura erupting forth. A formidable force assaulted the hero. Drink. The hero bellowed, bracing himself against Jelerin's onslaught, his various enhancements fortifying him to withstand the impact. Die. A sword cleaved through the air, a terrifying energy bursting forth from its blade, a column of shockwave erupting violently. It sliced through the frigid air, hurtling towards Jelerin. Jelerin raised his hand, deftly blocking the hero's attack with an ice blade. Meanwhile, another assailant seized the opportunity to strike at Jelerin from the side. Observing the radiance coalescing upon the incoming sword, Jelerin realized that while the blow might not be fatal, it would still be unpleasant. As a cunning demon lord, he naturally refrained from engaging in such a direct confrontation. With a swift movement, he evaded the hero's strike and retaliated with another blast of frost. Boom. The two heroes were sent flying. However, bolstered by numerous buffs, they sustained minimal damage. Once again, the heroes fortified themselves with additional defensive ice-themed enhancements, specifically designed to counter Jelerin. The strength of humanity lies in its adaptability. For instance, at this moment, armed with an array of enhancements, and combined with their own strength and swordsmanship, a single hero might falter against a demon lord, but stalling for a while was well within their capabilities. Now, with two heroes, a concerted effort might yield a 50-50 chance. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended from the heavens. What is that? The entire battlefield was enveloped by this presence. Countless individuals felt their hearts race, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and breathing became a laborious task, as if they were mired in a quagmire. Not only the humans, but also the magical creatures, and even the demon lords were similarly affected. The battling hero and demon lord instinctively distanced themselves, both feeling the significant impact of the aura, lifting their gazes towards a shadowy figure descending from the sky. Boom. The ground erupted in a violent explosion as the figure crashed into it, creating a massive crater. Amidst the billowing dust, the shadow slowly rose. Oh, it has been a while, Jelerin, came a feminine voice. The human side felt their spirits plummet. The newcomer was familiar with Jelerin. Could she be yet another demon lord? At that moment, the forces of the Haussmann Empire tensed, for even a mere ordinary demon lord could drastically alter the tide of battle. Moreover, judging by the aura, this demon lord might very well be the most powerful of them all. Jelerin, perplexed, pondered whether he had a friend. No, a friend of such caliber? A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept away the dust, revealing the true identity of the newcomer. It's you, Jelerin exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him. Yes, it is I. Clarissa, with her golden slit-like eyes fixed upon Jelerin, a seductive smile gracing her lips, inquired, This time, do you intend to flee again? Jelerin gazed at Clarissa, bewildered, unable to fathom why this eccentric woman was so fixated on him, having tracked him down to this place. Sensing Clarissa's unmasked intent to kill, it was evident that reconciliation was not a possibility. The situation seemed far from what everyone had anticipated. This demon lord appeared to harbor a grudge against Jelerin. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The hero's expressions brightened instantly. Meanwhile, King Haussmann, who had yet to engage in battle, recognized Clarissa, having just parted ways. He could not forget her. The two heroes who had initially aimed to attack Jelerin exchanged glances and swiftly withdrew to assist their comrades, leaving Jelerin to Clarissa. Gurgle Jelerin sensed a completely different aura emanating from Clarissa, a wave of trepidation rising within him. What on earth had transpired with this woman? In just a few days, how could she have grown so formidable? Clarissa surged toward Jelerin, a shockwave erupting beneath her feet, shattering the earth with her fierce momentum. Such speed. Jelerin's pupils constricted. He could barely catch a glimpse of Clarissa's figure. Instinctively, he widened the distance, not forgetting Clarissa's terrifying close combat prowess. Jelerin abruptly reversed course and soared into the air, attempting to escape Clarissa while simultaneously unleashing frost shockwaves around him to hinder her progress. Jelerin sensed a shadow looming above him. Glancing up, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, Clarissa had already positioned herself directly overhead. With a swift motion, she brought her sword down. Gelern reacted just in time, barely managing to block her strike with his ice blade. Crack! Unlike before, this time the ice blade shattered under Clarissa's assault, delivering a devastating blow to Gelern. Gush! Blood erupted forth. Ah! Gelern cried out in agony, his icy armor fracturing. Whoosh! Boom! Gelern plummeted to the ground like a missile. Clarissa hovered in midair, coldly observing Gelern on the ground. Is this the extent of your abilities? Clarissa remarked. If this is all you have, then you shall perish here today. Rest assured, my blade is swift, and you shall not suffer much. In the crater on the ground, Gelern, blood dripping from his mouth and chin, bore a deep sword wound visible to the bone. He gazed up at Clarissa in astonishment. How could such a transformation have occurred in such a brief span of time? Furthermore, Gelern sensed that Clarissa had not yet exerted her full power, as if she were toying with him, rather than delivering a decisive blow with thunderous force. Clarissa looked down upon Gelern from her lofty position, her aura growing increasingly frigid, reminiscent of a colossal dragon surveying the ants below. Other lives held no significance for her, filled with disdain for lesser beings. Suddenly, Clarissa snapped back to reality. Her condition seemed somewhat amiss. She glanced at her hands, observing the dragon scale armor, the dark crimson scales, and Clarissa came to a realization. She must be influenced by the bloodline of the Wing of Calamity, Clarissa thought to herself, feeling a surge of apprehension. Although the power bestowed by the system bore no adverse effects, it felt as if it were innately hers. Yet, the existence of such power inevitably altered her in subtle yet profound ways. She remained herself, albeit unwittingly shaped by the influence of that power. Once she regained her composure, Clarissa exhaled softly. She harbored no aversion to this. After all, the Wing of Calamity, as a high-order entity, embodied death and disaster, a world-annihilating dragon. Such a response was entirely natural, akin to a king fishing. There was no need for earnestness. At that moment, Gelern underwent a significant transformation. A formidable power, imbued with an icy aura, erupted forth. Chapter 69. Who exactly are you? The commotion here was considerable, indicative of a battle at the Demon Lord level, naturally captivating the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Gelern's metamorphosis did not escape the notice of the other two Demon Lords. Was Gelern truly in such a dire state? Revealing his true form? The squinty-eyed Demon Lord deftly handled three heroes while sensing the shift in Gelern's aura, which had clearly escalated, indicating he was unveiling his true self and exerting his full strength. It seems that unknown entity is indeed quite powerful. I just witnessed a single strike that nearly felled Gelern. The voice of the muscular Demon Lord rumbled like a bass cannon. Do you entertain the possibility? The squinty-eyed one inquired. Go on, what possibility? Retorted the muscular Demon Lord, effortlessly sending one hero flying with a punch, while another hero's sword merely grazed his back, leaving a shallow wound before he retaliated with a forceful blow that sent the hero reeling. Unlike the squinty-eyed Demon Lord, he fought with directness and brute force, yet with astonishing efficacy, single-handedly overpowering three beleaguered heroes. The squinty-eyed Demon Lord smiled faintly, his half-covered face never dropping the small fan he wielded. With a casual flick, an invisible force surged forth, propelling one hero away. Damn! The muscular Demon Lord, noticing the silence from the squinty-eyed one, realized he was concealing something. I detest those who speak in half-truths. Their scheming minds are always so corrupt. The six heroes, witnessing the two Demon Lords completely disregard their presence in favor of a conversation, felt utterly despondent. This was their first encounter with such Demon Lords, and they were unlike any they had faced before. Their strength was overwhelming. Even without revealing their true forms, they dominated the battle. However, it seemed these two Demon Lords were somewhat lackadaisical, while it appeared they had subdued the three heroes. They were acutely aware that their opponents had not truly engaged them in earnest combat. Boom! A pillar of ice blue light shot into the sky, radiating immense magical energy. I concede, you are indeed formidable. However, you should never have compelled me to unleash my true form. Gelern's voice resonated like an echo. At that moment, Gelern had transformed dramatically, his entire being resembling a humanoid creature forged from ice crystals, tall and devoid of facial features, leaving one to wonder how he spoke or perceived the world. The magical energy coursing through her body had surged at least tenfold, imbued with a terrifying chill. Is this truly your true form? TSK, to be honest, it's rather unseemly. You've even lost your face. Clarissa, unfazed by Yeroon's overwhelming aura and the waves of magical power, couldn't help but mock him. I hope you remain this optimistic in a moment. Yeroon's voice echoed ominously. Absolute frost destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spheres of icy white, trailing a vaporous wake, descended upon Clarissa like a shroud. In her grasp, the blade of origin ignited with black-red flames. Black flame sword wave. Clarissa unleashed immense torrents of dark flame energy, akin to a tidal wave of fire cascading downwards. Thud, thud, thud. The icy orbs collided with her flames, emitting a series of muffled sounds as they were engulfed. Clearly, even the formidable surge of absolute frost could not suppress Clarissa's black flames. It was not just a matter of quantity, but of quality as well. Yeroon extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of icy power. Countless ice pillars erupted from the ground, transforming the area into a wintry landscape, accompanied by a rain of icicles. Before the myriad icicles could reach Clarissa, they were incinerated by the raging black flames. With a swift motion, Yeroon appeared atop one of the ice pillars, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you shall pay for your arrogance. Observing Clarissa's lack of reaction and her unwillingness to impede him, he laughed even more wildly. The ice pillars erupted with waves of frigid air, their influence spreading across 1,000 miles. Both monsters and humans, having sensed the impending danger, fled the area, creating an immediate vacuum where no one dared linger. Those who ran too slowly or were caught too close had already lost all chance of escape, becoming lifelike ice sculptures. Devoid of vitality, surrounded by the chilling air erupting from the ice pillars, Clarissa inquired, "Is that all you've got?" The relentless cold failed to penetrate the influence of her black flames. Even if it managed to breach that barrier, her physical form stood as an additional defense. A powerful body is not merely defined by strength. The bloodline power of the wings of catastrophe endowed her dragon scales with formidable physical and magical resistances. Beneath the scales, her flesh retained significant defensive capabilities. The outermost layer was the black flames, followed by the dragon scales, then the flesh itself. A tri-layer defense, each layer reinforcing the next. Clarissa's defenses were so formidable that, not only humans, but even ordinary dragons of the same rank would pale in comparison. Yeroon trembled slightly within, yet he was unwilling to concede. "I am the sovereign of absolute ice," he shouted, clapping his hands together as a blinding wave of chilling light erupted forth, aimed directly at Clarissa. With her golden slit pupils fixed upon the approaching wave of frost, she gracefully returned her knight's sword to its sheath, extending a hand. Her fingers splayed open as she pressed against the wave of chilling light. Sizzle, sizzle, impossible. Geron gazed incredulously at the scene unfolding before him. His ultimate attack, a terrifying wave of chilling power that harnessed all his magical energy, was effortlessly intercepted by Clarissa with a single hand. Dark flames danced upon Clarissa's palm, rendering the frigid light wave impotent. After a brief moment, the waning cold light shattered under the mere grip of her fingers. "Is this all you have? Is this your true form?" Clarissa's merciless demeanor crushed Geron's spirit bit by bit. "No, it cannot be. Who are you?" Geron struggled to accept this harsh reality. The squint-eyed demon lord observed the situation with keen interest. Clarissa's display of power had even caused a slight widening of his eyes, revealing glimmers of gold and silver. "How I wish to spar with her." The muscle-bound demon lord regarded Clarissa with intrigue. Perhaps an opportunity may arise, perhaps it may not. On Clarissa's end, she regarded the seemingly shattered Geron. "Who am I?" "You may refer to me as the Black Flame Sword Maiden. Some in this world call me the Savior's Apostle. Are you satisfied now? Then perish." Clarissa's hand rested upon the hilt of her sword. Chapter 70. The situation grows more complex with a swift motion. A cross-shaped sword light flashed forth. A colossal cross composed of dark flames sliced through space and struck Geron. The immense cross cleaved him into 4 pieces. In the next moment, the terrifying black flames ignited upon his body. "Ah!" Geron cried out in agony, seemingly attempting to utter something. But he was consumed by the black flames, reduced to ash. A demon lord had fallen. Is he dead? Countless onlookers witnessed this moment, astonished that a demon lord had been slain so effortlessly, and one who had revealed his true form at that. Geron had been utterly powerless against it. Geron is dead. The squint-eyed demon lord observed the scene with a hint of schadenfreude. "Oh!" The humans erupted in jubilant shouts, celebrating the demise of a demon lord. This formidable being had come to their aid, for who else would arrive and slay a demon lord upon their entrance? Human morale soared. Meanwhile, the demons were thrown into chaos at the loss of their kind. Several demon lords had also been slain in this moment. The tides of battle appeared to turn in favor of humanity. Let us retreat. This battle is lost, the squint-eyed demon lord declared with a grin. Oh, how terrifying. Truly terrifying. Though the muscle-bound demon lord lacked intellect and frequently echoed the sentiments of the squint-eyed demon lord, it was evident that their camaraderie was strong. As he followed the latter's commands without question, with the orders of the squint-eyed and muscle-bound demon lords, the battle came to an end. As the surviving demon lords departed, the tide of demons retreated like a receding wave. Humanity had suffered grievous losses, yet the demon army had suffered even greater. Countless demons had perished, with many demon lords remaining, including the death of one. On the human side, although the elite forces sustained injuries, none perished. However, the casualties among the soldiers were considerable, and the city walls lay in ruins, necessitating reconstruction. Greetings, esteemed apostle of salvation. King Weinhoffman approached Clarissa, expressing gratitude for her timely information and support. It was evident that Weinhoffman wished to acknowledge Clarissa's prior warnings and her current assistance. No need for thanks. As you can see, the situation is dire for humanity. Clarissa replied, you have witnessed the true power of the demon lord. Not all demon lords are alike. The disparities among them are beyond imagination. Weinhoffman nodded in agreement. Setting aside thoughts of the squint-eyed demon lord and the muscular demon lord for the moment, he contemplated the sheer strength exhibited by Gelaron, which far surpassed any demon lord they had previously encountered. Weinhoffman regarded Clarissa with a complex expression. Despite the overwhelming power of such a being, it had been decisively vanquished by her. If possible, shall we converse? Clarissa suggested to Weinhoffman. Of course, he affirmed with a nod, knowing that others would handle the remaining matters. As king, his role was to oversee the entire situation. After issuing a few directives to his subordinates, Weinhoffman turned to Clarissa. Let us proceed to the conference hall, where it is quieter. Certainly. Clarissa nodded, glancing into the distance. On a distant cliff, the squint-eyed demon lord crouched at the edge, with the somewhat bored muscular demon lord standing behind him. The squint-eyed demon lord held a small fan over half of his face with one hand, while waving at Clarissa with the other, seemingly greeting her. She realized he could see her. Clarissa noted the unusual behavior. It appeared that the demon lord was not solely focused on the demon god. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Clarissa slightly bowed her head and followed Weinhoffman as they departed. TSK, TSK. The squint-eyed demon lord murmured as he watched Clarissa leave, slowly rising to his full height. What is the matter? Is it over? The somewhat bored muscular demon lord inquired. It seems our opportunity has arrived. Plans will undergo significant changes. The squint-eyed demon lord replied with a smile. This is preferable. It will save effort and increase the likelihood of success. Ah, I do miss the old days, he added. The muscular demon lord remained silent, pondering. So, what exactly is the situation? You'll see, the squint-eyed demon lord responded. After a moment of silence, the muscular demon lord expressed his frustration. I truly detest your cryptic speech. You always leave things half-said. Haha. Since your intellect seems limited, you may as well follow along obediently. The squint-eyed demon lord chuckled. The muscular demon lord scoffed and crossed his arms. All right, let us go. We might face punishment upon our return. The squint-eyed demon lord said with a grin. The losses from this great battle were significant, having resulted in the death of a demon lord, a being of considerable strength. Thus, the repercussions would be far-reaching. Uncertain of the reactions that might ensue, Clarissa slightly opened her eyes, brimming with anticipation. She had accompanied Vane Hosman to the conference hall, a vast and eerily quiet space, devoid of any presence save for the two of them. What is it you wish to discuss? Vane inquired as he settled into his seat. About the future of the entire world. Clarissa replied with a nod, taking her place opposite him. She recounted her origins and shared the establishment of the Savior Alliance from the Principality of Guo with Vane. So, you intend for me to join your organization? Vane gazed at Clarissa. This is not my organization. We share a common goal, to vanquish the ancient demon and save the world from annihilation. As for what happens thereafter, that is beyond my concern, Clarissa asserted. The most pressing threat is indeed this ancient demon. Do you not comprehend? I understand. But what follows? Vane countered. Your considerations are far too simplistic. Cooperation is certainly possible, yet numerous issues remain to be addressed. Moreover, as an empire, my stature is incomparable to that of a mere principality. Even if you manage to persuade me, what of the other two empires? How will you convince them? After years of dealings, I know the kings of the other two empires to be exceedingly irritable and petty. They harbor far greater pride than I. Do not be deceived by the size of my territory. In terms of resources and strength, I am inferior to them. This is not merely a matter of simple cooperation based on shared objectives. Even you would struggle to lead them. Vane pressed. Human nature is far more intricate than you realize. Clarissa, bewildered, retorted, but isn't it imperative that you unite before the world faces destruction? Or do you intend to cling to hope until the very end? Vane shook his head slightly. You do not understand. Clarissa, exasperated, replied with a wry smile, very well. Your fate is of no concern to me. I shall proceed in my own manner. Farewell. Rising from her seat, she exited the conference hall and transformed into her dragon form, soaring away. Only then did Vane emerge, his gaze lingering on the departing Clarissa. The situation is far more complex than it appears. Chapter 71. Significant gains. Return to the Savior Alliance, furrowing her brow in frustration. Clarissa flew back to the Principality of Guo. She could not fathom the absurdity of the situation. Yet, with a sigh, she resolved that her anger served little purpose. After all, this was not her world. What transpired was of no consequence to her, as long as she fulfilled her mission of vanquishing the ancient demon. As she soared through the skies, she activated the system panel, curious about the source points she might acquire this time. 12,550,000 source points. My goodness, such an astonishing amount. Clarissa exclaimed, pausing mid-air in exhilaration. Opening her panel, Clarissa first upgraded two abilities, Talent Enhancement 6 and 7, which required a total expenditure of 3 million source points, while the upgrade itself demanded 15 million source points. She also advanced her sword mastery to levels 6 and 7, incurring the same costs. With the additional 1 million source points she had remaining, her total expenditure reached 6 million, leaving her with over 8 million source points. The enhancement of her talents accelerated Clarissa's growth significantly. Simultaneously, her stellar sword intent surged from level 15 to 26. All three high-tier combat techniques transitioned from mastery to proficiency. After an intensive period of training, she anticipated soon reaching a state of perfection. Currently, with her elevated talent, high-tier combat techniques could no longer impede her progress. Clarissa glanced at the bloodline power of the Dragonblood Warrior 4, which required 10 million source points. She was still short by over 1 million. For now, she decided to set this aside. A mere 1 million points seemed trivial, as Clarissa had grown to the point where she no longer regarded it with concern. After all, she had amassed considerable points through her mission to save the world. This latest endeavor proved fruitful, and now it was time for further accumulation. Clarissa prioritized enhancing her Dragonblood Warrior abilities, given the terrifying boosts they offered. However, the requirement was steep, 50 million source points. She pondered whether, after vanquishing the ancient demon god and rescuing the world, she could gather such a sum. After all, she had earned over 10 million points from defeating a demon lord, and the ancient demon god commanded 12 such lords. Eliminating them all would yield over 100 million points, wouldn't it? Furthermore, the ancient demon god's power could not possibly be inferior to that of a demon lord. She believed a modest goal was certainly within reach. With a flap of her wings, Clarissa continued her journey. After flying for a while, she approached the borders of the Savior Alliance. To her surprise, she noticed that an extensive defensive line had already begun to take shape, with walls being constructed at an impressive pace. So rapid, Clarissa thought, observing the bustling crowds below who were diligently working. It was evident that everyone was united in purpose, bolstered by the assistance of numerous mages. Earth magic proved particularly effective in construction, showcasing the formidable strength of magic. At this rate, she surmised that within a week, the defenses would be fully realized. This would provide a solid foundation to safeguard the rear, allowing ordinary citizens to live peacefully while ensuring logistical support for the front lines, alleviating any concerns. Clarissa nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, she envisioned this as a starting point to expand outward, striving to enlarge her territory and ideally incorporate individuals from other nations as well. Otherwise, the population would be utterly insufficient, both in terms of labor and military forces. Clarissa pondered this and felt a slight headache. Never mind. Let the king worry about such matters. She returned to the Duchy of Gvo. Upon her arrival, everyone greeted her warmly, offering their utmost respect. Savior Apostle, you have returned. Here are the progress reports from various regions. Would you like to review them? King Gvo inquired, with other kings from neighboring realms present as well. It appeared they had come to regard this place as their permanent residence, having already formed a cohesive entity and witnessed the strength and influence arising from their unification. They commenced discussions about merging their nations directly, considering the current circumstances to establish a united nations. This notion received preliminary agreement, though specifics remained under deliberation. Furthermore, the idea of a united nations sparked a glimmer of hope for surpassing even the empire in the future. No need, you may proceed with it. Clarissa nodded and waved her hand dismissively. Savior Apostle, we have encountered some changes here. King Gvo exchanged glances with the others, encouraged by their expressions, and shared the concept of the United Nations with Clarissa. This is a positive development. Achieving unity would greatly benefit the future of your world. Clarissa smiled and nodded, affirming that even a united front under the banner of the United Nations was favorable. After all, unity and division were distinctly different matters. In a unified scenario, any issues would be internal affairs. Regardless of conflict or strife, the bond of blood remained. In contrast, the current situation with various nations standing independently fostered external confrontations. The approach to handling such matters and the sentiments of the populace would undoubtedly differ. Although Clarissa was merely a transient presence in this world, she still hoped for the well-being of its inhabitants. This sentiment represented her inherent goodness and sincerity as a person. Hearing her words, King Gvo and the others shared knowing smiles. Now, allow me to recount the circumstances I encountered during my recent journey. Clarissa gestured to signal the transition of topics and began to narrate her experiences. As King Gvo and the others listened to her accounts of the strength of the Haussmann Empire, the assaults from the Demon King's army, and her victory over a demon lord, they could not help but express their astonishment. Previously, while they acknowledged the Empire's formidable power, they had only a vague understanding of its magnitude. Now, with Clarissa's explicit elucidation, they grasped the vast disparity between themselves and the Empire. Merely witnessing such strength allowed them to envision the prosperity and might of an entire nation. When they learned that Vane Haussmann had, despite these circumstances, still rejected cooperation, they voiced their indignation against him. The conversation then shifted to matters concerning the Demon King's army. Great Apostle of Salvation, you mentioned having slain a demon lord. Does this imply that the other demon lords can also be methodically dealt with, one by one? This would allow us to significantly weaken the forces of the demon army before the emergence of the ancient demon god. King Gvo inquired tentatively. Indeed, such a notion has crossed my mind, Clarissa acknowledged with a nod, though its implementation poses considerable challenges. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. This endeavor is not solely for the future, but also for the source point. If it were within my power, I would not hesitate to eliminate all the demon lords at this very moment. Seeing your current progress brings me great reassurance. Continue to advance steadily. And do not hesitate to contact me should any matters arise. The communication stone is with King Gvo. I shall return to check in, but for now, I intend to delve deep into the territory of the demon army, Clarissa conveyed to the group. Great Apostle of Salvation, let us proceed with caution. Your plan seems rather perilous, even with your immense strength. King Gvo and the others expressed their concern upon hearing Clarissa's intent to venture into the demon army's domain. Clarissa had become their guiding light, their steadfast anchor. Should anything go awry during such a perilous venture, their so-called alliance of salvation would surely unravel. Rest assured, my capabilities exceed your wildest imagination. Now, focus on your development, Clarissa reassured them, dismissing their concerns with a wave of her hand. The alliance of salvation is merely one of many pieces on the board, and its strength was conceived from my previous abilities. Now, however, circumstances have changed, and I find my power has surged beyond my expectations. Seeing their attempts at persuasion falter, King Gvo and the others could only watch helplessly as Clarissa vanished into the horizon. Her decision to infiltrate the demon army's territory was not made lightly. Although the reason for the ancient demon god's absence remained a mystery, it was clear to her that a proactive approach was warranted. She aimed to create chaos within the demon ranks, hoping to lure a few demon lords into confrontation. Let us see if the ancient demon god can remain composed under such circumstances. Ideally, I would encounter the ancient being, armed with an array of hidden strategies. Even if I cannot prevail, I am confident that it would not be able to retain me. Clarissa mused, relishing the thought of finally unleashing her full potential in battle. After all, her abilities were not merely to be observed on a panel, they were meant to be utilized. Such wastefulness was unacceptable. The only worthy adversary would likely be that ancient demon god, she pondered, hoping it would not disappoint her. With a swift motion, Clarissa soared towards the territory of the demon army. Suddenly, she noticed thick clouds of smoke rising on the horizon. What transpired over there? Clarissa pulled out a map for reference. Judging by the location, it appeared to be the Empire of Lyra. Her brow furrowed in contemplation as she subtly adjusted her flight path towards the Empire of Lyra. As Clarissa drew closer, her remarkable vision allowed her to discern the current state of the Lyra Empire. The once vibrant land lay in ruins, its cities reduced to mere remnants, resembling desolate wastelands. The ground was strewn with a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, alongside shattered weapons and fragmented armor, all of which spoke volumes about the brutality that had unfolded. Had it truly been conquered? Clarissa furrowed her brow, taken aback by the severity of the situation. An empire had fallen into silence, obliterated without a word. The sheer number of bodies bore witness to the ferocity of this conflict. Among them were no less than 20 corpses of demonkind. Clarissa scanned her surroundings, finding no survivors and no signs of the demon army that had laid siege to the Lyra Empire. They had breached the empire's defenses, yet curiously, no demon forces had established dominance here. Was their sole intention merely to slaughter? Clarissa frowned, unable to decipher the complexities of the situation. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Was not the purpose of the demon lords the annihilation of the world, the complete extermination of humanity, leaving only a realm of monstrosities? Suddenly, her brow furrowed deeper as she descended onto the battlefield. Upon landing, she examined the bodies of the demons scattered across the ground. These creatures appeared strikingly different from those that had assaulted the Haussmann Empire. Clarissa scrutinized several corpses, noting that these demons bore a closer resemblance to humans. And not just one or two, but almost all of them did. Moreover, these beings emanated an aura distinct from the others. First, there was the scent. These demons reeked of sulfur. Second, their forms were predominantly a dark crimson, human-like yet adorned with various animalistic features, such as ram horns, scythe-like appendages, scorpion tails, bovine horns, and bat wings. What manner of monstrosities were these? Pondering the peculiarities of these entities, Clarissa promptly retrieved her magical communication stone to contact King Guo. Respected apostle of salvation, how may I assist you? King Guo answered swiftly, and through the holographic interface, Clarissa beheld him seated in a conference room alongside other monarchs, evidently engaged in discussion. Forgive the interruption, but I bear grave news. The Lyra Empire has fallen. Clarissa conveyed the shocking tidings that instantly altered the countenance of King Guo and his council. What? Their astonishment was palpable. Just moments ago, they had acquired knowledge of the prowess of the Haussmann Empire, and it was evident that the strength of its two allied empires could not be far behind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Lyra Empire had been obliterated. Through the hologram, King Guo and his companions witnessed the devastation that Clarissa had encountered. I did not reach out merely to convey this news. Come, observe these demons. Have any of you encountered their kind before? Clarissa urged the assembled kings. As they gathered closer to scrutinize the peculiar creatures, Clarissa paused the image on each demon for a detailed examination. Never seen before. The kings deliberated carefully, contemplating, and shook their heads in unison. Though we hold the esteemed titles of kings, our knowledge may not surpass that of seasoned adventurers. I shall summon some well-traveled adventurers to witness this. King Guo proposed thoughtfully. Very well. Promptly, Clarissa nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a dozen renowned adventurers were brought in. They had traversed the entire continent, embarked on adventures for decades, and encountered myriad perilous locales. They could indeed be regarded as legendary adventurers. Upon entering, they greeted Clarissa and began to examine the corpses of the magical creatures with utmost seriousness. They had already been briefed on the specifics prior to their arrival. Before long, the adventurers shook their heads in unison. They had never encountered such creatures. Upon hearing this, Clarissa realized that none of them had seen these magical beings. Where, then, did this massive horde of creatures originate? It could not simply have materialized from thin air. Suddenly, An epiphany struck Clarissa. I have discerned the truth. Thank you for your assistance. With that, Clarissa terminated the communication. Chapter 73. Carmen Roger and Anrod perhaps, at times. The truth that appears least like the truth is indeed the truth. Clarissa surmised that these creatures, or monsters, had genuinely materialized from nothing. In other words, they hailed from an alternate realm. This was undoubtedly linked to the so-called ancient demon god. With this thought, Clarissa soared into the air, continuing her flight towards the domain of the Demon King's army. As she traversed the boundary into the Demon King's territory, she sensed two presences approaching her with unmasked intent. Clearly, they were signaling, "We are coming." Clarissa furrowed her brow slightly, as it was evident that they were headed directly for her. She glanced aside, veered off course, and landed quietly on a nearby cliff to await the arrival of the two entities. Before long, the two presences descended from the sky. Clarissa soon recognized them as the two demon lords who had fought alongside Jelen on the battlefield of the Haussmann Empire. It seems we have already been discovered. The squint-eyed demon lord and the muscular demon lord landed before Clarissa, with the former seemingly addressing the latter. You have not concealed yourselves at all. It is as if you are explicitly revealing your intentions to me. Clarissa smiled and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, my lords?" "Indeed, there is," the squint-eyed demon lord replied. "Your goal is to confront the demon god, is it not?" "Yes," Clarissa affirmed with a nod. "Would you be interested in collaborating?" Tang Ziheng observed that his current balance had surged beyond 60 million, nearing 70 million. The apocalyptic world, Linzai, the sword spirit world, Bimo, and the continent of revelation, Dwanong, served as a source point for Tang Ziheng. The prospects for global development are present, as are those for the evolution of automated beings, yet they appear rather mundane. The world seems devoid of significant upheaval, with trends remaining remarkably stable. As a result, the points of origin for such developments cannot compare to those of Clarissa. However, this stability ensures a consistent output. In this light, it seems that outsourcing may indeed be more lucrative. Tang Ziheng mused, pondering whether there would be another world in need of salvation. The speed at which these points of origin materialize is undeniably exhilarating. At this pace, even before Clarissa manages to rescue this world, he might already be in search of the next one. What might the next world be like? Tang Ziheng felt an eager anticipation. After all, he was somewhat hopeful for the emergence of the next capable ally. The current worlds exhibited a rather peaceful demeanor. Aside from Clarissa, the others did not possess the qualities of formidable allies. It was a pity, but they could develop on their own. After all, he would always profit from the points of origin, with the only variable being the extent of his gains. Tang Ziheng was closely monitoring Clarissa's efforts to save the world, which had become quite thrilling. To his astonishment, two demon lords had approached for collaboration. He watched the entire project unfold with a sense of revelation. So that was the case. Clarissa nodded, having gained a deeper understanding of the current situation after hearing the words of the squint-eyed demon lord. It turned out that the demon army was not a monolith. Furthermore, this ancient demon god was not indigenous, but rather an entity from another world. Among the 12 demon lords, Jiluan was a fence-sitter, swaying between factions. The other two factions were the demon god faction, which unwaveringly followed this extraterrestrial demon god, intent on conquering the world and exterminating humanity to transform the realm into one dominated by monsters, and the world faction, which believed that their world should be governed by its own rules, adhering to the natural course of development. Over millennia, a harmonious ecological environment had formed among demon lords, monsters, humans, and heroes. The squint-eyed demon lord and the muscular demon lord belonged to the world faction. They served under the demon god, while simultaneously seeking opportunities. Previously, during the era of the Child of the World, they had covertly assisted this individual. Unfortunately, the Child of the World was inexplicably targeted by this otherworldly demon god, leading to their downfall. The unprepared Child of the World met their demise. Even with the support of the world, they could not withstand the overwhelming power of this otherworldly demon god. One by one, several children of the world fell. The world suffered significant damage to its essence, seemingly under the covert assault of the demon god, resulting in the absence of any further children of the world. The world was powerless. They had thought it was hopeless until they encountered Clarissa, believing there might still be a chance. Now, that opportunity had arrived. From Clarissa, they learned that she too hailed from another world, albeit summoned from her native realm as a savior. Upon hearing that Clarissa was backed by a deity of boundless power, the squint-eyed Demon King and his companion felt a surge of confidence. Although they regarded the god of annihilation as inconsequential, the presence of a divine apostle like Clarissa was not to be underestimated. They had witnessed her formidable strength. This infused them with renewed assurance. During their conversation, Clarissa learned the names of the two Demon Kings. The squint-eyed one was named Carmeloge, while the muscular one was called Enroth. Do you possess a magical communication stone? Let us record our magical signatures to maintain contact. Carmeloge proposed to Clarissa. Indeed, Clarissa nodded and produced her magical communication stone, upon which Carmeloge inscribed his magical mark. We shall be in touch. Well then, we must take our leave. We have already tarried too long, Carmeloge declared. By the way, I am curious as to why you conceal your face, Clarissa inquired, glancing at the small fan that Carmeloge held to shield his visage. And is your squint an innate trait? You are rather presumptuous, madam. Carmeloge replied softly. Farewell. With that, he departed, accompanied by the seemingly subordinate Enroth. Clarissa observed their retreating figures and contemplated her next move, deciding to fly towards one of the locations indicated by Carmeloge. Given that there is a lack of consensus regarding the other worlds, their roles will be minimized. They shall simply serve as sources of origin. Perhaps there will be some opportunities for their resurgence in the future, contingent upon audience preference. If they are favored, I shall write more about them. Although the central focus will not be overly extensive, Clarissa will serve as a principal character. The next will be determined by you. Feel free to leave comments. Chapter 74. Clarissa in action. These locations correspond to the realms of other Demon Kings. According to Carmeloge, only the two of them remained from the remaining faction of the worlds, though it was possible that other Demon Kings still survived in some obscure corner. Not yet part of the demon army. Naturally, Clarissa held a degree of skepticism regarding Carmeloge's assertions, for one must not be overly trusting. This endeavor posed no risk to her. Regardless of the truth, if they were indeed attempting to ensnare her, it would serve her purpose splendidly. Being drawn into a Demon King's lair would not incite her resentment. Rather, she would be grateful for the opportunity. Amidst her musings, Clarissa spotted a city emerging in the distance. It appeared to be a new settlement constructed atop the ruins of a former city, teeming with countless creatures. There seemed to be a palpable sense of social hierarchy among the inhabitants. In the demon army, particularly among the creatures, the sense of class distinction was pronounced, with the upper echelons exerting almost absolute dominance over the lower ones. In contrast, humans might react with righteous indignation, spilling blood in their fury. The same could be said for the creatures, though in their case, the blood spilled would be their own. Clarissa quickly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the center of the city. Clearly, that was the Demon King. Clarissa approached with an unmistakable presence, her arrival sensed by the Dark Lord. Shortly thereafter, a figure burst forth from the castle. Clarissa beheld the Dark Lord before her, adorned with cascading crimson locks, alluring eyes, and lips that beckoned seduction, clad in little more than a veil of allure. The Dark Lord's gaze roamed over Clarissa with a curious interest, her agile tongue teasingly grazing her lips. Which Dark Lord might you be? Clarissa inquired directly, noting the unfamiliarity in the Dark Lord's expression. Yet, the scales and armor seemed to enhance her allure. Unbeknownst to Clarissa, the Dark Lord was already contemplating her provocative attire. You are affiliated with the Dark Lords, aren't you? Clarissa pressed on. The female Dark Lord raised an eyebrow at Clarissa's words, her previously lascivious gaze sharpening into a steely glare. What of it? Well then, I wonder what spoils await after slaying a creature of the Dark Lord's. Clarissa unsheathed her sword with determination. The Dark Lord, quick to react, had anticipated Clarissa's intent the moment she spoke. Alas, Clarissa's current strength far exceeded her capacity to withstand. With a swift motion, she unleashed the starry sword intent, imbued with the black flame celestial cross slash. The Dark Lord gasped, attempting to evade, yet time appeared to freeze, her consciousness ensnared. A piercing black flame cross-cleaved through her enchanting form, silencing any cries of alarm before she could reveal her true essence. She was reduced to mere ash, utterly obliterated. The minions below remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Clarissa raised her hand once more, delivering a decisive blow with the explosive dragon flame slash. Terrifying black flames coalesced around her blade, transforming into a colossal 400-meter cleaver as she struck the earth. Boom! A massive pillar of black flames surged into the sky, engulfing the city in an inferno that incinerated all in its wake. In mere moments, everything was reduced to cinders. As the black flames dissipated, only a vast chasm and scorched earth remained. Satisfied, Clarissa soared away from the devastation, her source points tallying 788 million. She surveyed her newfound points, feeling somewhat discontented. Why so little? Clarissa pouted, having vanquished numerous creatures and a Dark Lord, likely even a few offspring of Dark Lords. Yet this paltry sum, not even reaching 10 million. Her source points had accumulated to over 16 million. Still too few. I must seek the next target. Clarissa resumed her quest for the next Dark Lord. Over the next 2 days, she dispatched 3 more Dark Lords, amassing 51 million source points. Each yield varied, some greater, some lesser, leaving Clarissa perplexed by the differences. Was it a matter of strength? It feels like a single strike determines it all. Who knows who is stronger or weaker? Ultimately, Clarissa's source points climbed to a total of 46 million. The ascension to the coveted level of 50 million for the Dragonblood Warrior is drawing near. In light of this, Clarissa has refrained from purchasing the bloodline ability of the Dragonblood Warrior 4, opting instead to conserve the 10 million source points. She intends to procure it after the impending upgrade, should she find herself with surplus points. Within a mere 2 days, Clarissa's undertakings have not gone unnoticed. Particularly as the Demon King's army convenes for an internal meeting, it becomes apparent that 4 Demon Kings are conspicuously absent. This, coupled with the earlier disappearance of Geron, signifies a staggering loss of 5 Demon Kings from a total of 12, almost half of their ranks. Carmen Roger occupies one of the seats, his fan concealing his visage, his narrowed eyes betraying no change in expression, though internally he is tumultuous. He had not anticipated such formidable support from this ally, who has remarkably vanquished 4 Demon Kings at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the extent of this ally's prowess surpasses his expectations. Seated at the head of the assembly, a Demon King with fiery red hair dons a sleeveless coat, the open buttons revealing his chiseled chest and abs. His rugged features project an aura of wild ferocity. Carmen Roger regards him with trepidation. This individual belongs to the Demon King faction, yet is not wholly aligned with it. For he is an absolute combat fanatic of terrifying strength. Like Carmen, he is an original Demon King, known as Austin. His affiliation with the Demon King faction stems from his allegiance to ancient demon gods, having battled alongside countless formidable opponents. His credentials are impeccable. Carmen senses that once the dust settles, a confrontation between Austin and the demon god may ensue. In a certain light, they still share a semblance of alliance, though this camaraderie requires time to evolve. Among the 7 present Demon Kings, aside from Austin, there are 2 from the Demon King faction, 2 moderates, and Carmen Roger along with Enrod as representatives of the World faction. Of the fallen 4 Demon Kings, 3 belonged to the Demon King faction, while 1 was a moderate. Thus, the Demon King's faction has experienced a significant decline in power. Clearly, some extraordinary events have transpired. Austin suddenly speaks, an excited gleam igniting in his eyes. He remains indifferent to the fates of the other Demon Kings, fixated instead on the prospect of having eliminated 4 Demon Kings within such a brief span. All without a whisper of news escaping. This is a testament to the prowess of that individual. Austin yearns for a battle against such formidable strength. As excitement courses through him, his expression becomes increasingly erratic, emanating an aura of sheer terror.